What lies within the forsaken containers that no one desires? What treasures might be unearthed in a derelict warehouse? Surely, you would assume it to be nothing but refuse, but oh, how mistaken you are. Antique jewelry, limited edition race cars, aerospace instruments, helicopters, the essence of bovine vitality. There exists nothing beyond imagination, nothing that cannot be procured, transforming waste into fortune, transmuting decay into the extraordinary. Zhu Yu, awakened to his celestial vision, emerges from the abandoned containers bearing infinite riches, steadily progressing along the path to success. Chapter 1. Have you made your bet? In the Port District of New York, within the confines of the Seven Axes Tavern, a young man of Chinese descent meticulously polished a glass. Zhu Yu placed the cup back in its designated spot and approached the bar counter. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke. "John, I won't be coming in tomorrow. Have you made your decision?" John, the Caucasian proprietor, displayed no surprise. "Since you've resolved it, act upon it, young man. I have faith in you." "Thank you, John." Zhu Yu expressed his sincere gratitude. Without John's support, he might have found himself feeding the fish by now. No. I am investing," John chuckled. "You are a young lad, and I am convinced that you will undoubtedly find success in the future." As he spoke, he retrieved a bundle of cash from beneath the counter and extended it to Zhu Yu. "Zhu, take this. Betting on containers requires keen insight. Over this past month, you have exhibited remarkable perception and memory while working for me. However, mere insight is insufficient. Substantial funds are needed to back it up. I would hate for your inaugural venture to result in not acquiring a single container." Zhu Yu gazed at John, truthfully acknowledging that while he had saved some money over the past month, it still fell short. "Take it. Don't regard me with such eyes. I fear that Joanna, that little heiress, might see and send someone to deal with me." John jested, and Zhu Yu accepted the money without hesitation. "Then consider this alone. Once I am financially stable, I shall repay you double." No. John shook his head, smiling. "That is unnecessary. This is my investment, that as long as you procure valuable items, simply bring them to me for sale." "Absolutely." Zhu Yu replied with gratitude once more. He understood that John possessed formidable connections and distribution channels, making this arrangement mutually beneficial. Undoubtedly, John's goodwill was genuine. "All right, no need to linger with this old man. Go enjoy life with Joanna. Young man, you ought to act like a youth. If I were your age, I would have already run away." John laughed as he stepped away from the counter, preparing to close the door. Zhu Yu smiled, choosing not to respond. Joanna's father was the proprietor of a vast cargo yard at the port, with assets exceeding tens of millions, thus categorizing Joanna as a petite heiress. 2 weeks prior, Joanna had visited the tavern for leisure and had taken a liking to Zhu Yu. However, how could Zhu Yu ever entertain the notion of accepting her? He was burdened by unresolved grievances and dared not reveal his identity, let alone pursue a romantic relationship. Such aspirations were indeed fanciful. It was not that Joanna lacked beauty, quite the opposite. She was exceptionally attractive. Zhu Yu's appeal to Joanna was significantly attributed to his heroic intervention when she, for reasons unknown, found herself intoxicated at the bar. When a rogue attempted to harass her, Zhu Yu intervened with John's tacit approval. "I end this establishment." John absolutely forbade any disturbances, harassment of women, or brawls, and his powerful connections, along with a double-barreled shotgun beneath the counter, ensured the authority of his words. Upon exiting the tavern, Zhu Yu made his way to the employee dormitory converted from a row of containers provided by John. He ignited the gas stove and prepared a simple meal for himself, then closed the container door and began to tally his savings. Over the past month, aside from his living expenses, John had compensated Zhu Yu with $2,000. Additionally, Zhu Yu had received $350 in tips, but having spent some, he was left with a total of $2,100. The stack of cash just received from John amounted to $1,000, bringing his total to $3,100, sufficient for acquiring a container. Gazing at the money in his hands, Zhu Yu could not help but smile ruefully. A mere month and a half ago, he could never have envisioned that he would arrive in America to inherit his uncle's estate, only to find himself in such circumstances nearly akin to being an undocumented immigrant. Zhu Yu's uncle had immigrated to America in the 1980s and married a wealthy local woman, but they had no children. Zhu Yu, along with his parents and brother, had initially believed it to be a jest. Yet, just a month and a half prior, he received a phone call informing him that, according to his uncle's will, he was to inherit an estate in America. The facts will appear authentic, and returning to one's roots was among his uncle's final wishes. Having graduated from university and worked for a foreign enterprise for 2 years, Zhu Yu was proficient in conversational English, allowing him to navigate the necessary procedures to come to this side. However, the initial discussions had seemed promising, yet the lawyer insisted that Zhu Yu surrender a jade pendant that was a family heirloom. The pendant bore the design of the Taiji diagram with yin and yang fish, and Zhu Yu's father possessed the white pendant while his uncle held the black one. Zhu Yu, exercising caution, requested that the counterpart be produced as well. To his dismay, the other party revealed their true intentions and began to pursue Zhu Yu. Fortunately, he had prepared for such a scenario and managed to escape, albeit sustaining injuries. Though Zhu Yu carried his passport, he had left his belongings at the negotiation hotel and found himself without a penny to his name. Were it not for John's timely intervention, he would have indeed become fish food. While Zhu Yu had felt secure in his stay over the past month, he had not emerged empty-handed. He had gained insight into a visionary ability. Removing the white fish pendant from around his neck, he observed that while its jade color appeared unremarkable, who could fathom that this object, once imbued with Zhu Yu's blood, had awakened his celestial sight? Focusing his gaze towards the containers, Zhu Yu surprisingly perceived the world beyond them. A truck rolled by, its driver seemingly normal, yet unbeknownst to all, his hand had ventured into an unspeakable region. Awakening his celestial vision bore the equivalence of X-ray sight, necessitating a certain level of mental fortitude. Training his mental strength would extend the duration of his celestial sight, and this was one of the reasons Zhu Yu felt compelled to retain the black pendant. Within the tavern, Zhu Yu encountered a diverse array of individuals. Beyond sailors and container drivers, the most substantial group comprised treasure seekers. At the New York port, an abundance of unclaimed containers, or those whose owners could no longer afford the rental fees, were auctioned daily. Through conversations with these seekers, Zhu Yu heard countless tales of overnight fortunes. He also learned about seemingly inconspicuous items concealed within containers that could be worth a fortune. To his astonishment, the tavern owner, John, turned out to be quite knowledgeable in this domain. Many treasure seekers would entrust their finds to John for handling. Naturally, John was not interested in ordinary items. Recognizing Zhu Yu's keen interest, John invited him to accompany him when he retrieved items, which not only broadened Zhu Yu's horizons, but also imparted him valuable knowledge regarding the appraisal of second-hand goods. This inspired Zhu Yu to contemplate wagering on a few containers to amass initial capital. If it were possible to gamble on stones back home, could it not be the same here? Never mind. It is best to remain prudent and stay here. Tomorrow, he would venture to bet on containers. Chapter 2. A Broadened Perspective. Early the next morning, Zhu Yu prepared a bowl of porridge and stir-fried 2 dishes. After tidying up, he made his way to the periphery of the port area. The port district was bustling with various cargo yard owners, both big and small. From John, Zhu Yu learned that a small cargo yard owner named James was set to auction off 4 containers today. James's yard was located in a corner of the port area, rather inconspicuous and not easily accessible, catering primarily to those who were not particularly wealthy. Zhu Yu came to test his luck, as the more lively yards often featured containers filled with popular goods, sometimes auctioning items worth tens of thousands of dollars, which Zhu Yu could ill afford. Upon arriving at the yard, he noticed a dozen or so individuals had already gathered, causing his heart to skip a beat. These treasure hunters were indeed brazen. Among the crowd, he recognized several prominent figures, such as Maiden, Diana, and the Joy brothers, all well known in the port district and adept treasure seekers. He had often heard tales of them purchasing containers for thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars, earning monthly incomes in the range of tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. What could compel such individuals to seek treasures here? As Zhu Yu approached, several regulars from the nearby bars greeted him cheerfully. "Hey, Zhu, are you here to enjoy the spectacle, or are you ready to take a gamble? I heard old John say this Huaxiao lad is hoping to try his luck." Upon hearing this, Maiden, with a cordial demeanor, wished him good fortune. Zhu Yu thanked him. But while Maiden appeared polite, John had warned Zhu Yu that he was the most cunning among them. John had cautioned Zhu Yu that if he intended to bid on a container, he must not reveal his intentions to anyone, especially not to Maiden, lest he be outmaneuvered. Blending into the crowd, Zhu Yu exchanged pleasantries while observing the 4 containers that had been hoisted into the open area. The auction had yet to commence, and all containers were secured with locks. Zhu Yu approached the first container, seemingly casually scanning its contents. Inside were some old pieces of furniture, a few tin cans, and an old trunk. Based on his experience gleaned from John, he knew that old furniture held little value. And while the tin cans usually concealed items unseen by the average person, Zhu Yu discerned that they contained some old packaging bags. The trunk held a collection of game controllers and old records, altogether worth less than $100. He quickly withdrew his gaze and moved on to inspect the second container. At the entrance of the second container sat an old piano, accompanied by several standard boxes containing musical instruments. Zhu Yu swiftly passed over this one, realizing it was a door prize and not worth the gamble. He closed his eyes for a moment, feeling a bit dizzy and needing to rest. Nearby, the Joy brothers chuckled. "Huaxiao lad, you really need to toughen up. You should learn from us." Zhu Yu smiled without replying, thinking to himself that if it came to blows, the two of them together wouldn't stand a chance against him. The third container held several boxes of old clothes and a battered suitcase, with a table obstructing the view at the entrance, covered with a pile of old garments. Notably, Zhu Yu's keen eye caught sight of an antique typewriter nestled within the suitcase. This item held some value. Just then, the yard owner arrived, though the auctioneer had yet to appear, requiring a bit of patience. After resting for a while, Zhu Yu approached the fourth container. Inside, he found a neatly arranged stack of a dozen cardboard boxes. A quick glance revealed they contained printing paper. The boxes at the back seemed to conceal some machinery, but Zhu Yu couldn't discern further details. He desperately needed to rest. At that moment, the auctioneer arrived. Zhu Yu recognized him from a previous encounter. He appeared to be in his 40s, bald, and typically quiet at the bar. However, during auctions, he commanded attention. The yard owner hastily uttered a few words. These containers are available because their previous owners, who are farmers and merchants, did not renew their leases. We hope you find fortune among them. He signaled for his assistant to begin. The assistant used a large clamp to unlock the first container. As it opened, revealing the old furniture inside, the onlookers rushed forward. But they were careful not to cross the boundary. After everyone had a look, the auctioneer stood before the container, raising his hand. Starting bid is $50. $50. Going once. 60. 100. 100. His rapid-fire speech was clear and articulate. With each new bid, he adjusted the numbers almost instantaneously, pointing to the bidder. Zhu Yu listened while resting, slightly astonished at how the auctioneer maintained a consistent tone without apparent pauses for breath. This auctioneer was quite remarkable. Zhu Yu made a token bid of $100, but after being outbid, he ceased to raise his offer. There were few bidders, and soon the container was sold to the Joy brothers for $200. Laughter filled the air, with some congratulating and others mocking Joy. The second container opened, and the Joy brothers, evidently planning to continue bidding, did not even glance at their first acquisition. As soon as the door opened, revealing the old piano, the crowd erupted in excitement. The auctioneer, visibly pleased, announced, starting bid is $500, with increments of no less than $50. $1,000. Maiden was the first to bid. $2,000. Diana followed closely. However, her bid was quickly surpassed, and within a minute, the bidding had escalated to $6,000. Everyone understood that although the instruments were secondhand, they still possessed considerable worth. Ultimately, the container was secured by Maiden for $9,000. A smirk of triumph gracing his face. Next came the third container. The auctioneer began with a starting bid of $25, with increments of no less than $25. Due to the old table obstructing the view, the contents were not entirely visible. However, keen-eyed individuals noticed the old clothes peeking out from the boxes. The auctioneer was aware of this, hence the low starting bid. Nevertheless, participation remained limited. Diana placed a bid, raising it to $50. Zhu Yu then increased it to $75. His bid did not draw much attention, as few noticed him. Maiden upped the ante to $100. Zhu Yu felt sweat bead in his palms. He intended to secure this container, but needed to remain inconspicuous. Noticing no one else bidding, he nervously raised his offer to $125. The auctioneer cast a peculiar glance at him, having seen him at previous auctions, but never having witnessed him bid before. However, this time it seemed the Huaxiao lad was in for a loss. After Zhu Yu placed 2 bids, no one else followed suit. While anxiety brewed within, he maintained a calm exterior. Suddenly, Diana queried, "Zhu, why are you so determined to win this container?" Joy interjected, "I heard Huaxiao people possess skills and some mysterious abilities. Zhu, can you see treasures within this container?" Their words drew the attention of the others. At that moment, Zhu Yu wished he could strangle Joy. Nevertheless, he remained composed, forcing a self-deprecating smile. "I also wish to acquire that previous container. However, I only have a little over $1,000 on hand, so I'm left to consider these containers of little value." He gestured towards Maiden and then Diana, stating, "You two can easily bid on containers worth tens of thousands. There's no need to compete with us less fortunate souls for these trivial amounts." His words successfully diverted the spotlight onto the prominent bidders. After all, among the dozen or so present, most had only a few $1,000s, rendering them incapable of competing with the big players. Zhu Yu quietly sighed in relief. "I hope this will suffice." Chapter 3. Who earns the most? With Zhu Yu's opening remarks, several others began to criticize Ma Deng, Diana, and the like. Zhu Yu, however, was left aside. The auctioneer, also sidelined, raised his voice, reiterating Zhu Yu's bid of $100 twice. Still, no one engaged in the bidding. The auctioneer then pointed directly at Zhu Yu, indicating his successful bid. Without waiting for Zhu Yu to express his gratitude, the auctioneer promptly turned to the fourth container. Zhu Yu did not rush to clear the contents of the container. Instead, he first paid the container owner and then followed to the fourth container. At this moment, everyone's attention shifted from the prominent figures to the container itself. As it was opened, revealing neatly arranged boxes, the crowd's focus immediately sharpened. Typically, such boxes contain valuable items. The boxes were new, regardless of their contents. At the very least, they were pristine. The auctioneer, intrigued by the items, conferred with the container owner and promptly announced an opening bid of $500, with minimum increments of $50. One individual immediately raised the bid to $600, and the price soared to $1,000. Zhu Yu, regaining some composure, activated his keen perception to inspect the container's interior. Amidst the 20 to 30 boxes of paper outside, the middle box housed a collection of brand-new printers. Although the boxes at the back still contained printing paper, the presence of these printers alone warranted a gamble. There were at least a dozen of them. These items held considerable value. By this time, the bidding had escalated to $2,000. Zhu Yu promptly followed with a bid of $2,100. Upon hearing Zhu Yu's voice, several individuals turned to glance at him. Zhu Yu smiled, stating, "I believe there must be valuable items inside, right?" However, Xiao Yi laughed heartily, retorting, "You can't possibly be illiterate. It clearly states paper on the label." Zhu Yu merely smiled and remained silent. Despite Xiao Yi's comments, he still placed a bid of $2,300. Zhu Yu was convinced that Xiao Yi's remarks were merely a ruse. Those who frequently traversed the treasure-hunting circles were undoubtedly aware of instances where boxes labeled for paper contained other treasures. Yet, Xiao Yi's words managed to sway a few individuals. And by the time the bid reached $2,500, there were fewer participants. Ma Deng, who had previously won a container, persisted nonetheless. $2,700. The auctioneer continued to call for bids. This was the price Zhu Yu had offered. $2,800. Xiao Yi raised his hand once more. At this juncture, Diana also raised her hand. $2,900, $2,900. $3,000. Zhu Yu raised his hand one last time, regardless of the outcome. This was his limit. He hoped that the others would concede. However, Ma Deng lifted his hand again. Ultimately, Xiao Yi secured the container for $5,100. Zhu Yu then began to clear the contents of the container he had won. But his mind wandered to Ma Deng and Xiao Yi. It was highly probable that both individuals would reap substantial profits. The musical instruments could be valued around $15,000, and if there were any collectible editions, the value could soar higher. As for the printing paper, just those dozen laser multifunction printers alone could be worth nearly $10,000. Compared to their bounty, Zhu Yu's haul seemed merely a sip of broth. Outside, some individuals had already dispersed, while others remained to witness the spectacle. Zhu Yu brought out a table and began sorting through the old clothing. These garments were relatively clean and had been washed. Judging by their styles, they appeared to be from the past couple of years' trends. Zhu Yu examined each piece, hoping to uncover something unique, not even overlooking the pockets. Surprisingly, he found a few dozen dollars in change. However, that was the extent of his findings. Nearby, Xiao Yi observed Zhu Yu's actions and mocked. "No need to keep looking. There's nothing of value in those clothes. This container is clearly just a storage unit for ordinary people. Nowadays, the rent for the container is worth more than its contents, so they naturally abandoned it." Zhu Yu considered this logic, but understood that he still needed to clear out the items. Not heeding Xiao Yi's advice, he continued sorting through the boxes. Zhu Yu removed several boxes of clothing, laid them out, and finally retrieved the box containing the typewriter. At that moment, a black girl approached Zhu Yu and inquired, "Are you selling these clothes?" Zhu Yu quickly responded yes. The girl immediately began negotiating the price. $100, and you take them all. Zhu Yu boldly countered. The girl meticulously examined the clothes, realizing they were quite clean, and handed over $100 before carrying the box away. She attempted to take the box with the typewriter as well, but Zhu Yu hurriedly intervened, stating, "That box doesn't contain clothes. It's not included." The girl, skeptical, urged him to show her. Opening the box revealed an old typewriter. Although initially disappointed, the girl thanked Zhu Yu and turned to leave. If these clothes were sold at a second-hand market, they could easily fetch $200 to $300. Zhu Yu found it too troublesome. After all, he really did not have the leisure to engage in such a task. The altercation between the girl and Zhu Yu caught the attention of the Qiao brothers and Ma Deng. The Qiao brothers, upon spotting the typewriter, abandoned their own boxes and rushed over. The typewriter appeared quite new and well-maintained, and the box was still the original. De Qiao Yi examined the box carefully and remarked. Xiao Qiao Yi scrutinized the typewriter, adding, "The machine has been regularly oiled, and there is no rust on any of the parts. I believe it still works." Zhu Yu feigned excitement, exclaiming, "Haha, we're in the money. How about $2,000 for it?" De Qiao Yi glanced at Xiao Qiao Yi and then addressed Zhu Yu. Meanwhile, Ma Deng interjected, "Why not sell it to me for $2,500? Zhu Yu shook his head, insisting, "I believe if it's sold to John, it could fetch $3,000. Zhu Yu remembered John had previously mentioned similar typewriters' prices. For collectors, a well-preserved and functional typewriter could command between $3,300 and $3,500. He left some profit margin for the buyer, knowing that without profit, they would not be inclined to purchase. "All right then, I'll buy it for $3,000, De Qiao Yi quickly agreed. Zhu Yu glanced at Ma Deng, who shrugged and turned to leave. The deal was sealed. Zhu Yu and De Qiao Yi exchanged a celebratory high-five. This single transaction was equivalent to a month's salary for a middle-class individual in their homeland. Exciting. With $3,000 in cash, Zhu Yu prepared to clear the remaining trash when Xiao Qiao Yi, still present, patted his shoulder and said, "Zhu, there's another deal. Would you be interested?" Chapter 4, Another Profit. A deal? Zhu Yu turned to look at Xiao Qiao Yi. De Qiao Yi, appearing displeased, was busy dismantling a box. "Hey, I told you to stop dismantling it." Xiao Qiao Yi scolded his brother. De Qiao Yi disregarded him and walked back into the container, retrieving a cardboard box. Cutting it open with a knife and discovering it still contained copy paper, Xiao Qiao Yi then turned to Zhu Yu, stating, "Earlier, I noticed you placed a bid of $3,000 for this container. Are you interested in it?" Zhu Yu, sensing a hint of speculation, remained nonchalant and replied, "Yes." "What's up? Congratulations. You can have this container now." Xiao Qiao Yi exclaimed dramatically, spreading his arms in laughter. "For just $5,000, this container is yours." No. Zhu Yu, secretly delighted, quickly waved his hands. "You've already opened both the outer and inner boxes, and they're all filled with copy paper. This isn't worth $5,000. Xiao Qiao Yi muttered an expletive, turning to reprimand De Qiao Yi. "I told you earlier not to open the inner boxes. Why didn't you sell this container to Ma Deng?" Zhu Yu pointed at Ma Deng, who was tidying up the musical instruments. Hearing this, Ma Deng curled his lip and remarked, "They have already opened 7 or 8 boxes. These uniform shipping containers contain largely identical items. How can the open blind boxes still be worth that much money?" Upon hearing Ma Deng's words, Zhu Yu shrugged his shoulders and replied to Xiao Qiao Yi, "You see, I share your sentiments. However what?" Xiao Qiao Yi perked up at the prospect of a potential breakthrough. "If the price could drop to $3,000, I would still have some interest. You know, my initial offer was $3,000. Zhu Yu's statement caused Xiao Qiao Yi to grimace. "That would be too much loss for us." "Exactly," De Qiao Yi interjected, decisively retrieving another box from the container and opening it as he spoke. "Then let us just open the boxes ourselves." To their dismay, it was merely more copy paper. De Qiao Yi tossed the box away, his expression one of frustration. "Now, we've only got $2,900 left," Zhu Yu commented while collecting the debris. De Qiao Yi pointed at Zhu Yu and exclaimed, "Don't be too excessive." Zhu Yu was unfazed by the two of them. In the bar, these brothers had indulged in their fair share of unsavory activities after making some money. They were not exactly upstanding individuals. "Consider it," Zhu Yu said as he observed the two arguing. "Once I finish cleaning up this trash, I'll be on my way. You have 10 more minutes to deliberate." Without lifting his head, he continued tidying up the refuse. The clothing had been sold, leaving only an old table and some metal tubes behind. The cleanup was swift. Yet Zhu Yu felt a tinge of disappointment. Had he perhaps set the price too low? Had he intimidated the two brothers? These printers were indeed quite valuable. Never mind. If it's unattainable, so be it. Earning $3,000 today suffices. Converting that to RMB amounts to nearly 20,000. In the realm of online literature, earning 20,000 a day signifies a divine-level presence. One should be content. Just as Zhu Yu prepared to dispose of the cleaned-up trash, Xiao Qiao Yi approached him and said, "Hey, you little guy from Huaxia, I'm giving you a deal. This container, $3,000, sold to you. 2,900, Zhu Yu remained firm. All right, whatever you say." Zhu Yu readily paid, and upon receiving the money, the two Qiao Yi brothers showed no signs of leaving, likely wishing to observe Zhu Yu open the boxes. Ma Deng, having finished packing the instruments, noticed the two brothers lingering, so he decided to stay as well to watch Zhu Yu. However, Zhu Yu waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I won't be opening the boxes. I'll just find a truck and take everything away." Xiao Qiao Yi immediately urged him. The thrill of gambling on a shipping container lies in the gamble itself. If you win, the exhilarating feeling of that luck is something you'll cherish. The others who remained, including the yard owner, encouraged Zhu Yu to open the boxes. Zhu Yu waved his hand again. Then why don't you two gamble? As he spoke, he called for a vehicle. As for the copy paper and printers, John had plenty of connections to offload them. Yet De Qiaoyi, still unwilling to concede, ran to the container, pulled out a box, and opened it. Look, more copy paper. Then he opened another box. And Zhu Yu was about to intervene, but De Qiaoyi had already opened it. See, damn it, it's a printer. De Qiaoyi was momentarily stunned. Inside the box was a brand new printer. He and Xiao Qiaoyi exchanged glances, both filled with regret. Why didn't they hold out a bit longer? Zhu Yu observed this and coldly remarked, De Qiaoyi, you violated the rules. The two Qiaoyi brothers immediately broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. Indeed, once the payment for the shipping container was made, the items inside became private property. Now, De Qiaoyi had disregarded the owner's consent and opened the boxes inside. If this were to be taken seriously in America, it would be a grave offense. Ma Deng seized the opportunity to strike. Yes, De Qiaoyi, you've gone too far. The items inside belong to Zhu. He can choose to open them or not. What you're doing is illegal. Naturally, Ma Deng was eager to eliminate a strong competitor. I'm sorry, Zhu. De Qiaoyi quickly backtracked. I didn't mean to. Besides, you saw? It was my lucky hand that opened the door to wealth for you, wasn't it? Zhu Yu remained unmoved by his sweet talk, replying coldly. You needn't open it. Nothing in that box will fly away. I believe that starting tonight, the entire New York dock area will be aware of your disgraceful behavior. De Qiaoyi, he was not intimidated by the Huaxiao boy, and even somewhat dismissed this yellow-skinned worker. However, if his illicit actions spread throughout the dock area, it would be impossible for him to continue operating. De Qiaoyi hesitated, but Xiao Qiaoyi shot him a glare, approached Zhu Yu, and pleaded softly. What kind of plea is that? De Qiaoyi, rarely one to relent, stood before Zhu Yu, fists clenched, and said from a superior position, Shorty, you better watch your mouth, or I'll turn your precious container into rubble. Zhu Yu understood that De Qiaoyi referred to the container he resided in. It seemed someone indeed needed to be taught a lesson for a lasting impression. The 5th chapter, earning a year's worth of money from others. The confrontation ultimately did not escalate. Xiao Qiaoyi intervened, apologizing to Zhu Yu. Huaxia kid, I'm sorry. You know De Qiaoyi has some issues with his temperament. So how about I compensate you with $500? All right. Zhu Yu was not intent on delivering a beating to De Qiaoyi. Though these treasure hunters were competitors, they were also intricately connected. Provoking them could lead to complications. Xiao Qiaoyi counted out $500 and handed it to Zhu Yu before dragging the disgruntled De Qiaoyi away. Zhu Yu then called John. John, I have a batch of goods. Can you find someone to take them off my hands? Zhu, you gambled on the shipping container? It seems you hit the jackpot. What is the cargo? About 50 boxes of copy paper and 15 laser printers. I'll send you the models shortly. Very good. I'll contact people right away. If they're brand new, they'll fetch a decent sum. After waiting for half an hour, a truck arrived. A middle-aged man in a suit stepped out and approached Zhu Yu. Are you Zhu Yu? He asked with a smile. I'm Nathan, a friend of John. I heard you have a batch of printers and copy paper? Yes, Zhu Yu pointed to the boxes on the ground. Brand new. Feel free to check. While waiting, he had already looked up the printers online, noting that the official guide price was $700 each, although that was the retail price. Nathan meticulously examined each printer before smiling and offering, since we're all friends of John, I can give you a fair price of $9,000. How does that sound? Zhu Yu shook his head. If it were just the printers, that would be quite fair. However, there's also a substantial amount of copy paper. If I were to sell them online, I could at least get $12,000. All right. Nathan initially thought Zhu Yu would be easy to negotiate with, but was taken aback by his market knowledge. I can go as high as $10,000. Deal. Zhu Yu smiled and extended his hand. Nathan was momentarily stunned. He had expected Zhu Yu to haggle further, but was pleasantly surprised by his straightforwardness. After shaking hands, Nathan paid and loaded the goods onto the truck. The contents of the shipping container were mostly cleared out by Nathan, leaving Zhu Yu only needing to dispose of the old table and trash. Half an hour later, after handing the empty container over to James, Zhu Yu felt invigorated as he carried the table back to his own container and set it up cleanly. Not bad. Next comes the accounting of gains. Initially, I had 2,001, and John had 1,000, which totals 3,001. Selling the typewriter yielded 3,000. And the sale of the printer brought in another 10,000, resulting in a grand total of 16,001. Additionally, little Xiao, he gifted me 500, bringing the total to 16,006. Oh, and there was also $200 from selling clothes, making my total assets stand at 16,008, a truly auspicious figure. On the expenditure side, the third shipping container cost $100, and Xiao Yi's container was 2,009, summing up to 3,000. This inflow and outflow left me with 13,008, and after repaying John 1,000, I was left with 12,008. I made over 60,000 soft sister coins in a single day. In the realm of online literature, that would place me among the gods. Zhu Yu reveled in this for a moment, feeling thoroughly satisfied as he stepped out. Experiencing such bounty on my first venture into shipping containers was remarkable. Although enhanced by the blessing of the heavenly eye, it also required considerable wit and courage. Individuals like Ma Deng and the Chow brothers possess keen insight. Perhaps today, they merely regarded me as a novice and sought to take advantage, hence their actions. Caution will be paramount in the future. However, one must never feign timidity when the time calls for boldness. When Big Chow approached earlier, had he truly intended to strike, I certainly would not have hesitated to retaliate. The few techniques my grandfather taught me, though he humbly referred to them as mere farming skills, were undoubtedly lethal. Overpowering the Chow brothers would be a mere triviality. I hold this confidence without doubt. Otherwise, my father would not have entrusted me to venture forth alone. After securing the shipping container, I locked it and exited the port area, taking a taxi into the city. I purchased a jade smoking pipe for John, costing $500, a small indulgence. I also acquired a set of clothing, initially intending to buy a used car at the second-hand market, but upon calculating my funds, I decided against it. I dined at a Chinese restaurant. The meal was acceptable, not particularly unpleasant, and bore a hint of home. Most importantly, I needed to buy a mobile phone and procure a SIM card. After the attack, my phone was lost, and I had spent a significant amount of time recuperating in the bar, neglecting to call home. Once I inserted the SIM card, I eagerly dialed the number I had always remembered. After a single ring, it was answered. "Xiao Yu, is that you?" It was my father, Zhu Dahai's voice. "Dad, it's me." My voice trembled slightly, and I could discern the tremor in his reply. "That person is spouting nonsense." I quickly clarified. When I arrived, my uncle had already passed away, and the lawyer wouldn't let me see anyone. I recounted the situation to my father. Zhu Dahai expressed concern, saying, "Your grandfather has always harbored resentment regarding your uncle Zhu Dezhang's move to America, even going so far as to declare he has no such son. Therefore, he has persistently opposed Zhu Dezhang's wishes for you to inherit the estate. The old man is quite traditional. He believes that since Zhu Dezhang acquired American citizenship, he has betrayed his country. Yet, the he pei is integral to the cultivation method of the heavenly eye, and I am resolute in my pursuit. Hiding is not the Zhu family's tradition." Zhu Dahai, knowing his son's character, advised, "Then be cautious. If you need money, just let me know." "No need. I'm finding it quite easy to earn money here," I replied with a smile. "Though life is more convenient at home, this is not the time for pleasantries. Your mother has come. You should speak with her for a bit." My mother, whose Xiaomei's voice trembled with emotion, and I spent considerable efforts soothing her. After hanging up, I realized I needed to recharge. International calling fees are exorbitant. Initially, I had planned to buy a used car, but after assessing my finances, I decided to wait until I earned more. Chapter 6. Joanna arrives. Upon arriving at the Seven Axes bar, John exaggeratedly exclaimed upon seeing me, "Look who's here." The bar was sparsely populated, mostly with familiar faces, and John's remark elicited laughter from them. Old Sailor Bondi raised his glass toward me, saying, "Zhu, I heard you made a considerable profit. Well done. I always thought you couldn't possibly remain in the bar forever, see?" Another sailor chimed in. "I recall you saying Zhu's personality is introverted. He is only suited for bar work, right? Get lost." They all laughed heartily. I greeted everyone with a smile and approached the bar. "John, here is a gift for you." I handed him the smoking pipe. "Thank you." Inside the pipe's box was also the $1,000 John had lent me yesterday. John opened the box and revealed an expression of delight. "Wow. What a beautiful pipe. I love it. Thank you for your help." I sincerely responded, No. John winked at me. "You know, I have $500 in commission from Nathan. That is even more than my daily earnings at the bar. So consider this an investment. Your performance has proven my judgment to be sound." Old John was humble, which only deepened my gratitude. Without him, I might have truly met a tragic end on the streets. "All right, let us have a drink. It's on me. In the future, if you come across something good, remember to contact me." Old John, aware of my intentions, poured me a drink. "This is beer from your homeland. I imagine you've had it often?" I glanced at the label, astonished to find ensign and beer available here. How marvelous. This is the taste of home. Come on, pour me a glass too. A voice chimed in beside me. I turned to see the beautiful Joanna. Joanna, with her rare black hair among Caucasians and large eyes devoid of the common freckles of Western girls, stood slightly shorter than me, wearing a cheerful expression as she gazed at me. "Ah, our beauty has arrived." Laughter erupted in the bar. The regular patrons were well aware of Joanna's interest in me, while I remained rather reserved, not reciprocating her affections. To them, this was a characteristic trait of me as a Huaxia person. However, I understood my own circumstances. Now was not the time for romance. John poured Joanna a beer, and she took a sip, then wrinkled her brow before relaxing. An unusual taste. After finishing, she pushed the glass back toward John. Another one, please. I wanted to advise her against it, but found it challenging to do so. John, however, was pleased to see the two of us together and cheerfully handed the bottle to Joanna. Help yourself. This is from Zhu's hometown. Joanna's eyes lit up. Is there only one bottle? How could that be? Joanna, you're still in school. You shouldn't drink too much, I cautioned. Although beer is not particularly intoxicating, this one had a higher alcohol content. It's the weekend, don't you know? Joanna hiccuped, exhaling a puff of beer breath toward me. Feels pretty good. By the way, I heard you gambled on a shipping container today and made some money. Aren't you going to treat me to a meal? Of course I will. After all, in the bar, alongside John's assistants, Joanna's presence had alleviated many of my troubles. Besides, dining together is preferable to drinking. However, I underestimated Joanna's intentions. She meant for me to cook for her at my place. I've long heard that your cooking skills are exceptional. If you truly wish to treat me, then prepare a meal. I felt as though I had fallen into a trap. Nevertheless, it mattered not. I took Joanna to my shipping container residence, allowing her to see my living conditions, which might dispel her romantic notions. For now, all I wished was to accumulate wealth swiftly. Only then could I seek vengeance. As Joanna departed, she playfully winked at John while holding a bottle of an S&M. John gave her a thumbs up, wishing her success, though Zhu Yu was oblivious to the exchange. Upon arriving at the container, Joanna was pleasantly surprised. Not by the fact that Zhu Yu resided there, but rather by the remarkable tidiness of the space. Wow, Zhu, I never expected you to be such a neat freak. Joanna mused, unwilling to admit that her own villa was far less organized. For someone from Huaxia, this was quite ordinary. Zhu Yu began tidying up to prepare a meal. Since he was cooking, he decided to showcase his culinary skills, pleased to find ample supplies. He retrieved rice, washed it thoroughly, placed it in the rice cooker, and then proceeded to clean the fish. He intended to whip up a simple dish of scrambled eggs with green peppers, alongside steamed sea fish, stir-fried mapo tofu, and a seaweed egg drop soup to complete the meal. The abundance of seasonings available was a testament to the thriving business of the container shop. Many items, including various spices, had been discarded by treasure hunters, either as unwanted or due to inability to pay rent. Zhu Yu had collected quite a few of these treasures. Otherwise, enjoying authentic hometown cuisine would have been quite the challenge. Joanna, not one to remain idle, inquired, "Where are the cups?" Zhu Yu gestured towards the location of the cups and continued with his cooking. Besides the steamed fish, the other two dishes were quickly prepared. Joanna poured herself some wine, and the delightful aroma ignited her appetite. It smelled divine. She could hardly resist swallowing her saliva. If she were at home, she would have already dived in. But here, she had to maintain her composure. Curse this image. Zhu Yu, noticing Joanna's eager expression, chuckled as he handed her a pair of chopsticks, asking, "Do you know how to use these?" I've learned. Joanna replied, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. "Then you'll use this," Zhu Yu added, offering her a metal spoon and fork. No, I'll wait for you. All right, it will just take 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the two sat down at the table, each with a portion of rice. "Come, let's eat." Zhu Yu picked up his chopsticks and served Joanna a piece of fish, urging her to try his cooking. After graciously thanking him, she took a bite. Although she was mentally prepared, she was astonished by how delicious Zhu Yu's cooking was. Next, she turned her attention to the enticing scrambled eggs with green peppers, and then to the mapo tofu. "Oh my," Joanna exclaimed, realizing for the first time what spicy truly meant. She fanned herself vigorously. Although the tofu was fiery, she was reluctant to spit it out. Spicy yet delectable. A sip of wine to ease it. Zhu Yu restrained his laughter. He had not intended to tease Joanna, but her eager expression inspired that thought. Joanna downed her beer in one gulp, and then her spoon reached for the mapo tofu once more. As the saying goes, the spicier it is, the more one craves it. Before long, they had polished off 2 bottles of beer and emptied several others from Zhu Yu's stock. The next morning, upon awakening, Zhu Yu glanced at the still sleeping Joanna, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Ultimately, he had succumbed to basic desires and shared the bed with the girl. Last night, after finishing their drinks and engaging in conversation, their banter had led them to the bedroom. Perhaps it was the resolution of a long-sought problem and re-establishing contact with family that allowed Zhu Yu to release his pin-up emotions. Joanna had served as an excellent outlet for this. However, Zhu Yu was taken aback by Joanna's fervor, which surpassed his own. Fortunately, after acquiring the heavenly eye, his physical prowess had been significantly enhanced. Otherwise, victory was uncertain. Now, gazing at Joanna's figure, he felt stirred once more. As they regained their calm, the sun had risen high in the sky. After planting a kiss on Joanna, Zhu Yu dressed and was about to prepare a meal when John's call interrupted him. John's words caught Zhu Yu off guard, reddening his face. Just days prior, he had claimed to disregard romantic entanglements, yet here he was, having spent the night with a girl. His actions felt like a slap in the face. Joanna approached, wrapping her arms around Zhu Yu's waist, softly asking, "Darling, what are you saying?" Hearing Joanna's voice, John raised his volume. "Hey, Joanna, congratulations on winning over Zhu. He's a great guy." "All right, Zhu. I'm sending you the information on today's auction containers. It's up to you to decide." With that, he hung up. Joanna kissed Zhu Yu's ear and asked, "Do you have work today?" Zhu Yu nodded, apologetically replying, "Yes, I need to earn some money." "Is it for the auction containers?" "Yes. Can I come along?" Joanna inquired with curiosity. "Of course," Zhu Yu chuckled. "I believe you will bring me good luck." After a simple meal, Zhu Yu reviewed the auction containers for the day. To his embarrassment, the majority of containers up for auction belonged to the yard operated by Joanna's father, totaling 11 containers. Another yard had 5 containers available. Zhu Yu decided to visit the other yard, a smaller establishment. After an eventful night with Joanna, he felt nervous about meeting her family. Joanna, however, was unfazed. She simply wanted to accompany Zhu Yu. Along the way, Joanna, like a curious child, bombarded Zhu Yu with questions. Does it require a lot of money to bid on containers? What kind of things are inside? How can you tell if there are valuable items? I want to try bidding on a container too. Zhu Yu answered while inwardly lamenting. The daughter of a wealthy family is truly different. For me, this is a means of survival, while for her, it's merely a game. Upon reaching the yard, they found a dozen people already present, and the auction had commenced. The first container revealed 2 boxes of uncovered tools and several more inside. The auctioneer was not the same as yesterday, but his words flowed as quickly as ever, with the price soaring from $100 to $550 in no time. Zhu Yu pulled Joanna into the crowd, activating his heavenly eye to examine the contents, discovering a trove of automotive tools, prompting him to swiftly move on to the second container. The second container was filled with an array of wooden boards. To Zhu Yu's discerning eye, they were merely ordinary pine boards. However, the quantity was substantial, making this container a gamble without much potential. The third container was cluttered with assorted tools, concealing something under a tarpaulin. After peering through, Zhu Yu was delighted to find an oddly designed motorcycle. It seemed to be a valuable item. He made a mental note and quickly moved on to the fourth container. This one housed several very old items, coated in dust, suggesting it had been stored for a long time. There were ancient wooden boxes, metal barrels, cardboard boxes, and various other items simply placed inside. None appeared particularly valuable. The only intriguing item was an old-fashioned safe, clearly visible at the entrance. The safe stood open, revealing it to be empty. At that moment, the first container had reached a price of $1,100, with bids dwindling. Joanna, finding it amusing, leaned close to Zhu Yu and exclaimed, "I must bid on one. I want to try bidding on these next few, as long as it doesn't exceed the cost price." With Zhu Yu's encouragement, Joanna felt emboldened. Although Zhu Yu had only auctioned once before, his success from the previous day had already impressed Joanna greatly. The first container auction concluded with an Asian woman as the successful bidder. She cast a glance at Zhu Yu before commencing to sort through the contents of the container. The second container was opened with a starting bid of $200, attracting numerous bidders, including Joanna, who placed her bid twice. The price swiftly escalated to $1,000 or $2,000, prompting Zhu Yu to gesture to Joanna, indicating that further increments would yield little profit. The enthusiasm for this container waned significantly, and when the third container was opened, despite the obscured items within, few were inclined to bid. Ultimately, Joanna secured the container for $6,500. As she prepared to inspect its contents, Zhu Yu gestured for her to continue bidding. Upon the opening of the fourth container, the sight of its contents elicited immediate disdain from the bidders. Rubbish, lacking in value. The only item of potential interest was a safe, but it was empty, devoid of any treasures. The bidding commenced at $50, with Zhu Yu and an elderly Caucasian gentleman as the only participants. The elderly man seemed particularly irked by Zhu Yu, raising his bid in response to Zhu Yu's increases. When Zhu Yu bid $125, he swiftly countered with $150. After a moment's hesitation, the elder raised his bid once more. Zhu Yu declared his final bid of $200, suggesting to the elder that should he bid higher, the container would be his. Zhu Yu suspected the elderly gentleman was merely a shill, attempting to inflate the price and irritate him, as the contents of the container were evidently lacking in value. Indeed, the old man ceased to bid. Following his acquisition of the container, Zhu Yu remained undeterred, awaiting the unveiling of the fifth container. His audacity captured the attention of others present, yet Zhu Yu remained unconcerned. This environment differed greatly from his homeland. Here, modesty could be perceived as weakness, rendering one susceptible to exploitation. Standing at a height of 182 centimeters, Zhu Yu, though not as robust as his Western counterparts, possessed a certain imposing presence. As the fifth container was opened, Zhu Yu activated his discerning eye. Within lay treasures. The entrance was lined with porcelain, meticulously packed in boxes. A cursory glance revealed that most of the porcelain at the entrance bore damage, chipped corners, or cracks. However, there were a dozen intact boxes of porcelain within. Although Zhu Yu hailed from Huaxia, his knowledge of porcelain was limited to that of an average individual. The porcelain appeared ancient rather than modern, yet the quantity was substantial. Even if damaged, such a volume of antique porcelain could represent a significant fortune. Why would the owner abandon these items? This seemed illogical. Nevertheless, Zhu Yu was determined to bid on them. Upon the opening of the container, those clustered at the entrance quickly shifted their attention to Zhu Yu and the other Asian woman who had previously bid on the first container. Zhu Yu understood immediately. Porcelain was synonymous with Huaxia. These individuals had already deemed him and the other woman formidable competitors. What once could be acquired for mere tens of dollars at a flea market was now commanding bids in the thousands. Some bidders, upon sighting a Huaxia face, would instantly inflate the price tenfold. It felt as though Huaxia people were regarded as easy marks. Thus, when the auctioneer announced a base price of $300, Zhu Yu bid $350, only for the 7 or 8 other participants to promptly escalate the price to $1,100. Zhu Yu was taken aback. The Asian woman scrutinized the porcelain before declaring $1,500. Zhu Yu contemplated briefly and countered with $2,000. He raised his bid by $500, intending to intimidate some competitors. A few bewildered bidders immediately ceased their bidding. $2,100 came the response. But 2 bidders remained undeterred. $2,300, $3,000. The latter bid was made by the Asian woman. Zhu Yu was surprised. She seemed intent on acquiring these porcelain pieces. Upon further examination, he noticed that they appeared dulled, lacking the brilliance typical of fine porcelain. $3,500. A woman's voice rang out suddenly. Zhu Yu turned to find Joanna approaching. She leaned in closer and whispered, "Do you like them? If you do, I'll bid on them for you." Zhu Yu was taken aback. What was happening? Was she proposing to bid on his behalf? That wouldn't do. He gently patted Joanna's shoulder and replied, "No need. I have the funds. Moreover, there are some questionable aspects regarding these items." The Asian woman raised her bid once more. For $1,000. Joanna, having heard Zhu Yu's words, refrained from further bidding. However, the fervor had already been ignited between Zhu Yu and the woman. And while he dissuaded Joanna from bidding, he continued to participate, with others joining in. For $1,500. The bidding increment was originally $50. But Zhu Yu and the Asian woman were raising the stakes by $500. Zhu Yu believed the woman had recognized the porcelain's antiquity as well. Yet, this was not ordinary antique porcelain. It was likely maritime porcelain, and many pieces were somewhat damaged. Zhu Yu estimated there were about 60 pieces, with approximately 40 remaining intact. Crucially, these pieces were not produced by official kills. His discerning eye revealed no official markings, indicating they were likely not particularly valuable. Thus, when the bids reached $7,000, only Zhu Yu and the woman continued to participate. The woman approached Zhu Yu and softly remarked, "Why must we engage in self-destructive competition?" Her Mandarin carried a hint of a Central Plains accent. Zhu Yu pondered this and ultimately decided to relent. Although uncertain of the value of maritime porcelain, he was certain it would not be excessively valuable. Besides, they were compatriots. He could consider it a fortuitous connection. The Asian woman won the porcelain. "Thank you. My name is Helen," she said, handing Zhu Yu her business card before glancing at Joanna and adding, "You have a lovely girlfriend." With that, she turned and departed. Zhu Yu and Joanna began to organize their container. Joanna voiced her curiosity. "Why didn't you continue bidding on the previous container? If you were short on funds, I could help." Zhu Yu shook his head, replying, "Continuing to bid wouldn't yield much profit." He shared his speculations about the maritime porcelain with Joanna, explaining, "A portion of the porcelain is damaged. While the intact pieces hold some value, it is limited. I estimate the total worth to be around $10,000. Bidding further would be futile." Joanna nodded, somewhat understanding, and redirected her focus to the container she had won. She was quite pleased with Zhu Yu's patient explanation. In romantic relationships, who doesn't desire the other's undivided attention? As they unveiled the covering, revealing a motorcycle, Joanna exclaimed, "Harley." Zhu Yu was not well versed in motorcycles. Although he had heard of Harley, he lacked knowledge about its value. Conversely, Joanna was well-informed and educated. "Zhu Yu, this is a Harley motorcycle from the 1980s. Now it's considered a collectible. Let me take a look." Joanna examined the motorcycle model, its parts, and even attempted to start it. It's in excellent condition. I estimate it could sell for $10,000. I made a profit." Joanna could not help but turn around and embrace Zhu Yu, planting a kiss on his cheek. "My dear, the shipping container is indeed thrilling. My luck is truly remarkable. Let's take a look at the other items. They are merely parts and tools, worth a few $100s. A friend of mine has a father who collects these. I can give her a call. Zhu Yu was taken aback that Joanna even had a sales channel in mind. After making the call, Joanna sent a few photos over. Now, let us see what treasures await us in your container. I hope we will also uncover something delightful. Zhu Yu responded confidently. We will. Your luck will bring me fortune. Upon entering the container, Joanna's initial excitement quickly turned to disappointment as she surveyed the heaps of old items and even trash scattered about. However, when she spotted a safe, her eyes lit up, only to dim again upon discovering it was empty. It seems my luck isn't doing much after all. Zhu Yu, smiling, replied, Who says that? Your luck is splendid. It has indeed brought me good fortune. Really? Joanna questioned, somewhat incredulous. This is all worthless junk, essentially garbage. Where could the good stuff be? Chapter 9. Finding hidden gems requires insight. Zhu Yu picked up a tattered piece of clothing and dusted off the old safe, grinning. The most valuable item in this container is this safe. The safe? Joanna was slightly surprised and skeptical. Isn't it just an ordinary old safe? Not at all. Zhu Yu shook his head. This safe is at least 80 years old. 80 years? Is that true? Joanna was more familiar with motorcycles. But she was out of her depth regarding other items. Her knowledge of motorcycles was thanks to her friend. It is indeed true. Zhu Yu crouched down and pointed to a label on the safe. Look at this label. The current owner of this brand has been acquired. And the brand has been shelved. This means no new safes of this kind are being produced in the world anymore. I see. Joanna appeared to have gained new knowledge. Although Zhu Yu recognized her attempt to flatter him, he felt a sense of vanity satisfied. So how much is it worth? Joanna asked the pivotal question. Zhu Yu scrutinized the safe once more and offered an estimated price. It should sell for around $4,000. Oh my, Joanna exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. Between the two of us, we've made over $7,000 from these two containers. Even though Joanna was somewhat affluent, the day's earnings left her astounded. This is too easy to make money. Zhu Yu quickly tempered her enthusiasm. We mustn't think that way. Not all containers yield profit. We are simply fortunate, to be precise. Today is a lucky day for both of us. You have brought me good luck. He continued to wipe the safe as he spoke. Most people who bid on containers might only make dozens or hundreds of dollars, and some even incur significant losses. Though Zhu Yu was new to this field, he had observed for over half a month and shared with Joanna some stories of failed ventures he had encountered, hoping to dissuade her from underestimating the risks involved. Joanna smiled and linked her arm with Zhu Yu's, reassuring him, Don't worry, I won't come here to gamble on containers alone. We have so many expired containers at our yard. If I were truly interested, I could just sneak one open. Zhu Yu broke into a sweat. He had forgotten that this beautiful girl had a large yard at home, where dozens of expired or forgotten containers were left behind daily. At that moment, Joanna's phone rang. Upon answering, she discovered it was a classmate, informing her that they had arrived at the yard. Exiting the container, they spotted a middle-aged Caucasian man and a girl approaching. Andy, over here. Joanna waved. The tall girl with short hair came over, casting a curious glance at Zhu Yu, and asked Joanna, Is this your Prince Charming? Indeed. Joanna readily acknowledged. Hello, Uncle Ronald. Hello, Joanna. The middle-aged man greeted with a smile. And you, young lad from Huaxia, greetings. What is your name? I am Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu replied. Uncle Ronald, that motorcycle is the one I mentioned, the Harley I pulled from the container. You are quite lucky. Ronald genuinely admired. As such, fortune is not bestowed upon everyone. He approached and meticulously examined the motorcycle for over 10 minutes, before standing up with a smile. Not bad. It's a fine bike, well-maintained, no rust, and all original parts. Are you sure you want to sell? Absolutely. Joanna exclaimed enthusiastically. Well then, I can offer you $11,000. Deal. Joanna couldn't wait to respond. Originally expecting $10,000, the additional $1,000 was a pleasant surprise. And she was eager to finalize the transaction. Ronald took the motorcycle along with the parts and tools, while Zhu Yu called John, informing him about the collectible safe. After confirming the model, John promptly stated, This is quite rare. I know someone who would like to collect it. Just wait. Shortly thereafter, an unfamiliar call came through. Is this Zhu Yu? I am White. John mentioned you have an old-fashioned safe? What model is it? Zhu Yu relayed the model, and after several confirmations, the caller indicated he would come to take a look. While waiting, Zhu Yu and Joanna tidied up the rubbish from the container and took it to the outdoor dump. Joanna was enthusiastic about this work, as it was her first time doing such a task, and the prospect of profit spurred her on. 40 minutes later, a car arrived outside the yard. A short, middle-aged Caucasian man hurried over. Upon seeing Zhu Yu, he immediately inquired, Where's the safe? In there, Mr. White. Zhu Yu noticed a strong smell of machine oil emanating from the man. Is he into mechanics? Zhu Yu pondered as he followed White into the container, with Joanna curiously trailing behind. She found it hard to believe that such a small safe, comparable to a nightstand, could be worth thousands of dollars. If it were outside, she would likely not even spare it a glance. This is indeed authentic, White remarked after inspecting it for a while. I believe $3,500 is a fair price. Deal. Zhu Yu perceived that White was a decisive individual and opted not to haggle, settling the deal immediately. All right, here you go. White pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket and handed it over. Zhu Yu thought to himself that if he had tried to negotiate, it was likely the offer would have been withdrawn or the deal would have fallen through. A tidy profit of $3,300 was quite satisfactory. While assisting White in loading the safe into his vehicle, Zhu Yu and Joanna left with cheerful spirits. Shall we treat ourselves to something delicious? Joanna said, wrapping her arm around Zhu Yu's, suggesting a celebration. Sure, Zhu Yu assumed they would be heading to a restaurant. However, her idea of a treat meant having Zhu Yu cook. Leaning against Zhu Yu's arm, Joanna expressed her slight discontent. I have to go to class tomorrow. If I want to see you again, it will have to be next weekend. How bothersome. Zhu Yu, on the other hand, felt that this was quite agreeable. He could take this week to earn some money and improve his living conditions as he approached his goals, realizing that having such a beautiful girl in a container with him was somewhat inappropriate, even if Joanna didn't mind. And thus, they made a delightful decision together. Chapter 10. Did we lose money? After bidding a reluctant farewell to Joanna, Zhu Yu rubbed his lower back, feeling overwhelmed by the girl's enthusiasm. Due to the prospect of not seeing each other for a week, Chioen spent her afternoon idly, dragging Zichwai into a shipping container to play soldiers. As Chioen put it, she could only feel at ease after thoroughly exhausting Zichwai. Consequently, upon Chioen's departure, Zhy felt an unexpected sense of relief. The following day, invigorated, he ventured to the QB Axe bar, where Ji-ing was taken aback to see him and exclaimed with exaggerated mirth. I bet old P.O. that you wouldn't be up before 10. I can't believe you actually got up. You've cost me $10. Zhy chuckled in response. You clearly don't know me well enough. The two erupted into laughter. Ji-ing handed Zhy a piece of paper stating, this contains the list and quantity of the containers slated for auction today. You might want to take a look. Zhy accepted the paper, expressing gratitude. Thank you. Ji-ing waved him off. No need for thanks. This is an investment. As Zhy departed the bar, he purchased a sandwich on the way to Chion's auction site, where 8 containers were to be auctioned that day. Previously, Zhy had preferred to start with smaller auctions to avoid competition and minimize expenditure. However, from his last experience, he realized that treasure hunters would not overlook any nearby auction. Thus, he decided to head straight to the larger auction. While smaller auctions had their conveniences, larger ones offered significant advantages, often housing more valuable items. Upon entering, the potential for significant profit was evident, with opportunities to earn what an average person might take months to accumulate. Yet, the competition was fierce, as many items were immediately visible upon opening the containers, leaving little room for hidden treasures. Upon arriving at the auction site, Zhy noticed several individuals already waiting. Some munched on hamburgers or sandwiches, clearly having skipped breakfast in their haste to arrive. Most of these individuals resided in the city and had arrived early at the port for their chance at a hidden gem. MDN, DIN, and HILN were present, but neither of the Chi NGS appeared. Familiar faces mingled with strangers, as the treasure hunting community at New York Harbor was extensive, with many relying on this pursuit for their livelihoods. Even seasoned individuals like MDN and DIN couldn't claim to know every treasure hunter in attendance. The 8 containers stood prominently in the center of the auction site, though the auctioneer had yet to arrive. The manager and several workers were already present. Zhy observed the manager and noted that he bore no resemblance to Chioen. MDN strolled over and greeted Zhy. Hey H. To which Zhy replied, Hello, MDN. He gestured towards the manager and inquired, Who is that? MDN responded, ceoromance, the manager of this auction site. Oversees it for Mr. Liu BT. You didn't know? Zhy smiled. Now I do. After all, I am still a novice and far from your level. MDN chuckled. You have a good eye. You'll be a dark horse in this industry. Zhy smiled in return. It turned out that the manager was not Chion's father, whose name was actually Liu BT. As he pondered this information, Zhy approached the first container and began to inspect its contents. Inside, he discovered 7 or 8 travel bags. At first glance, he recognized the logo on one of the bags. It was from the esteemed brand Traveler. Such bags were not inexpensive. It was unlikely that an ordinary person would possess one. Upon further inspection, Zhy found the bags filled with miscellaneous items, clothing, books, and small appliances, all haphazardly arranged. Unsure of their value, he decided not to dwell on them. Turning to the next container, Zhy was taken aback to find several weapons inside. There were vintage shotguns, old-fashioned Maxim machine guns, and military uniforms, with the shotguns in a weapons box, the Maxim covered with cloth, and military attire hanging on a rack at the entrance. However, upon closer inspection, he realized these were merely replicas. They were props. Zhy noted this container before moving on. The third container held a collection of large toys. Just as he was about to examine them closely, a voice interrupted him. Are you here to bid too? How about continuing our collaboration? Zhy turned to see Hiln. He shook his head. I have too few cards to play. Let's stick to our own paths. Hiln, noticing the strength of MDN, DIN, and others, realized she could not compete and sought to team up with Zhy. However, she was taken aback by his refusal and left with a sour expression. This reaction displeased Zhy. He had previously extended a favor to her, and now she was sliding him over a mere rejection of collaboration. It seemed best to sever ties with her. Taking a moment to compose himself, Zhy prepared to examine the third container more closely and discovered that the toys were from amusement parks and were rather large. There appeared to be 2 sets, but they were not complete, making it difficult to assess their value, and he ultimately decided to pass. The fourth container contained neatly arranged boxes filled with suits, shirts, and other work attire. The fifth container held several boxes of hardware tools, including drill bits and jacks. Feeling a bit dizzy, Zhy closed his eyes and decided to stop looking. At that moment, the auctioneer arrived, hastily consuming a sandwich while glancing at the manager. CHRS nodded at him, prompting the auctioneer to raise his hands and announce, "The auction is now officially underway. Let us open the first container." Upon opening the first container, it was evident to all that many attendees were captivated. The traveler bags were well known among treasure hunters for their value. Speculating about the contents, many began to eagerly prepare for bidding. The auctioneer, a seasoned professional, quickly assessed the situation and proclaimed, "The opening bid is set at $1,000. With each increment no less than $100. Let the bidding commence." Instantly, a flurry of hands shot up. The auctioneer's prowess was on full display as he called out, $1,100, $1,200, $1,300, $1,500. His voice, clear and resonant, echoed like Mongolian throats singing, effortlessly enunciating each figure without wavering. The price quickly soared to $5,000. Yet even then, it continued to rise rapidly. Observing this escalation, Zhy refrained from placing a single bid. With only $15,000 at his disposal, he knew it would be insufficient for this container. As expected, after a mere 10 minutes, only 3 bidders remained, and the auction price had reached $28,000. Everyone speculated about the treasures likely hidden within such a valuable bag. Zhy overheard discussions indicating that these second-hand traveler bags alone could fetch $5,000 or $6,000. Realizing he had to forfeit, he acknowledged that his funds were still inadequate. Chapter 11. The Advantages of Expertise. As the second container was opened, prospective bidders hurried to the front for a closer look, while an assistant brought by CHRS stepped forward to maintain order. In Zhy's view, their primary intention was to prevent anyone from crossing the boundary of the container. Otherwise, what would be the point of gambling on the containers? To truly assess the goods would defeat the purpose of the gamble. To Zhy's astonishment, one individual was equipped with an 8-power monocular, peering inside. What an impressive setup. What was happening here? Was this a dilapidated collection room? Why were all the items so outdated? Could it be that the original container owner was a veteran? The crowd openly speculated. One individual ventured a plausible hypothesis. Could it be props? An epiphany struck someone. For use in a film? The auctioneer, seeing that everyone had taken a good look, promptly initiated the bidding. The starting bid is set at $500, with a minimum increment of $100. The auction commences. Mr. Ma Deng bids $1,000, $1,000, $1,200. Zhu Yu expresses admiration once again. The price skyrockets to $5,000 within a minute. Unable to restrain himself, Zhu Yu places another bid. The auctioneer, somewhat taken aback, gestures towards him, stating, "All right." The young man from Huaxiao bids $5,100, $5,100, $5,100. This causes a pause in the bidding. However, Helen raises her hand once more, $5,500. The auctioneer promptly adjusts his call, $5,500, $5,500. Many in the crowd begin to inquire about Zhu Yu's background. Every new face is scrutinized. Zhu Yu is no stranger to auctions, thus he remains unfazed. At this juncture, only 3 individuals remain in the bidding. Old Ma Deng persists. Helen continues to hold her ground, and a bald African-American, whom Zhu Yu has seldom encountered, is referred to as Thomas by those nearby. After Zhu Yu made his last bid, he refrained from further offers, yet he believed this container was worth the gamble. $8,500. Zhu Yu raises his hand once more. Instantly, several who had previously given up redirect their attention towards him. This Huaxiao lad is quite audacious. He dares to contend with Thomas for the container. Perhaps he is unaware of the peril he faces, some jeer. Zhu Yu remains undeterred. This slight provocation does not affect him. Helen withdraws her bid. Ma Deng increases the offer to $9,000. To intimidate the two contenders, Thomas boldly bids $10,000. After placing his bid, he provocatively glances at Zhu Yu. Ma Deng hesitates. Zhu Yu contemplates and raises his bid again, $11,000. Should the price escalate beyond this, he will withdraw. It is essential to reserve funds for subsequent containers. Oh, someone has outbid Thomas. There are murmurs of excitement. Initially, Thomas intended to concede, but upon hearing this, he immediately becomes incensed, exclaiming, "No one makes Thomas yield in such circumstances." $12,000. Ma Deng shakes his head in surrender. Zhu Yu focuses intently, utilizing his keen insight to assess the interior of the props. They are exceptionally crafted. Even the internal structure has been replicated. After a moment's hesitation, he overturns his earlier decision and raises his bid again, $12,500. If these props were to be sold, their value could reach $20,000. As long as the bid does not exceed $15,000, it is worth contending for. With this increase, Thomas hesitates. The individual who initially spoke up chimes in again. "What's the matter, Thomas? Are you scared? If you lack funds, I can lend you some. Don't let this Huaxiao fellow outshine us. We support you." Zhu Yu finds this person exceedingly distasteful. He turns to look, spotting a short Latino youth, around 25 or 26 years old. Upon noticing Zhu Yu's gaze, he spat on the ground and provocatively said, "What's wrong, Huaxiao lad? Not satisfied? Care to give it a try?" He then turned to Thomas and proclaimed loudly, "Thomas, raise your bid, or I'll lose respect for you." However, Thomas spat back at him, "Shut up, Todd. Don't use such petty tactics to provoke me. If you have issues with the Huaxiao lad, why don't you bid yourself? I won't be fooled. If you want to bid, go ahead. I'm done with this container." With that, he strolled over to the entrance of container number 3. Todd was left dumbfounded. His attempt to stir the pot backfired, leading to ridicule from others nearby. "Todd, didn't you look down on the Huaxiao lad? Why aren't you bidding?" Todd's face flushed crimson as he glanced at the auctioneer, who had already adjusted his call, $12,500. "Todd, will you raise your bid?" Todd declared loudly, "No, I'm leaving." Zhu Yu successfully acquired the container. He felt it necessary, when time allows, to teach Todd a lesson. Just because of his single remark, Zhu Yu incurred an additional expense of $1,500. That equates to a substantial sum in RMB. It could buy a second-hand Huawei Porsche phone. However, Zhu Yu did not immediately enter the container. He still had over $2,000 on hand, and wanted to see if he could uncover any hidden treasures among the remaining items. While the auction atmosphere had been intense, after its conclusion, nearly everyone adhered to the rules and vacated Zhu Yu's purchased container. He had ample time to organize this container. Earlier, he had observed that adjacent containers held large toys. Upon opening the cabinet door, those knowledgeable began to bid eagerly. Zhu Yu had examined the 4th and 5th containers, which contained work uniforms and carpets. He squeezed to the outskirts of the crowd and, taking advantage of their distraction, began to scrutinize the 6th, 7th, and 8th containers. The 6th contained several open boxes stacked with clothes, records, and various odds and ends. Behind the cabinet lay steel pipes, an oven, and several boxes of books. The only valuable item appeared to be the oven. It seemed that even large warehouses utilized containers as storage. The 7th container surprisingly housed a car. Though tempted, Zhu Yu bypassed it. The 8th container displayed an array of wooden carvings, rich in African style. These items held considerable value, and Zhu Yu felt he could not afford them, given his limited funds. The work uniforms were purchased by Helen for $4,000, as she claimed they belonged to a mid-range brand. Unexpectedly, the Latino Todd secured the container with the oven for $500. Ma Deng acquired the vehicle for $30,000, asserting it was an older model, collectible. Ultimately, the wooden carvings were claimed by another African-American for an impressive $18,000. Thus, all containers were auctioned off within an hour. Zhu Yu then began to inspect the props. Chapter 12. Can this be a bargain? First, he lifted the old-fashioned Maxim gun from beneath the cloth. The stout, water-cooled barrel appeared to be crafted from brass, exuding a formidable presence. The tripod was a deep black, free from any rust. It was heavy, evidently reinforced. After displaying this, Zhu Yu proceeded to remove the boxes one by one. His strength had notably increased, at least more than it had been back in his home country. Opening one box, he discovered it lined with wood shavings, containing 2 hunting rifles or antique guns. They appeared very old, reminiscent of flintlock firearms. Zhu Yu picked one up, aiming it skyward at a 45-degree angle, feeling its weight and quality. The wood, he recognized as walnut, was exquisitely crafted. It possessed the essence of a genuine firearm, akin to a collectible piece. Unfortunately, it was ultimately just a prop. As Zhu Yu extracted the machine gun and rifles, he immediately attracted considerable attention. Although the auction had concluded, most attendees lingered, eager to discover what treasures the container might yield. It was both an opportunity for enlightenment and knowledge. Upon seeing the guns Zhu Yu had brought forth, many gathered around. Thomas exclaimed in astonishment, "Are these real guns? They must be quite valuable. If they are authentic and in such excellent condition, they could be worth at least $50,000. Ma Deng interjected, visibly regretful. Thomas and the others displayed expressions of shock. If these were genuine, Zhu Yu could earn nearly $40,000 from this single container. That amounts to a staggering 240,000 RMB, a sum many would struggle to earn in a year. Todd, also among the crowd, remarked sourly, "I doubt they are real." Zhu Yu nodded, replying, "Indeed, they are not real, they are props." "So they are props." Todd brightened immediately, exclaiming, "Forget 50,000. They might not even be worth 5,000. Ha. Observing his gloating demeanor, some individuals joined in laughter and jeering, while a few others furrowed their brows. The majority sought fortune amicably, and such a person was not favored by the crowd. Lao Maiden approached, picking up another hunting rifle, examining it meticulously before leisurely stating, "If it is merely a prop, then it surely cannot be valued at $50,000. Todd laughed even louder. However, a prop of such exquisite craftsmanship holds collectible value. Even at a lower price, it must be worth over $30,000. Todd's laughter abruptly ceased. $30,000. After expenses, this Huaxiao lad netted a profit of $17,500. A substantial sum indeed. Utter nonsense. Todd cursed, his face darkening as he turned to leave. Others exhibited expressions of envy or jealousy. Nonetheless, such occurrences were quite common among treasure hunters. With keen insight and fortune on their side, one could turn a small investment into a significant gain. Those who managed to survive long within the ranks of treasure seekers invariably had 1 or 2 lucky finds under their belts. The crowd gradually dispersed, and Lao Maiden inquired of Zhu Yu, "So, will you sell it?" $30,000, I will buy? Zhu Yu shook his head, smiling as he replied, "Thank you. But I have an agreement with Lao John. All items must first pass through his hands." Lao Maiden lamented, "Lao John's investment truly exhibits foresight. Zhu, your luck is remarkably good. Congratulations." After saying this, he began to pack his belongings. Zhu Yu continued to remove items from the container, discovering several old military uniforms that were evidently aged. Bullet pouches, canteens, and firearm maintenance components constituted nearly a complete set. Once he had extracted and organized everything, Zhu Yu called John. "What? A collectible prop gun? Send me a photo, and I shall take a look." Zhu Yu snapped a picture and sent it, then began tidying up the refuse. He increasingly felt the need to purchase a vehicle. He had his eye on a Ford Raptor, intending to acquire a used one first. Whether for escape or transporting goods, it would facilitate the process. The refuse was not extensive, so Zhu Yu soon found himself idle. He noticed that most people had begun loading their vehicles, and that even Todd had contacted someone to dispose of the garbage. Typically, treasure hunters only took valuable items. Those deemed worthless were either discarded or collected by dedicated individuals. For instance, old clothing and insignificant secondhand electronics were sought after. Zhu Yu decided to turn on his camera and record a video, contemplating that there might be viewers back home. Within Todd's container, he had taken the oven and sold the remainder to a scrap collector for $100. Zhu Yu instinctively used his keen perception to examine the items, and his eyes widened. Upon closer inspection, he realized that amidst the refuse, there were indeed treasures. He quickly approached the scrap collector and said, "I need a steel pipe. Would you sell me yours for $10? The collector instinctively countered, "No way, at least $20. $20? If it were an ordinary steel pipe, it would only cost a few dollars." However, these individuals were accustomed to inflating prices when others were in need. Zhu Yu did not negotiate further and handed over $20. Although the collector appeared somewhat perplexed, sensing he might have undersold himself, he accepted the money and relinquished the pipe to Zhu Yu. Todd, carrying the oven and heading out, mocked Zhu Yu for spending $20 on a mere steel pipe, exclaiming, "Zhu, you Huaxiao lad, do you have money to waste? $20 for a pipe worth only $3 or $4 is truly foolish." However, Maiden and Helen regarded Zhu Yu's actions as anything but trivial. Zhu Yu chose to ignore Todd, perceiving him as a rabid dog incessantly fixated on him, likely harboring racial prejudices. He tucked away his phone, set down the pipe, and stepped forward, delivering a punch to Todd's face. Todd was sent flying. In midair, he bore an expression of disbelief. "How dare you strike me?" Zhu Yu withdrew his hand and sternly warned the prostrate Todd, "If you dare speak again like that, next time I shall make your face resemble a rotten peach blossom." He then brandished the steel pipe, causing Todd to retreat, mistakenly believing he was about to be struck. Zhu Yu contemptuously remarked, "Do you know? This steel pipe is worth at least $500. You are simply too foolish to recognize its value." "You claim there is something within?" Maiden inquired, astonished. "I believe so, Zhu Yu had already prepared his response. Look, the ends of this steel pipe are sealed, and the color slightly differs. Therefore, I surmise it must contain something. Witnessing Zhu Yu's confidence piqued their interest even further. Absolutely impossible. Todd had already risen, wiping his nose in disbelief. He could not fathom that Zhu Yu might have stumbled upon a treasure. Chapter 13. Silver coins hidden within the steel pipe. Zhu Yu cast a scornful glance at Todd. Do you not believe? Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant. The presence of contents within will not change based on your disbelief. Maiden took the pipe, shaking it, and inquiring with some doubt. There is no sound within, Zhu. How can you be so sure? Because the weight is inconsistent, Zhu Yu asserted confidently. If it were pure steel, it would be slightly lighter. If it were a steel pipe, it would be a bit heavier. Yet, I still believe it contains something. At that moment, an enthusiastic individual retrieved a cordless angle grinder from their tool truck and offered it to Zhu Yu. If there is something inside, we shall find out. Zhu Yu was surprised that they had such tools readily available. Truly professional. He envisioned that once he acquired his raptor, he would need to equip himself with tools as well. Zhu Yu accepted the grinder, switched it on, and began to carefully cut into one end of the steel pipe. Someone nearby grew impatient, urging Zhu Yu, cut a bit more. It's inconvenient to cut it like that. Zhu Yu remained silent. There was no need to engage with such fools or those intent on causing trouble. After cutting open the pipe, he revealed a bundle of paper inside. Setting down the grinder, he slowly extracted the bundle, uncovering the contents within the steel pipe. Indeed, there was something. Maiden gasped. Initially skeptical, he was now convinced that Zhu Yu's conjecture was accurate. This lad truly dared to take a gamble. Zhu Yu gradually raised one end of the pipe, allowing its contents to spill out. Silver coins. My heavens! Someone exclaimed. The pipe, at least 2 meters in length, if filled entirely with silver coins, would represent a considerable fortune, even if the coins were of the least value. Todd stood at the back of the crowd, consumed with jealousy. This money was rightfully his. Zhu Yu merely tipped out 2 silver coins, then held the pipe in his hand, ceasing further extraction. He picked up the 2 coins for closer examination. 1875. United States of America, trade dollar. This was an 1875 American trade silver dollar, known for the depiction of Lady Liberty holding a flower. Maiden confirmed the identity of the coin as Zhu Yu recited its inscription. How could this trade coin appear domestically? Someone questioned. The silver bore some stains, and a discerning eye could tell it was not counterfeit. Based on its condition, Maiden estimated its value to be around $1,000. There must be dozens within that pipe. The Huaxiao lad has struck it rich. Zhu Yu shook his head and tipped the pipe again, retrieving 3 more coins, then declared there were no more. Peering into the light, Zhu Yu shrugged. That's all. These 5 are all there is. 5 coins, worth at least $5,000. Yet, how much did Zhu Yu spend? $20. A profit margin of 250 times. This number seems remarkably familiar. Jealousy gleamed in the eyes of everyone present. This young man from Huaxia is extraordinarily fortunate. Ma Deng patted Zhu Yu's shoulder, saying, Zhu, your luck and insight are truly commendable. Afterward, he turned to tidy up his belongings. Zhu Yu expressed his gratitude to the person who had used the angle grinder, collected his silver coins, and then turned to find Todd sneaking around his prop guns. He immediately shouted, Todd, what do you think you're doing? Todd hastily stood up, his eyes darting, and replied, I was just looking at your props. However, he quickly pointed out, that steel pipe came from me. Shouldn't you share some of it? Zhu Yu coldly retorted, get lost. Todd took a couple of steps back, but his tone grew arrogant. Yellow-skinned kid. Remember, this is ultimately the beautiful country. Just wait and see. With that, he turned to gather his things. Zhu Yu felt a flicker of unease. Todd was not a good person and would not resort to legitimate means against him. What was his plan? To team up with someone to rob, or to steal, or perhaps frame him? Zhu Yu took out his phone, thinking how fortunate he was to have made some preparations earlier. At that moment, a boxy truck arrived at the cargo area. A striking woman in her 30s stepped out, scanning the surroundings before making her way directly towards Zhu Yu. Hello. I'm Judy, sent by John to meet you. You must be Zhu Yu, right? Yes, Zhu Yu said, shaking her hand, feeling quite surprised. He had expected someone robust to be acquiring these prop guns, but instead, it was a refined woman. May I see these props? Judy inquired. Of course, Zhu Yu replied. He had just checked the prop guns Todd had looked at and was relieved to find they were undamaged. Otherwise, he would not have let Todd leave. Judy squatted down, picked up a prop shotgun, and examined it closely. Soon, she frowned. This prop gun is incorrect. It's missing a crucial component. Zhu Yu was taken aback and hurried over as Judy pointed it out to him. He immediately picked up another gun and discovered the part was still there. He quickly understood and turned to Todd, who was about to leave, loudly declaring, Todd, did you take the component from this gun? Todd feigned innocence. What are you talking about? I don't know. All I know is you sneakily took something worth $5,000 from me. Upon hearing this, Judy's gaze towards Zhu Yu shifted. Being of Asian descent, Zhu Yu was indeed a minority in America. He did not wish to bear such a negative reputation and vehemently defended himself. At that moment, a police car arrived. A black police officer stepped out and asked, "Who called the police?" Todd, hearing this, was overjoyed. "It was I who called. This yellow-skinned kid used tricks to take my property worth $5,000. He is now falsely accusing me of damaging his prop gun. I request that you arrest him and compensate me for my reputational damage." Seeing the police arrive, Judy immediately stood aside, indicating her disconnection from the matter. Zhu Yu shouted, "I have an explanation." Todd retorted angrily. That police officer looked at Zhu Yu. "Do you have anything else to say?" Zhu Yu quickly responded, "Of course. He just retaliated against me out of jealousy and took parts from my prop gun. That component must be hidden on him." Todd arrogantly replied, "I haven't tea. Unless you have proof, what can you do to me?" The onlookers, including Judy, viewed Zhu Yu with skepticism. Although Todd was of Latin descent, his status in America was perceived as superior to Zhu Yu's as an Asian. Thus, he was likely to have the upper hand with the police. Judy subtly worried for Zhu Yu, noticing that he was a reasonable person. Yet, some police officers here were not inclined to reason. Ma Deng and the others chose to observe passively. They had no objection to embellishing Zhu Yu's situation, but were unwilling to assist him in a time of need. Not taking advantage of his predicament was already a favor to old John. At that moment, Todd was brimming with delight. He had long harbored ill feelings towards this young man from Huaxia. Now he aimed to use the police to punish him. Chapter 14. Laying low. He politely asked me, "Do you have anything to say regarding this gentleman's accusations?" "Indeed, I do." I glanced at Todd and said with a sneer, "Todd is spewing nonsense. Not a single word he says is true." Todd, emboldened, retorted, "Where's the evidence? Do you have any proof for your claims?" "Of course." I raised my phone. When I bought the steel pipe, I happened to activate my phone's recording function. I then played the recording for the officer. Todd appeared flustered, yet he stubbornly insisted. "Who knows when that recording was made? I believe it cannot serve as evidence." The officer disregarded him and took my phone to examine it. In the recording, my hand held the phone as I approached the person collecting garbage, haggled, and purchased the steel pipe for $20, followed by conversations with Todd and several others. After viewing it, the officer turned to Todd sternly. "This evidence indicates that you are lying. If you cannot provide substantial evidence, this gentleman can completely sue you for defamation. What do you have to say?" Todd panicked. He realized that even if he did not know this officer, logically, the police should have immediately subdued that young man from Huaxia and taken him away, not the other way around. Seeing Todd speechless, the officer directly pulled out his handcuffs. Todd grew even more anxious and quickly said, "Sir, I should not have called the police. It was my fault. Please let me go." Not all Latin individuals resist the police. At least Todd was not one of those. "Then you must seek forgiveness from this gentleman." The officer shrugged and pointed at me. Todd was momentarily stunned. While he felt no shame in pleading for mercy from the officer, he hesitated to do so before me. "Choose one. I take you away or you apologize to me." "I apologize to you." Todd gritted his teeth and walked up to me, muttering, "Zhu, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have let jealousy cloud my judgment and falsely accused you. I apologize." He knew that uttering these words would cost him his reputation in the port area. Yet, to avoid being arrested, he had no choice but to comply. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Todd hesitated momentarily. I whispered, "If it comes to the police searching you, you'll be in trouble." Reluctantly, Todd pulled out a component from his pocket and handed it to me. I understood that Todd was compelled to apologize and did not genuinely feel remorse. However, I was already quite satisfied with this outcome. The officer nodded and turned to leave. Ma Deng approached me, exclaiming loudly, "Zhu, you did well. Todd, Zhu saved you. If the police had searched you, you would have been finished. At least a few months in jail." The others echoed similar sentiments. Although Todd despised me, he had to force a smile and agree with their words. It was quite gratifying. As the crowd dispersed, Todd hurriedly left. Judy approached me and inquired, "Zhu, do you know that officer?" I shook my head and pointed at the props, asking, "Do you still want them?" "Yes, of course," she replied. I did not wish for Judy to engage further. Her earlier attempt to distance herself had wounded my pride. "Then let us discuss the price." I moved forward to attach the component, but struggled a bit. Judy took the part and assembled it, testing it before placing the gun down with satisfaction. After examining everything, Judy contemplated and said the most valuable item is that Maxim gun, followed by the two old rifles. Initially, I mistook them for vintage shotguns. Altogether, they are worth $25,000. That is far too low. It should be at least $30,000. I voiced my dissatisfaction. "All right, deal." Judy readily agreed. I was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that I had been deceived. This Judy likely anticipated my urge to haggle. A cunning woman indeed. Once the words were spoken, there was no turning back. I accepted $30,000, and Judy smiled as she had someone load the items onto a cart. As she departed, she specifically remarked, "Zhu, you are a fine trading partner. If similar items arise in the future, do remember to contact me." I vowed never to reach out to her again. Although I had made a considerable profit, I felt rather discontented. There was certainly more than just those 5 silver coins involved. Yet, even those 5 had driven Todd to madness. If I revealed any more, I might find myself in deep trouble. The steel pipe had been ground open, revealing several crumpled papers, each concealing a variety of items. Upon opening them, I discovered silver coins, small gold nuggets, and surprisingly, glass shards. Zhu Yu furrowed his brow. Why on earth were such worthless items hidden among them? Surely, this could not be mere glass. Was it possible that they were uncut transparent gemstones? After a thorough examination, I found a total of 21 silver coins, 3 gold nuggets, and 5 glass shards that were suspected to be gemstones. That was all. Zhu Yu felt puzzled. This could be deemed a small treasure. Who would be so careless as to discard such items? Or had they simply forgotten? I speculated 2 possibilities. Either they truly forgot, or the original owner of the steel pipe was unaware of the contents within. Zhu Yu wrapped up the items and headed to the 7 Axes bar. Upon seeing Zhu Yu, old John smiled and said, "Zhu, it seems you had a bountiful day today. Judy mentioned your good fortune." Zhu Yu placed the small package on the counter, opened it, and remarked, "Perhaps this month is my lucky month. I must seize this opportunity to accumulate more wealth." John opened the package and, upon seeing the silver coins, raised his eyebrows. "Well-preserved little treasures, aren't they? Is this a sapphire raw stone?" Old John glanced at Zhu Yu. "Zhu, your luck is extraordinary. Such items are not easily obtained." Zhu Yu smiled, but remained silent. "By the way, I heard you crossed paths with that troublemaker Todd. Do you want me to have a word with him?" "No need, I can handle it myself. There are some Latino groups in the port area. Although Todd is not a core figure among them, offending him is tantamount to offending his associates, so you must be cautious in the future." Zhu Yu felt a shiver run down his spine. Such words indicated real trouble. "I suggest you lay low for a while," old John advised. "Tomorrow, there will be a luggage auction at the airport. You might want to give it a try." "All right." Zhu Yu immediately agreed. "These little treasures. I'll help you find buyers. I believe they are worth at least $50,000. "Zhu, you truly astonish me." Zhu Yu chuckled. "Is it luck?" "Not really. I merely possess an extraordinary insight, nothing more." Chapter 15, A Fated Encounter. After leaving old John, Zhu Yu purchased a bottle of wine and arrived at an apartment. A police car was parked outside. Zhu Yu knocked on the door, and to his surprise, the officer who had appeared at the dock earlier was inside. "Paul, thank you for today," Zhu Yu said, handing him the wine. "Otherwise, that troublemaker Todd might have succeeded." "I don't think he could have succeeded," Paul replied, accepting the wine and inviting Zhu Yu inside. "I'll pass for now. I still need to buy some things and earn more tomorrow." "What perplexes me about you Chinese is your approach to saving," Paul shrugged. "It's one thing for the elderly to save, but you, a young man, have earned quite a bit of money yet refuse to spend it. That hardly seems like the behavior of youth." "I save for a purpose," Zhu Yu smiled, turning to leave. "Be careful, Todd won't let this go easily. Watch out for his retaliation." Paul called out from the door. "Contact me if anything comes up." Zhu Yu waved goodbye as he walked away. Paul was old John's nephew and worked at the police station in the port area. So when Todd threatened to call the police, Zhu Yu knew he had the upper hand upon seeing Paul arrive. The next morning, Zhu Yu borrowed John's second-hand pickup truck and headed to the airport. At the luggage department, a crowd of about a dozen people had gathered. Zhu Yu scanned the area but did not recognize anyone. After a while, someone emerged, announcing loudly, "Today's rules are as follows. There are a total of 300 bags, divided into 3 piles. Each pile is worth $10,000. Those interested should come forward to register and pay." As soon as the person finished speaking, complaints erupted in the crowd. "Why the change in rules? Isn't it usually 5 or 10 bags at a time? Damn it, I didn't bring that much money. This is ridiculous. These people keep changing the rules." Zhu Yu thought to himself that $10,000 for 100 bags averaged out to a mere $100 each. What a gamble. He raised his hand and exclaimed, "I'm in," and squeezed his way through. The disgruntled crowd immediately turned their attention to Zhu Yu, most of them casting unkind glances his way. Clearly, they believed Zhu Yu was disrupting their plans. Their complaints were likely aimed at pressuring for a lower price or altering the rules. However, Zhu Yu paid no heed to their glares. Why should he care about the opinions of a bunch of strangers? "All right, you're in." The person in charge immediately pointed at Zhu Yu. He had overheard the earlier conversation and thought things might fall through, but Zhu Yu's appearance had changed everything. Zhu Yu approached, asking, "Can I select a pile now?" "Of course." The person in charge deliberately announced loudly. "The first person to enter may choose from any of the 3 piles of luggage, the second from the remaining 2, and the third will only have access to what is left." "Well then, we have already sold 100. Who else is interested?" The others hesitated, but Zhu Yu swiftly stepped inside. Every day, travelers lose or intentionally abandon their luggage at the airport, after being left unclaimed for a while. The airport holds auctions for these bags, much like the container auctions. In the vast luggage warehouse, 3 large piles of bags were displayed, each a mix of various types. A few individuals were on guard, and after Zhu Yu paid, he began to select. You need to be quick, the cashier warned, before the next group arrives. You must decide which pile to choose. Zhu Yu nodded and activated his keen insight. Inside the bags were clothes, toys, books, small appliances, and an array of other items. Everything one could imagine. Before arriving, Zhu Yu had done his homework. The most valuable items in travelers' bags are typically laptops, cameras, and lenses. Thus, after scanning the first pile, he swiftly turned his gaze to the second. At that moment, footsteps approached from behind. After glancing at the second pile, Zhu Yu quickly scanned the third. By now, his head was spinning. At this moment, Zhu Yu cursed the individual who had plotted against him. If it weren't for that person, he would have been able to obtain another jade pendant and practice, allowing his insight to develop more effectively. Have you made your selection? The cashier asked, a hint of impatience in his tone. Yes. Zhu Yu pointed at the third pile of luggage. I choose this one. All right. The cashier responded, his expression softening upon seeing Zhu Yu's promptness. You can take these bags away. Zhu Yu's expression darkened. 100 bags. Well, they were not particularly large. His second-hand pickup truck, combined with some ropes, should suffice. He drove the truck to the entrance and began to load the bags. In the domestic realm, one could undoubtedly expect assistance from the staff. However, here, it seemed futile. 100 pieces of luggage filled not only the truck bed, but also the back seat and passenger seat. Zhu Yu halted his vehicle in front of an external trash bin. Determined to try his luck, he retrieved a suitcase from the passenger seat and pried it open with a screwdriver. Inside, he discovered several garments, a charger, a power bank, and a couple of books. He set the clothes, charger, and books aside, discarding the remnants and the suitcase itself. Without a key, even a designer suitcase proved useless, and this one appeared to be of inferior quality. He continued to open more suitcases, and while the clutter in the truck increased, the number of suitcases diminished. Nonetheless, he had gleaned some valuables, 3 computers in total, 2 being Apple and 1 an IBM, which was essentially Lenovo. There was also a camera and several lenses, all of which could easily fetch thousands of dollars. Yet, there remained an abundance of luggage. Zhu Yu transitioned from a curious scavenger to a numb participant. Indeed, people from all walks of life existed. He unearthed 8 massage devices and dozens of boxes of condoms. Were these individuals attending an unrestricted gathering? As the trash bin approached its capacity, Zhu Yu hastily drove off in search of another one. Soon, he stumbled upon a compact pink suitcase, astonishingly unlocked. Zhu Yu felt a surge of joy. Finally, there was no need for destruction. Upon opening it, he found a small speaker, several albums, a notebook, and a few books, all relatively valueless. Disappointed, he was inexplicably drawn to flip through one of the albums. The first page revealed a vibrant photograph of a beautiful girl. A Huaxia girl who appeared to be a university student. She was not of the typical influencer mold, possessing a slightly round face and long, straight black hair. Her body turned slightly as she playfully gazed at the camera, though in reality, her attention was directed at the lens. Zhu Yu's heart raced. This girl was undeniably captivating. He felt as though he had been struck by a bullet, as if he had found his destined partner. However, he quickly admonished himself. With Xiao Anna in the picture, what was he thinking? He must not become a cad. Nevertheless, he contemplated returning the suitcase to its rightful owner. Swiftly, he rummaged through the suitcase and indeed found the girl's personal information in the notebook. Name, Meng Xiaofan. Phone, 1xxxx. This was sufficient. Chapter 16 began with a shocking discovery. Condoms. This day was largely consumed by sorting through the contents of the suitcases. The final tally included 4 laptops, 3 cameras, 7 lenses, 5 handheld gaming consoles, 7 tablets, and 2 mobile phones. There were also over a dozen unopened massage devices and dozens of boxes of condoms. These items could certainly yield some profit. The clothing was divided into 2 piles, designer brands on one side and ordinary garments on the other, while the unwashed and soiled items were promptly discarded. Various small appliances, such as folding kettles, electric heating cups, badminton rackets, table tennis paddles, basketballs, and footballs, were also collected. Additionally, there was a sizable collection of books. Once organized, Zhu Yu called Old John. Yes, indeed, Old John chuckled. I didn't expect you to be so swift. By the way, your little treasures have already been sold. After deducting my commission, you will receive $61,000. Wow. Zhu Yu whistled, overjoyed by the news. I'll give you the number of a grocery store owner who buys various items, including electronics. He typically acquires whatever emerges from airport suitcases. It is said that these items sell remarkably well online. Zhu Yu recalled that the second-hand market in the United States was quite comparable to that of Huaxia. with equally high popularity. After the call, the owner confirmed the address and stated he would come immediately. Zhu Yu then dialed Meng Xiaofan's number. "Hello. Who are you looking for?" Came a sweet voice, inviting and delightful. "Are you Meng Xiaofan?" "Yes, who are you? Did you lose a suitcase at the airport?" Zhu Yu was certain that Meng Xiaofan's suitcase was indeed lost. He believed such a girl would never abandon an album containing her youthful memories. "Yes. Is it with you? Where are you? I can offer you a reward. Please, I must have my suitcase back." "No need for a reward." Zhu Yu sensed her urgency, envisioning the expression on that youthful and vibrant face, and he felt a twinge of compassion. "Where are you now?" Zhu Yu inquired. "I am studying at Columbia University." "Very well. When you have time, come to New York Harbor. I am here, and your suitcase is here too." Okay. Meng Xiaofan exclaimed with palpable excitement, then cautiously asked, "May I inquire how your possession of the suitcase came to be?" "I am a treasure hunter," Zhu Yu replied, maintaining a semblance of pride. "Today, at the airport, I bid on unclaimed suitcases, and yours was among them. By the way, how did you lose it?" "When I disembarked, I mistakenly took a suitcase identical to mine," Meng Xiaofan lamented. "It wasn't until I arrived at school that I realized the mix-up. I suspect someone must have taken my suitcase, but no one has contacted me. If only I had known at the airport." After ending the call, Meng Xiaofan joyfully made a fist gesture. Beside her, her friend Song Yan, who had studied abroad with her, asked, "Xiaofan, what is the occasion for such joy?" "My suitcase has been found." The friend, also a compatriot, replied, "That's wonderful. I'll accompany you when you go to collect it after class." "Yes, that sounds good." The grocery store owner, Ham, a balding man, arrived in an SUV and, upon seeing Zhu Yu, grinned. "You must be the lucky Zhu that John mentioned. I've already secured a deal for a suitcase from the airport today, but the fellow didn't find anything worthwhile. Now, let me see what you've got here. My goodness." Upon viewing Zhu Yu's array of items, Ham reacted with exaggerated astonishment. "Kid, you've struck gold." He then began to calculate the prices. Ham was well versed in the market, pulling out a calculator as he quoted prices. For the Apple 12, $500. For the 13, $800. This Canon camera, well maintained, can go for $6,000, including the lens. Ultimately, the electronic products sold for $22,000, yielding a profit of 100%. These clean designer clothes are also impressive. Let me see. These are worth $3,000. Oh wow, so many little treasures for ladies. Ham exclaimed upon spotting the massage devices. These items are quite popular. Let me take a look. Not bad. There's a brand name here. Altogether, I can offer you $2,000. In total, after accounting for everything, including the designer items and the well-preserved luggage, Zhu Yu managed to sell everything for $41,000, netting a profit of $31,000. Coupled with the $61,000 from John, Zhu Yu's fortune had surpassed $100,000, all in under a week. It felt like a dream. Ham's pricing was relatively fair. Prior to his arrival, Zhu Yu had researched prices on second-hand websites and was aware of the approximate values. Ham's offers were about 30% lower than online prices, which was quite reasonable. After all, he needed to profit and pay John his commission. Zhu Yu understood that without John's assistance, he might have faced undervaluation. Now, it was considerably less stressful. "Don't you want those condoms?" Zhu Yu inquired of Ham. Ham shook his head. "No, although they are all brand-name items, such things in the second-hand market, even if the small box remains unopened, are quite difficult to sell." Zhu Yu thought to himself that he might as well keep it. After receiving the payment and assisting Han Mu in loading the items onto the vehicle, Zhu Yu cheerfully began to prepare dinner. At that moment, Meng Xiaofan and Song Yan arrived. Following the directions Zhu Yu provided, they navigated several turns to reach the container dormitory, feeling a bit curious. However, upon observing the living conditions, they speculated about Zhu Yu's identity, fearing he might be working illegally, as it was unlikely anyone would reside here otherwise. Nevertheless, the container was quite tidy, earning a bit of goodwill from Meng Xiaofan. As she surveyed the interior, her gaze fell upon a large pile of condoms on the floor, causing her face to flush instantly. Chapter 17. The misunderstanding deepens. Noticing where Meng Xiaofan's attention was directed, Zhu Yu felt a slight blush creep onto his face and explained, "Would you believe me if I said those are things I gathered from my suitcase today?" "Believe it." Song Yan waved her hand dismissively. "We're here to retrieve the suitcase." "Is it still here?" Zhu Yu recognized Song Yan, the short-haired girl from the photo album. "I am Song Yan, a classmate of Xiaofan." Song Yan regarded Zhu Yu with considerable suspicion, asserting, "No need for pleasantries, just bring out the suitcase." Her expression conveyed disdain, and Zhu Yu perceived it, as if she were silently communicating that she was aware of his attempts to ingratiate himself, deeming them ineffective. Irritated, Zhu Yu turned to Meng Xiaofan. Sensing the unkindness in Song Yan's tone, Meng Xiaofan was about to speak when Song Yan pulled her back, signaling her to remain silent. Recognizing that the other party was deliberately maintaining distance, Zhu Yu thought it best to refrain from further conversation. He walked inside the container, retrieved the suitcase, and placed it before Meng Xiaofan, saying, "Take a look and see if it's yours." Upon seeing the suitcase, Meng Xiaofan immediately became excited. Yes, this suitcase is mine." However, Song Yin nudged her. "Open it up and check if anything is missing." "Right. See if anything is missing," Zhu Yu said nonchalantly. He realized that while Meng Xiaofan was somewhat amiable, Song Yin likely viewed him as merely someone attempting to engage in conversation through the medium of the suitcase. Meng Xiaofan, feeling a bit embarrassed, smiled at Zhu Yu, squatted down, and opened the suitcase to take a glance, saying, "Everything is here. Thank you." Song Yin grew anxious. "Xiaofan, shouldn't you check more carefully? What if something is lost?" Song Yin. Meng Xiaofan interrupted her, asserting, "Nothing is missing. I've seen." She stood up and earnestly addressed Zhu Yu. "Thank you. I truly appreciate it. The items inside hold precious memories for me, and if they were lost, I would regret it for a lifetime." Afterward, she reached into her purse, pulled out a wad of cash, and extended it toward Zhu Yu. "I don't know how else to express my gratitude. Please accept this $1,000. Before Song Yin could interject, Meng Xiaofan shot her a glare. "I want to accept the money." Zhu Yu waved his hand. "I called you about the suitcase not for money, but because we share the same roots. You may leave now." Meng Xiaofan was about to speak again when they heard the sound of a car outside. They turned to see a police car parked nearby. Song Yin hurriedly said to Meng Xiaofan, "Xiaofan, let us get out of here quickly. We don't want to attract any trouble." She glanced at Zhu Yu, suspecting the police were there to confront him. If the officers mistook them for accomplices, it would not bode well. However, Meng Xiaofan shook her head, remaining silent. Zhu Yu's earlier demeanor made her realize that Song Yan's words and her acquiescent attitude had hurt this fellow compatriot. If they left now, she would be safe. But Zhu Yu might find himself in a predicament. Meng Xiaofan, who was studying law at the university, wished to assist him. Song Yin pursed her lips, ultimately choosing not to speak. Paul stepped out of the car, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Meng Xiaofan and Song Yin. He smiled at Zhu Yu, saying, "Zhu, your friends are truly beautiful." Zhu Yu smirked, realizing they did not consider him a friend. "What brings you here?" Zhu Yu inquired. "John said your money has arrived. Since you didn't come to collect it, he asked me to bring it over," Paul explained, retrieving a plastic bag from the car that contained a thick stack of cash, amounting to several tens of thousands. Zhu Yu took the money and casually placed it on the table inside. "Are you cooking?" Paul lingered, glancing at the two girls before noticing the pot on the gas stove and the delightful aroma wafting through the air. "Looks like I'm in for a treat." Zhu Yu shot him a playful glare. "There's nothing for you. I don't eat much." Paul insisted, unwilling to leave. He had tasted Zhu Yu's cooking before and found it delicious, leaving him yearning for more. Seeing that Paul was not there to apprehend Zhu Yu, Meng Xiaofan felt relieved. Zhu Yu noticed her expression and actions, leading him to reevaluate his opinion of her. Paul, clearly not just interested in food, cheerfully greeted the two girls, saying, "Are you Zhu's friends?" "I'm Paul, a close acquaintance of Zhu. You can call me Paul." "No," Meng Xiaofan replied awkwardly, prompting Zhu Yu to diffuse the tension. "Oh, I see. I understand now," Paul exclaimed, his expression brightening. "You're just doing a good deed. I remember there's a person from your country who often does good deeds, named." This revelation left Zhu Yu and the two girls astonished. Realizing Paul was quite knowledgeable, Meng Xiaofan, relieved that Zhu Yu was not in trouble, said to him, "Zhu, don't keep him here." Paul gazed regretfully at the two girls as they walked away, still not giving up. "Zhu, are they really not your friends?" "No," Zhu Yu retorted. "Who says foreigners prefer slanted eyes and unattractive people?" He had long realized that young men like Paul were equally fond of the beauty standards found in Huaxia. As for the so-called international standards, they were often just veiled intentions. On their way back, Song Yin suddenly remarked, "Xiaofan, don't be fooled. I think Paul's visit was too coincidental. Could it be that Zhu Yu orchestrated this to make it appear as though he has money?" "Surely not," Meng Xiaofan replied, still reluctant to suspect Zhu Yu. How could it not be? If he truly made money so easily, why would he still be living in such a shabby place? Song Yin turned to Meng Xiaofan, speaking earnestly. "Xiaofan, I believe he saw your photo, recognized your beauty, and staged this to showcase his wealth." At this point, a look of disdain appeared on Song Yan's face. "Humph, men, I've seen many like him. You must be careful not to be deceived. Zhu Yu doesn't seem like that kind of person, does he?" Meng Xiaofan disagreed with Song Yan's assessment. "How can he not be?" Song Yan asserted confidently. "Trust my instincts. If I hadn't come with you, you might have been taken advantage of. A treasure hunter." "Huh." Her contemptuous tone revealed her attitude towards Zhu Yu. Meng Xiaofan chose not to continue the argument, believing in her own judgment. However, she also thought it would be best if someone like Zhu Yu had a stable job. She felt she could assist him in this regard. Thus, it was settled. Zhu Yu remained oblivious to Meng Xiaofan and Song Yan's opinions of him. At that moment, watching Paul devour his meal, Zhu Yu hastened his own eating, or else the plate of beef stew would soon be empty. Chapter 18. The Sudden Attack. After Paul departed, Zhu Yu secured the $61,000. With over $100,000 now in his possession, he was ready to take action. He called John, saying, "John, I need your assistance." John, initially planning to tease Zhu Yu, sensed the seriousness in his tone and replied, "Go ahead. Please allow me to introduce an exceptional private investigator. As I seek to gather some information, what are the requirements? It is imperative that he is adept in his profession and possesses the ability to navigate high society without revealing my presence should he be discovered." "Very well. I will provide you with a phone number. The individual's name is Dai Huier. You may contact him shortly." Zhu Yu is aware that this Dai Huier is likely about to receive some instructions from John. Approximately 5 minutes later, Zhu Yu received a message from John. "Robert." Zhu Yu dialed his number. "Hello, this is Zhu Yu. Greetings, I am Robert. I heard from John that you require assistance in gathering some information." "Indeed," Zhu Yu replied. "As you come highly recommended by John, I place my trust in you. I need you to collect information on an individual, including his behavioral patterns, acquaintances, and employment details. Please provide the name, occupation, and workplace of the individual under investigation." Zhu Yu stated, "Mark Yivin, a professional lawyer likely serving affluent clients. He has previously acted as the personal attorney for the wealthy Zhu Dajiang." Zhu Yu was aware of limited information, yet he presumed that for a professional, possessing a name and occupation would suffice for investigation. "Hold on, my dear client. The individual you are inquiring about is rather complex. He holds a prominent reputation in New York's legal circles and has preserved wills for numerous affluent individuals. Furthermore, Mark associates with influential and wealthy individuals, possessing a formidable network. Investigating him will not be a simple task." Zhu Yu felt a shiver run down his spine. Although he was prepared, Robert's words suggested he might be confronting a formidable entity. "Given all this, do you still wish to proceed?" "Yes." Zhu Yu gritted his teeth and resolutely declared, "I will pursue it to the end." "Very well, please remit $30,000 as a retainer." Robert whistled cheerfully. "I do love a challenging case." Robert provided his account details, and without hesitation, Zhu Yu transferred the funds. $30,000, a sum that once felt unattainable, was now within his grasp after a single day's earnings. While Zhu Yu understood that such fortune could not be expected daily, the purpose of earning was to seek vengeance and uncover the truth. With the money sent, although his financial reserves had diminished, Zhu Yu felt a sense of calm wash over him. Next, he called John. "Zhu, is there a problem?" John's tone was unusually serious. This time, "I hope you can introduce me to a second-hand car dealer. I wish to purchase a used pickup truck." "That's no issue. You've needed a vehicle for some time." John quickly sent over the details of a second-hand car dealer. With Zhu Yu's current financial situation, purchasing a new car was not out of the question. However, he needed to conserve some funds for unforeseen circumstances. If it were Paul, with such money in hand, he would undoubtedly opt for the highest-end vehicle. The philosophy of spend according to your means was commonplace. Even purchasing $15 worth of goods with a $10 bill was not unusual. Using credit cards for shopping was a norm in this country, while Zhu Yu's approach of saving for emergencies was rather unconventional. Following the address provided by John, Zhu Yu took a taxi and arrived at a yard the size of a football field, filled with second-hand vehicles. The lot was significantly larger than the one where Sam from Transformers purchased Bumblebee. Upon entering, Zhu Yu was immediately approached by a representative, indicating his intent to browse. He made his way to the pickup truck section. To his surprise, there were various sizes of pickup trucks, including those manufactured in Huaxia. However, Zhu Yu had his sights set on two Raptors. To auction off the contents of a shipping container, one must have sufficient capacity. Typically, items of value are auctioned off. Alongside the need to clear out debris, a voice resonated behind him. "You must be Zhu, as introduced by old John?" Zhu Yu turned to see a lean, 50-something Caucasian man with graying hair. "Yes. Do you prefer larger vehicles?" "Of course." Zhu Yu pointed to a relatively new Raptor and exclaimed, "Look how splendid it is." "Indeed." The man nodded. "But I suggest you consider this one." He gestured to another vehicle. "It's more durable." Trusting John's recommendation, Zhu Yu inspected the slightly older vehicle, which appeared worn merely due to accumulated dirt, easily cleaned. After circling the vehicle and taking it for a test drive, Zhu Yu happily paid $25,000 and drove away with the nearly new Raptor, feeling as though he had struck a small bargain. Upon returning to the container dormitory, Zhu Yu parked the vehicle, fetched some water, and prepared to give it a thorough cleaning, intending for it to become his steadfast companion. "Hey, yellow-skinned kid, you bought a car?" A mocking voice interrupted. Zhu Yu stood up to see Todd, accompanied by 3 young Latin men, eyeing him with disdain. "It's none of your business," Zhu Yu replied impassively. "You do well to leave quickly. I have security cameras here, and if trouble arises, you'll be the one in a predicament. Huh, do you really think we fear you? Todd dismissed Zhu Yu's warning, mocking, your skills are merely for intimidation. He brandished a dagger, showcasing his bravado. All right, let us get down to business. I hear you made quite a profit today. I, too, am a reasonable person. Just return my losses and add 20% interest, approximately $50,000, okay? Zhu Yu felt a surge of anger at Todd's blatant extortion. This is extortion. And what of it? Todd smugly gestured to his companions. I have the numbers. I call the shots. Zhu Yu took a step back, prompting Todd to advance. Dagger pointed menacingly at him. Hand over the money, or when we take action, it won't just be $50,000 you'll lose. In a swift motion, Zhu Yu seized a stick from the side and swung it towards Todd. In street fights, one does not announce their intentions beforehand. The first strike is crucial. The other men rushed to assist Todd, but he had already been knocked to the ground by Zhu Yu's blow. Chapter 19, United We Stand. The onlookers were taken aback by Zhu Yu's unexpected strength. As two of them charged at him with weapons, one sprinted toward the vehicle. One attempted to tackle Zhu Yu, while another lunged at him with a dagger. The assailant groaned and collapsed, convulsing on the ground. Zhu Yu had put all his strength into that strike. The Huaxiao people have an innate affinity for sticks. From a young age, who hasn't he played with sticks? Moreover, Zhu Yu had often engaged in practical sparring with his peers using short sticks during his youth. The dagger-wielding thug stumbled back, his face betraying fear. Zhu Yu ignored him and turned his attention to another thug approaching from the car, his anger flaring. This thug held a bottle with a cloth wick and a lighter in his hands. With a wicked grin, he ignited the wick and brandished it, preparing to hurl it at Zhu Yu's container. Then came a loud thud. Zhu Yu's stick had already struck him squarely on the forehead. Did he think Zhu Yu would give him a chance? The thug screamed, losing his grip, and the Molotov cocktail flew backward, landing inside the car. Boom. The vehicle was instantly engulfed in flames. Zhu Yu dashed forward, knocking the only remaining thug to the ground, and then called the police. Paul, who had just departed, arrived and was displeased upon seeing the four men sprawled on the ground and the charred remains of the vehicle. His eyes widened in disbelief. Did you do all this? Yes, and yet, not entirely. Zhu Yu recounted the events, prompting Paul to gasp in disbelief. Is what you said true? Did you single-handedly defeat four individuals? Pray, teach me your skills. He could hardly fathom that Zhu Yu possessed such martial prowess. By the time the matter was resolved, darkness had descended. After a video chat with Joanna, Zhu Yu felt his spirits lift. Her charming declarations of longing and suggestive glances ignited an impulse within him to rush to university at that very moment. However, he thought better of it and resolved to address the pressing matters at hand first. It appeared that residing in this shipping container dormitory was no longer a viable option. Paul cautioned Zhu Yu, those individuals of Latin descent tend to band together. You may have taken down four today, but it's likely that a dozen will come after you in a few days. This place is unsafe. Now that you have funds, seek a more secure location. Zhu Yu wholeheartedly agreed. After ending the video call, Zhu Yu began to pack his belongings. Fortunately, he did not possess many items, and a pickup truck would suffice to transport them. Fearing retaliation from those he had encountered, he opted for a nearby inn. Although it was somewhat expensive, it at least offered safety. Zhu Yu planned to visit the shipping containers in the morning and then seek accommodation in the afternoon. The innkeeper was a plump African-American woman who welcomed Zhu Yu warmly, though the room rate was steep, $100 per night without meals. Zhu Yu didn't find it exorbitant, despite the fact that such conditions in his homeland would cost 500 yuan a night, including breakfast. After a brief moment of complaint, he entered his room, hastily washed up, and fell asleep, utterly exhausted from the day's events. The following morning, he drove to the port, stopping along the way to purchase a hamburger for breakfast before heading to the location John had provided for the auction grounds. New York Port, one of the largest in the world, boasted staggering container throughput, and naturally, many abandoned containers could be found. Numerous auction sites existed, with four scheduled for container sales that very day. Zhu Yu, aiming to remain discreet, chose a smaller venue with only 6 containers up for auction. He believed it unlikely he would encounter anyone familiar there. However, upon arrival, he was taken aback to find Maiden, Big Joey, and Helen among the crowd. Upon seeing Zhu Yu, Big Joey mocked. Well, if it isn't the boy from Huaxia. I heard you had your house burned down last night. Little Joey pretended to intervene. What are you talking about? Zhu merely offended those Latin folks. This statement carried even greater weight, prompting those nearby to distance themselves from Zhu Yu. The Latin individuals were notoriously difficult, and among the auction attendees, some began casting hostile glances his way. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, Zhu, I heard you made $100,000 last week. Is that true? I envy you. Do you possess some special ability? Share it with us. I've heard that people from Huaxia have some mystical skills. How true is that? This question elicited jealousy and malice in the eyes of onlookers, and at that moment, Zhu Yu felt as though he had become the enemy of all. Nevertheless, someone approached and whispered, "Zhu, if you could just give me a heads up, I promise to handle those Latin individuals for you." Zhu Yu scrutinized him, recalling John's warning that this person was unreliable. He would not fall for such a ruse. Zhu Yu had anticipated this situation, though he hadn't expected so much information would be revealed. Clearly, some individuals were intent on making his life difficult. Looking up, he had hoped for a few encouraging words from familiar faces such as Old Maiden or Helen, but to his dismay, they either feigned ignorance or wore expressions of schadenfreude. Evidently, they had no intention of intervening. If I hadn't been prepared, I might have fallen into your trap. Zhu Yu remarked calmly, "You're overthinking this. Yesterday was merely Todd's belief that I had earned money and should share it with him. Our differences need not escalate to involve an entire ethnic group. As for my earnings, that is entirely normal. Who among you has not struck it rich in the auction yard?" He gestured towards Big and Little Joey. "You two bought a container 3 months ago for $1,500 and found 20 new smartphones inside, selling them for $80,000. True, is it not? And you, Helen, discovered a rare stamp collection worth $50,000 in a container 3 weeks ago, with a mere cost of $600. Also true, right? And you, Maiden," he pointed. "You are the most formidable among us, having found a box of jewelry from 200 years ago in a container you purchased for $300, selling it for $250,000. What extraordinary luck." Zhu Yu continued to name others who had struck gold in the containers, and as he spoke, the gazes of the crowd shifted to these individuals, particularly Maiden. Such extraordinary fortune was indeed enviable. Having successfully diverted attention away from himself, Zhu Yu felt a sense of relief. He could practically guarantee that today, the ire of those present would not solely be directed at him. Each of the prominent figures present bore their share of the spotlight. With a limited number of containers available, taking one meant there was one less for the others. As a rising star like Zhu Yu, he was bound to be suppressed. However, they mistakenly believed Zhu Yu was a newcomer, naive and easy to bully. Little did they know, Zhu Yu had been closely observing the auction yard alongside John for a month, gaining a thorough understanding of the situation. How else could he dare to charge in boldly? Was it merely due to his keen insight? That was a necessary condition, but not the most critical. Knowing oneself and one's adversaries guarantees victory in every battle. While your ancestors were still swinging from trees, my forebears were already employing strategy. The atmosphere fell silent. Zhu Yu understood he had successfully navigated this challenge. Chapter 20. Out of luck? The arrival of the auctioneer interrupted the awkwardness in the air. Maiden and the others were taken aback by Zhu Yu's precise recollection of their proud achievements. In ordinary circumstances, such tales would serve as boastful credentials. In any field, there exists a dynamic of elevating some while diminishing others. In this industry, lacking notable accomplishments often leads to ridicule and disdain. Yet now, these very details served only to highlight Zhu Yu's ordinary status. Could anyone argue that earning $100,000 in a week was inferior to their own achievements? Each of these high rollers typically made hundreds of thousands annually. On a lucky day, earning several tens of thousands in a single day was hardly remarkable. Consequently, Zhu Yu found the attention on him swiftly dissipate. Some suddenly recalled that these big shots had once been in similar positions, perhaps even more impressive than Zhu Yu. In their eyes, he was merely another lucky individual among many. The auction site owner appeared, delighted to see the crowd gathered. A larger audience meant more bidders for each container, resulting in greater profits. To avoid any conflict of interest, Zhu Yu refrained from approaching the containers, so he remained unaware of their contents until the first container was opened. As the door swung open, a person tumbled out. The crowd gasped in shock, and the individual who opened the container screamed and fled. Those in prime positions at the entrance stepped back in unison. Zhu Yu, sharp-eyed, could not suppress a smirk. When the individual fell and bounced back up, the others soon realized it was merely a mannequin and not a real person. Laughter erupted among the crowd, while those at the front turned beet red, having witnessed a rather embarrassing moment. However, little Joey, standing closest to the mannequin, picked it up and examined it, exclaiming in delight, "This is silicone. The craftsmanship seems quite impressive." Zhu Yu scrutinized the scene before him, revealing a life-size girl adorned in an exceedingly short skirt, the kind that leaves little to the imagination. Those in the know would certainly understand. Zhu Yu recalled a peculiar fact. It was said that over 99% of sensual attire worldwide is produced in a certain town in Huaxia, though the veracity of such claims remains questionable. Delving further inside, he discovered 7 or 8 similar models and several elongated boxes. Zhu Yu, disinterested in wasting his extraordinary vision, discerned that these items were quite evident in their value, leaving no room for hidden treasures. As the first container commenced its auction, he seized the opportunity to inspect the second one. Inside the second container lay two open suitcases, their contents in disarray. Among the revealed items were a few garments, a toiletry bag, and several towels, alongside scattered papers and books that had been carelessly opened or closed. The side of the container displayed a collection of bound books, most of which bore signs of having been perused. In summary, the place resembled a scene of chaos, as if it had been ransacked. Instinctively, Zhu Yu moved to examine the third container, when his keen eye caught sight of a stone nestled in the corner. In his mind, any stone substantial enough to fit in a shipping container must be extraordinary. He took a glance at the stone, which was gray and unremarkable at first glance, roughly the size of two adult fists and vaguely resembling a small bird with its head held high. To his astonishment, he then noticed its inner green translucence. It was jade. How fortuitous. While others ventured to gamble on stones, this one was practically presented to him on a silver platter. To pass it by would be a disservice to his extraordinary vision. The lock appeared new, prompting Zhu Yu to speculate that this container might have been stolen, only for the owner to replace the lock and attempt to sell it again. Given the disorganized state inside, this seemed highly plausible. Next, he turned to the third container. At that moment, the first container's auction price had soared to $3,100. With everyone aware of its worth, several affluent bidders were unwilling to concede. Zhu Yu could not help but call out, $3,500. The auctioneer immediately acknowledged him, nonchalantly raising the bid to $3,500. Continuing without pause, Zhu Yu's bid was akin to a pebble cast into the ocean, causing no ripples whatsoever, as it was swiftly surpassed. He refrained from raising his bid further, redirecting his attention to the third container. With newfound experience, he first examined the lock, which appeared normal. Upon opening his vision, he found that, although this container had not been pilfered, it was tidily organized. A few boxes of assorted items, jars, and bottles revealed themselves as old possessions. His extraordinary vision scanned through, uncovering various spices, household tools, a pen holder, and astonishingly, a copper brush. This piqued his interest. The copper brush bore a striking resemblance to a traditional writing brush, nestled alongside several others in the pen holder, which itself seemed to have some age. Zhu Yu deemed this find quite satisfactory and resolved to acquire it. However, the auction price had escalated to $8,600, meaning that, even if he won the bid, his profit would be minimal after deducting various expenses. Then came the second container. Just as the assistant was about to unlock it, a keen observer shouted, "That lock looks brand new. Has this container been opened?" At this, the crowd erupted into a clamor. While the auctioneer could open a container, it must be declared beforehand. After all, the value of a pre-selected container and one that was a gamble differed significantly. Witnessing the crowd's uproar, the owner hastily interjected, No, our Golden Ocean auction house would never engage in such practices. We have not opened these containers. But how do you explain this new lock? The containers have been outdoors for quite some time. They should have been auctioned long ago, yet this lock hardly resembles the original." The voice of Xiao Yi echoed the sentiments of the majority of bidders. Zhu Yu found amusement in this turn of events. He no longer needed to stoke the flames, as the bidders had ignited the fire themselves. However, it also indicated that these bidders were not merely relying on luck. This was a lesson he would take to heart. "I assure you, we have never entered the containers." The owner almost swore an oath, but seeing the skepticism on the crowd's faces, he reluctantly confessed, All right. Some nefarious thief must have taken advantage of our inattention to open this container. But I guarantee there are still valuable items within." Hushed murmurs rippled through the crowd. At that moment, the assistant severed the lock and opened the container door. The sight that met them was one of utter disarray, and nearly everyone exhibited expressions of disappointment. The owner lamented internally, regretting not having organized it beforehand. The auction began with a starting bid of $25. For a time, no one responded. Silence in an auction is a rare occurrence. $25 was practically the lowest price imaginable. Just when everyone thought this container would be overlooked and pass unsold, Zhu Yu leisurely raised his hand. $30. Oh, $30. The Huaxiao lad bids $30. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? $30. $30. Did Xiao Yi, harboring a grudge since the last incident, saw Zhu Yu's bid as an opportunity and immediately countered, raising his offer. Zhu Yu, undeterred, declared, "You raised the bid, and this container is yours." Did Xiao Yi was incredulous, believing that since Zhu Yu had bid, the contents must surely be worth more than $30. Xiao Yi interjected, "What are you doing? We are here to make money, not to indulge in petty rivalries. If you win the bid, you'll be responsible for clearing out the trash inside. I will not lift a finger." This statement extinguished Xiao Yi's thoughts. Others nodded in agreement. They were there to profit, not squabble. Moreover, Zhu Yu's earlier remarks had made them realize that this Huaxiao lad was no fool. To oppose him required considerable intellect. Thus, Zhu Yu secured the cabinet for $40. As the next cabinet was prepared to be opened, someone, like Zhu Yu, deliberately examined the lock. However, upon opening the container, a chorus of disapproval echoed once more. This cabinet contained even less than the previous one, and everything was immediately apparent. The starting bid was $25, an unparalleled price for the few boxes of items it contained. Zhu Yu raised his hand again. $5 increase. $30. $30. The Huaxiao lad bids $30. Is anyone willing to compete for what the Huaxiao lad has set his sights on? $30. Anyone? At that moment, Ma Deng leaned closer to Zhu Yu and inquired. Zhu, did you see something valuable inside, or are you merely cleaning up after Frank? After all, Frank does not have a beautiful daughter. Ma Deng's jest elicited laughter from the crowd. It was evident that Zhu Yu's situation with Xiao and Na had circulated within the industry. Zhu Yu's face flushed with embarrassment as he retorted, my relationship with Xiao and Na is serious. It is not merely due to her status. Ma Deng, your words are an affront to me. Seeing Zhu Yu's agitation, Ma Deng hurriedly offered an apology. Oh, if I have offended you, I apologize. I simply do not understand why you would bid on these two containers. Of course, because the valuable containers have been bid up too high, and I do not have that much money on hand. Zhu Yu lamented, I earned some money over the week, but you know, being with a girl involves many expenses. As for these two containers, did you not notice? This is a shipping container from Huaxia, and I wish to see if it contains anything I require. Of course, if you offer $50, then this container shall be yours. MD shook his head and replied, I have no interest. He had already gleaned the information he sought. The others suddenly realized that it was filled with items from Huaxia. Many gazes shifted towards Hiln, as they were not entirely at ease and hoped she would ascertain if there were any treasures within. The whispers in this circle were too astute. Just last week, this Huaxiao lad made several successful acquisitions, which was quite extraordinary. Hiln scrutinized the contents and shook her head. This rubbish is not worth my time. In the subsequent two containers, Zhy also participated, but due to fierce competition, he bid a few times before ultimately conceding. Finally, he helplessly remarked to the triumphant MD and Xiao Y brothers, your resources are too formidable. I cannot compete. Di Xiao Y laughed heartily, while MD patted Zhy on the shoulder, saying, you are a fortunate man. Luck sometimes watches over you and surprises you when you are feeling down. Do not be disheartened. Zhy smiled in gratitude for his encouragement, yet he understood that MD was subtly showing off, implying, young man, you are merely lucky. If you wish to prosper in this field, you must rely on your discernment. Zhy organized the items from these two containers, which primarily consisted of books, spices, household tools, brushes, pen racks, and that stone. After stacking these useful items together, he felt no fear of theft and proceeded to gather the rubbish. When he was bagging the garbage, Hiln approached, examined the stone, and asked, is this a gift for me? $50, Zhy replied, devoid of expression. Hiln scoffed, set the stone down, and walked away. Her visit was merely a probe. Among the items, that stone was the most suspicious. Zhy had grown weary of this Huaxiao woman. Not only did she not support her compatriots, but she also sought to undermine him. He had no intention of indulging her. As for Hiln's intentions, Zhy was well aware. He was confident that this superficial woman would never discern that this was Jade Ruff. After loading the items into his vehicle and disposing of the rubbish in the nearby dumpster, Zhy grabbed a quick bite before heading to rent a place. Near where he had stayed the previous night, there was an American-style small two-story house with a yard, as mentioned by the kind lady running the inn. Zhy knocked on the door of the family she had recommended, and a similarly plump woman answered, eyeing him warily. Who are you looking for? Good day, madam. I was sent by Mrs. SFI to inquire about renting a room. Oh, you are from SFI? Her mention eased her caution, and she smiled. Come in, young man. The homeowner, named SSHN, led Zhy to a room on the second floor, saying, this is the room I intend to rent out. Take a look. The room was approximately 10 square meters, spacious enough, equipped with a bed, a table, and a wardrobe. Zhy hesitated, as his belongings were numerous, making it challenging to fit them in a single room. Noticing his silence, SSHN said, $500 a month. This price is quite reasonable. Zhy shook his head. I have quite a few things. Could you rent me another empty room? SSHN was taken aback by his request. But her face brightened as she replied, we have plenty of empty rooms. For storage, each one is just $100. After negotiating and making the payment, Zhy began moving his belongings, but SSHN offered to help, which he declined, preferring to handle the relocation himself to avoid any disarray. Before he had finished moving, his phone rang, and to his surprise, it was a call from Ming Shi of N. What could she want? Chapter 22. This stone is quite valuable. As for Yin's insinuations, her failure to receive a call from Zhy over the past few days only strengthened Shi of N's belief that Zhy possessed a kind heart. Thus, she aspired to secure a formal job for him, as she believed it would be far superior to bidding on containers, which, in her view, was akin to scavenging. Zhy? This is Shi of N. Shi of N carefully chose her words. It's nothing. We are compatriots, and you have already expressed your gratitude. Zhy was inspecting the stone when she continued. Therefore, I have found a formal job for you as a librarian at Columbia University. What do you think? Zhy was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated Shi of N to be so altruistic. However, he could never see himself as a librarian. Not only was the salary too meager, but that environment was also not suitable for him. Thank you, but I am doing quite well, he replied with a smile. Really? I genuinely hope you will accept this position. The salary is quite decent at $800 a week. This weekly wage was indeed substantial for a newcomer like Zhy in the beautiful country. Nevertheless, Zhy did not covet such modest earnings. No thanks. I am currently bidding on containers and can earn several $1,000s a week, which suits me just fine. Shi of N was taken aback by Zhy's stubbornness. Unable to restrain herself, she echoed Yin's words. Zhy, we are compatriots, and I sincerely wish to assist you. You need not put on a fade with me. I genuinely hope our compatriots thrive here. A fade. Zhy was puzzled. Where was the pretense? That $60,000 is borrowed from someone, isn't it? Here, there is no need to pretend. We are all the same and should not fear ridicule. Shi of N's words amused Zhy. What do you mean? Do you think I would have Paul, a cop, deliver money just to impress you? Am I that desperate? Glancing at the stone in his possession, he suddenly proposed. Shi of N, how about this? You hang up the phone now, and let us video chat. I'll show you how I make money. It won't take long, no more than half an hour. With that, he ended the call. He retrieved the angle grinder, plugged it in, tested it, and awaited Shi of N's return call. On her end, Shi of N was left bewildered after Zhy hung up. She did not grasp his intent. Yin, noticing her daze, inquired, Shi of N, what's wrong? Did he hang up out of embarrassment after being exposed? Shi of N shook her head. No? He suggested we video chat, so I can see how he earns money. What? Yin scoffed. He is still trying. Just ignore him. Shi of N shook her head. I think we may have misunderstood him. If he truly lacked funds, he would not have turned down an $800 weekly salary. Moreover, if you believe he has ulterior motives, how could he possibly decline a chance to get close to me? Yin had not considered this angle and was momentarily stumped. Shi of N activated her phone, saying as she initiated the video, I want to see if he truly finds it easy to make money before I feel assured. Once connected, Zhy promptly stated, do you see the items on my desk? These stones are what I won from the containers today. I believe this one is jade rough, so I'll show you. He then secured his phone, adjusted the angle, and began grinding the stone. The piercing sound echoed, and although Zhy had moved the phone away from the stone, the noise still caused Shi of N and Yin to frown. Is this fellow foolish? Song Yin suddenly inquired. Meng Xiaofan remained silent, her gaze fixed upon the screen of her mobile device. Beside Zhu Yu lay a basin of water. The angle grinder had swiftly completed its task, and he began to wash the stone in the basin. After rinsing, Zhu Yu brought the stone closer to the screen for the two girls to see. Do you see? There's a hint of green within. I don't have a powerful flashlight here, but let me turn on my phone's flashlight and adjust the camera for you to observe. Through the beam of the flashlight, both Meng Xiaofan and Song Yin could discern the rich green hue emanating from the stone, which appeared remarkably lustrous. This is indeed jade. The two girls exchanged glances, falling into a contemplative silence. Given the quality of this jade, it would surely fetch a price equivalent to that of a librarian's salary over several years, if sold domestically. Zhu Yu set the stone down and asked, do you believe me now? Rest assured, my bids at the auction house truly yield profits. Thank you. I shall treat you to a meal when the opportunity arises. By the way, the other day, Paul sent me money because I stumbled upon over 20 ancient silver coins at the auction, not for any stage performance. Zhu Yu's explanation left Meng Xiaofan feeling quite embarrassed. She declined his offer for a meal and ended the video call. Sharing a knowing look with Song Yin, Meng Xiaofan sighed. It seems there is much we do not understand. Who knows if that stone was borrowed from someone else? All right, Yin. Meng Xiaofan interrupted her. We may have crossed the line. Let us leave this matter here. Song Yin nodded reluctantly, but in her heart, she resolved to uncover Zhu Yu's true identity. After ending the video call, Zhu Yu prepared to tidy up the table when a knock on the door interrupted him. Upon opening it, he found Aunt Susan, visibly irate. Young man, the noise in your room is excessive. I have received complaints. Zhu Yu swiftly apologized. I'm sorry, I was unaware of the noise regulations here. It won't happen again. Surprised by his courteous demeanor, Susan softened her tone, saying, "If you need to use tools, head to the tool shed in the backyard. You are permitted to use electric tools there." "Understood. Thank you." Zhu Yu nodded appreciatively. Once Susan departed, he eagerly picked up the jade. He had no intention of selling it. The moment the angle grinder revealed the jade, he felt an insatiable yearning from his third eye. Located at the center of his forehead, where the pineal gland resides, akin to the third eye of Erlang Shun. This sensation was not visible to others. Yet the jade's unveiling had ignited a warmth in that area, a yearning that resonated from the depths of his being. He carefully pressed the freshly exposed surface of the jade against the heated spot on his forehead, and an extraordinary feeling surged through him. Chapter 23. A Significant Loss. Zhu Yu felt an icy essence emanating from the jade, gradually entering his third eye and nourishing it. The third eye seemed to thirstily absorb this energy, which was essential for its vitality. As his thoughts raced, he sensed that the icy energy was dwindling, and soon it disappeared entirely. Remarkably, the energy within his third eye had been replenished to 3/5, having previously dwindled to less than 1/8. Zhu Yu suddenly felt incredibly fortunate. Had he not obtained this jade in that moment, and allowed his third eye to absorb its essence, he might have rendered it useless in a day or two. What a close call. Setting aside the raw material, he felt the restoration of his third eye and sighed. The raw material in his hands had transformed into an ordinary stone, devoid of the once alluring green hue, now merely a dull gray-white, riddled with cracks. It had become nothing but waste. Tossing the stone into the trash bin, Zhu Yu mused that earning money with this golden finger was not as effortless as it seemed. Just this single absorption had drained several tens of thousands, if not over $100,000. That was the entirety of what he had earned in a week. It appeared he needed to find the Bayou Pei and acquire the cultivation method for his third eye. Otherwise, no matter how much he earned, it would never suffice. Amidst the scattered items in his room, Zhu Yu noticed a pen holder and a brass brush pen. The pen holder, made of boxwood, was turned over, and after emptying it, he dusted it off, revealing an exquisite carving of an ancient lady. It possessed a certain charm. Inscribed beside the lady was a signature, Sensong? Who was Sensong? Zhu Yu was uncertain, but he quickly accessed the internet on his phone. After a brief search, he was taken aback. If this was genuine. It dated back to the late Ming dynasty, carved by someone named Zhu Sensong, who was a distant relative of his. Zhu Sensong's pen holders were part of numerous collections in the Qing Palace, although most were crafted from ivory, sandalwood, or wangwali, with some made from bamboo. Boxwood carvings were rare. Online listings suggested a price, but it remained unverified whether this piece had ever graced the imperial palace. So it was worth approximately $200,000 to $300,000. Nonetheless, Zhu Yu felt content. That equated to $30,000 to $40,000. He had spent barely $100,000, earning several hundred times over. How could he possibly complain? He would be struck by lightning for such ingratitude. Gently placing the pen holder down, Zhu Yu picked up the brass brush pen, which might also be a treasure. The pen measured about 15 centimeters, relatively small for a brush pen. An inscription graced the pen, and upon closer inspection, Zhu Yu discerned Tian Xing Jian, Junzi Ez Chong Bushi, the original words from the I Ching. Weighing about 1 to 200 grams, it felt substantial in his hands, yet comfortable. The pen's tip resembled an arrowhead, slightly thicker at the base before tapering off, akin to a small wolf hair brush. The tip was sharp and felt quite precise. He couldn't resist practicing a few pen tricks. Back in middle school, in an effort to capture the attention of a girl sitting next to him, Zhu Yu had diligently honed his pen spinning skills over a summer, intending to showcase them when school resumed, only to find that the girl had transferred. Nevertheless, the skill remained, and despite the pen's weight, it danced effortlessly in Zhu Yu's hands, creating a dazzling display. A knock on the door interrupted him, and Zhu Yu called for the visitor to enter. Aunt Susan arrived, bringing him pastries. When she beheld the pen spinning in Zhu Yu's hand, she gasped in astonishment. "Goodness! Are you a magician? That's incredible." Zhu Yu set the pen aside and stood, smiling. No, just having some fun." Susan shook her head, placing the pastries on the table. "I don't understand why you young people from Huaxiao are always so modest. If it were a local lad with such talent, he would be eager to perform for the girls, and they would be squealing with delight." Zhu Yu offered a wry smile. He had once hoped for similar attention, but the timing had never aligned. "Try these freshly baked pastries. They're filled with apples. You don't have any dietary restrictions, do you?" "None, thank you," Zhu Yu replied sincerely. The rent he had paid did not include meals, and he appreciated Susan's kind gesture. Observing the tidiness of Zhu Yu's room, Susan remarked, "You young men from Huaxiao are far more diligent than many local youths. Just in terms of keeping your living space tidy, you surpass some girls. If my daughter were as hardworking as you, I would be more than satisfied." Did Aunt Susan have a daughter? Zhu Yu felt curious but refrained from asking further. Instead, as Susan noticed his lack of inquiry, She expressed some disappointment and chatted for a bit longer before taking her leave. Zhu Yu wiped his hands, took a bite of a pastry, savoring its sweet yet slightly tart flavor. He finished the pastries on the plate, then took it to the kitchen to clean, returning it to Aunt Susan. He then drove to the Seven Axes bar. Upon his entrance, the bar fell silent. Old John was the first to break the hush, and soon, the regular patrons erupted in laughter. Zhu Yu twirled the brush pen in his hand, shaking his head in explanation. That is certainly not my friend. I captured their luggage at the airport and notified them to come collect it. Approaching the bar, Zhu Yu said to John, I would like a beer, please. John, surprised, responded, What? You've started drinking too? He fetched a glass and poured him a drink, inquiring, I heard your auction of the cargo container, didn't go well today? Zhu Yu nodded and then shook his head. Luck cannot always be on my side. I didn't earn much, but I didn't incur any losses either. John nodded approvingly. Having that mindset is commendable. Don't fret over losses. Even if you did, it's not the end of the world. You are still young. Learning and observing are far more beneficial than merely earning more at this stage. Zhu Yu bowed his head in humility, choosing not to divulge the matter of the jade and the brush holder. Even though John was trustworthy, some things must remain confidential. As Zhu Yu sipped his drink while fiddling with the copper pen, a middle-aged drunkard approached him and asked, Zhu, is this a form of huaxia kung fu? No. Zhu Yu shook his head. It's merely an entertaining trick I often played with during school. The man continued, I heard you single-handedly took down 4 of Todd S. men. Do you possess kung fu skills? May I see some? Zhu Yu was taken aback. It was the first time in his life someone had asked for a fight. Joseph, you've had too much to drink. John exclaimed. Lena helped Joseph away. A fellow drinker in his 40s assisted in escorting him off. Joseph protested, eager to witness Zhu Yu's skills. John chuckled and explained. Joseph's first love was taken by a huaxia man who knows kung fu, so he has been unconvinced ever since. Zhu Yu nodded in understanding, realizing that Joseph was merely a heartbroken soul seeking validation. Just then, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Zhu Yu's expression shifted dramatically. Robert, could it be that there was news regarding the jade pendant? In chapter 24, titled Some Clues, Zhu Yu raised his hand to John and headed directly to the back of the bar. A patron named Jide approached John, saying, Old John, Zhu has stirred up quite a bit of trouble. Those Latin Americans are notoriously vengeful. Zhu has not only angered Todd, but also injured a few of their men and even landed someone in jail. They will not let this slide. As John wiped a glass, he inquired, Do you have a solution? Jide leaned closer, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. If Zhu gives me $50,000, I can arrange for someone to settle this matter. Go to hell. John's demeanor suddenly changed. You swindler. Do you think I'm unaware of your intentions? If you dare to plot against Zhu, I'll ensure you're thrown into the sea. Jide, frightened, quickly took a couple of steps back, pointing at John and stating, Don't talk nonsense here. I have no intention of deceiving Zhu. I'm speaking the truth. Furthermore, you cannot make decisions for Zhu. I will go directly to him. Get lost. John was furious. He knew Jide's character all too well. After dismissing Jide, John intended to discuss the matter with Zhu Yu. When he connected the call, Robert's voice was somber. Zhu, I didn't expect you to get into such significant trouble. If you were back home, you might have smoothed things over with a few words, but here, it's all about paying to resolve issues. How is the information gathering coming along? Mark is a professional lawyer specializing in drafting wills for the wealthy and managing troublesome affairs. Just a month ago, he suddenly became wealthy, acquiring a substantial sum of money. As for the Zhu family you asked me to investigate, the matter is relatively straightforward. Zhu Dajiang has passed away. He had an adopted son, a biracial individual named Elson Zhu. This Elson Zhu is closely connected with Mark, who frequently visits Elson's estate. By the way, Zhu Dajiang's inheritance mainly consists of 2 estates and a farm. It's said that there isn't much cash left. $30,000 for this information seemed somewhat steep to Zhu Yu, but ultimately worth it. At least he now knew who his adversary was. Mark, akin to a lawyer from ancient times, operates on a fee-for-service basis. The mastermind behind the scenes is likely this Elson Zhu. It's hard to believe Zhu Dajiang raised such an ungrateful child. The child's father was a Chinese international student, and his mother was the daughter of a wealthy businessman from New York. The child's mother was confined at home while the child was sent to an orphanage before being taken in by Zhu Dajiang, though not formally adopted. Zhu Yu pondered. Is there any suspicion surrounding Zhu Dajiang's death? We haven't uncovered anything definitive. Zhu Dajiang had been experiencing health issues for the past 2 years, though none were serious. The cause of death remains unclear. Are you interested in investigating? Yes, if we could obtain the will, that would be ideal. By the way, could you check if Elson Zhu possesses a jade pendant, white and shaped like a fish? I will send you a picture shortly. Of course, we can find that out. As long as you pay, I can uncover anything, even the color of Elson Zhu's underwear. How much more do you need? The information I provided earlier is worth $10,000. I have another $20,000 here. I will begin my investigation and will inform you when I require more. After Robert hung up, Zhu Yu felt that he still lacked sufficient funds. He must hasten his efforts to earn money. It seems he will need to sell that brush holder to a collector. Zhu Yu had no channels for selling antiques, and his friends from home lacked interest in such matters. He could either list it online or ask John for help. Zhu Yu thought that perhaps Helen might have such connections, although he preferred not to let her know about his recent findings regarding antiques. After all, Zhu Yu did not trust Helen's character. Suddenly, he thought of Meng Xiaofan. Could she have such connections? He decided to give her a call. Meng Xiaofan had just finished class and was packing up when she saw Zhu Yu's number on her phone, feeling a bit puzzled. Song Yan, her classmate, who was sitting beside her, noticed Meng Xiaofan's surprise and leaned over to look, proclaiming, "See, the fox's tail is finally showing. I bet he is going to ask you out for the weekend." Ignoring Song Yan's speculation, Meng Xiaofan answered the call. Zhu Yu explained his objective, and Meng Xiaofan, surprised yet somewhat disappointed and pleased, replied, "Send me the pictures and videos, and I'll ask around." She truly had connections. After hanging up, Meng Xiaofan said to Song Yan, "Did you hear? He is not calling me for personal reasons. He wants my help to sell an antique." "Is that for real?" Song Yan was skeptical. Where would this guy get an antique? "Xiaofan, what antique is it?" "A Huanyang wood brush holder from the late Ming dynasty." "A wooden brush holder? How much could that possibly be worth?" Song Yan scoffed, unimpressed. In her mind, only porcelain, jade, and gold or silver antiques held value. It's crafted by a renowned master. Many of his works are housed in the imperial palace. If it's a palace collection, it could easily be worth $700,000 or $800,000. Stunned, Song Yan exclaimed, "No way. This guy looks unremarkable, dresses plainly, and lives in conditions just slightly better than a homeless person. How could he possibly be so wealthy? One must not judge by appearances." Meng Xiaofan chuckled. "But it seems his brush holder has not been part of the palace collection. It might be worth a few tens of thousands." "That is still impressive," Song Yan remarked, somewhat begrudgingly, pondering how he managed to acquire such treasures. First jade, then antiques. Who knows what else he might have? Meng Xiaofan also grew curious about Zhu Yu. With auctioning cargo containers, is it really that easy to stumble upon good fortune? "Zhu, you've angered the Latin Americans. Those individuals can be troublesome. You should keep a low profile for the next few days. I will do my best to keep an eye out for any auction information that isn't at the port. In time, as the fervor subsides, they will likely cease pursuing you." Zhu Yu nodded in agreement. "John, rest assured that my sole intention now is to earn a little more money without stirring up trouble." "That is indeed a relief." John is most apprehensive about Zhu Yu's youthful exuberance leading him to seek out trouble or react impulsively to provocations, which would create significant complications. Soon, John provided Zhu Yu with new auction information. On the outskirts of a small town near the port, there is an auction for warehouses resembling small houses. Landowners construct a row of these compact structures, each no larger than a bathroom or two, and rent them out for storage purposes. Given their proximity to the port, individuals who do not rent containers may opt for these warehouses to store their belongings. Once the rental period concludes, and if the tenants fail to retrieve their items, the warehouses will be auctioned off. Zhu Yu pondered this and responded affirmatively. Where is it not an auction? Chapter 25, Blind Auction. Just as Aunt Susan was basking in the sun in her yard, Zhu Yu presented her with a roasted chicken, saying, "Madam Susan, this is for you. I truly appreciate the delicious pie you made." "Really? That is wonderful. I shall return the favor with more roasted delicacies in the future." Aunt Susan was quite pleased with Zhu Yu's thoughtfulness, recognizing him as a fine young man from Huaxia. The following day, Zhu Yu drove to the address provided by old John. Indeed, it was not far from the port, where numerous small warehouses had been constructed, primarily of the colorful steel panel design typical in Huaxia. Following John's instructions, he approached the management office, where a portly middle-aged Caucasian woman sat at the counter. "What business do you wish to conduct?" she inquired. "I seek to purchase the exploration rights for abandoned warehouses." The woman detailed the fees: a base exploration fee of $180, $14 in taxes, and $100 for sanitation deposit, totaling $294. Zhu Yu could not help but exclaim, "Does this number require a calculator? Even a second grader from Huaxia could compute this." The woman shot him an incredulous glance, a hint of annoyance in her eyes, before resetting the calculator and recalculating. Zhu Yu began to understand that she felt interrupted in her thought process. $294. She stated flatly, after confirming the total. Zhu Yu paid the fee, and the woman handed him a board listing several warehouse numbers. "Select one," she instructed. Zhu Yu was momentarily taken aback. So this was the procedure. There was no bidding, merely a blind purchase. After a brief hesitation, he asked, "May I inspect them before making my purchase?" "They're all locked. What do you expect to see?" The woman replied, somewhat impatiently. I intend to buy 3. Zhu Yu declared, employing his persuasive charm. The woman hesitated momentarily before acquiescing. Zhu Yu quickly scanned the numbers and prepared to view the warehouses. Don't forget your receipt. The woman reminded him as he turned to leave. Zhu Yu hurried off to inspect the warehouses, noting that other vehicles had already arrived. These individuals were likely also in search of warehouse treasures. He examined warehouse number 4 first. Inside was a small second-hand lawnmower, likely worth no more than $100. The remaining contents were merely machine parts, prompting him to abandon that option. Warehouse 11 contained several fishing rods and a few boxes of deep-sea fishing bait, each priced at $15, with around 10 boxes available. A large reel caught his attention, surprisingly priced at $350. How could this be so costly? He noted, marking it down for consideration. Zhu Yu identified 2 particularly promising warehouses. The first was number 11, which he estimated could sell for around $5,000, representing a decent profit. The second, number 17, housed a gun case, a handgun, and 4 boxes of ammunition. Additionally, he discovered 2 professional-grade DJI drones and 2 toy drones within the same warehouse. Although second-hand, all accessories and receipts were intact, marking a commendable find. The total value of items in this warehouse likely equaled that of the fishing rods, though he would need Old John's expertise to assess their worth accurately. Zhu Yu informed the woman of his intention to purchase 4 warehouses. The other 2 included Warehouse 24, which contained agricultural tools such as a chainsaw and a circular saw, both new and used, potentially yielding $700 to $800, and Warehouse 33, which housed a second-hand hard-bottom plastic boat and several barrels. The most valuable item was a sizable gasoline engine for the boat, which appeared to have considerable power and could fetch $500 to $600. The remaining items were of little worth. As Zhu Yu approached, the woman said, "Please wait. This gentleman will complete his transaction before attending to you." Zhu Yu promptly prepared to pay the remaining balance. The woman addressed the others, stating, "He has already completed his paperwork and is now awaiting his selection." Recognizing that the warehouses were all locked, the others realized there was no point in lingering. Thus, no one contested his presence. One familiar face inquired, "Zhu, are you also here for the warehouses?" Zhu Yu recognized him from previous encounters during container auctions, but could not recall his name. "Indeed, the competition for containers is fierce, and my capital is limited, so I thought I would try my luck here. What about you?" The man chuckled, "I am in the same boat. I initially believed I could find a great deal at the container auction, but it turns out that luck requires both keen eyesight and financial strength. With limited resources, I came here. Best of luck to you." Zhu Yu smiled. "And may fortune favor you as well. I believe you have a knack for good luck. You should do well this time. Your turn." The Caucasian woman interrupted their conversation. Zhu Yu nodded apologetically to the man and approached to finalize his selection. To his dismay, Warehouse 24, which included the chainsaw, had already been chosen by the previous individual. He could only sigh in disappointment and reported, "I'll take number 11, 17, 33, and 38. He recalled that Warehouse 38 contained several boxes of unfamiliar parts, which, though lacking in notable value, were new and likely worth something. Seeing Zhu Yu spend over $1,000 on 4 warehouses surprised the man. Zhu Yu smiled as he proceeded to the warehouses. He drove directly to the first warehouse, borrowed a pair of pliers from the management office, cut the lock, and opened the door. Having already inspected the contents, he was not particularly astonished. Yet he feigned excitement. "Wow, it appears the previous owner was an avid fisherman." The man from earlier approached and added, "Or perhaps a fishing enthusiast, given this photograph. It must be of her." Zhu Yu then noticed a small frame beside the reel, featuring a woman in a bikini smiling at him. Regardless of her attractiveness, it was of little consequence. All these items now belonged to him. "Zhu, you truly have the Midas touch," the man exclaimed upon seeing the fishing rods. Just one rod alone, brand new, costs around $2,000. Though this one shows some wear, there will certainly be buyers. After all, it's a renowned brand. And there are over 10 here. Oh, not all are in prime condition. There are 4 in total, which is still quite impressive, Zhu Yu mused, astonished by the high value of a single fishing rod. Reflecting on the reel's price of over $300, he realized the values were comparable. The man extended his hand, introducing himself, "I'm Tucker. If you don't mind sharing your contact information, I occasionally deal with secondhand goods as well." "Certainly," Zhu Yu agreed, exchanging contact details before Tucker headed off to his own warehouse. Zhu Yu cleared away some refuse, yet he hesitated to dispose of the remaining items. Initially, he believed that the fishing rods were worth at most a mere $10 each, but now this exceeded his understanding. Very well. He shall leave the burden of this predicament to Old John. Chapter 26. Ruthless. Zhu Yu meticulously categorized the items he had salvaged and loaded them into his vehicle. A rough calculation indicated that this trip could yield approximately $5,000 to $6,000, which, when converted to RMB, amounts to 30 to 40,000 yuan. In his homeland, earning this sum in a single day would undoubtedly elevate him to the ranks of esteemed web novel authors. However, Zhu Yu felt a twinge of regret for not having struck a more substantial fortune. It seemed a loss of opportunity. Clearly, the hunt for treasures within the containers was still necessary. Luck was paramount in this endeavor. Should he venture to Mian for a stroke of fortune? With his innate advantage in stone gambling, he was certain to excel there. Yet he quickly dismissed this notion. The situation there was far from secure. Beyond the ongoing conflict, there were numerous threats of abduction into servitude or organ trafficking. Venturing alone would render him a prime target. Moreover, the matter concerning his uncle Zhu Dajiang remained unresolved. Going there now would be akin to sacrificing foundational stability for trivial gains. Tucker had already departed with his items. The second-hand goods he procured from his warehouse fetched over $300, not a total loss. After allowing the management to inspect his belongings, Zhu Yu reclaimed his deposit and left. A young black man stood by the roadside, his right hand concealed behind his back, while his left hand gestured to halt the vehicle. Zhu Yu instinctively glanced over, only to discover that the man's concealed hand held a firearm. Moreover, two others were lurking by the SUV. Could this be a robbery? Thoughts raced through Zhu Yu's mind as he slowed the vehicle's pace. One of the hidden individuals smugly remarked, "Did you see that? I told you." Most Huaxiao people relish assisting others, seeking validation in that way, so this tactic is surely effective. Zhu Yu cautiously brought the car to a stop, his hand reaching for the handgun he had previously loaded in the warehouse. Having already crossed paths with the Latin Americans, Zhu Yu did not assume they were benign. The last encounter had involved a knife, with threats of self-immolation. It was entirely possible they would resort to firearms this time. Originally, he had been unarmed, but now that he possessed a gun, he felt compelled to engage. A man remains youthful at heart. In a nation where one can bear arms, it would be remiss not to wield one. Yet, Zhu Yu felt a surge of anxiety. It was his first experience handling such a firearm. Although he had loaded the chamber and disengaged the safety, whether he could effectively use it in a real confrontation remained uncertain. A gamble. As the man approached the window, he grinned menacingly and raised his weapon, preparing to fire. Anticipating the move, Zhu Yu acted swiftly, thrusting his gun against the man's chest and firing 3 shots in rapid succession. The black man's face contorted in disbelief as he slumped to the ground. Zhu Yu's heart raced in a frenzy. However, this was no time for dawdling. The other 2 individuals had risen. Perhaps they assumed their companion had succeeded. As they stood there observing the spectacle, Zhu Yu cursed his luck, leveling his gun at the 2 and unleashing a barrage. With a 10-round magazine, he emptied all the bullets. The 2 figures were struck a mere 2 or 3 times, while the rest went astray. The back seat was indeed spacious. Zhu Yu, trembling, swapped in a spare magazine, chambered around, and opened the car door to assess the situation. He would not admit that his legs felt somewhat weak. His heart raced as if it would leap from his chest. Approaching the scene, he found one of the individuals motionless, a bullet having pierced through the right temple, ensuring his demise. The other was crawling away, wounded in both leg and shoulder, weeping in terror. Clearly, he was petrified. Zhu Yu hesitated momentarily, but then advanced, firing 3 shots into the man's back. No witnesses could remain. After all, they intended to end his life. This was self-defense. Having fortified his resolve, Zhu Yu swiftly stowed the gun and prepared to depart. However, glancing at the 3 bodies sprawled before him, he felt compelled to eliminate the evidence. He donned gloves, dragged the corpses closer to the SUV, opened the fuel tank, and drenched the bodies in gasoline. Finally, he ignited the scene and drove away. Unfamiliar with the business, he could only manage to execute it in this manner. After driving 500 to 600 meters, he discarded the weapon and ammunition he had retrieved from the warehouse into a ditch. Then he entered the port and arrived at the 7 Axes Tavern. "Zhu, you're here." John greeted him with a smile. "Yes, I need to wash my hands first," Zhu Yu replied hurriedly as he headed to the back. John sniffed and regarded Zhu Yu's retreating figure with a curious gaze. In the restroom, Zhu Yu thoroughly washed his hands and face, forcing himself to regain composure. 3 individuals had initiated the conflict, yet his response had been exceedingly ruthless. Nevertheless, Zhu Yu did not believe he had acted wrongly. When he had been ensnared by Mark and his associates, he had recognized that this was a realm governed by the law of the jungle. The kindness typical in his homeland would be utterly futile here. Otherwise, he would be left with nothing but ashes. However, facing such a brutal reality for the first time left him somewhat unsettled. John poured Zhu Yu a glass of beer. "Care for a drink?" "No, I can't drink while driving," Zhu Yu declined, opting for water instead. He poured himself a glass, downed it in one go, and refilled it, placing it on the bar. "What treasures did you find today?" John inquired. "A pile of fishing gear and some farming tools, worth around a few $1,000s. "Not bad. Not bad," John praised. With this daily income, You're already wealthier than over 90% of people. Noticing Zhu Yu's lingering discontent, John understood his sentiments and chuckled. Zhu, do you feel that today as haul pales in comparison to your previous finds, leaving you dissatisfied? Zhu Yu nodded. In John's presence, there was nothing to conceal. John burst into laughter. Zhu Yu looked at him quizzically. Was it truly that amusing? Once his laughter subsided, John asked, do you know how many people auction off container treasures at New York Harbor daily? I don't know, dozens. Incorrect. At least several hundred. On busy days. It can reach over 1,000. Zhu Yu was astonished by this revelation. So many people. But do you know how many of these individuals earn over $100 daily? Zhu Yu shook his head, utterly unaware. Not even 50. John retorted with a scoff. Most of the time, only about 20 or 30 managed to exceed that mark. So few? Zhu Yu was incredulous. You find that hard to believe? John gazed at Zhu Yu, speaking calmly. You should know that for most people, if they manage to break even on a container and make a modest profit of a few dozen dollars, they consider it a success. Zhu Yu was taken aback. However, upon reflection, it made sense. The competition in this line of work was ferocious. Much like stone gambling, tales of others striking it rich with high-quality stones circulated daily. Yet how many were aware of those who lost everything, even their fortunes? Therefore, Zhu, be content. John patted Zhu Yu's shoulder. By the way, you should take a shower soon, and then clean your vehicle, okay? Upon hearing John's final remark, Zhu Yu's expression shifted. Did the old man suspect something? Chapter 27. This is valuable. Zhu Yu wished to inquire further, but seeing old John's all-knowing demeanor, he sighed inwardly and exited to unload the items from the pickup truck. The fishing equipment was promptly purchased by an old drunkard in the bar for $4,500. Upon retiring, the elderly drunkard found his only pleasures in drinking and fishing. He could never justify purchasing an expensive fishing rod for himself, so he seized the opportunity to acquire second-hand ones, still in good condition. As for the farming tools, they were carelessly stored in the cluttered shed behind the bar. John mentioned that someone would come to collect them soon. Zhu Yu promptly stepped outside. In the beautiful nation, the disparity in prices between organic and non-organic foods at the supermarket was significant. Given Zhu Yu's current circumstances, indulging in organic food was not a burden. However, upon seeing the organic label, Aunt Susan felt a distinct difference. Madam Susan, here, try this fruit. Zhu Yu casually offered her a bag of fruit. Zhu, you are too kind. Aunt Susan genuinely exclaimed. It's nothing. By the way, may I take a shower? Is that convenient? Of course. Aunt Susan replied with a smile as she accepted the fruit. Feel free to use it. It's just sitting there idle. By the way, Zhu Yu, do you have a girlfriend? She inquired, though she felt a tinge of worry. Although his rented place was slightly better than a shipping container, having Aunt Susan around made her uneasy. She wondered about the soundproofing of the apartment. Otherwise, it would be quite awkward. Upon hearing Zhu Yu mention he had a girlfriend, Aunt Susan's face fell, revealing disappointment. I have a daughter named Linda. I wanted to introduce her to you. What a pity. Zhu Yu, sweating profusely, hurried inside to shower. Aunt Susan shook her head in disappointment, genuinely intending to introduce her daughter to Zhu Yu, having run a small inn for quite some time. She had seen many people and recognized Zhu Yu as a fine young man. She simply hadn't expected him to already be taken. No sooner had Zhu Yu finished his shower than he received a call from Meng Xiaofan. Have you found a buyer? That's wonderful, Zhu Yu said while drying himself off, inquiring about the transaction details. The exquisite boxwood pen holder held little value for Zhu Yu, who found a copper brush far more practical. The buyer is already here. Look. All right, I'll head there right away. Zhu Yu quickly dried off, placed the pen holder in a random paper box, and twirled the brush as he exited. Arriving at Columbia University, Zhu Yu followed Meng Xiaofan's directions and found her waiting in a CAF with Song Yin and a middle-aged Chinese woman wearing glasses. Hello. Are you Zhu Yu? The woman spoke first, her gaze primarily fixed on the box in Zhu Yu's hands. The brush in Zhu Yu's hand twirled twice as he nodded, saying, Yes, you must be Dr. Li, as mentioned by Miss Meng. Indeed, Dr. Li replied, exuding an air of intellect with her short hair, appearing relatively efficient, not conventionally pretty, but possessing a certain charm. Song Yin couldn't help but interject, Zhu Yu, show your items to Sister Yuru. Zhu Yu complied without hesitation, stopping his brush's motion, opening the box, and presenting the items. Meng Xiaofan then asked, Mr. Zhu, would you like something to drink? Zhu Yu, not fond of coffee and finding no tea available, replied, a glass of lemonade, please. Meng Xiaofan called for the waiter to bring lemonade, while Dr. Li had already begun appraising the pen holder. However, her confidence faltered as she pulled out her phone, initiated a video call, and held the pen holder up for the other party to examine. After a thorough evaluation, they confirmed its authenticity. As for the offer, it was likely sent via phone. Dr. Li set the pen holder down and, quite pleased, said to Zhu Yu, This pen holder is in excellent condition and well-preserved. I would like to buy it. Please state your price. Zhu Yu pondered for a moment and replied, $50,000. This price felt neither too high nor too low, deemed quite reasonable, especially considering Meng Xiaofan had facilitated the meeting. Before Dr. Li could respond, Song Yin interjected, displeased. Zhu Yu, you really are asking for an exorbitant price. $50,000? Why not just rob a bank? Zhu Yu cast an irritated glance at Song Yin. Unaware of her misstep, she continued, do you realize that Sister Ru and Xiaofan and I have a good relationship? Even if you don't care about my standing, you shouldn't demand such a high price based on Xiaofan's face. Is it not unfair to charge our fellow compatriots this much? As she continued, Meng Xiaofan tugged at her, prompting her to cease her protests. Zhu Yu, considering Meng Xiaofan's presence, chose not to engage further with Song Yin, although his opinion of her had diminished considerably. Song Yin, feeling slighted, muttered, I am merely stating the truth. Charging such a high price to fellow compatriots is quite exploitative. Are you buying it? Zhu Yu couldn't restrain himself from asking. I wouldn't buy it. Then kindly remain silent. Zhu Yu offered no leniency. Infuriated, Song Yin turned to Dr. Li, saying, let's go. Sister Ru, we won't buy it. In a couple of days, I will find something better. She stood up abruptly. However, neither Dr. Li nor Meng Xiaofan moved. Meng Xiaofan reassured Zhu Yu, Mr. Zhu, I apologize. Yin Yin is inexperienced. Please don't take offense. Zhu Yu nodded, appreciating her understanding. Song Yin, displeased, retorted, what do you mean I'm inexperienced? Am I not speaking the truth? Dr. Li gently patted her hand, saying, Yin Yin, sit down. I apologize, Mr. Zhu, for Yin Yin's lack of knowledge regarding the antique market. 50,000 is indeed a fair price. Let us settle on that. Zhu Yu smiled, replying, then let us proceed with the transaction. In a delightful mood, the pen in his hand twirled joyfully. As Dr. Li prepared to pay Zhu Yu, she noticed the brush he held and curiously asked, is that brush made of copper? Zhu Yu paused, responding, it's an old artifact I find amusing, so I kept it. May I inquire if? Although Dr. Li was not an expert, she recognized the quality of the brush immediately. I apologize, but I rather like this one so. Zhu Yu's intention not to sell was clear. Song Yin, unable to tolerate Zhu Yu's demeanor, opened her mouth to retort. But Meng Xiaofan nudged her, her eyes conveying a warning. Pouting, Song Yin turned away, falling silent. Dr. Li felt a tinge of disappointment but acknowledged that successfully acquiring the pen holder was already worthwhile. Chapter 28. Treasures Beneath the Sea. Exiting the CAF. Meng Xiaofan politely inquired about Zhu Yu's next destination. Zhu Yu contemplated and asked, is the library here open to the public? Meng Xiaofan shook her head. Song Yin whispered, oh, still trying to put on the guise of a studious person? Zhu Yu had already begun to ignore her, stating, in that case, I'll take my leave. Waving goodbye to the three ladies, Zhu Yu twirled the pen in his hand and departed gracefully. Song Yin couldn't help but express her disdain. I just can't stand his arrogant demeanor. Dr. Li chuckled. Mr. Zhu is quite pleasant. He doesn't appear arrogant at all. Yin Yin, do you perhaps have a crush on him? Upon hearing this, Song Yin nearly leaped up like an agitated rabbit, exclaiming, how could I possibly like him? Just look at him. Sister Ru, please don't jest. Dr. Li smiled but remained silent. Song Yin's current behavior resembled that of a child who, having developed feelings for someone who ignores her, attempts to disparage them to capture their attention. However, she had no intention of revealing her thoughts. Recognizing that Zhu Yu had feelings for Meng Xiaofan, but also refraining from overstepping. This Zhu Yu was no simple character. Meng Xiaofan observed Zhu Yu's retreating figure, lost in thought. After leaving the university, Zhu Yu headed to the city library. He truly intends to explore the realm of container auctions with earnest dedication. At this juncture, Zhu Yu has come to realize that as a foreigner, his understanding remains rather limited. In America, the regulations surrounding library borrowing are quite lenient. One merely needs to present a driver's license or a utility bill to obtain a library card. Zhu Yu set his phone to vibrate and ventured into the humanities section, where he immersed himself in a book on cultural history. The library was bustling with patrons, including a number of children. Yet they were well behaved under the watchful eyes of adults, creating an atmosphere akin to that found in his home country. The book proved to be quite fascinating. But soon enough, he felt the vibration of his phone. Reluctantly, he closed the book and stepped outside to answer the call. It was Paul on the line. Zhu, there has been a homicide on the highway near the port area, 3 people dead. Is there any connection to you? None. Who was killed? Todd. Zhu Yu replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. After experiencing the aftermath of a shooting, he had undergone significant psychological fortification, rendering him unfazed by Paul's inquiries. It was self-defense, plain and simple. Of course, that cannot be disclosed externally. It's not Todd. He hasn't even left the police station yet. However, Todd's cousin has declared that you are the murderer. His cousin, named Ong, was a small-time leader within the Latino community and harbored a certain animosity towards people from Huaxia. So Zhu Yu should exercise caution. Zhu Yu contemplated the notion that Todd's audacity might indeed be linked to his cousin's influence. After Paul ended the call, Zhu Yu returned to his reading. It appeared that the police did not view him as a suspect, which was to be expected. His task now was to maintain a semblance of normalcy, avoiding panic that might alert others to his status as a target. Upon returning to his rented accommodations, Zhu Yu reflected on the excitement of the impending weekend. Checking the time, he deduced that Joanna would likely be eating, so he placed a call to her. Indeed, her cheerful voice, slightly muffled by food, greeted him. "Zhu, have you eaten? I'm having my meal now, and your call has made my day." Zhu Yu replied with a smile. "Tomorrow is the weekend." Yes, Joanna eagerly interjected. "I can't wait to see you. How about I skip class this afternoon, and you come to pick me up?" Zhu Yu felt a rush of enthusiasm. Although he acknowledged the importance of responsibilities, he believed in seizing the joy of youth. Unable to focus on his reading any longer, he decided to step out and head to the school. After picking up Joanna, they went directly to a hotel, where they spent the day indulging in carefree moments until dusk. Joanna lay languidly on the bed, remarking, "Zhu, I think you are far more impressive this time than the last." Zhu Yu, still eager for more, attributed this to the energy he had absorbed from the jade, and with a smile, responded, "Last time I was inexperienced, but now I am becoming more familiar with you, and we are even better together. Don't you think we should go for another round?" Although Joanna felt a bit overwhelmed, she playfully refused to back down, her eyes glistening with mischief. "If you dare, then I accept." The outcome, however, left them both unable to rise from the bed. Their meals were delivered to the hotel. Old John called, informing Zhu Yu that a salvage vessel had recovered 5 containers from the sea, which were scheduled for auction today, inquiring if Zhu Yu was interested. Naturally, he was intrigued. Old John, sharing gossip, recounted the incident involving the 3 individuals who had been shot, stating that the police had classified it as a crime of revenge and were now investigating the Latino gangs involved. Zhu Yu suspected that this matter would likely be swept under the rug eventually. Upon arriving at the ship, Zhu Yu discovered that a dozen people were already present. The only familiar face was Maiden, who approached Zhu Yu with surprise. "Zhu, you're here too?" Zhu Yu nodded, gesturing towards several rusted containers. "Are these the ones?" "Yes." Maiden sighed. "It seems unlikely there is anything of value inside. Even if there are good items, they are probably ruined by the seawater." Zhu Yu looked down and indeed saw water leaking from the containers. However, he was skeptical about Maiden's claims. Maiden often exaggerated, and this time was likely no different. He continued to converse with others, conveying similar sentiments. Zhu Yu felt puzzled, but upon overhearing someone inquire about the origin of the containers, he suddenly realized. Old John had mentioned that these containers had come from Dubai. Dubai, a land of luxury cars and opulence. Surely, anything that arrived from there would hold value. Moreover, it was improbable that everything would be waterlogged. It was likely that Maiden had caught wind of this news and was attempting to eliminate potential competitors. Indeed, 2 individuals, swayed by Maiden's words, declared they would rather check the cargo yard and promptly departed. Zhu Yu was uncertain if those 2 were collaborating with Maiden or genuinely leaving. Nevertheless, the remaining individuals hesitated but ultimately chose to stay. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Yu approached the containers, eager to ascertain whether anything of worth lay within. In the first container, he found a heap of waterlogged furniture and several suitcases filled with clothing and small appliances, all devoid of value. Seaweed tangled around the items signified that the container had been submerged for quite some time. The second and third containers yielded similar results. Although the furniture and clothing bore reputable brands, their prolonged exposure to water rendered them mere refuse, adorned with marine shells and barnacles. The fourth container held more furniture, but Zhu Yu's eyes gleamed when he spotted a small box in the corner. At last, something worth gambling on. He noted the items and prepared to examine the 5th container when a sudden dizziness overcame him, prompting him to close his eyes tightly. "All right, everyone is here. Come, gather around. We are ready to open the first container. I have a thrilling announcement." After investigation, it turns out that 2 of these containers originated from Dubai. Just imagine, the land of gold and beauty. If we unveil gold, we shall be fortunate indeed. Naturally, if we uncover beauty, that would be splendid as well. The auctioneer hired by the salvage ship owner was quite humorous, effortlessly raising the crowd's interest, and they exchanged banter. Who knows, perhaps there is indeed treasure inside. In truth, until the containers were opened, no one dared to wager definitively. As someone approached with a wrench to unlock the rusty locks, everyone leaned in to catch a glimpse. A trickle of seawater escaped as a foul odor wafted through the air. Gazing inside, the sight of seawater-soaked furniture greeted them. A tall Caucasian man let out a derisive laugh. "Is this all? I'd refuse it even for free. There's nothing of value here. I think we should depart." Those who left earlier were wise. "Fools," someone retorted. "Why wouldn't they use waterproof materials for shipping?" While some grumbled, others scrutinized the contents closely. Maiden leaned in, peering through the gaps in the furniture. Zhu Yu also edged closer, feigning interest in the view. From this angle, the suitcases appeared somewhat decent. After Maiden inspected the contents, he turned to Zhu Yu with a grin. So what do you think? Will you bid? If it's under 100, I shall bid, Zhu Yu declared confidently. Maiden shrugged, noncommittally. All right, let the auction begin with a starting price of $20, with increments of $5. The auctioneer harbored little optimism for the shipping container, setting a rather modest starting price of $25. Zhu Yu was the first to raise his bid, announcing $30. The seasoned bidder, Lao Maiden, quickly matched him. Another participant escalated the stakes to $50. Only these 3 individuals placed bids, while the rest merely observed. Zhu Yu ultimately decided to forego the container, recognizing that it contained nothing of value. In the end, the container was secured by Maiden for $125. For the subsequent container, Zhu Yu also initiated a bid of $55, which he successfully acquired. Upon opening it, he discovered an assortment of dilapidated furniture, with not even a suitcase in sight. It was clear he would only be tasked with clearing out the container. He opted not to bid on the 3rd container but feigned interest in the 2nd, only to emerge disheartened, for it too lacked anything of worth. To the casual observer, it appeared he had incurred a loss. As he exited, the 4th container was just being unveiled, prompting Zhu Yu to approach immediately. Recognizing him, someone jested, "Zhu, what treasures lie within?" Zhu Yu quipped, "Nothing. Just rubbish of a quality inferior to dog feces." Another inquired, "Then why bid at all?" Laughter erupted at Zhu Yu's misfortune, to which he retaliated with a defiant gesture. His reputation as a formidable bidder had deterred further provocations, especially after he had outbid for Latino bidders. As the 4th container was revealed, some patrons chose to leave. Each container was infested with seaweed, evident that the contents had soaked for an extended period, rendering most items utterly ruined. At this juncture, Lao Maiden approached, visibly perturbed. "All right, the starting price for this container is $50, with increments of $10, announced the auctioneer. Zhu Yu was quick to bid, $100. Maiden hesitated before countering with $120. Zhu Yu unhesitatingly raised the bid once more. Maiden conceded, having assessed that the contents held no promise of value. The items went to Zhu Yu, while the onlookers remained skeptical about the potential worth of the contents. For the 5th container, Zhu Yu merely glanced inside, spotting something tightly wrapped. However, he had no intention of bidding further. The previous container had already sufficed. Upon inspecting the furniture, he realized it was all of reputable brands: genuine leather sofas, high-end beds, luxurious solid wood cabinets. "Oh my heavens!" Zhu Yu exclaimed. Nearby bidders rushed over, presuming he had discovered something valuable. At that moment, the 5th container fetched $560, revealing the tightly wrapped wooden boxes within. The winning bidder, an African-American gentleman, promptly paid and proceeded to extract the tightly wrapped box, unveiling a complete gaming console set complete with helmets. Thanks to the waterproof covering, the console remained functional. "Wow, at least $1,000. Someone shouted. This was the only container to yield a profit that day. The gentleman beamed triumphantly, akin to a victorious general, while others congratulated him on his fortune, and some chose to depart, seeking other opportunities. He flaunted the gaming console in front of Lao Maiden and Zhu Yu, winking in delight before handing over $100 to a scrap dealer and swaggering away. It was then that Zhu Yu discovered a wooden jewelry box tucked away in a corner. The box had been waterlogged, with some decorations peeling away, rendering it indistinguishable from ordinary refuse. What remained was the moment to open it. The jewelry box had once been exquisite, exuding an exotic charm. Yet, under the ravages of seawater, its beauty had faded. Extracting a small knife from the glove compartment, Zhu Yu carefully pried it open, releasing a pungent scent of brine. However, he soon disregarded the odor, for the box contained a wealth of treasures. Within lay 3 gold necklaces, 4 gemstone rings, 2 gold bangles, and various earrings and bracelets. Estimating its weight, he surmised it must be close to 1 kilogram. Given the current price of gold, it was worth approximately $60,000. Zhu Yu felt a wave of elation wash over him, having struck an extraordinary find. Midway through his revelry, Robert called. Zhu Yu answered eagerly. "Zhu, I have some new information." Robert was succinct. Mark had imbibed too much and let slip that Elson was searching for the treasure left behind by Zhu Dajiang, which purportedly possessed magical powers. Zhu Dajiang had amassed considerable wealth through this treasure. Zhu Yu felt exhilarated. The information Robert provided was indeed invaluable. As he prepared to commend Robert, the latter continued, "Zhu, I've heard you've encountered a bit of trouble?" Zhu Yu candidly admitted, "Yes. A group of Latinos has been seeking to trouble me. However, I am unperturbed by such inconveniences." Robert chuckled. In truth, resolving troubles is not a monumental task. It merely requires a little finesse. Zhu Yu's eyes brightened. "Do you have a solution?" "Of course. It depends on whether you wish to tackle a major or minor issue. Robert replied. Zhu Yu had not anticipated Robert's proposition. The major problem would involve making the Latino group vanish entirely, thus restoring tranquility to the world. Whoa! Zhu Yu nearly exclaimed in shock. This seemed rather brutal. Yet, he found himself intrigued. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head. Such actions would harm many innocents. It was not worth it. What about the minor trouble? He inquired. I knew you would choose this path, Robert responded, somewhat disappointed. Among them, a leader is primarily responsible for targeting you. If you eliminate him, the issue will likely resolve itself. We could then pin the blame on another gang, inciting a feud that would divert attention from you. Zhu Yu found this plan appealing. It was indeed a clever strategy. All right, let's proceed with that. Good, $1,000. Robert stated. Agreed. If it resolves the trouble, $1,000 is a small price to pay. After settling the payment, Zhu Yu drove to Old John's bar with the jewelry box in tow. The weekend crowd was sparse. Zhu Yu placed the jewelry box on the bar counter. And while some patrons remained oblivious, Old John, under Zhu Yu's discreet guidance, whisked the jewelry box away. Care for a drink? Zhu Yu cheerfully replied, absolutely. Just then, someone in the bar boisterously remarked, Zhu, I hear you haven't found any good items in your last 2 auctions. Old John was marveling at the jewelry box when he heard this and was about to retort, but Zhu Yu subtly gestured for silence, then turned around, feigning disappointment. Indeed, I had hoped it would be like last week, where I could earn several tens of thousands. Alas, not only did I not earn anything, but I also incurred significant losses. Laughter erupted around him. Others offered words of consolation. Zhu, this is quite normal. Profiting from container auctions is no easy feat. Otherwise, we old-timers would have already left. Why would we still be here? Zhu Yu remained silent, sipping his drink, until Old John, having inspected the jewelry, remarked, these pieces, based purely on material value, could fetch around $70,000 to $80,000, especially one exquisite ruby of exceptional quality. Zhu Yu was astonished. The valuation exceeded his expectations. However, the unique styles of some pieces necessitate professional appraisal. If it were some antiques, they would indeed be more valuable. Very well, I shall entrust this matter to you. Zhu Yu held a deep trust in Lao John, and he awaited your good news. After finishing his beer in one gulp, he twirled a pen in his hand, greeted a few drunkards, and took his leave. Lao John had intended to offer him a word of caution, but seeing Zhu Yu's departing figure, he sighed and remained silent. That afternoon, Zhu Yu received a call from Lao John. The jewelry had been appraised, and among them, one bracelet was an antique that could be traced back over 100 years. However, due to varying degrees of corrosion from seawater, the total selling price for the jewelry amounted to $110,000. After deducting my commission of $10,000, the remaining $100,000 will be transferred to your card. Zhu Yu whistled in delight. This is fantastic. An income of $100,000 at once. It certainly marks an entry into a new realm. Zhu Yu recalled that Lao John had mentioned certain matters to him. Despite the unassuming attire and coarse manners of individuals like Lao Ma Deng and the Chiao brothers, each possessed a wealth exceeding $1 million. These individuals had accumulated their fortunes through keen insight and a stroke of luck. Therefore, one should never underestimate anyone who persistently raises bids during an auction. They may appear inconspicuous, yet possess wealth that far surpasses yours. Zhu Yu felt elated and planned to pick up Chiao Anna. However, upon receiving a call from Chiao Anna, he could only curse under his breath at the misfortune. His perfect plan had crumbled, and he resolved to visit the library to enrich himself, seeking to acquire both knowledge and monetary wealth. At that moment, Robert called. You'd best find a prominent place tomorrow, somewhere many people will know you will be. Zhu Yu immediately understood and replied, very well. I will attend the auction at the container or warehouse, where numerous individuals will be able to attest to my whereabouts. That's good. Robert continued, by the way. The matter regarding the will is nearly settled, but you need to pay me an additional $30,000 for the purchase of a copy of the will. $30,000 for a single piece of paper. Zhu Yu had initially felt quite prosperous, having earned $100,000 in a single day. However, it seemed that his earnings were quickly overshadowed by his expenses. A mere piece of paper costing $30,000. Nonetheless, he complied and transferred the funds, as this directly pertained to his innocence and financial standing. Chapter 31, Longing for Home. Aunt Susan greeted Zhu Yu with a smile. Zhu Yu inquired, I bought some vegetables and meat. May I use your kitchen to prepare a meal? No problem. Aunt Susan, intrigued, replied, I have heard that the cuisine of Huaxia is quite unique. I look forward to experiencing it firsthand. Zhu Yu smiled and, after washing his hands, began to prepare the meal. Here in America, the fish primarily consisted of saltwater varieties, as freshwater fish with many bones were scarce. Once the meal was ready, he arranged a platter and carried a variety of dishes over to Aunt Susan's side. Upon knocking and hearing voices from within, he opened the door to find a beautiful girl with freckles curiously gazing at him. "You must be Linda. I am Zhu Yu, your mother's tenant. And these are dishes I prepared. Please do give them a try." Naturally, Linda had heard of Zhu Yu's reputation, but upon glancing at him, her attention quickly shifted to the fragrant dishes, and she exclaimed, "Did you make this?" Indeed. Zhu Yu, feeling quite hungry, did not linger for long, and after delivering the dishes, turned to leave. "How is it? I told you Zhu is quite remarkable," Aunt Susan proudly remarked. "Anyone capable of preparing such delectable food must be exceptional." Linda, amused yet bewildered, found her mother's theory quite peculiar. However, the taste of the dishes was undeniably delightful. The mother and daughter cautiously savored the food while praising Zhu Yu's culinary skills. Zhu Yu, meanwhile, enjoyed his meal while video chatting with Xiao Anna. Upon learning that Zhu Yu had prepared a meal for the landlord, who had a daughter, Xiao Anna became slightly displeased. "When I visit tomorrow or the day after, you must prepare a portion for me, an identical one." Zhu Yu chuckled inwardly, realizing that when it came to jealousy, all girls in the world were remarkably similar. He nodded vigorously, adopting a serious demeanor. "Absolutely. I shall prepare double portions for you, and I will even add an extra dish." "Excellent, it's settled then." Xiao Anna's spirits lifted at the mention of an additional dish. The two conversed for a while longer before Xiao Anna reluctantly ended the video call. As her mother called for her, Zhu Yu had just set his phone down after taking a few bites when it rang again, revealing it to be Meng Xiaofan. Zhu Yu was somewhat puzzled about why this girl was calling him. Upon answering, Meng Xiaofan politely greeted him and then said, "The day after tomorrow, there will be an auction for jadeite rough stones in the Chinese district. Would you like to participate?" Zhu Yu was initially ecstatic. He must attend such an event. However, he soon sensed something amiss and asked Meng Xiaofan, "Isn't jade something that we Chinese are particularly fond of? Americans do not recognize it. Who is so bold as to bring rough stones here for auction?" Meng Xiaofan explained, "The individual who entrusted me to find potential clients is a friend of my father. He is from Taiwan. You know, we Chinese have two renowned women who are particularly fond of jade." "I am aware," Zhu Yu replied with a smile. "One is the infamous matriarch from the late Qing dynasty, and the other is the wife of Chiang Kai-shek during the Republic of China." Upon hearing Zhu Yu mention Chiang Kai-shek, Meng Xiaofan couldn't help but laugh, then continued, "The lady lived here during her later years. So my father's friend believed that some Chinese women here would likely appreciate jade. Hence, he brought a batch over and opened a store. But it has remained unsold for several years." Understanding the background of the situation, Zhu Yu confirmed the time and place and readily agreed to attend. Meng Xiaofan hesitated before hanging up, asking Zhu Yu what he was doing. Zhu Yu cheerfully replied, "I finally found the time to cook a meal from my hometown, preparing a few home-style dishes, and am currently enjoying my meal." Meng Xiaofan, feeling slightly embarrassed, quickly ended the call. She was curious if Zhu Yu could indeed cook Chinese food. Having been away for so long, she had not properly enjoyed a home-cooked meal. Thinking of the dishes her mother used to make, Meng Xiaofan couldn't help but swallow hard. Neither she nor Song Yin cooked at home. They simply didn't know how. Observing that Meng Xiaofan fell silent after hanging up, Song Yin inquired, "What's wrong? Did he decline? Is he afraid of being exposed and dares not come?" Meng Xiaofan shook her head, waking from her reverie, and replied, "He agreed." "Then you." Meng Xiaofan's tone grew slightly melancholy. "I miss home. I long for my mother's cooking." Song Yin paused for a moment, gently embracing Meng Xiaofan, and said, "Tomorrow let us head to the Chinese district. I recall there is a restaurant called Hu Ji that serves authentic cuisine, and I will treat you." Meng Xiaofan shook her head silently. Zhu Yu remained unaware that his seemingly casual remark had left a profound impression on Meng Xiaofan. At that moment, he was satiated and suddenly found himself reluctant to move. Contentment. Lao Zhan called again, "Tomorrow, there will be a warehouse auction nearby. Will you be attending? There are also some containers to be auctioned, but they are from two small warehouses." Zhu Yu pondered for a moment and replied, "I shall attend the warehouse auction." Lao Zhan then sent him the address for the auction, which Zhu Yu noted down. He had initially intended to inquire about the mysterious Robert, but thought better of it. Everyone possesses their own secrets, and certain professional realms require confidentiality. It is best not to pry. It would be troublesome if loose ends were left untied. Shortly after, Linda knocked and entered, bringing Zhu Yu some fruit. After placing the fruit down, Linda remained and curiously asked, "I heard from my mother that you are a treasure hunter?" "Yes," Zhu Yu responded, twirling a pen. "I have only recently entered the field." "Is it thrilling?" Linda inquired further. "I heard that every day, many valuable items are discovered in containers." Zhu Yu contemplated for a moment before shaking his head and replying, "In truth, the reality is not as one might imagine. After all, many warehouses are abandoned by owners unable to pay their rent. If there were valuable items inside, why would the owners leave them behind? Only a select few owners, due to various circumstances such as disappearance, bankruptcy, or unforeseen accidents, might create opportunities for treasure hunters. In any field of sudden wealth, many individuals deliberately obscure additional information, disseminating only what they choose to share or what others wish to hear. It is akin to the world of stone gambling, where the stories of those who strike it rich are far more abundant than those who suffer losses. Linda was taken aback by Zhu Yu's remarks. It was unexpected. Young people, particularly treasure hunters, typically boast about their successes when questioned by an attractive woman, but Zhu Yu was indeed something special. Observing Zhu Yu twirling a pen, she curiously inquired, "Is this a talent among your Huaxia people? We have international students from Huaxia at our school who can do this. It's quite impressive." Zhu Yu chuckled softly, shaking his head as he replied, "It is merely a game to pass the time and exercise my fingers during moments of boredom, nothing more." The following morning, Zhu Yu savored the pies made by Susan while driving to the warehouse. This warehouse was smaller than the previous one he had visited and farther away. Yet its size was significantly greater, at least 4 times that of the last. More importantly, these warehouses were also up for auction, similar to the containers. Upon arrival, Zhu Yu experienced a moment of regret. Had he known, he might have opted for the auction of containers, as the chances of finding treasures there were greater. The crowd consisted mostly of unfamiliar faces, although Zhu Yu recognized a few familiar ones. Surprised, he quickly comprehended the situation. While the contents of these warehouses came from nearby towns, the bidders were predominantly professional treasure hunters. Zhu Yu felt a thrill of opportunity. He approached the management office and learned that 6 warehouses were slated for auction that day. Zhu Yu marveled at the sheer volume of discarded items in America. It made sense, considering the 2 world wars that had enriched the nation and subsequently established it as a global superpower, effectively turning the world into its cash cow. With a culture of disposability, it is no wonder that second-hand goods abound. Of course, with the current industrial production lagging, second-hand items have begun to hold value. The auctioneer arrived, a balding gentleman. Zhu Yu noted that the auctioneers for both containers and warehouses often had a very calm demeanor, yet could articulate 100 words without interruption. They were indeed remarkable individuals. Soon, the roll-up door of the first warehouse was lifted, revealing a collection of farming tools. Zhu Yu glanced at them and shook his head. Such items did not pique his interest. Remembering the auction number, he proceeded to the adjacent warehouse. Utilizing his keen insight, he peered inside and was taken aback, then amused. This item was relatively rare, and he recognized it. Having recently immersed himself in local cultural knowledge, he had encountered an introduction to this very object. This was the warehouse for him. Zhu Yu then inspected the other warehouses, finding them filled predominantly with agricultural tools or ranching equipment. Considering the nearby farms and small towns, this was hardly surprising. As the second warehouse prepared for auction, Zhu Yu hurried over. The roll-up door opened, revealing the contents inside. The auctioneer glanced and smiled, clearly aware of what was before him. Displayed for all to see was a peculiar table, featuring 2 half-circular tabletops, one side with a 10-centimeter diameter hole. The tabletops were connected by curved wooden strips and covered with a layer of cowhide. To the right of the warehouse stood a large industrial insulated box, surprisingly still connected to power. On top of the insulated box was a rectangular plastic container resembling a gun case. Beside it were 7 or 8 white plastic barrels. The contents of the barrels were difficult to discern. They resembled milk, but with a slight yellow tint. Zhu Yu understood and couldn't help but smile. The chance of encountering such an item here was indeed unexpected. The auctioneer cheerfully announced, "The starting price is $500, with minimum increments of $50. The bidding commenced with a gentleman offering $600, and the auctioneer quickly escalated the price to $800 with his unique, rapid-fire speech. Zhu Yu boldly bid $1,000. A muscular young African-American, feeling friendly, inquired, "Hey, Huaxia guy, what is this thing?" Zhu Yu replied, "It's ranching equipment." A few individuals in attendance seemed to have guessed its purpose, but none voiced their thoughts. Others appeared confused, entirely unaware of its function. "Ranching equipment? Isn't that a gun?" "I think it's for hunting," the young man speculated. Zhu Yu refrained from responding. This was a delicate matter. The price rose to $1,100. With only 2 bidders remaining, Zhu Yu raised the bid to $1,500. This sudden jump in price effectively discouraged the other competitors. Watching as they ceased to bid, Zhu Yu silently reflected on the unexpected turn of events. After the auctioneer confirmed the bid of $1,500 3 times, he pointed towards Zhu Yu, declaring the contents of the warehouse his. After paying, Zhu Yu began to clear out the items, only to find the young man following him inside. He picked up the gun-like case and asked Zhu Yu, "Can I open it?" Already knowing what it was, Zhu Yu smiled and said, "Go ahead, just don't break it." He then opened the industrial insulated box, revealing 6 neatly arranged filled plastic barrels. causing Zhu Yu to beam with delight. Meanwhile, the young man opened the black plastic case and extracted a 30-centimeter wide empty plastic tube, one end fitted with a plastic cap, resembling a large balloon. Initially disappointed, as this was not a gun, he suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, I know. This must be for inflating balloons." He began to blow into one end of the tube. Zhu Yu stifled a laugh and urgently intervened. "Don't blow. It's not clean." The young man, undeterred by Zhu Yu's warning, continued to amuse himself. Remarkably, he managed to inflate it. Observing the young man's proud expression, Zhu Yu took the tube, gesturing towards the hole in the upright table. The young man looked confused. Zhu Yu decided to clarify. "This tube and this apparatus are used for manually extracting semen from bulls." The young man's face darkened considerably, and he hesitantly inquired, "So this tube?" His unspoken fears were confirmed as Zhu Yu explained. "As you suspected, this tube is fitted onto the bull's penis, and that balloon is for collecting the bull's semen." The young man immediately turned green, gagging at the revelation. The thought of a bull's penis moving in and out of that tube, combined with the image of the young man's earlier enthusiastic blowing, sent Zhu Yu into fits of laughter. The young man quickly decided he could no longer stay. While Zhu Yu relished the newfound peace, he closed the industrial insulated box and called Old John. "Zhu, have you discovered any treasures?" Zhu Yu jested. "No treasures per se, but plenty of items produced by treasures." "What sort of items?" "I possess a set of tools for artificial insemination of breeding bulls, along with 6 barrels of bull semen stored in an insulated box, weighing approximately 90 kilograms, and an additional 8 barrels outside, totaling around 120 kilograms. Quite an unusual commodity indeed." Old John could not help but comment. "Yet it is said that these items hold considerable value. Allow me to inquire further." After ending the call, Zhu Yu surveyed the warehouse and found no rubbish to clear away, making the place quite serene. It was a relief. Before long, John called back. "I found someone. They will be coming to see you shortly." To Zhu Yu's surprise, this particular commodity proved to be quite valuable, fetching over $100 per kilogram. Zhu Yu had acquired some knowledge of this recently. However, he was taken aback by the price, as it was indeed higher than he had anticipated. The insulated box contained around 90 kilograms, and he was uncertain whether the barrels outside were still usable. In a short while, the prospective buyer had yet to arrive when a young man approached again. Zhu Yu was somewhat curious. This young man seemed rather idle. Chapter 33. Am I your apprentice? The young man came over, exhibiting a familiarity as he inquired. "Zhu, have you found a buyer for these items?" Zhu Yu, puzzled, asked. "How do you know my name?" The young man grinned widely. "I had a bit of an embarrassing moment earlier, and someone mentioned that you have been quite successful at the port, unloading valuable goods from containers. They shared your name with me. It seemed there were those who took notice of him. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The attention would fade over time. Do you need any assistance?" The young man, tall and robust, stood half a head taller than Zhu Yu. His complexion was not purely dark, but rather tinged with brown, and his features bore a resemblance to a historical figure. "No need," Zhu Yu replied, gesturing towards the items. "I have already found a buyer." That was quick. The young man, astonished, introduced himself. "I am Jason." His surprise was understandable. Typically, valuable goods extracted from containers require sorting, appraisal, and the search for suitable buyers. Zhu Yu was well aware that with Old John around, he had little to worry about. Zhu Yu smiled and said, "I just happened to encounter a buyer, so I sold it. How much can you sell these for?" Jason asked with curiosity. Zhu Yu glanced at Jason, who quickly raised his hand. "Apologies. I did not mean to pry into your business secrets. I was merely curious. You see, I am relatively new to this industry. I thought I could earn some money. But after purchasing a few containers, I ended up losing money. I am looking for someone to mentor me, and I can help out for free, clearing rubbish and moving items." Zhu Yu chuckled. It seemed he was eager to be an apprentice. However, he currently had no need for assistance. He diplomatically replied, "I have only been at this for less than half a month myself. In fact, I am even newer than you. There are quite a few of your fellow countrymen among the treasure hunters. Why not align yourself with them?" Jason's demeanor dimmed. "They want to take me in. My family just arrived from Africa, and they feel I am different from them. I sense they look down upon me." "Ah, so even within the same race, there exists discrimination." Zhu Yu had yet to offer consolation when Jason rallied himself. "I am certain I can thrive in this industry. I will work hard and earn substantial money to support my siblings." "Very well, you display the qualities of a responsible older brother." At that moment, Zhu Yu's phone rang. The buyer had arrived. Zhu Yu provided the warehouse number, and shortly after, an old cowboy driving a large pickup truck approached. "Hello, are you Zhu?" he asked. "I am Quincy. Old John mentioned you have a batch of bull semen." Zhu Yu pointed toward the industrial insulated box and indicated the barrels on the ground. Quincy, however, made a beeline for a peculiar table. Zhu Yu knew it was where the bulls were mounted, with a hole designed for the bull's member, a facility for artificial insemination. Quite impressive, well preserved, Quincy exclaimed, repeatedly expressing admiration. He then proceeded to examine the barrels on the ground. After opening one, he sniffed it and dipped his finger in. Zhu Yu felt a wave of nausea and worried whether Quincy might take an even more peculiar step. Fortunately, he did not. Remarkably, it has not spoiled, Quincy declared with the air of an expert. After inspecting the bull semen in the insulated box, Quincy generously began to quote, "For the extractor and the industrial insulated box, I'll offer you $500. The semen in the box is priced at $125 per kilogram, while the outside is $100 per kilogram. What do you think?" Upon finishing, Quincy observed Zhu Yu's expression. He quickly added, "Mr. Quincy, you have offered a most fair price." Old John was correct. You are indeed a generous individual. You shall prosper. Hearing Zhu Yu's praise, Quincy beamed with delight and promptly withdrew a stack of dollars, counting them out. "Here. This barrel is a standard size, 15 kilograms. Let me calculate. 490 kilograms at $125 per kilogram. That totals $11,250. For 120 kilograms at $100 per kilogram, that amounts to $12,000, plus $500 for the tools. The grand total is $23,750. Zhu Yu quickly provided this figure. Quincy marveled. Your mathematical skills as a Huaxiao person are indeed impressive. After the payment was settled, they began to load the items onto the truck. Jason, the young man, eagerly assisted, and Zhu Yu did not refuse his help. If he truly possessed the determination he claimed, Zhu Yu found himself quite impressed. However, for the time being, this was merely superficial. He had no intention of taking anyone on board. With so many secrets of his own, having someone around was rather inconvenient. Once the items were loaded, Quincy exchanged pleasantries with Zhu Yu, asking him to keep him in mind for any valuable items he might have in the future before driving away. Zhu Yu turned to Jason. "How did you get here? Did you drive?" "No, I walked over," Jason replied with a grin. "I also rented a container in the port area. There are plenty of valuable finds here, and my siblings are nearby." Without hesitation, Jason hopped into Zhu Yu's pickup, excitement evident in his voice. "Once I have some money, I will buy a truck just like this one and take my siblings on a trip." After bidding farewell to the dream-filled young man, Zhu Yu hurried to meet old John before swiftly heading to his appointment with Robert. Robert had arranged to meet at a restaurant. He appeared as ordinary as ever, eating while sliding a piece of paper towards Zhu Yu. "Zhu, please destroy this paper after reading it. It was purchased with money and cannot be considered evidence." As Zhu Yu accepted the paper, he inquired, "Is there a way for me to obtain the original document?" "Yes, but it would require at least $300,000 to $500,000, Robert replied, wiping his mouth and smiling. "However, if the contents of the will are indeed authentic, then it is something you might consider." Zhu Yu lowered his gaze to see the text inscribed. "I, Zhu Dajiang, hereby establish my will. All my companies, stocks, and cash shall belong to my adopted son, Elson. The Dajiang farm, the Hainong farm, and the detached villa located on New York Street, along with all its contents, shall belong to my nephew, Zhu Yu." Zhu Yu stared at the will in silence. As far as we know, the stocks, cash, and companies under Zhu Dajiang's name are valued at approximately $80 million to $90 million. The farm and the villa are valued at about $60 million. Robert explained. "Originally, Elson was set to inherit the majority, so he should have no reason to harm you. However, we have discovered that Zhu Dajiang squandered a considerable amount of money early on. Strangely enough, by the time he was nearing death, his wealth had surprisingly increased, which Elson found perplexing. He has been particularly attentive, leading him to believe that Zhu Dajiang possessed more valuable treasures yet to be revealed." Robert pointed at Zhu Yu, and Elson felt that the most likely candidate to obtain the treasure was indeed Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu appeared despondent. Chapter 34. This gamble is my favorite. Linda, upon seeing Zhu Yu, greeted him with a smile. Zhu Yu returned a faint smile, but remained silent as he entered the house, his mood rather dismal. If they were to discuss matters thoroughly, Zhu Yu might indeed relinquish those inheritances. After all, it was Elson who had stood by his uncle during his struggles. However, the thought of being killed for money was intolerable. Ultimately, this was not what his uncle would have wished to witness, which contributed to Zhu Yu's ill humor. Linda, initially curious about Zhu Yu, felt somewhat disheartened by the situation, her disposition turning to indignation. Susan, who was behind her, remarked, "What's wrong? Do you feel that Zhu's attitude towards you is rather unfriendly?" "Yes, he's being quite dismissive." Susan chuckled. "Perhaps he has some personal troubles weighing on him. After all, Zhu is merely a young man. It is unrealistic to expect him to always maintain a cheerful demeanor. Everyone has their burdens." Upon hearing these words, Linda inexplicably felt less angered. She believed her mother was right and resolved to offer some comfort to Zhu Yu. When Linda knocked on the door with a pie in hand, Zhu Yu was engrossed in a book. Today's events had led Zhu Yu to realize that acquiring more local cultural knowledge was indeed beneficial. After all, earning over $20,000 in one trip was a testament to that. Linda was surprised to find Zhu Yu reading. Do treasure hunters really need to read? Zhu Yu's mood had calmed. Thus, when faced with Linda's inquiry, he smiled and replied, in our Huaxia, we have a saying, in every profession, there are those who excel. Each field possesses its own wisdom. As treasure hunters, understanding the value of what we find is essential. Linda nodded, somewhat comprehending. Noticing her confusion, Zhu Yu recounted the events of the day. Linda was astonished. You earned $20,000 in one day? Zhu Yu nodded, slightly puzzled, thinking her focus should be on the idea that more knowledge leads to easier earnings. Linda's eyes sparkled with admiration as she exclaimed, your income is truly enviable. After we graduate, we would be content to find jobs that pay $1,000 a week. Zhu Yu was skeptical. A graduate from New York University surely wouldn't settle for such a paltry sum. Moreover, he found it odd that a university student would envy him. Linda continued to inquire about treasure hunting, and Zhu Yu endeavored to temper her expectations, explaining that failing to find valuable items and incurring losses was a common occurrence for treasure hunters. After a while, Linda reluctantly took her leave. Zhu Yu wiped his brow, relieved that he had not led a university graduate into the world of treasure hunting, which would have been a grave misdeed. The following day, Joanna sneaked over, and Linda was quite surprised to see her. Linda, is this your home? So Zhu lives here? Joanna inquired, astonished. So Zhu is your boyfriend? Linda teased, chuckling with a hint of schadenfreude. Zhu Yu, confused as he greeted Joanna, noticed Linda entering and asked, do you two know each other? You aren't classmates, are you? Close enough. Although not in the same class, we frequently attend the same courses, Joanna replied, visibly displeased. Had I known you were renting from them, I wouldn't have come over. Zhu Yu smiled. When I rented, it was her mother who attended to me. I had no idea Linda was Susan's daughter. Joanna, finding it pointless to be upset, looped her arm through Zhu Yu's as they walked inside, explaining, Linda performs well in school and is quite popular. However, I do not have a good relationship with her. She constantly criticizes me because of my father. Zhu Yu was aware that Joanna came from a well-off family. Was Linda envious of wealth? However, in Zhu Yu's eyes, Joanna's slightly plump figure was more to his liking than Linda, who, while attractive, did not quite suit his taste. Once inside, they secured the door and embraced. Susan happened to see them and asked, has Zhu's girlfriend arrived? Do you know each other? It's Joanna, the one I mentioned. She replied, I heard you two don't get along. Why are you so happy? Susan questioned, puzzled. Because she can never be with Zhu, Linda said, unable to contain her joy. Joanna's father is notoriously unfriendly towards Huaxia. How could he allow his daughter to be friends with someone from Huaxia? Susan shook her head. Truly a modern-day Romeo and Juliet. Linda then shared what she had learned. Mom, did you know? Zhu earned over $20,000 today. He is incredibly capable. Such a remarkable young man. Shortly thereafter, both women heard sounds from upstairs, unmistakably intimate. Especially Joanna, who made no effort to suppress her voice, leaving Linda and Susan unable to ignore it. Fortunately, after about 10 minutes, Joanna's sounds finally ceased. Linda, her face flushed, exclaimed, how shameless. What a hussy. No sooner had she spoken than Joanna's voice rang out again. Unable to bear it, Linda retreated to her room. Susan, somewhat contemplative, remarked, who would have thought Zhu had such prowess? That girl is quite fortunate. Zhu Yu wished for Joanna to keep her voice down. But Joanna was a mix of intent and genuine expression, declaring, I want everyone to know you are my boyfriend. Very well. In that moment, the girlfriend's wishes took precedence. As the evening grew darker, Zhu Yu rose, while Joanna could hardly move. He suddenly felt that the abilities granted by the celestial eye provided not only the means to seek treasure, but also bolstered his confidence. Humming a tune, he gathered ingredients to prepare a meal. Aunt Susan had already assured Zhu Yu that he could use their kitchen at any time. Over an hour later, as Zhu Yu entered the room with a tray, a recovering Joanna beamed at the 4 dishes and soup he had prepared, joyfully assisting him while giving him a wet kiss, exclaiming, you remembered to add my favorite. Linda, waiting for Zhu Yu to enter the room, quietly approached the kitchen and smiled upon seeing the 3 dishes he had prepared. Zhu Yu had no intentions of straddling 2 boats. He simply utilized another's kitchen and left some dishes as a token of gratitude. The next day, Zhu Yu felt invigorated as he strolled through the market with Joanna, purchasing 2 sets of designer clothing for her, spending $3,000. Joanna, still unaccustomed, smiled as Zhu Yu waved his hand. In our Huaxia, this is customary. All right then. Joanna responded cheerfully, giving him a sweet kiss. However, their happiness was short-lived when Joanna received a call from her parents summoning her, and she had to depart reluctantly. Left alone, Zhu Yu felt it rather dull and decided to purchase tools. After all, he needed equipment to bid on raw jadeite materials, right? Chapter 35. Conflict exists everywhere. Zhu Yu drove his large pickup truck to the address Meng Xiaofan had provided, discovering a typical standalone house with a yard. Several vehicles were parked outside, and the main gate was open, with many people bustling about. Zhu Yu's keen eyes quickly spotted Meng Xiaofan and Song Yan by the entrance. After parking, he gathered his tools and approached the gate, where Song Yan remarked irritably, "Why are you only just arriving?" Zhu Yu chuckled. "Wasn't it said that this was the time? I merely came a few minutes early." Song Yan rolled her eyes at him without further comment. Others had arrived early, fearing that valuable materials would be snatched away. While he seemed unconcerned about missing out, Meng Xiaofan smiled and said, "All right, the materials are all set up inside. Zhu Yu, come in and take a look, and share your insights with us. We are both novices and would like to learn from you." Zhu Yu felt a bit sheepish and quickly waved his hand. "I too am an outsider, relying solely on intuition." Song Yan curled her lips, evidently skeptical. Zhu Yu's fortune had already reached 200,000. This time he brought along 150,000, which should suffice. In the courtyard, 3 rows of tables displayed various jadeite rough materials, including large open window materials, small open window materials, and fully speculative materials. The large open window variety refers to those that have been sliced in half, revealing the jadeite within. The small open window type is self-explanatory. A small window is opened on the rough stone, exposing a tiny fragment of jadeite quality, which carries a considerable level of speculation. This is because one can only ascertain the presence of jadeite through the small window, but the rest of the rough material may harbor cracks, cotton inclusions, or even more jadeite, which remains uncertain. The fully speculative type is even more straightforward. At first glance, it appears to be merely a large stone. Whether it contains glass-type emperor green or iron dragon stone, or even brick material, depends solely on the buyer's luck. At this moment, a man in his 50s approached, greeting with a smile. "Xiaofan, is this the friend you mentioned?" "Yes, this is Zhu Yu," Meng Xiaofan introduced. "Zhu Yu, this is Uncle Chao Meng, a friend of my father's. These jadeites belong to him." Chao Meng was a robust man, standing around 1.85 meters, with a considerable weight. However, he spoke with a distinct accent, giving an overall peculiar impression. That won't be the case for long. Chao Meng seemed to hold Zhu Yu in high regard as he gazed at the jadeites, reminiscing, "Over 20 years ago, I imported a container of jadeite directly from Myanmar. I initially thought that the Chinese here, influenced by Ms. Song, would have a greater fondness for jadeite. To my surprise, many appreciate it, but there are few skilled carvers. The buyers are even scarcer. These materials have accompanied me for years, and it is indeed difficult to part with them." Zhu Yu sensed that Chao Meng was being sincere and did not believe he was putting on a facade. "So Mr. Chao will no longer engage in this trade? All right. I won't impede your young ones from selecting. Choose well. Considering Xiaofan's connection, I will offer you a 10% discount." Chao Meng smiled and attended to others. Zhu Yu then noticed that each piece of rough material had a price tag, ranging from several thousand to several tens of thousands of dollars. For instance, the most expensive piece was priced at $188,000. It was an irregularly shaped, fully open jadeite, approximately the size of a fist and around 30 centimeters in diameter. The jadeite within was of icy texture, abundant in green hues. At this price, it was indeed a bargain. Zhu Yu initially pondered why Chao Meng did not sell these in mainland, but upon reflection, it seemed unlikely. With maritime transport being tight, the shipping costs alone would be substantial. The energy in the courtyard was exceptionally abundant. Zhu Yu could already feel the eager desire of his celestial eye to absorb it. So he decided to proceed to examine the small, open window materials. This area drew the most crowd, with nearly everyone wielding a powerful flashlight, scrutinizing the rough materials. A few pieces attracted the most attention, and Zhu Yu instinctively scanned them with his celestial eye, feeling astonished. Among the 4 heavily surrounded small, open window pieces, 3 contained jadeite of at least glutinous or icy quality, rich in green. The discerning eye of these people was commendable. Zhu Yu abandoned these fiercely competitive pieces and approached a small, open window rough material that had a hint of purple, roughly the size of a football, pretending to examine it. Song Yan followed closely behind, muttering, "It's obvious that he doesn't understand. No one else is interested in this stone, yet he has taken an interest." Meng Xiaofan tugged at her, while Zhu Yu pretended not to hear. The rough material weighed about 11 to 12 kilograms, and Zhu Yu quickly noticed that within the open window lay a goose egg-sized piece of violet jadeite, while the rest was merely white stone. He couldn't help but admire the skill of those who had opened the windows. "Young man, that piece probably doesn't contain much. You might as well choose another." The speaker was an elderly gentleman around 60 years old. Zhu Yu smiled. "No worries. I'm just taking a look and learning." He understood the elder's goodwill and reciprocated it. However, this rough material was priced at only $2,000, and the jadeite within was undoubtedly worth over 10,000. More importantly, the energy within this jadeite was abundant, and his celestial eye craved it. "This is the one." Zhu Yu decisively cradled the rough material and made his way to the payment area. Is this the one you've chosen? The cashier was a young woman of Chinese descent, resembling a daughter of Chow Meng. No, please give me a basket. I wish to select a few more pieces. All right. The girl replied with a smile. Zhu Yu returned to the small, open window materials, where he had previously identified 3 unnoticed pieces that contained jadeite. The prices were still reasonable, making it a perfect opportunity. Just then, a rather pretentious female voice rang out. Meng Xiaofan, Song Yan, what are you two doing here? Zhu Yu looked up to see a girl dressed flamboyantly, akin to a flower peacock, greeting Meng Xiaofan and Song Yan with a sarcastic tone. Zhu Yu frowned. He did not like this girl. Her appearance was passable, perhaps scoring a 6 out of 10, but her makeup was rather off-putting, resembling the exaggerated styles of Western magazines portraying Chinese girls. It had a somewhat gaudy feel. Beside her stood a white young man slightly taller than Zhu Yu, squinting as he assessed Meng Xiaofan and Song Yan. Zhu Yu inwardly lamented, drama unfolds everywhere. As expected, Song Yan retaliated, exactly. I can't fathom how a flower hen like you is everywhere. What did you say? The girl immediately bristled, attempting to confront Song Yan, only to be held back by the white young man. Meanwhile, Meng Xiaofan restrained Song Yan as well. However, both girls were relentless with their words. Concerned for Meng Xiaofan and Song Yan's safety, Zhu Yu moved closer to them. Upon seeing Zhu Yu, the girl suddenly smirked in mockery. Oh, I never expected you, who claimed to be pure, to now play a 2-on-1 game. How ironic. Zhu Yu felt a surge of anger. This woman is shameless, he declared, defining her character. As Song Yan opened her mouth to retort, Zhu Yu stepped in front of her, coldly addressing the woman. Do you truly consider yourself a hen? Thinking the world is filled with hen houses? Don't overestimate yourself. Take a look at your face. If you don't regard yourself as human, don't expect others to see you as one. A barrage of words almost rendered the woman speechless. Song Yan quietly whispered to Meng Xiaofan. Though I find his words crude, it feels so satisfying. Meng Xiaofan stifled a laugh, shooting her a glare. Wasn't he it you who stirred up this trouble? All right, drawing attention isn't good. She stepped forward to pull Zhu Yu away, causing him to reluctantly turn his back on the woman. Indeed, Zhu Yu was a passionate youth. Had he not found the woman's makeup off, he would not have been so incensed. This outburst served as a release of his pent-up frustration, leaving him feeling immensely refreshed. Even the stones appeared far more endearing. However, of the 3 rough materials he had initially favored, 2 had already been chosen by others, so he was left with no choice but to select a slightly pricier one. At that moment, from the corner of the courtyard near the water pool, the harsh sound of a cutting machine echoed. Zhu Yu recognized it as the sound of stone splitting. He glanced over but paid it no mind, placing his selected stones in the basket. The cashier girl had yet to speak, and Zhu Yu eagerly headed toward the fully speculative material area. The girl appeared somewhat anxious, wondering if this man was jesting. Had he really purchased 4 pieces or more? Most others were cautious, typically buying only 1 or 2, making his actions seem rather extravagant. The girl clung to the arm of the white young man, whispering something. He listened with a smile, ultimately casting his gaze toward Meng Xiaofan and Song Yan. Nodding slightly, Zhu Yu was intent on quickly selecting the rough materials and leaving, as his celestial eye was growing increasingly impatient. Indeed, the fully gambled raw materials are significantly inferior to the half-gambled ones. Often, those that are inaccurately judged are left behind as fully gambled raw materials. Among the 30 or 40 pieces of fully gambled materials displayed here, Zhu Yu observed that only a mere third contained jadeite. Moreover, within this third, merely 3 or 4 pieces met the criteria of being of ice grade or above. The remaining scant portion consisted of brick-like materials or even outright stones. However, one cannot blame them. After all, jadeite is produced in their region, and their research undoubtedly predates ours, resulting in a wealth of experience. Yet, considering the total of over 100 pieces of raw materials in this courtyard, Chow Meng still displayed considerable prowess. While Zhu Yu expressed his grievances, he meticulously selected the stones. Many rushed to witness the excitement of the stone unveiling, while he quietly sifted through the stones. However, Zhu Yu had not anticipated that his attempts at discretion would be in vain. Song Yan and Meng Xiaofan, witnessing Zhu Yu carrying stones as if ants were transporting their nests, were filled with curiosity. Song Yan inquired, Zhu Yu, are you certain there is jadeite among all these? Zhu Yu chuckled as he continued to move the stones, replying, just buying randomly. After all, it's cheap. Indeed, it was genuinely inexpensive. The price was approximately 1/4 lower than that in the domestic market. Of course, this was contingent on the presence of jadeite. Zhu Yu successfully acquired 4 pieces of fully gambled raw materials and decided to refrain from further purchases. The Tianyan had ceased to function, and the remaining raw materials with better jadeite had already attracted the attention of onlookers. Content: Zhu Yu's 8 pieces of raw materials garnered everyone's attention, prompting Qiao Meng to approach with a smile, saying, "Mr. Zhu, thank you for your support." Zhu Yu hastily waved his hand, insisting, "No, no, no. I merely indulged in my whims at Mr. Chao's venue. Your raw materials are reasonably priced, and it brings me joy to buy." The girl calculated the price and looked up to say, "For 8 pieces of raw materials, with a 10% discount, the total comes to $46,000. This had been prearranged by Qiao Meng. Zhu Yu promptly paid, preparing to leave. Everyone was taken aback. Qiao Meng was the first to ask, "Mr. Zhu, are you not going to unveil the stones here? I offer free unveiling services and have invited the master from my shop, who is highly experienced." Implicitly, he suggested that if Zhu Yu was not an expert, unveiling the stones himself could potentially damage the jadeite. Larger pieces were relatively straightforward, but smaller ones, if they contained just a single piece suitable for a bracelet, could be easily ruined by an amateur's handling, thus relegating them to mere pendants or handle pieces. In today's market, bracelets were the most cost-effective and represented the highest value. Zhu Yu waved his hand, stating, "No, I prefer to cut them myself." Disappointment washed over the faces of those present. It was a rare occasion to witness someone purchase so many raw materials, yet he chose not to unveil them there, leaving everyone feeling a sense of longing. At that moment, a sarcastic voice interjected, "Are you afraid of not unveiling any jadeite? What a pretentious display." Zhu Yu turned to see the source of the voice, recognizing the provocative woman. Unbeknownst to her, she clung to the arm of a young Caucasian man, exclaiming, "Unlike us, Jack, a doctoral expert in gem identification and processing, can discern jadeite at a glance. That is true professionalism. Once jadeite is in his hands, it shall not be wasted." Zhu Yu perceived her intentions immediately and responded with a cold smirk. "Huh, such a crude provocation, coming here to flaunt? If your partner is so capable, why not let him purchase all the jadeite here? He hasn't even selected a few raw materials yet." In this day and age, anyone can claim to be an expert. The title of expert has truly lost its value. Zhu Yu's words were scathing, implicating the young Caucasian as well. The young man, clearly understanding Mandarin, initially intended to enjoy the spectacle, but upon hearing Zhu Yu's remarks, his expression soured. He retorted in relatively stiff Mandarin, "Do not slander me. I expect an apology, or you shall face repercussions." "An apology?" Zhu Yu scoffed. "When you failed to manage your companion, you aligned yourself with her. Therefore, I have no reason to apologize. I even suspect that her actions were incited by you. Enough of this charade, I'm pressed for time." As he attempted to leave, the woman obstructed him, and the young man followed suit. He had become enamored with the exhilarating sensation of the Tianyin absorbing jadeite energy. "You insulted me. You must compensate for my damaged reputation," the woman exclaimed angrily. "You must gamble with Jack." Gamble? Zhu Yu felt utterly disinterested. He found the woman exceedingly foolish, truly believing this was a public auction in Myanmar or Ruili in China. Yet the young man chimed in, "I wish to gamble with you. If you lose, you must apologize to us." Zhu Yu instinctively retorted, "What if I win?" The woman wore a scheming expression. "You cannot possibly win." Zhu Yu chuckled. Chapter 37. A single piece determines victory or defeat. "The stakes are too low. I am uninterested." Zhu Yu tossed out a remark and turned to leave with his raw materials. "Then I shall raise the stakes." This time, it was the young Caucasian Jack who spoke. Zhu Yu paused, turning around. The young man and the woman wore expressions of concealed delight, having evidently concluded that they had enticed the greedy Chinese man. Zhu Yu stated, "Raising the stakes is acceptable, but I shall set the conditions." "Go ahead." The two felt assured of their victory. "Add $50,000 to the wager." Zhu Yu said nonchalantly, "And if I win, this woman must avoid both of these two," pointing to Meng Xiaofan and Song Yan, "whenever she sees them." The flamboyant woman was taken aback. "You are being excessive." Zhu Yu, with a smirk, replied, "It was you who insisted I gamble, not I who requested it." Qiao Meng's daughter attempted to interject, but Qiao Meng restrained her. The girl, puzzled, looked to her father, who quietly indicated the gathering crowd, whispering, "Do you see? Our auction was originally rather mundane, lacking any highlights. Now we have this wager, which has piqued everyone's interest." He gestured towards Jack. "I know this person. Jack possesses genuine skill. He has selected several pieces of jadeite from me, all yielding excellent results. When the raw materials are unveiled, it will serve as advertisement for us. However, they are rather unscrupulous." The girl, filled with a sense of justice, thought this was a scheme to trap Zhu. Zhu was aware as well. Qiao Meng observed keenly. Perhaps Zhu also possessed talent. Hence, let us merely enjoy the show. He added, "This is their own choice." A typical businessman's mindset. Meng Xiaofan and Song Yan felt somewhat touched. Zhu Yu including them in the wager was not an act of disrespect, but rather a recognition of their disdain for the woman, prompting his actions. As for the woman, Zhu Yu had not inquired her name from the outset. A flamboyant harlot does not deserve a name. Very well. Surprisingly, the woman opposed, yet the young Caucasian readily agreed. The woman protested, clinging to the young man's arm. Jack, you cannot do this. No worries. I will definitely win, Jack assured the woman with a smile. Then pointed at Meng Xiaofan. I can agree to your conditions. However, if I win, these two girls must accompany me for a meal. Zhu Yu silently scoffed. Indeed, like attracts like, this pair of individuals was cut from the same cloth. He turned to leave. I'm not gambling. Zhu Yu had no right to decide for the two girls. Suddenly, Song Yin spoke up. Let us gamble. It's just a meal. Afterward, she linked arms with Meng Xiaofan. Asking Xiaofan, what do you think? Meng Xiaofan smiled, replying, you've already said it. What grounds do I have to disagree? Zhu Yu was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated such unwavering support from these two girls. This was more than just a meal. Jack clearly harbored ill intentions. Very well, losing was not an option. At this moment, Chao Ming stepped forward, smiling and saying, very well, let us regard this as a game. Since both parties have consented to wager, I shall boldly assume the role of a referee. We are all friends here, so let us not take it too seriously. Zhu Yu cast a deep glance at the robust, yet somewhat gentle-speaking host. He had already formed a judgment of Chao Ming. This individual harbors profound intentions and should not be intimately engaged with. Jack, noticing Zhu Yu's agreement, smiled and said, let us discuss the rules. There is no need for excessive complication. Zhu Yu placed his piece of raw material on the ground and stated, each person selects a piece of raw material, and we wager all. The winner takes all, the loser departs. Seizing such a splendid opportunity for publicity, Chao Ming would not allow the wager to be limited to one piece. He chuckled and said, one piece seems a bit insufficient. Luck plays too significant a role. Zhu Yu firmly insisted, only one piece. How can we determine the outcome otherwise? One piece will decide the winner. Mr. Chao, Zhu Yu continued, surely you can appraise the value of 2 pieces of jade? In a field where expertise is paramount, Chao Ming also held his pride and dignity. Very well then. Zhu Yu queried Jack, are you willing to proceed? Jack, feeling the pressure, could hardly retreat. Meng Xiaofan, however, appeared to have discovered something novel and whispered to Song Yin. Yin Yin, did you notice? Zhu Yu has been holding that basket. It must weigh at least several dozen kilograms. Song Yin tapped her head and replied, shouldn't you be concerned about what we will do if Zhu Yu loses? I believe Zhu Yu is unlikely to lose. But if he does, we could always dine with Uncle Mai. After all, he hasn't specified where or how we would eat. Quite cunning, Song Yin chuckled. After Jack finished speaking, he retrieved a powerful flashlight and earnestly began to select from the all-in raw material area. Almost everyone gathered around. Chao Ming timely announced, for this wager, the winning side will not be charged for their selected raw material. Instantly, excitement surged among the crowd as they envisioned themselves in the scenario. Some even regretted not having sought a wager earlier. Observing Jack's meticulous and professional movements, and contrasting it with Zhu Yu's relative passivity, some had already concluded that Jack was destined to win. A few individuals had even discreetly placed bets on the odds. Song Yin hurried over to whisper to Meng Xiaofan. They are being unreasonable. Zhu Yu's odds are 1 to 3, while Jack's are 1 to 11. Are there many betting on Zhu Yu? Just one, but only $500. Most have wagered on Jack's victory. Zhu Yu, with heightened awareness, quietly inquired of Song Yin, what is the reputation of the bookmaker? Decent. He frequently organizes such events within the Chinese community, and hardly anyone speaks ill of him. Then please place a bet for me, $100,000. I shall win. Song Yin was taken aback. Are you really going that high? You are certain to win? Absolutely. Zhu Yu responded with confidence. However, the maximum limit for the other party was merely $10,000. All right then, let us go with 10,000. Zhu Yu handed Song Yin $10,000. Also place a bet for me of 10,000. Meng Xiaofan bit her lip. Xiaofan, are you not feeling well? You never gamble. This is an exception. Meng Xiaofan glanced at Jack and the woman beside him, her disdain evident. Fine, you have the means. Song Yin accepted the money from both and went to place the bets. She did not inform them that she too had wagered $10,000. Suddenly, 3 bets on Zhu Yu's victory appeared, surprising the bookmaker. However, upon realizing that all 3 were backing Zhu Yu, the bookmaker was pleased. Originally intending to adjust the odds, he decided against it and instead began to promote the event. Jack spent considerable time selecting a piece of raw material weighing around 11 to 12 kilograms, placing it on the table that Chao Ming had prepared. Zhu Yu then produced his own piece, a black frosted material weighing approximately 8 to 9 kilograms, and placed it nearby. Chao Ming inquired of both, are you certain? Zhu Yu patted his piece, curiously picked up Jack's selected material, and held it to his eyes while commenting, I cannot discern anything. Is this all there is? Put that down. The woman could not help but scold Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu chuckled, placing the material back down and replying, what is the matter? Are we not allowed to look? Very well, I shall not look. To spare you from blaming me if you lose later. Jack, ever magnanimous, said, It's fine, go ahead and look. Zhu Yu waved his hand. No more looking. Let us settle the payment. Chapter 38. This is impossible. Zhu Yu could still afford the $50,000. He handed the amount to Chao Meng and then turned to Jack. Jack appeared somewhat troubled. He whispered a few words to the woman, who grumbled and reluctantly retrieved the money from her bag. Jack contributed a portion as well, and together they presented the 5,000. Zhu Yu was amused. It turned out that they were not wealthy after all. Despite their polished appearance, they were merely decorative pillows. Which shall we cut first? Chao Meng asked the two. Let us cut his. The woman, having paid, seemed to be wagering on her own behalf, taking the lead for Jack. Chao Meng glanced at Zhu Yu, who naturally had no objections. The stone cutter approached to take Zhu Yu's stone, scrutinizing it for a moment before placing it beneath the cutting machine, securing it for the cut. Zhu Yu understood that this cut would remove a corner of the jade within. If it were to be fashioned into jewelry, it would be somewhat unfortunate. However, Zhu Yu was unconcerned. He merely sought to absorb the energy within, so any cut would suffice. A harsh sound resonated as the water flowed over the cutting blade, stirring up a cloud of stone dust. The woman, feeling a bit anxious, clutched Jack's hand and whispered, Darling, will there be jade inside? There might be jade. Jack had carefully examined the raw material chosen by Zhu Yu and felt confident that jade was present, albeit not of the finest quality. He playfully patted the woman's backside, saying flirtatiously, Rest assured, I am certain to win. Meanwhile, Meng Xiaofan and Song Yin were also quite tense. Although they had been extravagant when placing their bets of $10,000 earlier, the imminent outcome had them involuntarily anxious. The material secured on the cutting frame was sliced into two pieces. The master cutter raised the cutting lock, then picked up the larger piece and rinsed it, revealing its interior. Wow, at least it's ice type, right? I see glass type. However, it was merely a bright green color. If it were a bit greener, it would be exceedingly valuable. Unfortunately, it was small, only the size of a fist, hardly sufficient for a bracelet. The quality was decent, worth at least several tens of thousands. Indeed, nearby, many experts were present. As soon as the master cleaned it, the onlookers began to chatter and form conclusions. The master then took the other half of the stone, rinsed it, sighed, and apologetically told Zhu Yu, Mr. Zhu, I'm afraid we cut away a bit of jade. No matter, no matter. Zhu Yu reassured him. After all, it's not for jewelry, as long as the overall value remains intact. Jack cast a surprised glance. Chao Meng approached, examining both pieces closely, then shone a flashlight on them, telling the cutter, Do not worry. The master nodded in agreement. Next came the process of cutting the stone skin and extracting the jade. After about 10 minutes, a piece of jade, slightly smaller than an adult's fist and irregularly shaped, appeared before everyone. Chao Meng observed it for a moment before announcing loudly, Mr. Zhu's jade is bright green, glass type, weighing 423 grams, devoid of cracks and impurities. With uniform color, estimated at $55,000. Is there any objection? None. Zhu Yu shook his head. Jack also shook his head. The others had no objections either. Observing the spectacle, there is a limit to the enthusiasm, and it is essential to maintain the host's dignity. Now, let us proceed to cut the raw material chosen by Mr. Jack. The cutter took the piece of raw material and, after inspecting it for a moment, directly asked Jack, Where would you like to cut? This was a lesson learned from the previous experience, and some quietly sympathized with Zhu Yu. However, Zhu Yu remained indifferent, confident that victory would ultimately belong to him. Jack glanced at the stone and marked a line on it. The stone cutter observed the line with a somewhat troubled expression, but proceeded to cut along the marked area. If the line were to be placed on the front side, the bottom would be uneven and difficult to secure. The stone cutter found a small piece of rubble to support it before commencing the cut. As the blade descended, many spectators held their breath. The outcome of the gamble was about to unfold. The stone split in two, with one half tumbling to the ground due to instability. The cutter picked it up and rinsed it with a hose, revealing the jade within. How vividly green! Someone gasped in astonishment. Indeed, it was remarkably green. The area was substantial, at least the size of a football, enough to craft 2 bangles. Upon hearing this, Meng Xiaofan and Song Yin immediately grew anxious. They exchanged glances, recognizing the unease mirrored in each other's eyes. Jack's face lit up with delight, while the woman beside him smugly fixated on Meng Xiaofan before shifting her gaze to the $100,000 Jack had passed to his daughter. Soon, all of it would belong to her and Jack. Not only would they profit, but they would also relish their triumph. It was exhilarating. The stone cutter then cleaned the other half of the rough material and presented it to Chao Meng and the others. Alas, a misjudgment. Such vivid green wasted. What a waste. This is merely Tai Long Sheng. How absurd. With both pieces of rough material revealed, the spectators' tone shifted dramatically. Oddly, This shade of green and the quality did not seem to align. Ordinarily, it should at least be of the bean grade. Nevertheless, it was still preferable to brick-grade material. The flamboyant woman, however, failed to grasp the situation and urged the cutter, "Why don't you extract the jade?" The cutter retorted, "Is there a need to extract it?" The woman, thinking the cutter was contradicting her, tugged at Jack with a sense of grievance. Yet, she soon realized Jack's complexion had turned ashen. At that moment, she too sensed something was amiss. Cautiously, she inquired of Jack, "Is there a problem with our jade?" Jack gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Impossible. I observed it meticulously. This rough material is bound to yield a large piece of jade, and its quality should be remarkable." Zhu Yu, overhearing, scoffed, "A large piece of jade is assured. But as for the quality, huh?" In truth, he had already discerned that the jade within this rough material was at best of bean quality. As for the green hue, it was merely the leftover from the previous century, now labeled Tai Long Sheng, due to the scarcity of jade. Although substantial, its value paled in comparison to his own piece. Zhu Yu merely sought to vex the two individuals, inadvertently inhaling a bit of energy while examining it. Thus, it turned out that what could have been a $10,000 jade had diminished to 5,000, nothing more. Just as Chow Meng was about to speak, Jack suddenly rushed over, clutching the rough material, and declared, "I refuse to accept this. It must all be revealed. There is surely high-quality jade within. I am a professional. I trust my eyes." Chapter 39. The ordinary is the best. Jack's frenzy did not alter the final outcome. When the stone cutter fulfilled his request and fully revealed the stone, Jack's eyes were red as a rabbit's. Upon Chow Meng announcing Zhu Yu as the victor of the bet, Jack stormed away, his face pale. The flamboyant woman immediately pursued him, but was brusquely pushed aside by Jack. Zhu Yu called out from behind, "Hey, remember to keep your distance." Song Yan's face blossomed with joy as she lightly punched Zhu Yu. "You are too ruthless. This is kicking a man when he's down. No, this is kicking a drowning dog." Zhu Yu corrected her with a serious demeanor. Meng Xiaofan gazed at him with a smile, evidently in high spirits. "Enough of this. Go collect your winnings." Zhu Yu playfully nudged Song Yan. "If the dealer runs off, you will have no time to weep." Song Yan gasped and promptly hurried off to find the dealer. Meng Xiaofan smiled at Zhu Yu. "Thank you for standing up for us." In truth, she was well aware that had it not been for the two of them, Zhu Yu might not have engaged in this gamble. It was evident that Zhu Yu was not one to seek the spotlight. Chow Meng approached with a smile, congratulating Zhu Yu. "Congratulations, Mr. Zhu. Your insight is truly remarkable." As he spoke, he handed over 2 stacks of cash. Zhu Yu accepted the money, a smirk playing on his lips. "Mr. Chow, I intend to purchase more of your rough material. Is that acceptable?" Chow Meng paused momentarily before responding with a smile. "Of course, that would be most welcome." Zhu Yu held a rather unfavorable impression of Chow Meng. Thus he planned to acquire all the valuable rough materials available. Chow Meng had marked a fixed price on the rough materials. If a customer wished to buy and no one else had made a bid, they could purchase it directly. If a customer felt the price was a bit steep, they could negotiate privately with Chow Meng. In the absence of competition, Chow Meng would also adjust prices as necessary. His intent was to clear inventory, not to reap exorbitant profits. Now that Zhu Yu had clearly expressed his desire to buy more rough materials, Chow Meng naturally welcomed it. After all, the materials Zhu Yu had previously purchased had been taken without any haggling. Zhu Yu first loaded the original rough materials, along with the jade he had extracted and the 2 pieces of Tai Long Sheng from Jack into his car. Inside, he placed 1 piece of open jade against his Tianyan, fervently absorbing the energy within. Soon, that piece of rough material became waste. Zhu Yu paused. Though his Tianyan still craved more, he recognized that this was not the opportune moment for such an endeavor. Back in the courtyard, Zhu Yu resumed his enthusiastic selection of rough materials. Having won 50,000 from Jack and 2,000 from his bet, with 1,000 as the initial stake, he planned to allocate at least half of his winnings to purchase materials. The excitement generated from the bet between Zhu Yu and Jack had drained the enthusiasm of many spectators, leading to a hushed atmosphere as several quietly lamented their losses. Zhu Yu surmised that those who had placed bets on Jack's victory were likely among them. "Here, Xiaofan, this is for you." He then reluctantly handed a stack to Zhu Yu. "Here, this is yours." Zhu Yu accepted it with a smile. The earnings felt delightful. Song Yan, clutching her own stack of cash, mumbled, "Should I buy a bag, or perhaps some clothes? Or maybe both?" Zhu Yu ignored her and continued his selection of rough materials. Shortly after, Song Yan, struggling with a piece of rough material the size of a volleyball, approached Zhu Yu and nudged him. "Help me assess how good this material is." Zhu Yu glanced over. The rough material had a small opening revealing light yellow jade. Inside was a piece of yellow jade the size of a baby's fist. Though it did not reach the grade of chicken oil yellow, it was still quite lovely. Previously, Zhu Yu had deemed this piece too small to be profitable. Hence he had passed on it. However, with a price tag of merely $1,000, Zhu Yu remarked, "I think it looks quite promising. It should yield fine jade." "Great, I'll take it." Song Yin responded cheerfully before adding, "Could you help pick a piece for Xiaofan as well?" Zhu Yu turned to see Meng Xiaofan examining the small windowed rough materials and approached her. "This one doesn't seem too good." Observing Meng Xiaofan patiently waiting for the previous person to finish while illuminating a rough material's small window, Zhu Yu quietly advised, then pointed to a nearby piece. "I think this one looks quite good." Meng Xiaofan glanced at Zhu Yu, hesitated briefly, then followed his suggestion to inspect that piece. "Xiaofan, yours is violet, while mine is similar to chicken oil yellow. Both are relatively rare. We are indeed fortunate today," Meng Xiaofan remarked, looking into Zhu Yu's eyes. It is Zhu Yu's keen eye. Ultimately, she followed Zhu Yu's advice and purchased that piece. Upon extraction, even the stone cutter praised her discernment. The material priced at $9,800 yielded jade worth $40,000, which can certainly be deemed a significant profit. Meanwhile, the piece selected by Song Yin prompted an immediate offer of $20,000 from an eager buyer. After a moment of hesitation, Song Yin chose not to sell it. This was her first piece of jade, one she had personally chosen, and it deserved to be kept as a memento. Although it might not possess the same value as Meng Xiaofan's piece, its significance was distinct. In the car, Meng Xiaofan suddenly remarked, "Zhu Yu, would you be so kind as to prepare a meal for us?" Zhu Yu was taken aback for a moment, but upon reflecting on the considerable gains of the day, all thanks to Meng Xiaofan's introduction, he waved his hand and responded, "Sure, let us go buy the ingredients first." The three of them arrived at the girl's residence, laden with bags of ingredients. Zhu Yu quickly surmised that this was likely one of the girl's homes, as it appeared quite casual and the landlord was nowhere to be seen. It seemed that there was a little affluent lady among them. Upon entering the kitchen, when the two girls offered to assist, Zhu Yu noticed the poorly cleaned scallions and inadequately peeled potatoes, so he suggested, "Why don't you both take a break? I shall handle this." The two girls exited the kitchen, a bit embarrassed. With a series of deft maneuvers, Zhu Yu prepared a large plate of chicken and 4 cold dishes, along with a noodle dish, all ready to be served within an hour. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, and had it not been for their restraint, the girls would have likely burst into the kitchen to see the progress. Zhu Yu, beaming with pride, encouraged, "Do try it, and see if the flavors are right." While Meng Xiaofan managed to hold back, Song Yin could no longer resist, and quickly grabbed a piece of potato, exclaiming, "Delicious, piping hot, truly delightful. The flavor is exquisite. It's indeed quite hot, but I cannot bear to spit it out." Tears welled up in Song Yan's eyes. It had been ages since she had tasted such authentic flavors. She couldn't even recall when. In that moment, she vowed to learn how to cook for herself in the future. Meng Xiaofan's expression was slightly stronger than Song Yan's. Half an hour later, the plates on the dining table were completely empty. Even the 4 cold dishes meant as accompaniments had been devoured. The three of them were now leaning back, too full to move. Most of the food had been consumed by Zhu Yu, whose appetite had significantly increased since gaining his powers, and he was rather fond of meat. In any case, it was impossible for the two girls to finish a large plate of chicken at home, which was typically meant for 4 people. Song Yin, slumped in her chair without a care for appearance, rubbed her belly and remarked, "There's an old saying, when one is full, one doesn't long for home. You know, after such a hearty meal, I truly feel less homesick." Meng Xiaofan silently smiled at her and glanced over at Zhu Yu. Suddenly, Zhu Yu's phone buzzed. He picked it up to find a message from Robert containing a photograph. "Is the matter resolved?" The image depicted a short, stout man lying on the road in a pool of blood, while in the background, 2 gangs were embroiled in a brawl, wielding baseball bats and knives, with several individuals injured. Zhu Yu strongly suspected this man to be Todd's cousin. After sending the photo, Robert followed up with 4 words, "Mission accomplished." Zhu Yu's mind raced with unease. Robert had previously mentioned inciting a conflict between the Latino community and other gangs, and in the process, ensuring Todd's cousin met an untimely demise. He had actually succeeded. This Robert possessed considerable influence. Zhu Yu suddenly found himself worrying about his relationship with Robert. Everything he had done recently had Robert's involvement, or at least his knowledge. What if this individual decided to use this information to blackmail him? After contemplating various scenarios, Zhu Yu realized he had no immediate solutions and decided to remain vigilant. Concerned about the photograph, Zhu Yu called Paul. "Paul, I wanted to inquire about Todd. Rest assured, Todd is still incarcerated and hasn't been released. Moreover, his cousin died during a brawl with others, so you need not worry. They are currently preoccupied with their own troubles and have no time to bother you." Paul shared all the information without waiting for Zhu Yu to ask further questions. Zhu Yu engaged in a few more casual exchanges before ending the call. All was well, at least for the time being. He was safe. After acquiring 3 pieces of rough jade, along with Jack's half-brick piece, Zhu Yu felt his energy surging. He observed the remaining 7 or 8 pieces of rough jade and felt optimistic. To achieve success, one must first sharpen their tools. Now that he possessed a finely honed instrument, he eagerly anticipated the opportunity to delve into the goods the following day. As his eyes scanned the rough jade, one piece caught his attention. This was a complete gamble on rough jade. Originally in the courtyard, Zhu Yu leaned in for a closer look and discerned that within this rough jade lay a piece of jade of exceptional quality. Although it was only the size of a ping-pong ball, it was remarkably beautiful. The rough jade was reasonably priced at $2,000. So Zhu Yu decided to acquire it. With the abundant energy of his powers, he examined the jade and felt a distinct difference. The jade within the rough material had a relatively regular round shape, with a glassy texture. The outer layer was a pale green, transitioning to a vibrant green, and finally to a pure imperial green at its core. As Zhu Yu's powers fully revealed the jade's essence, an unprecedented craving surged within him. He sensed that his abilities yearned to absorb the energy of this jade. He found himself puzzled. Wasn't he already satiated? However, the powers were the very foundation of Zhu Yu's existence, and he gently pressed the rough jade against his forehead. A cool sensation began to permeate his mind. Gradually, this feeling intensified, and the area of his third eye began to tingle, compelling Zhu Yu to resist the urge to scratch it. After enduring the sensation for approximately 7 or 8 minutes, the cooling feeling ultimately faded, yet the tingling grew stronger. Eventually, the intensity of the tingling brought tears and snot to Zhu Yu's face. He frantically wiped them away when suddenly, he felt a sudden release. As if something that had been overly constrained had broken free, launching skyward with an exhilarating sensation. Upon closing his eyes, he discovered that everything around him had become clearer. Zhu Yu suddenly realized that after assimilating the energy from the jade, his powers had upgraded. Previously, his ability allowed him to see through objects up to 5 meters away. Now he could see 10 meters. He could now perceive objects buried 1.5 to 2 meters underground, as opposed to just half a meter. His powers had evolved to penetrate through layers of containers, enabling him to see into another container beyond the first. In summary, his extraordinary abilities had become even more formidable. The upgrade had elevated his powers from level 10 to 20. Of course, the cost was substantial. Zhu Yu estimated that merely upgrading that jade ball was worth over $200,000. However, since he had purchased it for $2,000, he dismissed that figure. With his powers enhanced, Zhu Yu felt elated. At least the energy bar for level 20 was significantly longer than that of level 10. This meant he could inspect several containers and warehouses. Coupled with his current cash flow, which was quite substantial for purchasing containers, Zhu Yu was ready to embark on a grand venture, perhaps in just a few weeks. Robert's assertion that he could exchange hundreds of thousands of dollars for his rightful inheritance would no longer seem a distant dream. That night, Zhu Yu was so excited he could hardly sleep. He decided to call his parents and share his recent experiences. Upon hearing that Zhu Yu had earned hundreds of thousands in just a few days, Zhu De was taken aback. He quickly advised Zhu Yu, speaking of which, you should really consider making videos or streaming live. Not that I expect to earn anything from it, but primarily to let people back home know that life in the beautiful country isn't as idyllic as it appears. Why is the auctioning of containers so popular? Is it merely out of curiosity? Certainly, this is merely one aspect of the reasons. A more significant factor lies in America's vast secondhand market. It appears that Americans possess considerable wealth, leading them to discard items they no longer desire. Goods within containers are often deemed worthless, resulting in their disposal without concern for rental fees. Thus, it can be said that there are more debtors in America than in our own land. Early the next morning, Old John sent Zhu Yu several notifications regarding auction containers. Simultaneously, the young African-American named Jason also shared information, even more comprehensive than that of Old John. Several small yards were auctioning 2 containers, and a nearby warehouse management office was conducting auctions for 3 to 5 warehouses. Zhu Yu suddenly realized that having Jason as an assistant was quite advantageous. However, he refrained from jumping to conclusions, opting to conduct further investigations. After careful consideration, Zhu Yu decided to head to the largest yard, where 11 containers were slated for auction today. He anticipated encountering numerous acquaintances and felt it was an opportune moment to showcase his prowess. With Todd's Latino rivals being sanctioned, Zhu Yu felt little trepidation. What was paramount now? It was to earn money. After confirming the address, he sent Jason a message and drove over. Upon arriving at the yard, he indeed discovered nearly 20 treasure seekers waiting. Familiar faces such as Old Madden and Diana were present. Some were surprised by Zhu Yu's arrival, while others smirked with malicious glee. Zhu Yu was somewhat perplexed. What was the cause for their laughter? Chapter 41. This time, it's a big one. Regarding the expressions of others, Old Madden approached Zhu Yu and revealed the answer. In the past couple of days, the Latino ruffians had clashed with a neighboring gang, resulting in significant casualties. It was reported that Todd's gang suffered severe losses, leading Zhu Yu to believe that his issues with Todd would likely dissipate. Listening to this, Zhu Yu felt a twinge of emotion. Were these individuals genuinely pleased for him? Old Madden's subsequent comments made him realize he had misjudged the situation. The Latino gang required substantial funds due to their violent altercations, prompting them to auction off several containers. Most of these containers contained items collected or pawned by the Latinos, likely housing valuable goods, leading others to perceive Zhu Yu as their harbinger of fortune. So that was the case. Zhu Yu shook his head, acknowledging the pragmatism of these individuals. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. They were all competitors, devoid of any emotional ties. Furthermore, Americans practice clear financial dealings, even more so than in Huaxia. Thus, it was best not to harbor any illusions. The young African-American Jason approached Zhu Yu, grinning broadly. "Boss, is there anything you need me to do?" It seemed he had resolved to stick by Zhu Yu's side. "If you wish to bid, then bid. If not, just follow me. If I win a container, assist me in handling the items." Jason readily agreed. Truth be told, he had little money on hand and could only afford the cheaper containers. These treasure seekers possessed sharp eyes, far exceeding his capabilities. It was wiser to align with a capable leader. If others feasted, he could at least enjoy some broth. Moreover, if he could learn something in the process, that would be even better. In the past, Zhu Yu needed to examine the contents of the containers up close. Now, with his enhanced tonsure, he could stand at the periphery of the crowd and utilize it to see inside. This method offered greater concealment and safety. As he activated his tonsure, Zhu Yu was initially taken aback. The seemingly benign old Madden and a few others were visibly armed. Even Diana carried a compact handgun in her bag. Among the 10 individuals present, at least 7 or 8 were armed, which felt excessive. Zhu Yu glanced at the small copper pen he twirled in his hand and suddenly felt quite inadequate. Setting aside these thoughts, he turned his attention to the first container. Inside was a tractor, appearing to be in good condition, accompanied by some parts and tools. Zhu Yu felt no interest in this, moving on to the next container. The following 4 containers also contained large, open items. However, the contents of the 6th container made Zhu Yu's eyes widen with excitement. This container was densely packed, reaching up to the top panel. Initially, there were several iron racks for securing, followed by bundles of wire mesh, filling the container to the brim. At first glance through the container door, it appeared full. Yet, Zhu Yu's tonsure revealed that there was more than meets the eye behind the wire mesh. A substantial item was concealed within. Zhu Yu eagerly noted this container and continued his inspection. Further along, another container held a vehicle covered with a car cover. Zhu Yu discerned that it was a rather stylish sports car. This could be worth a gamble. After all, the car was covered, and unless unveiled, no one could ascertain its make. The difference between an ordinary sports car and a luxury brand could reach millions. However, this sports car seemed to have undergone repairs. And upon inspection, Zhu Yu identified it as a mid-range Aston Martin. The exact value would depend on its condition, a realm in which Zhu Yu was not particularly adept. Soon, the auction commenced, and the bald auctioneer appeared particularly spirited today, though his voice began somewhat flat. Zhu Yu understood that with so many containers, if he shouted as he usually did, his voice would be rendered useless by the end of the auction. The tractor from the first container was auctioned for $12,000. Zhu Yu felt a sense of foreboding. The competition was fierce. A tractor that might not even start fetched such a high price. The subsequent items were bound to be even pricier. Indeed, the following containers were all auctioned for over $10,000. Zhu Yu recalled old John mentioning during their tour that typically, the estimated value of an item was roughly twice the auction price. This meant that the highest bid was usually about half of the estimated worth. After all, unless one were a master appraiser, there would always be discrepancies in valuation. The items within the containers were predominantly secondhand and required price reductions, with some needing significant markdowns. Zhu Yu had not anticipated such fierce competition today. He hoped this was not an anomaly. Otherwise, finding bargains would become exceedingly challenging. Jason, noticing Zhu Yu only raised his hand to bid once or twice before ceasing, grew anxious. "Zhu, don't you find these items appealing?" "No, I believe everyone's enthusiasm is high. So let's observe a bit longer." At that moment, the assistant had already cut open the 6th container's door and pulled it forcefully. Zhu Yu had approached the container, intending to focus on this one. Just then, someone let out a startled cry. Several unsteady iron racks inside the container toppled due to the assistant's forceful tug. They were about to crash onto the assistant and the auctioneer, who was facing away from the container. Zhu Yu instinctively leapt up, executing a flying kick toward the iron rack. The auctioneer turned in shock, witnessing the scene unfold, his face displaying both terror and relief. "Zhu, you're incredible." Jason was the first to express his admiration. Others also exclaimed in astonishment. The auctioneer hurried over to thank Zhu Yu. "Thank you, Huaxia kid. You saved me." I never believed in Huaxiao martial arts until now. I am now a firm believer. Zhu Yu smiled, replying, I believe anyone in my position would have acted similarly. Wouldn't they? No, no, at least others aren't as agile or impressive as you, the auctioneer earnestly stated. Subsequently, after the auctioneer berated the owner of the container, he invited everyone to examine its contents. Due to Zhu Yu's actions, several individuals' attention was diverted towards him. However, Zhu Yu remained oblivious to their scrutiny, feigning a meticulous inspection. A wave of anxiety washed over him. Had this individual already discerned the secrets concealed behind the wire mesh? An additional formidable competitor would undoubtedly escalate the stakes. Chapter 42. High-stakes bidding. If the container is filled solely with wire mesh, it would likely be worth only a few $1,000s, speculated one person. I believe there must be something more valuable inside. Who knows? To earn substantial profits, one must take risks. I shall bid no more than 2,000. In truth, amongst this plethora of containers, this one appears quite promising. Opinions flowed freely amongst the crowd. Some genuinely believed this, while Zhu Yu suspected that others were merely attempting to mislead. Ma Deng's binoculars caught the attention of many, prompting someone to inquire, Old Ma Deng, what do you see? I can't see clearly, but I suspect there may be a tractor or something similar inside. There is definitely something. Just as the crowd was about to become excited, Ma Deng added, however, whether the contents are good or bad remains uncertain. Well, that statement felt like a bucket of cold water dousing their enthusiasm. The auctioneer, noticing that the audience had observed sufficiently, promptly initiated the bidding. The starting bid is $800, with increments of no less than $50. Who will be the first to place a bid? A young man from Huaxia, Zhu, has made the first bid at $850. The auctioneer showcased his signature intonation once more. Before Zhu Yu's hand had even descended, Ma Deng had already raised his hand to bid $1,000. The price swiftly surged to $3,000, after which the frequency of bids gradually diminished. When the bidding reached $5,500, only 3 competitors remained. Suddenly, Ma Deng raised the price to $8,000 with a loud voice. Zhu Yu was taken aback. How bold of Ma Deng. Yet he also realized that this time, he was determined to secure the container. $9,000. Zhu Yu raised his bid by $500. Another bearded man continued the bidding. $11,000. Ma Deng once again escalated the price. $15,000. Zhu Yu suspected that Ma Deng might have guessed the contents, but this time, he would not yield easily. $20,000. This bid not only frightened the bearded man away, but also shocked Ma Deng. Ma Deng scrutinized Zhu Yu, shaking his head, saying, You have won. The contents belong to you. Zhu Yu smiled, aware that Ma Deng recognized his resolve. The seasoned treasure hunter did not wish for a mutually destructive rivalry with Zhu Yu. After 3 rounds of bidding, the auctioneer congratulated Zhu Yu on his victory. Following the payment, Zhu Yu began to clear out the items. Jason promptly approached to assist. As he moved the items, he asked Zhu Yu, It all depends on what we find inside. Bidding on a container is inherently a gamble. Why did you insist on acquiring this particular container? Zhu Yu already anticipated the outcome. Deducing the unknown from the known is often simpler. He pointed to the shelves and wire mesh. Inquiring of Jason, What do you think these items are for? Jason paused, scratching his head, uncertainly responding. If I am not mistaken, these should be for ranch use? The wire mesh is likely meant to contain livestock, and these metal frames should serve to secure the wire mesh, correct? Absolutely correct. Zhu Yu gave him a thumbs up. Just imagine, if the entirety behind this is wire mesh, there could be at least 500 to 600 rolls. These rolls are brand new. Currently, new wire mesh sells online for $50 per roll. If I calculate it as secondhand at 90% condition, that's $45 per roll. Wouldn't that total at least $20,000? Jason nodded, his face reflecting admiration. Following Zhu Yu had indeed proven wise. He had learned a valuable lesson. Furthermore, I suspect that it may not solely consist of wire mesh. As Zhu Yu continued to move items, he remarked that containers typically house significant items. Let me take a look. He climbed atop the wire mesh and peered inside, immediately feigning an expression of astonishment. My goodness! Can you guess what I see? My word. Jason had not anticipated such a reaction from Zhu Yu and, unable to contain his curiosity, climbed up to remove 2 bundles, revealing the interior. Wow! Jason exclaimed in awe. His exclamation drew the attention of several others still present at the auction. Someone shouted, Broke Jason, what do you see? Jason, unfazed by the moniker, laughed heartily. You'll never guess what this is. Hurry up and tell us before I come up there to kick you. The impatient audience shouted. It's a helicopter. Jason laughed exuberantly, declaring that Zhu Yu had struck gold this time. Indeed, it was a small, single-passenger helicopter. Zhu Yu's motivation for bidding on this container stemmed from his sighting of this impressive machine. Although Zhu Yu was not entirely familiar with the market for helicopters, and it was evidently a very basic model, it was still a helicopter. Even if it were inexpensive, it would still be worth more than a car, wouldn't it? This was Zhu Yu's rationale for his tenacious pursuit of this container. Upon realizing that a helicopter was inside, the others were equally astonished. Ma Deng shrugged his shoulders. I no longer envy Zhu's good fortune. It is beyond my reach. Zhu Yu retorted with a smile. In truth, I believe your luck is better. You only see my successes. You haven't witnessed the days I earned not a dime. Very well, very well. That is how you Huaxiao people are. Ma Deng shook his head. Will you compete with me for the next container? It depends on whether there is anything worthwhile. Zhu Yu offered a non-committal response. He certainly would not voluntarily relinquish an opportunity to profit. After making a call to old John, who was equally astonished upon learning that Zhu Yu had spent 20,000 to secure the container, he laughed heartily. Zhu, you are the most lucrative investment of my life. All right, I will contact buyers for you. There are many interested in ranch supplies. Zhu Yu decided to halt his sorting of the items, opting to wait for potential buyers to evaluate them before proceeding. He instructed Jason to keep an eye on the items while he slipped away to continue bidding. After inflating the prices of 2 or 3 containers to over $8,000, he withdrew, leading others to believe that Zhu Yu genuinely desired to bid on another. Then, when the vehicle shrouded in a cover appeared, Zhu Yu would place his bid, avoiding any appearance of abruptness. When the vehicle from the container was unveiled, nearly every eye in the vicinity was drawn to it. A sports car. Good heavens. Despite being covered, Diana immediately recognized the model. Uncertain of the brand, some craned their necks, but could see nothing, as the cover bore no insignia. Only a solitary vehicle remained, devoid of toolboxes or parts bins. Typically, if there were toolboxes or parts bins, some deductions could be made. Now, it was purely a matter of luck. Perhaps it's a Toyota, someone speculated. With so much dust on the cover, I doubt it's a good car, another person chimed in. I believe it could be a valuable car. Zhu Yu suddenly interjected, asserting that it should at least hold considerable worth. Upon hearing Zhu Yu's statement, someone quickly questioned, how do you know? It's just a guess. Zhu Yu revealed a broad smile. Shoo. Clearly, few believed Zhu Yu's speculation. The auction commenced. Chapter 43, The Ownership of the Sports Car. A sports car is a luxury item. This is a consensus. Even though the brand of the sports car remains unknown, the initial auction price of $500, increasing by $100 each time, ignited excitement among the vast majority. Even the cheapest sports car is worth several tens of thousands, right? Thus, when the bald auctioneer began the bidding, within 1 minute, the price soared to $5,800. Zhu Yu sighed, feeling the intense pressure of fierce competition. $8,000. Here comes Lao Ma Deng with his antics again. 1,000. Zhu Yu raised his hand. Lao Ma Deng glanced over, his eyes unmistakably conveying the message that last time he had yielded to Zhu Yu, but this time, he expected a reciprocal gesture. Zhu Yu curled his lip. This was a matter of skill, and he was not beholden to anyone. The two men's gazes clashed, igniting a spark of tension. A crowd had gathered, eager to witness the showdown between a seasoned treasure hunter and a rising star. However, they were not the only ones willing to place bets. Another contender, the formidable Diana, seized the opportunity to elevate the bid to $11,000. Zhu Yu raised his hand once more. $12,000. Lao Ma Deng, clearly unwilling to concede, raised his hand. $15,000. In a matter of moments, this row of containers had yielded 2 high-value items, stirring excitement among the onlookers, who seemed to feel as if they themselves were the bidders. The spectators had even divided into 3 factions. Women supported Diana, the youth rallied behind Zhu Yu, and the middle-aged and elderly favored Lao Ma Deng. Zhu Yu's mouth dropped open. This situation was spiraling out of control. Yet, the 3 individuals present were unfazed by such trivialities. The ultimate prize was what truly mattered. In dire circumstances, it was not out of the question to unite against others. Currently, however, the competition was indeed fierce. The bidding reached $18,000, a figure announced by Zhu Yu. Sensing Zhu Yu's unwavering determination, Diana shook her head and raised her hands in surrender. Meanwhile, Lao Ma Deng slicked back his hair and declared, $20,000. His discerning eye led him to believe this sports car was worth considerable value. To his surprise, just as he stated his bid, Zhu Yu countered with $21,000. Lao Ma Deng turned and strode towards another container, clearly conceding the battle. Ultimately, Zhu Yu secured the container for $21,000. A few individuals lingered around, curious to discover what lay beneath the car cover. However, Zhu Yu paid them no mind. Upon seeing a pickup truck approach, likely sent by old John, he shut the container door to attend to his major client. Noticing Zhu Yu's indifference, the onlookers were not offended. Amidst a chorus of jeers, they made their way to the auction area. Are you Zhu? A middle-aged man disembarked from the pickup truck, broad-shouldered and more robust than the previous buyer of cattle. He smiled and said, Old John mentioned you had something good. I came to take a look. By the way, call me Henry. Zhu Yu led him to Jason, who appeared anxious, scratching his head. Upon seeing Zhu Yu, Jason's face lit up with joy. Boss, is this gentleman here to purchase these items? Zhu Yu could tell he was eager to drag out the helicopter within. Others who had not participated in the auction also awaited their turn. Henry observed the racks and wire fencing, commenting, "Not bad. This is indeed suitable for ranch use, and I could utilize it. Let me calculate." Jason immediately sprang into action, not only assisting in the movement, but also enlisting a few others for help. Some were reluctant, while others chuckled and joined in. 20 sets of iron racks priced at $500, 100 rolls of wire fencing at $45 each, totaling $4,500, bringing the total to $5,000. Neither party contested the price, as they both understood that the real value lay in what was to come. As a small red helicopter emerged from the back, those assisting gasped in awe. Oh wow, there really is a helicopter. Although small, it was undeniably charming. Several individuals worked together to drag the single-seat helicopter out. Upon inspecting it, Henry whistled and exclaimed, "Not bad. This is a single-seat helicopter with a capacity of 110 kilograms, designed for ranch cattle, weighing approximately 500 kilograms in total." Zhu Yu was not particularly interested in the specifications, but Henry swiftly got to the crux of the matter. If it were brand new, it would be worth around $80,000. Zhu Yu calculated and found it to be quite reasonable. However, it required repairs. Henry climbed into the cockpit, adjusting several instruments before inquiring, "So how much is it worth now?" After assessing its condition, he concluded, "It seems to be well maintained. If I were to buy it, $60,000 would be my offer." Henry pondered for a moment, stating, "No, I believe it is worth at least $70,000. Zhu Yu circled the helicopter, locating the production date and realizing it had been manufactured less than 2 years ago. He estimated it to be in 95% new condition. "Then I can offer $62,000. After a round of bargaining, they ultimately settled on $65,000. Henry called for assistance to move the items, while Zhu Yu and Jason headed to inspect the sports car. To their surprise, a few individuals still loitered at the container door, waiting to see what lay inside. Upon Zhu Yu's arrival, they joked, "Zhu, you finally made it. If you hadn't shown up, we were about to open the cabinet ourselves." Zhu Yu recognized their jest. Theoretically, since he had purchased these items, they rightfully belonged to him. Thus, he had every right to defend his possessions. "I've just arrived," Zhu Yu replied playfully. The longer the mystery is preserved, the more delightful the surprise. "Wouldn't you agree?" Just then, his phone rang. Zhu Yu glanced at the unfamiliar number. Upon answering, the caller immediately insulted him. "Yellow-skinned monkey. Stay away from Chow and Na. You're not worthy of associating with her." With that, the caller abruptly hung up. Zhu Yu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. What was this nonsense? Did this person have a screw loose? Suddenly, it dawned on him that this was likely one of Chow and Na's suitors who had learned about their relationship and decided to lash out at him. He sent the number to Chow and Na, asking, "This person just called and insulted me. Do you know him?" "Zhu, don't pay any mind to that fool. He is the son of a friend of my father, trying to pursue me, but I rejected him. Somehow he got your number, so just ignore him." Chapter 44. Humiliation. Zhu Yu understood the situation and realized there was no need to take it to heart. He composed himself and opened the container, pulling off the car cover. The instant the Aston Martin emblem appeared, it stunned all present. This was an Aston Martin. The most affordable entry-level sports car would still cost around $100,000 or $200,000, right? The vehicle appeared relatively new, although the tires showed signs of wear. They were not excessive. "Zhu, did you also acquire this?" Henry followed him inside, his eyes brightening at the sight of the sports car. "Indeed," Zhu Yu replied. Inspecting the car's condition, the vehicle was in average shape, and the key was sitting on the dashboard. He turned it, but the engine did not start. It was a two-door, two-seater hardtop sports car, visually stunning, capturing the attention of all around. Once Zhu Yu exited, Henry immediately opened the car door and climbed in, exploring every inch. Upon emerging, he turned to Zhu Yu and said, "Zhu, you should sell me this car. You want to buy it?" Zhu Yu was somewhat taken aback. A farmer was not typically someone who sought a high-powered sports car, was he? "Yes, I do," Henry replied candidly. "My son is about to turn 18, and I want to gift him something special. Although this sports car needs repairs, it appears to be in decent condition. Besides, I can't afford a new one right now. What price do you have in mind?" Zhu Yu inquired. "If it were new, it would be worth around $150,000. However, given that it requires repairs, if there are issues with the engine, the repair costs could be substantial." "And then?" Zhu Yu asked. "I plan to offer $60,000, Henry replied after some contemplation. "It is not feasible, at least $75,000. Although Zhu Yu lacks knowledge about automobiles, he is aware that if the engine has issues, the vehicle may as well be deemed a total loss. Thus, He tentatively proposes a price cut of 50%. The deal is struck. Henry, elated, extends his hand. Another reduction. Zhu Yu realizes this is the second instance, a result of his inexperience. Nevertheless, he reflects that earning over $50,000 is quite commendable. What more could he desire? Henry readily pays the sum and summons the workers who accompany him to retrieve the goods with a large truck. Zhu Yu and Jason then tidy up the remaining debris, which fortunately is minimal, and they finish swiftly. Zhu Yu produces $500 and hands it to Jason, stating, "This is your remuneration for today." "So much?" Jason's eyes brighten. "Boss, you are exceedingly generous." Of course, it is generous. Presently, the American working class earns merely $800 to $1,000 weekly. Having worked alongside for just one morning, Jason earns $500. How could he not be thrilled? "If you remain diligent, I shall be even more generous," Zhu Yu promises, waving farewell as he prepares to depart. Jason, overjoyed with the money, shouts after Zhu Yu's receding figure, "Boss, when you have the time, I invite you to our home for a meal of our specialties." "Very well." Zhu Yu waves again and drives away in his pickup truck. He purchases a box of premium cigars and heads to Old John's Seven Axes Tavern. "A gift for me?" John exclaims in surprise as he accepts the cigars, opens the box, takes one out, and inhales deeply, remarking, "Indeed, it has been some time since I've enjoyed such fine cigars." Zhu Yu smiles and replies, "Should you run out, just let me know, and I shall procure more for you." John, securing the cigars, responds, "You need not go to such lengths. Each time you bring good things, I always partake." Zhu Yu shakes his head, stating, "A deal is a deal. Without you, I might very well have been devoured by fish in the sea by now." "Your perspective on matters is indeed commendable," John chuckles. "Your recent fortune has been remarkable. Have you considered purchasing a house?" Zhu Yu shakes his head. "No." Old John nods knowingly, refraining from pressing further. He inquires, "Do you require assistance?" "No. At my current pace, I shall soon have enough." Old John, pondering, nods and adds, Joanna's father is an extreme rightist, harboring a natural prejudice against Huaxia people. So you must exercise caution." Zhu Yu pauses, then retorts with irritation, "You knew of this and yet did not mention it sooner? You encouraged my relationship with Joanna?" Old John smiles knowingly. "Joanna is a good girl. You lose nothing by being with her. Moreover, Joanna is Joanna, and her father is her father. They are not the same." Zhu Yu smiles bitterly. How could there be no connection? Joanna, like a young girl, could not possibly live independently of her parents. It appears there are numerous obstacles to overcome in his pursuit of love. Upon exiting the vehicle, before he can enter, a young man emerges from a luxury car and strides towards Zhu Yu. This is a young Caucasian man, clad in designer attire, embodying the image of a successful elite. The young man approaches Zhu Yu and arrogantly asks, "Are you Zhu Yu?" "Indeed, I am." Zhu Yu recognizes this as the individual who called earlier, urging him to distance himself from Joanna. "Has he followed me to my residence?" Zhu Yu's expression darkens. "You, a yellow-skinned monkey, aspire to be Joanna's boyfriend? Do not indulge in such daydreams. It is impossible. Cast aside your unrealistic notions and scram, or else." Bang! Before he can finish his sentence, Zhu Yu delivers a punch to the young man's abdomen. A cry of agony escapes as the young man curls over, clutching his stomach, his face turning crimson. Unable to utter a word, Zhu Yu seizes the young man's collar and lifts him, coldly stating, "Whether I am Joanna's boyfriend is none of your concern. I advise you to refrain from troubling me again. Furthermore, I detest being referred to as a yellow-skinned monkey. Do you understand, you white-skinned pig?" With that, Zhu Yu tosses the young man aside, who tumbles several times before clumsily rising to his feet. "You'll pay for this." The young man, covering his bruised face, spits out a parting threat before hastily retreating to his vehicle and speeding away. As Zhu Yu steps into the yard, his phone rings, and he answers while walking inside. Joanna's voice emerges. "Zhu, I scolded George, the jerk who called you, and told him to stay away from you. You provoked him, and he came to humiliate me. But I sent him packing." "Well done," Joanna exclaims with a mischievous glint. "I've longed to hit him." Zhu Yu chuckles. Thankfully, the backyard is quite secure. Chapter 45, Protecting Oneself, Gun. Today, there are numerous containers scanned by the heavenly eye, yet the energy consumed is not substantial. He has now realized that since the upgrade, the scanning process has not only become clearer, but has also significantly reduced energy consumption. This is indeed a tangible benefit. He begins to tally his gains. After purchasing jade, along with the stakes and winnings, he finds he has over $210,000 remaining. Converted to domestic currency, he would be considered a minor millionaire. However, in the current domestic context, a millionaire holds little significance. With newfound wealth, Zhu Yu contemplates his safety. America is a nation where firearms are permissible. Although the general populace is prohibited from acquiring automatic weapons, semi-automatic guns are still firearms. reflecting on those he has crossed paths with and the envious gazes directed at him during the container auction. Zhu Yu concludes that purchasing a gun for self-defense is indeed prudent. He calls Paul. Paul, can you assist me in obtaining a gun permit? No need, Zhu. Just visit a gun shop with your driver's license, and the shopkeeper will arrange the permit for you when you purchase a firearm. How simple. Zhu Yu promptly gathers his money and inquires with Aunt Susan about the nearest gun store. Head left from here, and at the eastern end of the town, there is a gun shop. Old Will's gun shop has been in operation for decades and boasts an excellent reputation. Aunt Susan shows no surprise at Zhu Yu's intention to buy a gun, as she herself possesses a rifle at home. Zhu Yu thanks Susan and drives to Will's gun shop. Upon seeing the large gun sign, Zhu Yu feels a surge of excitement. After all, how many Huaxiao men can remain indifferent in the presence of firearms? His only prior experience with guns was during high school military training, where he fired a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, scoring 42 points. The instructor, a sergeant, had complimented him, which thrilled Zhu Yu immensely, especially since the instructor gifted him 3 spent cartridges. As a child, Zhu Yu often played with guns, but those memories have faded. Upon entering the gun shop, a jovial, portly white man, approximately 50 years old and of similar height to Zhu Yu, greets him. You must be the Huaxiao man living with Susan, Zhu. Here to buy a gun? Yes, Mr. Will. Zhu Yu is surprised that Will knows him. He cautiously mentions, however, I do not possess a gun permit. That is simple enough. Will, clearly accustomed to handling such matters, retrieves a card from beneath the counter and says, here, just register. And as long as you have no criminal record involving firearms and maintain a good tax record, you can purchase a gun. Zhu Yu fills out the form with excitement. Upon completion, Will gestures towards a row of guns hanging on the wall and asks, which one do you like? There's a sale going on. Feel free to choose a few. Zhu Yu immediately spots a Type 56 rifle. He feels delighted to find a domestic Type 56 rather than a Russian firearm. Unfortunately, it is a flat-tipped version rather than a triangular bayonet. Having watched Zhong Nanhai Bodyguards, Zhu Yu has a natural fondness for the triangular bayonet. This is an export from Huaxia's northern industries. If you wish to purchase it, the price is $980. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Yu secured the item. Following that, Zhu Yu selected a Glock G19 for $850. Initially, he hoped to find a larger model but was disappointed. He then acquired a Remington 700 equipped with a scope, intended for hunting purposes. Naturally, after purchasing the firearms, it was imperative to test them. Will cheerfully remarked, let us go, there's a shooting range out back where you can give them a try. Zhu Yu, filled with excitement, followed him with the gun in hand. A young man replaced Will, preparing a shooting position for Zhu Yu and standing guard nearby. Zhu Yu sensed that the young man might be apprehensive about his shooting skills. However, truth be told, after years of inactivity, he felt somewhat out of practice. The young man assisted Zhu Yu in disengaging the safety, loading the chamber, and pulling back the bolt. He instructed Zhu Yu on how to aim, and gradually, Zhu Yu began to regain his familiarity with the weapon. The firearm was finally adjusted. Zhu Yu aligned his sights with precision, took a gentle breath, and steadily squeezed the trigger. Bang! A perfect 10. Zhu Yu's vision now rivaled that of one equipped with a scope, clearly discerning every detail from 50 meters away. Following this, he fired 10 rounds. Except for one shot that hit a 9 due to a long-held breath, the rest were all 10s. Next came the pistol and shotgun. As Zhu Yu contentedly departed from the range, the young Caucasian was left somewhat bewildered. Was this Chinese individual a born sharpshooter? Observing his movements and stance, he appeared to be a novice, without a hint of pretense. Yet, the results he achieved were far from those of an amateur. Were it not for the pressing goal still ahead, Zhu Yu would have readily sought a hunting expedition. As others say, with a hammer in hand. Everything looks like a nail, and he was eager to strike. To celebrate his purchase, Zhu Yu called Xiao and Na, wishing to dine together. However, Xiao and Na replied unhappily, I can't right now. I've been home these past few days. There's always someone to pick me up from school, making it hard to go out alone. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yu felt an ominous premonition and inquired, has your father learned about our relationship? Yes. Xiao and Na's voice was somber. What conditions does he have? Does he believe I am unworthy of you? Or is it because I am from Huaxia? Zhu Yu clenched his fists, yet helplessly released them. This dilemma was indeed challenging to resolve. Both are true, but rest assured. I love you and will clarify everything with my parents. He realized he must expedite his efforts to earn money. The following morning, Zhu Yu returned to the port's cargo yard. Yesterday, old John had sent a message indicating that 4 cargo yards would hold auctions today. Zhu Yu resolved to attend at least one in the morning and one in the afternoon, aiming to swiftly accumulate $500,000 to enlist Robert's assistance with the will. The first auction featured only 3 containers, resulting in a modest turnout. Zhu Yu was pleasantly surprised to find he did not recognize anyone, and he chuckled. The lack of competition was indeed favorable. Jason approached him with a smile. Boss, One of these containers has come from Huaxia. The owner hasn't claimed it. Zhu Yu nodded. Standing amidst the crowd, he opened his eyes wide, observing that half of the attendees, like him, were armed. His gaze shifted to the first container, where he immediately spotted something familiar, prompting a smile. Chapter 46. The Ambush. After examining this container, Zhu Yu moved on to the second. The second container contained a pile of miscellaneous items, picture frames, paint, chairs, and easels. Zhu Yu pondered whether this might have belonged to a former painting enthusiast. He dismissed it. The third container yielded little of interest, leaving Zhu Yu somewhat disheartened. The assistant cut open the first container's door, revealing several large wooden boxes. On them, Chinese characters warned, "Caution, fireworks." Zhu Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Indeed, these are items from Huaxia. What are these things? What do the characters say? Some were unfamiliar with the script and asked others for help. A few instantly photographed the characters to seek assistance. Jason quietly inquired, "Boss, what's inside?" "Well, you could interpret it as fireworks." "Oh." Jason promptly fell silent, as if this were a grand secret. Zhu Yu considered alerting him that it was not particularly secretive, but seeing his demeanor, he decided against it. Jason was merely cherishing his opportunity to accompany Zhu Yu. Once everyone had examined the containers, the auction commenced. "We are starting with a minimum bid of $200, with increments no less than $50. Let us begin." The auctioneer was a young man who appeared to be inexperienced, stuttering as he spoke. Zhu Yu found it curious. This was the first time he had encountered such an auctioneer. "Hush!" The crowd began to jeer, as they too had never seen an auctioneer like this. The auctioneer's face flushed from the mockery, and the container's owner looked displeased. Hiring a low-cost auctioneer had indeed proven unwise. Zhu Yu raised his hand, $300. Upon seeing Zhu Yu's bid, the auctioneer appeared as if he had found salvation, promptly gesturing towards him. "This gentleman bids $300. $300. Is there anyone willing to counter?" He treasured this opportunity immensely. With Zhu Yu's bid, others began to raise their offers. Although they had not met Zhu Yu before, news of a formidable Huaxia treasure hunter had circulated in the port. Soon, the price escalated to $650, and Zhu Yu raised it again, $800. $800. This gentleman has raised the bid to $800. Is there anyone willing to follow? The auctioneer's voice grew louder in appreciation of Zhu Yu's bid. After several rounds of back and forth, Zhu Yu ultimately secured the container for $1,200. "Congratulations," the auctioneer announced loudly, extending his hand toward Zhu Yu. Had it not been for Zhu Yu's timely intervention, the auctioneer might have lost his job that day. "No need for thanks," Zhu Yu replied, shaking his hand. "You performed admirably. Just be bold and treat them as mere nuisances." "Haha, you're quite humorous." The auctioneer loosened up. "My name is Cook. Thank you." Following this, the auctioneer became much more at ease, but Zhu Yu did not pursue the other two containers. He and Jason entered the container to inventory its contents. There were 100 small fireworks, 40 medium-sized, and 24 large ones. Additionally, there was a dragon dance set and 2 lion dance sets, along with some lanterns and couplets. Zhu Yu called Old John, who indicated he had no connections in that area. After contemplating, Zhu Yu decided to call Meng Xiaofan. "You mentioned you had a batch of fireworks and dance props?" Meng Xiaofan was taken aback by Zhu Yu's inquiry. "Yes, I was wondering if you have any contacts in Chinatown, as these items can only be sold to our people." After a moment of thought, Meng Xiaofan responded. "Hold on, I'll make a call to check." After hanging up, Song Yan, who was beside her, asked, "What did he call you about?" Having benefited from Zhu Yu's previous endeavors and enjoyed a lovely meal, Song Yan's attitude towards him had improved significantly. "Zhu Yu has a batch of fireworks he wants to sell, but he has no channels. He asked if I knew anyone." Song Yan pondered. Meng Xiaofan smiled and said, "A friend of my father's runs a trading business in Chinatown. Let me ask him." With that, she opened her contact list, found the number, and dialed. Song Yan's expression was somewhat complex. "Xiaofan, what a rare occasion for you to call me. Uncle Yi, I have a favor to ask." "Go ahead." The other party responded warmly. "My friend possesses a collection of fireworks, dispatched from S City. He inquired if anyone in our vicinity might be interested. I shall provide you with his contact number for further discussion." "Splendid. Should a deal be successfully concluded, my uncle will generously reward you with a substantial red envelope." "No need for that." After concluding the call, Meng Xiaofan sent a text message to Zhu Yu, informing him of the situation. Just as Zhu Yu finished reading the message, his phone rang. "Is this Zhu Yu? I am Yi Shenghua, a friend of Xiaofan's father and the proprietor of a trading company in Chinatown. I hear you have a batch of fireworks?" "Indeed. We have a variety, small, medium, and large, contained in 4 boxes. Additionally, there are dragon and lion dance props, along with lanterns and couplets." "Excellent. Where are you located?" "I wish to inspect the goods and engage in negotiations. I am at the port, in cargo area 44. After approximately half an hour, Yi Shenghua arrived in a delivery truck. Upon observing Zhu Yu's situation, he was taken aback. Mr. Zhu, you are a treasure hunter of shipping containers? Yes, this container was abandoned once it reached the shore. Please, take a look at the merchandise. Yi Shenghua cautiously opened the boxes to reveal well-packaged fireworks and began searching for the production date. Not bad. These were produced 3 months ago, so they are relatively new. Yi Shenghua continued to examine the remaining boxes, randomly selecting items for inspection. By the way, I want the dragon and lion dance props as well. Yi Shenghua readily agreed. Now, let me discuss the pricing with you, and you can tell me if it is acceptable. Yi Shenghua, calculator in hand, informed Zhu Yu. The small fireworks are priced at $5 each, the medium ones at $15, and the large ones at $50. The dragon dance props are slightly more expensive, at $800, while the lion dance props are of good quality, priced at $500 each. As for the remaining lanterns and couplets, I will give them to you for free. Zhu Yu interrupted. Let's save the lanterns and couplets for future collaborations. Generous. Yi Shenghua praised, glancing at the calculator. That totals $4,100, and I will pay you immediately. Great. You need not pay the commission to Xiaofan. I will cover that. Yi Shenghua reciprocated the goodwill. Impressive, Mr. Yi. Zhu Yu commended, also giving a thumbs up. This is the proper business attitude. Although the profit was modest, Zhu Yu felt pleased and handed Jason $100, noting the smaller quantity of goods. Jason hesitated to accept, but Zhu Yu reassured him. We still need to assist Mr. Yi with transporting the items. He is eager to proceed to the next cargo area. Little did they know, danger awaited him. Chapter 47. This is self-defense. Leaving Jason to tidy up the remaining debris, Zhu Yu ventured alone to the next cargo area. The New York port is vast. Each cargo area is merely separated by a simple partition. As he traversed towards another auction site, he had to navigate through towering stacks of shipping containers. Zhu Yu recalled that the next auction point was merely 500 meters away and prepared to walk directly there. Taking a shortcut through 2 rows of towering containers evoked memories of a game he once played, Zhu Di Qiu Sheng, set in a port cargo area. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard a low voice command, "Don't move. Hand over your money." Zhu Yu was startled. 2 black thugs confronted him. One wearing a beanie and the other sporting dreadlocks. Both were of short stature and bore a menacing demeanor. Noticing Zhu Yu's lack of response, one thug reached behind his waist and brandished a gun, aiming it at Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu thought to himself, this is troublesome. The last time he faced a gun, he was in a car and managed to draw his weapon unnoticed. This time, however, it was not as simple. He quickly raised his hands and said, No. Please, don't be agitated. You want money? I happen to have some. The thug in the beanie kept his gun trained on Zhu Yu while the other, feeling confident, tucked his gun into his waistband and boasted, "Don't move. Don't think about resisting or drawing your weapon. Where's the money? I'll take it." Confronted with the dark muzzle of the gun, Zhu Yu felt a wave of anxiety. Although he was agile, he did not believe he could evade a bullet at such close range. He lowered his head to gesture towards his pocket. "There, my money is there." The thug with the dreadlocks approached and reached into Zhu Yu's pocket, swiftly grasping a thick wad of cash. His eyes lit up with joy. "My God. We've hit the jackpot," he exclaimed, pulling out at least $30,000. The other thug's eyes widened with greed, feeling anxious that the money was not in his possession. At that moment, Zhu Yu suddenly sprang into action. He executed a hold on the thug with the dreadlocks, forcefully pushing him towards the thug in the beanie. Taking advantage of their obstructed view, he swiftly sidestepped and delivered a powerful punch to the latter's abdomen. This punch was delivered with all his might, causing the thug to roll his eyes and collapse unconscious. Zhu Yu did not pause. He swiftly struck the dreadlocked thug on the back of his neck, rendering him unconscious as well. "Paul, I was robbed at the cargo area by 2 individuals, and I injured them while resisting. Will there be any repercussions?" Paul was taken aback upon hearing this. "Were you injured?" "No." Zhu Yu detected Paul as concern. "That is good to hear. What was their ethnicity? Black, Latino, or black? Then you should be fine. These thugs are a nuisance at the cargo area every day. We are utterly fed up with them. As long as they aren't dead, there's no need to worry. In fact, even if they were dead, it wouldn't be an issue. Just tell me the location, and I'll head over immediately." A few minutes later, Paul hurried to the scene, relieved to find Zhu Yu unharmed. He then noticed the 2 unconscious thugs on the ground and angrily kicked them. These 2 have robbed several times already, and we've arrested them multiple times. However, since each incident involved small amounts, we couldn't impose lengthy sentences. This time, the amount is substantial. Zhu Yu produced $30,000, saying, "Here is the sum. Is it sufficient?" "Absolutely. This is more than enough," Paul exclaimed with delight. "This is sufficient to keep these 2 scoundrels behind bars for several years." He then added to Zhu Yu, "You must teach me your skills someday. It's clear you took them down with your martial arts, right?" Zhu Yu chuckled. "I can teach you a few techniques, but given your age, You might only learn some grappling moves. Against such dangerous criminals, firearms are still the primary means of defense. The frequency of armed robberies around here is alarmingly high. Once these matters were settled, Zhu Yu proceeded to the next cargo area, where the auction was nearing its conclusion. Out of 8 auction containers, only 1 remained, and the assistant was in the process of opening it. Zhu Yu hurried over and, upon seeing the assortment of construction materials inside, lost interest. He quickly moved on to another cargo area, dialing Jason as he walked. Head to the shark cargo area. The auction is about to start there. Jason complied without hesitation. At the shark cargo area, 5 containers were up for auction that day, and by the time Zhu Yu arrived, the first container had already commenced bidding. To his surprise, the auctioneer was the same young man from the morning. The young man, upon spotting Zhu Yu, appeared momentarily startled, his voice faltering briefly before returning to normal. The treasure hunters present noticed this and turned to observe Zhu Yu. Among them were 2 familiar faces, the Joy brothers. These 2 glared at Zhu Yu with displeasure. Ever since the last encounter where Zhu Yu had outwitted them, they had harbored animosity towards him. However, Zhu Yu paid them no mind, proceeding to inspect the contents of the remaining containers. The second container startled Zhu Yu. Inside lay dozens of boxes of various sizes, with a dust cover concealing an item in the farthest corner. The only visible part revealed an extremely old and worn bicycle. While an ordinary person might not recognize it, Zhu Yu could see clearly that this was a very old military tricycle from the World War II era. Whether it was a replica was uncertain. However, upon examining the tightly wrapped boxes, Zhu Yu felt a thrill. There was an 80% chance they were authentic. The boxes contained military supplies from World War II, including helmets and paratrooper gear. I'll take this. The third container held several large black garbage bags, while an open wooden box was filled with worthless odds and ends. A few canvas bags were inconspicuously mixed among the items, yet they caught Zhu Yu's eye momentarily. They could potentially yield a profit. The fourth container housed little of value, merely a chaotic assortment of old wooden toys and furniture. What drew attention, however, were the few dilapidated antique trunks nestled at the back, secured with locks. Ordinary treasure hunters would likely find them intriguing and might take a gamble. Yet, Zhu Yu could discern that the contents were likely worthless trinkets. If someone were to spend money acquiring them, they would most probably incur a loss. The fifth container contained something quite unique, a plethora of wine. Bottled wine was safeguarded by wood shavings within wooden crates, accompanied by several large barrels. Zhu Yu contemplated the potential acquisition, provided the price was right. At that moment, the first container was auctioned off, with the larger Joey triumphantly securing it, casting a smug glance at Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu remained unfazed, patiently awaiting his assistant to unlock the second container, forming a line to inspect its contents. Upon seeing the carefully wrapped boxes and a glimpse of a rusty bicycle, murmurs arose among the crowd. Could it be a heap of junk? After all, the items were packed in old cardboard boxes secured with tape, lacking any allure. What could possibly be inside? However, the astute large Joey, peering through a gap, spotted something beneath a dust cover, igniting a desire to gamble. Zhu Yu noticed the shift in large Joey's expression, a sense of unease settling within him. Was this man attempting to compete with him? Chapter 48. Profit or Loss. As interested bidders scrutinized the items, the young auctioneer flashed a smile at Zhu Yu and commenced the auction. This container, filled with unknown treasures from far-off Europe, is now up for bidding, starting at $500 with minimum increments of $100. Zhu Yu raised his hand first, $550. Although Zhu Yu was not well acquainted with many, he was unaware that he had become something of a celebrity at the New York port. A young man from Huaxiao, within less than a month, had opened several high-value containers, reaping substantial profits. Wasn't he the epitome of good fortune? Thus, when he spoke, others immediately turned their attention toward him. However, Zhu Yu's cautious bidding prompted others to contemplate their own strategies. Large Joey, undeterred, boldly declared, $1,000. After making his bid, he cast a triumphant glance at Luo Fei. Luo Fei remained unperturbed. Engaging with such a person was hardly worth his while. Furthermore, after dealing with 2 petty thugs earlier, he had released much of his pent-up aggression. Now he was clear-headed, solely focused on profit. Small Joey, having tidied up the container, approached just as he noticed large Joey's gaze towards Zhu Yu. He promptly patted large Joey on the back and extended his hand towards Zhu Yu. I hear you've been quite lucky lately, raking in considerable sums? Not too bad. Zhu Yu replied vaguely, uncertain of the specifics that Joey might know. In the treasure hunting realm, unless one sealed the container and concealed the contents, information was bound to leak. How many containers are you planning to bid on this time? We'll see how it goes. Zhu Yu was not easily deceived by small Joey's tactics. In Huaxia, we value connections and intuition. If it feels right, we bid. At that moment, the auctioneer raised his voice. Large Joey bids $1,300. $1,300. Does anyone wish to counter? Zhu Yu immediately raised his hand and countered $1,500. Engaging in conversation while bidding posed no inconvenience. Of course, he was grateful to the auctioneer for his vocal prompt. The two shared an unspoken understanding. Small Joey, intent on assisting his brother against Zhu Yu, realized that Zhu Yu was prepared and thus recognized the futility of his strategy. He nodded at Zhu Yu and returned to organizing the container. The price escalated to $3,600, leaving only large Joey and Zhu Yu in the running. $5,000. Zhu Yu made a bold move this time. He had learned from old Ma Dun, who often employed this tactic to intimidate competitors into retreat. This time, he successfully scared off large Joey. Congratulations, Zhu. You've secured this container, the auctioneer proclaimed, nodding at Zhu Yu before shifting focus to the third container. The auctioneer was amiable. The adage that more friends lead to more paths held true in all walks of life. As the next container was unveiled, some treasure hunters exclaimed in dismay, "What rubbish! What kind of garbage is this? Is the auction house devoid of standards?" The previous owner of this container was scarcely better than a vagrant. Amid the chorus of complaints, the auctioneer scratched his head. The container was indeed subpar. Inside lay a disarray of items, and the few intriguing bags were merely the simplest of canvas types. Failing to capture anyone's attention, the ultimate auction result would determine his commission. Nonetheless, it had to be auctioned. After everyone had a look, the auctioneer conferred with the owner of the auction house and announced loudly, "The starting bid is $20, with increments of no less than $5. After a few moments of silence, Zhu Yu raised his hand. $30. $30. $30. This is the first bid at $30. The auctioneer shot Zhu Yu a grateful glance. If it went unsold, his income would suffer. Large Joey raised his hand. $50. Was he challenging Zhu Yu? Did he see potential in those bags? Zhu Yu could only remain composed as he raised his hand. $60. $80. Large Joey countered immediately after Zhu Yu's bid. The onlookers buzzed with excitement. The two titans were at odds. This was thrilling. Zhu Yu responded with a calm demeanor, $100. $120. $150. As the bidding reached $180, the auctioneer felt a spark of surprise. This was indeed an unexpected figure. He even began to worry for Zhu Yu, wondering if he would regret the purchase. Ultimately, large Joey was restrained by small Joey and refrained from bidding further. Zhu Yu secured the container for $200. He intended to cease bidding thereafter. At that moment, Jason arrived, and Zhu Yu promptly instructed him, "Please tidy up this rubbish over there and salvage anything useful. Oh, and leave those bags untouched for now." Jason happily agreed. Having moved there not long ago and having earned a bit under Zhu Yu's guidance, he was content to collect some old items for his siblings. Upon entering, he immediately unearthed a jacket in good condition and eagerly tried it on. Zhu Yu then called old John to discuss the World War II equipment within his container. "That woman, Judy, you know her. She collects these. Please give her a call." Although Zhu Yu possessed Judy's business card, he understood that through old John's connection, she would provide a commission to the elder. Contacting her directly was feasible, but he preferred not to do so, even if it wasn't against the rules. Old John grasped Zhu Yu's intent, reflecting on the wisdom of his actions, and promptly called Judy. At this juncture, Zhu Yu cautiously began to unpack the boxes, revealing items reminiscent of props, paratrooper gear, vintage military uniforms, canteens, and tools. Curious treasure hunters began to gather around. These individuals were often novices or newcomers to the treasure hunting scene, like Jason, lacking substantial funds, yet daring to dream of striking gold. As the big players entered the fray, they merely observed, eager to learn and broaden their horizons. Those who possess a genuine heart will naturally experience growth. Although more often than not, they merely enhance their superficial charm, which proves futile for their professional advancement. As Zhu Yu was organizing, the elegantly dressed Judy arrived. Upon witnessing the items in Zhu Yu's possession, her eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 49. To think that she speaks Chinese. Judy's expression shifted in an instant as she smiled and extended her hand. "Zhu, your luck is truly remarkable. These items are exceedingly rare." Having conversed briefly with the container owner earlier and gathered the truth, Zhu Yu decided to play along. Indeed, these items are not from an ordinary vendor. They were brought over by the government of a certain country. However, due to some peculiar circumstances, they were abandoned here. No wonder. Judy's face reflected a sudden understanding. Though both were aware that they were merely putting on an act, regardless of their original ownership, it no longer mattered. In the beautiful nation, if one does not pay rent, even if it belongs to your esteemed government, it can be auctioned off. After a brief discussion, Judy promptly crouched down to inspect the items, while Zhu Yu continued to assist Jason in moving things out. Jason, clad in a jacket retrieved from the last container, did not mind the heat and wore a broad smile. When Zhu Yu entered, pulled back the dust cover, and pushed out a BMW motorcycle. Several individuals who had been participating in the auction rushed over in astonishment. Among them were many knowledgeable collectors. An antique? Someone inquired. Not quite an antique. Zhu Yu feigned modesty. This is a motorcycle from the German army during World War II, not particularly old. Indeed, when compared to the 5,000-year history of Huaxia, 70 or 80 years hardly qualifies as ancient. But how many years does American history encompass? Upon learning that it was from the World War II German army, even more individuals rushed over. The auctioneer was compelled to pause the proceedings, and the container owner, looking helpless, approached as well. Seeing this, Judy realized that this time, they would likely incur a loss. With so many knowledgeable individuals present, it would be challenging to drive down the price. Can it start? Little Joey asked. Zhu Yu shook his head. It appears quite new, but without a thorough inspection, I cannot ascertain if there is fuel or if the wiring is in good condition. I'll take a look. Judy expressed her excitement. After inspecting the motorcycle from top to bottom, she declared, the original paint is intact, and the engine is fine. However, it lacks fuel, so it cannot start. But if fuel is added, it should work. How much is it worth? Big Joey approached, visibly dissatisfied. Yet, there was little he could do. This was not the first time he had been outmaneuvered by Zhu Yu. This motorcycle is appropriately priced at $12,000. Judy gently patted the seat of the bike. The pale green body and classic design signified its exceptional nature. All right, let us disperse, the container owner called out. The auction will resume. As people began to leave, whispers of Zhu Yu's good fortune echoed around. After concluding her calculations, Judy reported 70 sets of parachute gear at $80 each, totaling $5,600. She also began calculating. The motorcycle is $12,000. And with the scattered gear totaling $1,000, the grand total is $18,600. $20,000, Zhu Yu interrupted. That price is a bit high. Judy set down her calculator. Then I'll sell it to someone else. Zhu Yu was still somewhat resentful over the last time Judy profited from him. All right. Judy's previously stern demeanor softened into a smile. After all, we are good partners, so $20,000 it is. With $5,000 in costs and $20,000 in revenue, they netted a profit of $15,000. Quite the bargain. After receiving the payment and handing over the container to Judy, Zhu Yu and Jason proceeded to the second container. Jason had already separated some usable clothes and other items into a box, while the rubbish was piled to one side. Zhu Yu noticed that Jason had also gathered some small appliances and household items. Was this lad's family in such dire straits? However, Zhu Yu refrained from asking and instead brought out 3 travel bags. Upon opening the first, he discovered a well-packaged film projector. Meanwhile, Judy was waiting for the workers to move items and, upon seeing Zhu Yu produce a complete film projector, approached to inspect it. So what do you think? Interested? Zhu Yu inquired. It's in good condition. Although Judy primarily dealt in second-hand military goods, this vintage film projector was certainly worth considering. After her inspection, she stood up, brushed off the dust from her hands, and asked, "Are you selling it?" "Of course," Zhu Yu replied. "How about $500? Sounds good." Zhu Yu understood that this item was of interest. To those who found it appealing, it held value, while to others it was merely trash. Zhu Yu then opened the other 2 bags, which contained old film reels, and said to Judy, "These are yours." "Fantastic," Judy exclaimed, immediately feeling as if she had made a profit. She readily paid $500, beaming as she instructed the workers to handle the items with care. With this acquisition, she could also earn a small profit. Jason looked at Zhu Yu with envy, but soon began tidying up the rubbish. Zhu Yu assisted, and together they swiftly cleaned the area before handing it over to the container owner, who had just concluded the auction. Jason, carrying 2 large bags, asked Zhu Yu, "Boss, are you planning to auction off more containers this afternoon?" "Indeed," Zhu Yu nodded. "How about a simple lunch at my place around noon?" Jason suggested eagerly. "My siblings are eager to meet you. They know you helped me earn money and wish to express their gratitude." "All right," Zhu Yu glanced at the time, realizing there was just over an hour until the next auction, making a trip for lunch rather tight. However, as the next auction venue was not far from Jason's residence, it was convenient to go. Jason insisted on carrying 1 bag, but Zhu Yu insisted otherwise. Joyfully, Jason carried both bags, striding ahead while occasionally glancing back to remind Zhu Yu to watch for turns. Zhu Yu was well aware of the route, but Jason's enthusiasm made him amusing yet somewhat pitiable. He was a person enduring hardships. Upon arriving at a row of accommodations transformed from containers, Zhu Yu felt a pang of nostalgia as he gazed at the familiar surroundings. Jason called out in an African dialect, and 3 individuals promptly emerged. 2 boys, one around 15 or 16, tall and slender, the other about 10, with a large head and a touch of malnutrition. A girl, approximately 18, possessed a lovely figure and striking features, exuding a certain allure with her long legs. The boys sported short hair, while the girl had shoulder-length hair. upon seeing Zhu Yu. Their eyes sparkled with curiosity and a hint of shyness. After Jason exchanged a few words, he introduced, "This is my sister, Philia, and my brother, Ali, from Malawi." "Hello." Philia was the first to greet, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for your tremendous assistance." "No need for thanks." Only after saying this did Zhu Yu realize that Philia was speaking in Chinese. This beautiful girl could speak Chinese. Chapter 50, A Great Disappointment. Zhu Yu curiously inquired, "Where did you learn Chinese?" "In my hometown," Philia replied with a hint of pride. "People from Huaxia came to build a bridge, and I helped with meals, learning some Chinese along the way." It must be said, Philia's Chinese was impressively fluent. "Then why didn't you continue there?" Zhu Yu asked, intrigued. "Because of the war." Philia's tone turned somber. "The Huaxia people left, the bridge was half finished, and then it was bombed, leaving us homeless." Indeed, this was a sorrowful tale. Jason waited for Zhu Yu and Philia to finish speaking before chuckling. "Philia is the most beautiful and intelligent in our village. Regrettably, conflict erupted in our homeland, prompting our relocation here." Zhu Yu did not inquire how Jason and the others arrived. He was neither a paragon of virtue nor possessed of such influence, and he found it more prudent to remain oblivious than to discover matters beyond his capacity to assist. "By the way, Freya's culinary skills are exceptional. You must certainly savor her dishes." Jason ardently extolled Freya's virtues. Observing the kitchen, Zhu Yu felt a sense of familiarity. Was this not the essence of Chinese cuisine? Reflecting on Freya's prior assistance in preparing meals for a Chinese enterprise, Zhu Yu comprehended the connection. While Freya took charge of the cooking, Jason, accompanied by Eli and Malawi, busily selected usable items, requiring no assistance from Zhu Yu. Before long, the meal was prepared, and Zhu Yu stole a glance, nearly bursting into laughter. A pot of rice accompanied by a bowl of mushy vegetables. Distinguishable were potatoes, peppers, and some unidentified meat. Freya presented a clean bowl, filling it with rice and ladling a generous portion of the mushy dish atop, offering it to him. Curiously, Zhu Yu took a wooden spoonful and tasted it, pleasantly surprised by the flavor. Jason, Eli, and Malawi laughed and enjoyed their meal. Freya watched Zhu Yu eat, and he raised his wooden spoon, exclaiming, "The taste is delightful. Quite authentic." Freya beamed with joy. Whether it was hunger or genuine deliciousness, Zhu Yu consumed 2 bowls before rising to stretch. Noticing the time, he addressed Jason. "I shall head to the cargo yard. Will you accompany me?" "Of course," Jason exclaimed, tossing aside his bowl and turning to Eli, speaking a few words in the local tongue before following Zhu Yu outside. Zhu Yu waved farewell to Freya, Eli, and Malawi as he departed. The cargo yard they visited was a mere 500 meters from Jason's residence, and the two arrived swiftly. According to prior information, 7 containers were set to be auctioned, a considerable quantity. Arriving early, Zhu Yu found only 3 individuals present. The containers were arranged, yet the auctioneer had not yet arrived, and the yard owner and assistant were engaged in discussion. Seizing the opportunity to examine the containers while the crowd was sparse, Zhu Yu stood at a moderate distance. The first container revealed an array of porcelain. Judging by the style, it appeared to be the old-fashioned export porcelain from Huaxia, dating from the late 20th century to the early 21st century. Zhu Yu found it uninteresting. The second container housed 2 cardboard boxes. One appeared to contain small tires, while the other, though uncovered, was obscured by shredded paper, revealing it contained components. Further inside, tightly sealed in waterproof plastic, half a tire peeked out from the upper left corner. Zhu Yu's discerning gaze revealed an impressive collection of 30 to 40 tricycles, elegantly crafted with a rider in front and seating for 2 in the rear, purely human-powered and entirely new. This was undoubtedly worth a gamble. The third container contained rather worn furniture. The fourth, fifth, and sixth containers were filled with household travel items, though lacking the value of the second container. However, the 7th container held several boxes containing professional machinery, and Zhu Yu could discern from the labels that they were related to mining. His keen insight proved advantageous. As he examined the containers, treasure seekers gradually arrived. To Zhu Yu's surprise, notable figures such as Old Maiden and Diana appeared, along with several unfamiliar faces. Their acknowledgement of Zhu Yu was unexpected, yet they approached him warmly. As a burgeoning newcomer, his reputation had begun to shine, and forging connections was paramount. Collaboration could arise at any moment. When the crowd had sufficiently gathered, the auctioneer arrived, prompting the yard owner to signal the commencement of the auction. The assistant cut open the lock of the first container, revealing its contents, eliciting expressions of disappointment from many. However, Old Maiden, Diana, and other prominent individuals remained intensely focused. The auctioneer stepped aside, allowing prospective bidders to examine the items. Zhu Yu feigned interest, observing for a moment before retreating. Helen approached quietly, inquiring, "What do you think? Are you considering bidding?" Zhu Yu hesitated before responding, "It depends on the circumstances, if the price is right. Shall we collaborate?" Helen suggested softly. I notice Maiden and Diana are eager to bid, and I fear I may not compete with them. No, Zhu Yu decisively shook his head. Helen was unreliable, and since he was not particularly interested in bidding, he firmly declined. Moments later, the auctioneer announced, "This container contains numerous valuable items, with a starting bid of $500, and each increment must be no less than $50. Let the bidding commence." A tall, portly black man immediately raised his hand. $600. Diana followed suit. $700. Helen, unwilling to back down, declared $800. In no time, the price skyrocketed to $1,700. Zhu Yu found this troubling. These were merely export porcelain, barely 2 or 3 decades old. How could they command such a price? However, recalling news reports about enamel sputum bowls from the 80s and 90s fetching dozens of dollars, he mused that these porcelain pieces might indeed be worth more. With a smile, he raised his hand. $1,800. The sight of Zhu Yu bidding ignited excitement among those unfamiliar with him. $2,000. After raising their hands, they even dared to taunt Zhu Yu with a defiant nod. Zhu Yu found this amusing. What a peculiar notion. Did they consider him a mere imaginary adversary? The bidding escalated to $3,100, and noticing the number of bidders, Zhu Yu called out again, $3,300. As soon as he finished, silence enveloped the room. Apart from the auctioneer's continuous calls, no one else dared to raise their bids. Zhu Yu broke into a sweat, fearing he might end up with the container himself. His intention had merely been to perplex the other bidders, not to genuinely secure the item. Fortunately, after a tense silence of several seconds, someone promptly began to bid again. $3,500. Zhu Yu sighed in relief, shrugging to indicate he would not bid further. Ultimately, the porcelain sold for $6,500, purchased by Old Maiden. This outcome truly astonished Zhu Yu. Next came the second container that had captured Zhu Yu's interest. As the container was opened, many gasped in astonishment. Such a nearly obscured container offered the most thrilling gamble. The assistant stepped aside, allowing treasure seekers to inspect it. Old Maiden, seasoned in these matters, was the first to approach, extracting a magnifying glass to scrutinize the small tires within the box, deep in thought. Suddenly, he crouched down, peering through the gap in the waterproof covering with his binoculars. Zhu Yu was impressed by his diligence. The stout, dark-skinned man leapt up to grasp the top of the container, leaning in for a better look. Diana, exploiting her feminine charms, revealed a deep neckline, pressing against the assistant in an attempt to intrude. Despite being 3 prominent figures, their actions resembled those of ruffians. Zhu Yu's eyes were open wide. Others attempted to push forward as well, but soon enough, the assistant, at the yard owner's behest, ushered the 3 notable figures away. After everyone had taken their turns, Old Maiden approached Zhu Yu, whispering, "Zhu, shall we collaborate?" Collaboration? Zhu Yu was taken aback. Why would he want to partner up? I suspect there are valuable items within this container, but part of my funds has already been spent on the previous one. If we join forces, we can outbid a few competitors, and we will both profit from this container. Zhu Yu shook his head. That is absurd. I intend to secure this container entirely on my own. Why should I share the profits with others? Observing Zhu Yu's rejection, Maiden shrugged in disappointment before seeking out the stout man. The auctioneer wasted no time, stating, "This container has a starting price of $500, with increments of no less than $50. Let the auction begin." Diana seemed to have perceived something and immediately made an offer. $1,000. The stout man chimed in. $1,500. Zhu Yu, unwilling to fall behind, declared $2,000. Such successive bids, equivalent to the minimum price, left those treasure seekers of modest means utterly flabbergasted, leading them to vociferously condemn these fellows for their lack of decorum. How could the little treasure hunters continue to bid under such circumstances? Due to the fervent enthusiasm of the big players, the price swiftly escalated to $8,000. Now, only the stout man and Zhu Yu remained engaged in the bidding. Old Martin had not uttered a word throughout, and Zhu Yu suspected he had colluded with the stout man. Observing that the stout man was undeterred, Zhu Yu decided to adopt Old Martin's strategy, $10,000. The stout man was evidently startled, but after a moment's hesitation, Old Martin nudged him, prompting the stout man to grit his teeth and respond. $10,500. Zhu Yu countered, $11,000. The stout man hesitated again, and with another nudge from Old Martin, he raised his bid by $500. Zhu Yu immediately followed suit, $12,000. Old Martin nudged the stout man once more, but the stout man waved his hand dismissively. "I'm out." Old Martin was infuriated, feeling the urge to lash out. He had failed to earn any profit from 2 containers in the morning, and after just securing one in the afternoon, he had partnered with the stout man, but lacked sufficient funds despite having high hopes for this container. Now, with the stout man suddenly backing out, he felt abandoned. Ultimately, Zhu Yu secured the container for $12,000. Most of the auctioneer and treasure seekers moved on to the next container, yet old Martin lingered. He was unwilling to leave without discovering what treasures lay within. Zhu Yu ignored him at first and proceeded to inspect the tires and parts in the 2 boxes with Jason. All were brand new. One box contained 40 tires, while the other held 40 spare parts. Zhu Yu had an inkling of what might be. Martin, eager to uncover the contents, urged Zhu Yu to reveal them. And Zhu Yu, no longer withholding, instructed Jason to move the 2 boxes aside, then pulled back the waterproof covering. Oh! Upon seeing the container filled to the brim with numerous luxurious rickshaws, old Martin regretted his decision immensely. He turned to find the stout man, who was inspecting another container, and dragged him over to view the rickshaws. Though he felt a twinge of regret, he refused to concede. They are merely rickshaws. Each costs only $300 or $400. Securing this container would only break even at best. Old Martin, furious enough to spit blood, pointed at the rickshaw's brand label and exclaimed, "Do you see? Bouchin brand, a globally renowned name specializing in high-end rickshaws. Each worth at least $1,000. This is a new model. The price could rise to $1,200 to $1,300. Old Martin's argument faltered. If he obtained this container, he would stand to gain at least $40,000. It was maddening. Watching Zhu Yu gleefully tally the rickshaws, Jason happily commandeered one outside, shouting excitedly as he rode it, causing old Martin's heart to bleed. This could have been his fortune. After regaining his composure, Martin approached Zhu Yu and said, "Zhu, do you have any channels for selling these rickshaws? Would you like me to introduce some?" Zhu Yu shook his head apologetically. "No. You know that I rely on old John to find channels for the valuable items I acquire." Martin sought to negotiate further. "Zhu, you know I have been in this treasure-seeking business for over 20 years. While I acknowledge old John has extensive connections, when it comes to expertise, I am the specialist. Trust me, the channels I offer will yield you a higher price than what old John can provide." Zhu Yu shook his head. "Martin, one must uphold integrity. My partnership with old John necessitates that I prioritize him. Moreover, he has saved me. I cannot betray his kindness." Martin sighed. "Zhu, you are a commendable partner." As Martin departed in disappointment, Zhu Yu felt no sympathy for him. These individuals were driven solely by self-interest. Today they might undermine old John, but tomorrow they would just as easily discard him when he no longer served their purpose. In short, they were unreliable. He snapped 2 photos to send to old John, then made a phone call. "John, take a look at these rickshaws. They are excellent merchandise. All brand new, correct? Someone will be calling you shortly. A friend of mine works in a tourist area and is in dire need of such vehicles. The price will surely be favorable. By the way, how many are there?" 40. As Zhu Yu had suspected, both the rickshaws and spare parts totaled 40, a complete set. However, he wondered why the owner had chosen to abandon such goods. A few minutes later, a call came in, and Zhu Yu answered. "Hello?" A woman's voice greeted him. "Are you Zhu, the one John mentioned? Do you have 40 rickshaws? The same ones as in the pictures?" "Yes," Zhu Yu replied, "and there are also 2 boxes of spare parts." "Wonderful. That is exactly what I need." The woman exclaimed, "I'll come over right away. Please provide me with the address." Zhu Yu relayed the address, and the woman said she would arrive immediately before hanging up. Zhu Yu called Jason over, and the two began moving the rickshaws outside. The spacious area outside was quite eye-catching as the new rickshaws were brought out. Before long, old Martin returned, his expression long and sullen. He approached Zhu Yu once more and urged, "Zhu, reconsider my offer. I'll buy these rickshaws from you for 1,300 each. That's definitely the highest price. New rickshaws don't fetch much more than that." Zhu Yu shook his head. Old Martin had overheard conversations earlier where others were discussing porcelain. Thinking he had stumbled upon a deal, he was offered $3,500 after the other party viewed the photos. Old Martin had lost at least $3,000. Now he had come to negotiate, likely seeking to make up for that loss. Yet, how could Zhu Yu possibly agree to him? Chapter 52, The Peculiar Gaze. The entire cargo area was now being cleared, and most treasure seekers had departed. A large box truck arrived, and the driver and a woman in the passenger seat disembarked. To Zhu Yu's surprise, the woman was of Latin descent, around 30 years old, of average appearance with medium-length hair and standing about 5'6". Upon seeing the multitude of new rickshaws, a smile broke across her face. She quickly approached Zhu Yu and extended her hand. "You must be Zhu? This batch of goods looks quite promising." Old Martin, still lingering nearby, was eager to learn the final selling price. "Please inspect them first." Zhu Yu gestured toward the rickshaws and the 2 boxes of parts, indicating, "There are 2 boxes of spare parts and tires." The woman examined the condition of the rickshaws meticulously, then checked the parts. After finishing, she dusted off her hands and approached Zhu Yu, stating, "I've completed my inspection. Indeed, they are all brand new and in excellent condition." "That is splendid," Zhu Yu replied. not rushing to quote a price and maintaining the upper hand. The woman, initially expecting Zhu Yu to hurry with a price, felt compelled to propose. How about $1,500 per rickshaw? This was indeed a pleasantly surprising offer. Zhu Yu smiled, quite agreeable. I find that price very fair. The woman hesitated regarding the spare parts. Zhu Yu extended his hand. For our first collaboration, I'll gift you the spare parts. 40 rickshaws at $60,000, subtracting the cost of $12,000, nets a profit of $48,000, exceeding Zhu Yu's expectations. Thus he decided to forego the spare parts charge. You are a generous young man. I look forward to future collaborations. The woman extended her hand, introducing herself as Miller. And Zhu Yu accepted the payment, gesturing toward the rickshaws. I won't assist you in moving them. Very well. Miller eagerly anticipated Zhu Yu's swift departure. Beside him, Ma Deng was taken aback by the high offer from Mi Lu, letting out a sigh, realizing he had miscalculated. Zhu Yu extracted 300 from a thick stack of cash and handed it to Jie Senator. This is your share. Although Jie Sun had merely assisted Zhu Yu in moving the vehicle, a mere 100 would have sufficed as compensation. Yet, Zhu Yu, wishing to appear generous, refrained from being overly stingy. Jie Sun accepted the money with a cheerful expression. Thank you, boss. Zhu Yu noticed that there was no glimmer of jealousy or resentment in his eyes, which assured him that Jie Sun bore no ill will regarding the disparity in their earnings. This young man was quite agreeable. In the afternoon, another auction was scheduled at a distant cargo yard. As Zhu Yu and Jie Sun drove over, they discovered that the auction had already commenced. Due to the lack of quality goods and the fact that some individuals seemed intent on undermining Zhu Yu, he was unable to acquire anything. After tallying up his recent gains, Zhu Yu realized that his assets had reached over 300,000, nearing 400,000. With a bit more diligence over the next couple of days, he might even amass 500,000 before the weekend. Of course, Zhu Yu was aware that this was a rather optimistic estimate. After all, it was not common to earn tens of thousands from a single container. Darling, what are you doing? I just finished class. Joanna, who had overheard Zhu Yu's voice, responded with delight. And you? Once I complete this plan, my assets may very well rival your father's. At that point, I believe he might accept me. Joanna was taken aback. Her father's wealth amounted to several tens of millions, a feat not easily attained by mere effort. Zhu, please don't do anything foolish. Joanna urged nervously, warning that some things, once entangled, could ruin a life. Zhu Yu was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Did this girl think he was engaging in illicit activities? He chuckled. Joanna, rest assured, I would never partake in anything illegal. This matter is rather intricate, and I am on the path to success. Once I achieve it, I will gradually share the details with you. That is good to hear. Joanna trusted Zhu Yu almost unconditionally, whispering, Zhu, I miss you. Should I come pick you up? Zhu Yu felt a flutter of emotions. Sure. Joanna readily agreed. Old John, as usual, sent Zhu Yu the information about the containers up for auction. Upon arriving at the first container, Zhu Yu spotted Jie Sun holding a bag, waiting for him. Boss, this is breakfast made by my sister. You should try it. Jie Sun opened the bag and presented a small plastic food container to Zhu Yu. Curiosity piqued, Zhu Yu opened it and laughed. Rojamo, though not entirely authentic. With fried meat and green peppers stuffed in a white bun, it was a mutated version. Having not eaten breakfast, Zhu Yu took it out and bit into it heartily, asking between bites, how many containers this time? 5. Jie Sun had gathered the intel, mentioning that Ma Deng, Helen, and the Joy brothers would all be present. Surprised, Zhu Yu inquired, why is everyone coming? I'm not sure. Jie Sun understandably did not know the reasons behind it. He then asked, boss, how does it taste? Very good. Zhu Yu replied sincerely, promising to give him $500 each month for his meals. I'll have breakfast and lunch with you. Great. Jie Sun was more than happy with the arrangement. $500 wouldn't even cover it. He accepted without hesitation, knowing Zhu Yu had no shortage of such funds. Treasure hunters began to arrive one after another. Zhu Yu noticed a few individuals casting peculiar glances in his direction. What does this mean? Have I become the target of disdain? He finished the Rojia Mo in a few bites, handed the container back to Jie Sun, and stepped forward to inspect the containers. Among the 5, the fourth one appeared worth the gamble, as Zhu Yu spotted something unusual. Inside this container lay dozens of rolls of fabric and an old-fashioned loom. In the far corner rested a 3-tiered shelf stacked with various odds and ends. On the top shelf, there was a closed box. Inside, Zhu Yu discerned a collection of vividly colored items resembling gems. He surmised that they were likely precious stones. Some were polished, droplet-shaped, while others retained irregular, raw forms. If these gems were genuine, they could be worth tens of thousands. However, Zhu Yu hesitated to ascertain their authenticity, as he was no expert in this field. This was unlike jadeite. As the crowd gathered, the auction commenced. In the first 3 containers, Zhu Yu placed only token bids. Then he sensed something amiss. Whenever he placed a bid, someone immediately countered. For 3 containers, 3 different individuals challenged his offers. Although Zhu Yu had not intended to engage in real bidding, this realization made it clear he was being targeted. Zhu Yu felt a surge of anger. Isn't this unfair? Do you think I, a Huaxiao person, am easy to bully? Zhu Yu believed he had already demonstrated his strength. Whether it was against Todd or the attackers, he had resorted to direct confrontation. News of this must have spread among the treasure hunters. Did they still think him an easy mark? Or perhaps they believed they could undermine his financial prospects with subtlety. Dream on. The 4th container was opened. As everyone inspected it, Ma Deng, the Joy brothers, and others whispered amongst themselves. Zhu Yu understood that among these individuals, there were both allies and competitors. There was an opportunity here to incite them into mutual conflict. Many expressed disappointment upon seeing the fabric. It was of little value now. The old loom, with its exposed iron frame, indicated extensive use and was far from new. The eyes of several big shots were drawn to the shelf at the back. Old Ma Deng suddenly remarked, "There might be something worthwhile on that shelf." "I think so too." Diana had almost been leaning over the security guard to peer inside. The guard was caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to intervene or not. It was evident that these treasure hunters were willing to go to great lengths for more information. The cargo yard owner was also unimpressed with this container, eager to sell it off quickly. The auctioneer announced, "The starting bid is $100, with increments of no less than $10. Zhu Yu was the first to raise his bid, $500. This single bid startled several participants. However, the old-timers were unperturbed. They assumed Zhu Yu must have discovered something valuable and immediately rallied with renewed vigor. "I'm in," Diana declared, raising her hand. $800. Zhu Yu responded, raising his bid, $1,000. Diana quickly followed, $1,200. Ma Deng and the Joy brothers became restless. Zhu Yu appeared particularly determined. Was there truly something of value within? Although Big Joy had always doubted Zhu Yu's unique abilities, he now recognized a prime opportunity for competition. He exchanged glances with Little Joy, and they both swiftly joined the bidding. $1,500. Big Joy raised his hand, causing Diana to momentarily panic. She shot him a look, but he seemed oblivious. Zhu Yu chuckled at the scene. Indeed, it was a loose alliance. Once profit was at stake. They were like 2 dogs fighting over a bone, once a family when there was nothing to gain, but fiercely competitive when there was a prize to claim. The price swiftly escalated to $3,100. Old Ma Deng could no longer contain himself and began to bid as well. The price quickly soared to $5,100. Ultimately, Diana, possessing the most substantial financial backing, having abstained from the previous 2 auctions, decided to take a risk. $5,800. After winning the bid, Diana began to clear her haul. Dozens of rolls of cotton fabric were valued at merely a few $100s. The loom, too, was worth only a few $100s at best. If that's all there is, then the loss is substantial. Her attention immediately fixated on the shelves within. Eagerly extracting the box filled with gemstones, Diana could hardly contain her excitement as she opened it. "Oh my!" she exclaimed joyfully, dancing in place while cradling the box. The others, who had been examining the next cabinet, rushed over to witness the source of her delight. Meanwhile, Zhu Yu remained focused on the cabinet, which was evidently devoid of valuable items. There was nothing worth photographing. Upon seeing the gemstones in Diana's hands, Ma Deng and the younger Qiao could not conceal their envy. The plan to target Zhu Yu had been a collective agreement among the 3 parties. However, after Ma Deng and the younger Qiao opened their cabinets only to find them lacking in treasures, both sides had suffered minor losses. Now, it appeared that only Diana had struck gold. Although the original plan was for each person to take a shot once, with profits belonging to the individual, it was clear that with one party profiting while the other 2 incurred losses, they were far from satisfied. Unconcerned with their discontent, Diana joyfully called someone to deal with the loom and fabric while she took her gemstones for appraisal. Subsequently, Ma Deng and the younger Qiao were notably displeased, while Zhu Yu relished their discomfort. Although he was aware that the subsequent cabinets held little of value, he was determined to see it through to the end. One cabinet had not been auctioned, yet it had dismantled the alliance among the 3 parties, leaving Zhu Yu in a rather good mood. He promptly followed Jason to the next auction site. Learning from the previous experience of being blocked, they chose to take the main road this time. This auction site was set to sell 3 cabinets, so the turnout was modest. Neither Ma Deng nor the younger Qiao were present. Did they have a new source? Zhu Yu pondered briefly before proceeding to inspect the 3 cabinets. The first cabinet was filled to the brim with over 100 mannequin figures. In the back, several racks held dust covers. Looking through the covers, Zhu Yu discerned a variety of handbags, crossbody bags, and backpacks. The brand labels were strikingly clear. Zhu Yu was thrilled. Gucci, Chanel, and more. Among the several dust covers, at least 60 or 70 bags were present. If they were authentic, it would be a windfall. Upon closer inspection, he noted that they bore serial numbers, which he recorded before searching online. Indeed, they were genuine. Haha, I must secure these. The second cabinet contained clothing, packed in large boxes, with some additional items on the racks. All were new, featuring both branded and unbranded goods. Given the packaging, Zhu Yu felt the chance of finding a good deal was slim. The third cabinet was even less promising, filled exclusively with secondhand shoes. He wondered what these people intended to do with them. As the auction commenced, Zhu Yu was somewhat taken aback to discover that the auctioneer was a woman in her 30s. When the cabinet doors opened, the 7 or 8 treasure seekers in attendance began their observations. Upon seeing the mannequins, almost everyone displayed expressions of disappointment. The auction house owner, reluctant to concede, exclaimed, "This cabinet is destined for a large shopping mall. There may be valuable items inside, so don't underestimate it." Nevertheless, the starting price set by the auctioneer betrayed the owner's insecurity. The base price was $50, with bids increasing by no less than $10, and the auction commenced. Zhu Yu raised the price directly to $200, causing more than half of the competitors to withdraw. Those unfamiliar with Zhu Yu's reputation thought him foolish. The mannequins were clearly secondhand and worth at most a few dozen dollars. Was he merely trying to show off? Ultimately, Zhu Yu secured the cabinet for $350. The others lost all interest and proceeded to the second cabinet, while Zhu Yu and Jason began to clear out their cabinet. At that moment, Diana entered. Zhu Yu was puzzled, noticing a hint of anger in her expression. Chapter 54, Fortune Smiles. Zhu Yu was reluctant for Diana to discover the secret of his cabinet, so he paused his work and approached her. "Diana, what's wrong? You just found so many gemstones. Shouldn't you be happy? They're fake. All fake." Diana replied angrily, "Those gemstones are synthetic, specifically made to serve as buttons for inferior garments. I've been deceived." She had incurred a loss of several $1,000s, naturally causing her frustration. Zhu Yu, astonished, asked, "Fake? That can't be true. There were even some that resembled raw stones. Those were what I thought were real. But the gem appraisal expert informed me that they were intentionally crafted to look that way. I've lost so much." As Diana saw that the second cabinet was now open for bidding, she turned her gaze towards Zhu Yu and inquired, "Zhu, did you bid on this cabinet?" Zhu Yu nodded, wryly adding, "Yes. Unable to compete with you all, I opted for a less expensive cabinet, hoping to find a hidden gem." Given Zhu Yu and Jason's earlier actions, the mannequins at the cabinet's entrance were now in disarray, some limbs and heads having fallen off. Diana peered inside for a long time, but couldn't discern anything of value. She shrugged and remarked, "It doesn't seem like there's anything worth much. By the way, you should be wary of Ma Deng and the Qiao brothers. They plan to team up against you." Zhu Yu thought to himself, "You aren't any different, are you?" However, he maintained a facade of gratitude, saying, "Thank you very much. But why are they targeting me? Isn't it obvious? You've been too conspicuous lately, consistently securing high-value cabinets. And they believe you've taken the profits that rightfully belong to them." Diana whispered confidentially, leaning closer to Zhu Yu. "It seems that several fortunate newcomers in our field end up being squeezed out by them when they do well. I see potential in you, so I'm warning you to be cautious." She playfully nudged Zhu Yu with her elbow and gave him a flirtatious glance. Zhu Yu silently acknowledged her cleverness. She certainly had substance. However, Diana merely teased him before drifting towards the cabinet currently up for auction. Zhu Yu shook his head, recognizing that each individual was formidable. The second cabinet auction concluded, and upon the opening of the third cabinet, Diana glanced at its contents, shook her head, exchanged greetings with Zhu Yu, and hurriedly departed. Every seasoned treasure seeker has their own channels, and that is quite normal. Zhu Yu continued to assist Jason in moving the mannequins outside. As they worked, Jason inquired, "Boss, what do you plan to do with these mannequins?" "Toss them." "Why? Do you have a use for them?" "I have a fellow townsman in the slums who sells clothes. I believe he would want these." "All right, then they are yours to dispose of. You can sell them for whatever price you like," Zhu Yu replied with a smile. "Wonderful." Jason quickly thanked Zhu Yu and moved all the mannequins out, then pulled out his old second-hand phone to make calls. Zhu Yu then ventured to the back of the cabinet and opened the dust covers. Although his celestial vision allowed him to see, it felt more intuitive to inspect directly. Brand new designer bags. Zhu Yu quickly snapped several photos and sent them to Old John. Old John promptly called back. "Zhu, are these items you uncovered?" "Yes," Zhu Yu replied with a hint of pride, discovered among a pile of mannequins. "I thought I had lost out, but it turns out there are such treasures." "How many?" Old John asked, astonished. Zhu Yu glanced around and replied, 60. "Good. I'll contact someone right away. These bags are worth at least several tens of thousands of dollars." "Zhu, your luck is truly remarkable." Old John even expressed some concern. With Zhu Yu's extraordinary fortune, it was uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. "Zhu, You must be cautious in the coming days. Your fortune is quite remarkable. However, be cautious of those with ulterior motives and prioritize your safety. When necessary, maintain a low profile and remember to call Paul if anything arises." In response to John's advice, Zhu Yu acknowledged his understanding. After a brief interval, a woman called, directly inquiring about Zhu Yu's location. Upon providing the information, he waited. Suddenly, a group of dozens of young black men arrived, startling both Zhu Yu and Jason. The only ones remaining in the warehouse aside from the owner, the auctioneer, and the assistant, who were wrapping things up. Jason clarified the situation with a smile. Conversing in local dialect with the newcomers before explaining to Zhu Yu, "Boss, these are friends of a friend from the impoverished district, here to help move the mannequins." Zhu Yu realized he had mistakenly anticipated their arrival by vehicle, not by manpower. The leader of the group, a slender black man slightly shorter than Zhu Yu, approached with a broad smile, extending his hand. Zhu Yu shook it, and the man introduced himself. "I am Filta. Thank you. Truly grateful." Zhu Yu smiled and nodded, replying, "No problem. Since you are a friend of Jason's, you are a friend of mine. I will have Jason reach out to you for future needs." Jason beamed with pride as the group swiftly began to carry away the mannequins under Filta's direction. Filta handed Jason a stack of small bills before nodding and smiling at Zhu Yu, quickly departing. Zhu Yu noticed that many of the young men were barefoot, a clear indication of their poverty. After a brief interval, a large black SUV entered the warehouse. Zhu Yu felt a tinge of envy upon seeing the vehicle. Once he had some disposable income, he intended to acquire one for himself. Although his current Raptor pickup was commendable, it was, after all, just a pickup truck. It served well for hauling and transporting goods, yet it lacked the prestige he desired when taking Joanna out. The SUV came to a stop, and a sharp-looking woman in her late 20s emerged, dressed in professional attire that was striking. She immediately locked eyes with Zhu Yu and walked directly towards him. Extending her hand, "I am Angel, the manager of Ison Mall. Pleased to meet you." "Hello, I am Zhu," he replied, shaking her hand and gesturing towards the container. "Come, let us examine the goods." Angel nodded and followed Zhu Yu into the container. Upon seeing the dust covers, her eyes lit up. She hurriedly opened one, revealing a Gucci bag. She pulled out her phone to check the serial number and proceeded to open several more dust covers, validating each bag one by one. Zhu Yu remained patient, awaiting the exhilarating moment when she would make her offer. Although he had a rough idea of the value, the sheer quantity of valuable items stirred a mix of excitement and anxiety within him. As Angel examined the bags, her expression remained neutral. Yet Zhu Yu could discern her underlying excitement. These were indeed fine items. After a moment of hesitation, she offered, "I believe each bag is worth $500. So I will propose $30,000. How does that sound?" "Not quite," Zhu Yu replied with a wry smile. Having been taken advantage of twice before, he knew better this time. Each bag, if accompanied by proper documentation, could fetch over $1,500. However, given that these originated from a shipping container, they were merely bags with serial numbers. For Angel to sell them legitimately, she would need to invest a bit more. Nonetheless, she could not offer less than $1,200. Thus, Zhu Yu stated plainly, $1,000 for each bag. $600, Angel retorted, believing Zhu Yu was engaging in a negotiation. $1,800, she countered, biting her lip as she calculated her diminishing profit. $1,000. Zhu Yu remained resolute, impervious to her flirtatious glances. In the end, Angel conceded, paying the $1,000 per bag. Although she incurred a loss, the transaction still yielded a substantial profit. After completing the payment, she handed Zhu Yu a business card, playfully tracing her finger across his palm. "Should you come across valuable goods in the future, feel free to give me a call. And of course, do not hesitate to reach out just to chat." With that, she departed in her vehicle. Zhu Yu sighed inwardly. Such a seemingly serious woman could be quite beguiling. Jason, having profited handsomely, wore an exuberant smile. Once Angel's vehicle disappeared from sight, he turned to Zhu Yu and remarked, "All right." Zhu Yu found himself genuinely curious about what Freya had prepared for dinner. Upon arriving at Jason's container home, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of traditional Huaxia cuisine. Entering, he was delighted to find a large plate of chicken stew. Just days prior, he had prepared a meal for Meng Xiaofan and Song Yan, and now someone was cooking for him. However, he noted with slight regret that rice was being served instead of noodles. Freya, noticing Zhu Yu's expression, explained, "The chef at the factory made noodles that I couldn't quite replicate. Well, rice is still quite good." Zhu Yu proceeded to enjoy the chicken with rice, savoring the flavors until he was thoroughly satisfied. Had it not been for the impending auction, he would have relished the opportunity to remain there indefinitely. However, the necessity of earning a living compelled him to continue his efforts. After sipping a cup of strong tea that Freya had specially prepared for him, Zhu Yu stood, joining Jason as they made their way to another warehouse. Halfway there, they encountered several unsavory-looking thugs who blocked their path. Jason, robust and confident, appeared unbothered and attempted to assert himself in front of Zhu Yu. However, Zhu Yu grasped his arm, revealing the gun concealed beneath his clothing. Since he realized that intimidation alone was insufficient, he had made it a point to carry a firearm. Upon seeing the gun, the thug's expression shifted, and they quickly cleared a path. Zhu Yu scoffed, casually twirling his pen as he strolled past them. Nonetheless, a sense of apprehension lingered within him, fearing a potential ambush. Fortunately, the thugs did not act, and Zhu Yu and Jason safely arrived at the warehouse. This auction featured 11 shipping containers. Treasure hunters began to arrive gradually. Madden approached Zhu Yu, inquiring. Diana mentioned that the gems she found this morning were synthetic, worth only a few hundred. Is that true? Zhu Yu nodded. I heard about that, but I cannot confirm its authenticity, as we have not seen who conducted the appraisal. Madden shared this sentiment, understanding the nature of jealousy that might arise among treasure seekers. How did you fare today? He redirected the conversation towards Zhu Yu. I lost a few thousand, purchasing a bunch of mannequins, hoping to find something valuable, but ended up with nothing. Madden had also incurred losses, and hearing Zhu Yu's account brought him some solace. Moreover, he had already heard from Diana about Zhu Yu's situation. Initially, she suggested that Zhu Yu might be too proud to admit it, but his candidness surprised Madden, leaving him at a loss for words. Before long, around 20 treasure hunters had gathered. Madden wandered off to find others, while a few familiar faces approached Zhu Yu to greet him, as he had become somewhat of a local celebrity. Zhu Yu's attention shifted to the shipping containers, where he began his customary inspection. Those containers with doors wide open, filled with disordered furniture and luggage, were swiftly bypassed by Zhu Yu. His gaze fixated on the last container, and what lay within startled him greatly. Inside were 2 cannons, 2 vintage rifles, and a box of old military uniforms. The cannons were tightly covered with waterproof cloth, made of copper and exceedingly ancient. The rifles were housed in exquisite gun cases, appearing to be well maintained. The uniforms, however, seemed even older. Zhu Yu bent down to investigate, eager to discern the era of these items. Upon discovering the truth, he was taken aback. The cannons dated back to the Civil War, the rifles were Springfields, and the uniforms were also from the American Civil War period. For a nation with a mere few hundred years of history, anything from the last century is considered antiquated, making these items undeniably priceless antiques. He was determined to acquire them. What reassured Zhu Yu was that these items were securely covered, although a hint of their nature could be discerned from the outside. He felt confident due to his inherent advantages, untroubled by potential competition. As for the earlier containers, despite some possessing value, he had no intention of competing vigorously. At most, he would assist others in raising the bids, as a means of reciprocating favors from the morning. Thus, when Lao Maiden was about to bid on a container filled with parts, Zhu Yu directly raised the price from the intended $3,500 to $8,500. Had Lao Maiden not immediately countered with $10,000, Zhu Yu would have been inclined to prolong the bidding. Moreover, for a container brimming with branded shoes, he similarly helped the Joey brothers elevate the price to $6,800. Zhu Yu was not averse to acquiring these items himself. However, when the larger Joey brothers seemed intent on aggressive competition, Zhu Yu cheerfully withdrew. As the final container was about to be opened, the number of treasure seekers ready to bid had halved. Zhu Yu felt a surge of joy when the lock was cut and the door swung open, revealing mystery boxes. Many people instantly perked up. Mystery boxes could be the most deceptive of treasures. Success meant great profit, while failure could spell disaster. Of course, this depended on the presence of competition. Then, Zhu Yu noticed the larger Joey brothers staggering over, casting a sidelong glance at him, an expression that conveyed an unresolved rivalry. Zhu Yu remained unfazed, ready for the contest. He had already earned tens of thousands earlier that day, so he was well capitalized. Chapter 56. Jealousy drives one mad. As usual, several prominent figures began to demonstrate their skills in observation. Lao Maiden lay flat on the ground, peering beneath the waterproof cloth. The hefty fellow made another attempt to leap and grasp the board atop the container, but the yard owner bellowed, and security promptly dragged him down. Zhu Yu followed the crowd inside, meticulously inspecting the waterproof cloth, corners, and crevices. Once everyone had completed their examinations, the yard owner announced loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention. This container belonged to a military collectibles enthusiast, housing exquisite items from his long-standing collection. After the collector passed away, his son, lacking knowledge, abandoned this container. Hence, we are auctioning it off, so do not miss out on these treasures." Upon hearing this, those who had initially harbored little hope immediately became excited. It is well known that American history is relatively brief, making anything with a bit of age qualify as an antique. Consequently, several treasure seekers who intended to leave decided to stay behind, hoping to find a hidden gem. Zhu Yu gritted his teeth in frustration. The yard owner certainly had a knack for persuasion. However, it was understandable, as he was, after all, in the business of making money. As the auction commenced, the auctioneer declared, "The starting price is 1,000, with minimum increments of 100. Let the bidding begin." The hefty fellow was the first to raise his hand. 1,100. Lao Maiden, in a fit of determination, shocked everyone by proclaiming, 5,000. His declaration sent at least half the attendees retreating in fear. Betting 5,000 on a mystery box container was not a risk everyone was willing to take. Yet, Maiden's tactic only intimidated half the crowd. Diana boldly called out, $7,000. In a grand manner, the hefty fellow opened his mouth, but remained silent. The larger Joey brother raised his hand, $8,000. I bid $8,000. The yard owner's disclosures were generally trustworthy, prompting these prominent figures to take a risk. Zhu Yu seized the moment to raise his hand, $10,000. This bid startled several attendees. Previously, Zhu Yu had stirred the pot with bids below $6,000, rarely venturing this high. Other treasure seekers had now become mere spectators, watching the contest unfold among the prominent figures. Zhu Yu, as a newcomer, had already entered the ranks of esteemed bidders in the eyes of onlookers. Given his astonishing achievements within such a short span, Lao Maiden raised his hand again, $15,000. Nonsense. Nonsense. Diana exclaimed angrily, waving her hand. Maiden, do you have so much money you don't know what to do with it? The Joey brothers shifted their focus from Zhu Yu back to Lao Maiden. Maiden, with the most experience in this field, was usually cautious despite occasional misjudgments. However, his aggressive stance this time suggested he was determined to secure the win, causing others to reconsider their participation. Maiden paid no mind to the others and focused solely on Zhu Yu. He seemed convinced that Zhu Yu was his only competitor. 16,000, he declared, but Zhu Yu remained unfazed. He was resolute in acquiring this container. This was a pivotal moment, either feast or famine. Maiden quickly raised his hand, $18,000. Zhu Yu followed suit, $20,000. The hefty fellow immediately whistled. Zhu Yu had accomplished what he had long desired. Competing head-to-head with these prominent figures without losing ground was not merely a matter of wealth. Amid the raucous cheers from the surrounding treasure seekers, Maiden displayed no signs of anger, yet the larger Joey brother could not tolerate it any longer. Stepping forward to shove the hefty fellow aside, "What do you think you're doing?" The two immediately began to tussle. Maiden glanced over with an impassive expression and raised the bid again, $22,000. $23,000. Zhu Yu followed closely. Diana, momentarily setting aside her frustration, leaned closer to Zhu Yu and whispered, "What did you observe? Why are you so determined to outbid Maiden?" "I haven't observed anything." Zhu Yu had already devised an excuse. "Maiden has a keen eye. If he is willing to raise the bid, there must be something valuable inside. I believe it's worth the gamble." Diana appeared skeptical but lacked the courage to take such a risk. Maiden began to show signs of hesitation. He raised his bid once more, $23,500. $24,000. Zhu Yu responded without hesitation. Maiden raised his hand, and just when everyone expected him to increase the bid again, he unexpectedly declared, "It's yours. I wish you good fortune in uncovering something valuable." With that, he turned and walked away. The auctioneer called the final bid 3 times, and ultimately, the container was secured by Zhu Yu for $24,000. After completing the payment and signing, Zhu Yu could hardly contain his excitement. The hefty fellow and the larger Joey brother had already been opened up, yet the two continued to spit insults at each other, neither willing to concede. They remained, waiting for Zhu Yu to unveil the contents. Zhu Yu approached and swiftly tore away the waterproof cloth. 2 antique cannons appeared before the crowd, old-fashioned copper cannons mounted on wooden wheels. "Oh wow," someone exclaimed enviously, whistling. Zhu Yu had truly struck gold this time. One observer voiced their admiration openly. However, those with keen eyes, like the younger Joey brother, stepped forward for a closer look, shook his head, and remarked, "That may not be the case. These copper cannons should be replicas." "Replicas? Is it possible that replicas can sell for a considerable sum?" An uninformed individual inquired. Xiao Qiao clapped his hands, stepped back, and remarked, "I'm not sure, but it could fetch several $1,000s. Oh, a few people emitted vague sounds, accompanied by soft laughter. Clearly, they believed that Zhu Yu had incurred a loss this time. The 2 cannons barely amounted to $20,000, and the remaining crates likely contained nothing of significant value. Was this not tantamount to a loss? Zhu Yu observed the expressions of these individuals and found it quite normal. It is a universal truth that some revel while others despair. Such is the nature of humanity. Elevating some while disparaging others is also a common occurrence. Once these individuals departed, Zhu Yu withdrew a long, exquisite leather gun case from beneath the cannon. Upon opening it, a somewhat aged yet exceptionally well-maintained Springfield rifle came into view. He then opened a wooden crate leaning against the container, revealing several sets of vintage military uniforms. Now, the question remained, were these items truly as worthless as Xiao Qiao suggested, or was there something of value hidden within? Chapter 57, A Deceptive Trade. Zhu Yu dialed Old John's number. Upon seeing the photographs Zhu Yu had sent, Old John was taken aback. I never imagined such items could emerge from the container. This is truly astonishing. Who could these items be sold to? Zhu Yu inquired. I surmise that at least one of these cannons is genuine. Let me think. Old John mused. Cannons can be collected or used as props. However, those old items are rather troublesome. Perhaps it would be best if you contacted Judy directly. Though her reputation is somewhat lacking, she is quite efficient when it comes to acquisitions. Zhu Yu understood. Old John had contacts with collectors, but the payment methods of such individuals might not be particularly amiable. After hanging up, Zhu Yu called Judy to explain the situation. What? Copper cannons from the Civil War era? Are you serious? My goodness. Zhu, are you certain these aren't modern replicas? One is a replica, the other is most likely genuine. Zhu Yu replied. Oh, and there are 2 Springfield rifles. As for their authenticity, you will need to come over to verify. They are also likely genuine. Wait for me. Judy expressed her urgency. Zhu Yu immediately recognized the potential for a lucrative deal. Otherwise, it would be uncharacteristic of the financially minded Judy to rush over without even hearing the full details. Finally, the time had come for a profitable transaction. Seeing Zhu Yu smile, Jason cautiously inquired, on the second-hand market, such copper cannons, though scarce, have buyers willing to pay up to $150,000 for a genuine piece. As for the Springfield rifles, they typically sell for several $1,000s each. The military uniforms may not hold much value, but if they are authentic, they could fetch a few $100s at least. Judy arrived promptly, her vehicle roaring to a halt at the container's entrance. With an excited expression, she jumped out of the car, nodded at Zhu Yu, and rushed to inspect the 2 cannons. After examining the first cannon for a while, she quickly moved on to the second one. Zhu Yu paid her little mind, continuing to unload items from the container alongside Jason. After emptying the wooden crates, Jason felt somewhat disappointed. Apart from the 2 cannons and 2 rifles, the remaining crates were filled entirely with old military uniforms, which seemed of little worth. Once the container was completely cleared, Judy emerged, having finished her inspection. At this moment, she had regained her composure and slowly walked out, gazing at the 2 rifles that Zhu Yu had placed back into their elegant cases. These rifles you mentioned, are they indeed these 2? Yes, Zhu Yu affirmed with a nod. Judy appeared somewhat perplexed and perhaps regretful. Typically, treasure hunters encountering such valuable finds would eagerly inquire about their worth. For these seekers of treasure, artifacts and antiques were of little consequence. They were solely interested in the monetary value of such items. Why, then, was Zhu Yu so unhurried? Judy began to realize that she had been overly eager. Yet, she had good reason to be anxious. One of her clients had been persistently seeking such copper cannons, emphasizing the need for authenticity. This client was quite wealthy, and competitors were constantly attempting to poach her clientele. If she failed to present something satisfactory, she would have to mentally prepare for losing this client. Judy even wondered if Zhu Yu had come to assist her. With this thought in mind, a smile crept onto Judy's face as she crouched down to inspect the rifle. Jason stood not far behind her, watching her curvaceous figure with an involuntary gulp. This woman certainly knew how to leverage her advantages. Though somewhat past her prime, she still possessed an undeniable allure. These 2 rifles are well maintained. Judy, being the professional she was, quickly provided her assessment. These military uniforms are genuine, but their condition is somewhat lacking. Zhu Yu mused to himself, pondering how wood, metal, and fabric could possibly compare. After completing her evaluation, Judy, not waiting for Zhu Yu to inquire about the price, felt a twinge of disappointment. This young man from Huaxia was becoming increasingly difficult to deceive. Reluctantly, she initiated the conversation. For this replica copper cannon, I can offer $8,000. Zhu Yu nodded, deeming this price fair. For the 2 Springfield rifles, I can offer $3,500 each, plus a total of $10,000 for the military uniforms. Zhu Yu nodded again. The genuine cannon, I can offer $100,000. Zhu, this time you will undoubtedly make a considerable profit. Judy exclaimed, her expression brimming with delight, before preparing to retrieve the money. Not so fast, Zhu Yu interjected, halting her. Ms. Judy, I believe your initial offers were quite reasonable, and I accept them. However, the price you propose for the genuine cannon is far too low for me to accept. Too low? Judy's face displayed astonishment. $100,000. That is the equivalent of 2 years' income for an ordinary worker, and you earned it in a single afternoon, yet you still find it insufficient? Zhu Yu's expression darkened. Judy, I believe you misunderstand something. The amount I earn and the value of this cannon are 2 separate matters. If you insist on this price, then I must regretfully say that it is unfortunate. I suspect there are no shortages of collectors in New York City. Zhu Yu's words ignited Judy's urgency. Yet, she remained uncertain whether Zhu Yu was merely attempting to deceive her or if he genuinely had sales channels. Thus, Judy cautiously probed. Very well, I will take these items. How about payment now? That is acceptable. I can see that you are attempting to bluff, but let's proceed with the prices you quoted, Zhu Yu replied with a smile. As Judy retrieved the money, she casually inquired, what do you intend to do with the genuine cannon? I will sell it. Once you remove that replica cannon, I will contact other buyers. Judy handed Zhu Yu $18,000 while calling for assistance to load the items. $100,000 is already a generous price. Won't you reconsider? No, we have a saying in Huaxia, where business fails, righteousness remains. It is normal not to reach an agreement. No need to worry, Ms. Judy. This cannon will not lack for buyers. Zhu, you have one. Name your price. Zhu Yu feigned ignorance, replying, what do you mean, I have one? In Huaxia, we value a win-win situation in business. Ms. Judy, what do you mean? Are you preparing to purchase this cannon? If you truly wish to buy, then I believe $150,000 is a fair price, Zhu Yu said with a nonchalant smile. Impossible. Judy nearly shouted in protest at the proposed price. Even if I were to resell this cannon, I could never sell it for such an exorbitant amount. Very well, considering our previous collaborations, I will lower the price a bit to $148,000. Judy, seeing Zhu Yu's seemingly generous demeanor, felt an intense frustration boiling within her. However, her desire for the cannon was undeniable, so she gritted her teeth and began to negotiate downwards. Ultimately, the two parties reached a deal for $138,000. Judy left in a fit of anger, while Zhu Yu could hardly contain his joy. At last, he had managed to gather $500,000. Chapter 58, Robert's Advice. As he packed his belongings in preparation for departure, Jason curiously inquired of Zhu Yu, Boss, if the items in these containers are so valuable, why were they discarded by their original owners? Zhu Yu patiently elucidated to his subordinate, it is not that they were intentionally discarded. Some items, like the copper cannons auctioned today, were left behind after the original collector passed away, and his son was unaware of their true worth. In other instances, the original owner may have gone missing or died, leaving the cargo unclaimed. Often, containers arrive, but the owner is unable to retrieve their belongings due to various reasons, such as bankruptcy or relocation, making reclamation impractical. Additionally, some simply cannot afford the rent or final payments and choose to abandon their goods. Jason nodded thoughtfully, then asked, why are these items so securely packaged? If they were displayed for everyone to see, wouldn't they fetch a higher price? Zhu Yu chuckled at Jason's naivety. He had pondered the same question in the past, so he understood Jason's perspective and patiently explained, for the original owner or shipper, these items were not meant for auction. Correct? Indeed, Jason scratched his head. Thus, the most valuable items must be well protected, covered, and packaged, preferably wrapped in waterproof materials for maritime transport. Yes? Jason smiled. I had been thinking from the auctioneer's perspective. I see now that I was mistaken. If I were the owner, I would want my items preserved as well. Exactly. Zhu Yu continued. Typically, when we open a shipping container, the most valuable items are often found at the very back. This is primarily to prevent theft. Theft? Jason queried. Yes, Zhu Yu pointed to the container. A simple wrench can unlock it, and sometimes people can pick locks with just a wire. If someone truly wanted to steal, it would be exceedingly easy. However, lifting the items is not so simple, so the valuable goods are kept inside, with less valuable items shielding them, thus providing a semblance of concealment. After parting ways with Jason, Zhu Yu placed a call to old John. John, I wish to inquire about Robert. Is he a trustworthy individual? Sensing that Zhu Yu might be on the verge of an important decision, John immediately asked, in what regard? I plan to discuss a transaction involving approximately $500,000 with Robert shortly. In that case, Robert is reliable, old John replied slowly. In terms of credibility, he has never encountered issues in dealings worth millions. Though he is not well known, his reputation is impeccable. Thank you, Zhu Yu acknowledged, feeling reassured. Subsequently, Zhu Yu dialed Robert's number. Mr. Robert, I would like to ask if the matter we discussed previously is still valid? Robert's tone remained neutral. Mr. Zhu, are you referring to the original will? It stands. Very well, let us meet. Zhu Yu immediately responded. With over $500,000 in cash in hand, he felt a twinge of anxiety. All right, Robert sent a location, and Zhu Yu drove there without delay. It was an indoor parking facility. Upon arrival, Zhu Yu felt a surge of apprehension. He drew his handgun and checked the ammunition. Although illegal, safety comes first, does it not? After all, he possessed over $500,000, and in this area, petty criminals would kill for a mere few dollars. Leaving such a sum in an impoverished neighborhood could incite a violent confrontation. Robert appeared not far ahead, and Zhu Yu observed him through his enhanced vision, noting that he had a gun tucked at his lower back. Not overly dangerous. Zhu Yu remained in his car, waiting for Robert to approach. Are you certain you require that will? Robert inquired as he reached the car window, prompting Zhu Yu to lower the glass. Absolutely. I not only want the will, but if I obtain it and confirm it matches the copy, I also hope you can assist me in finding a reliable lawyer to win the case. Robert seemed taken aback, then remarked with a half-smile, for old John's sake, we are offering you a friendly price for the will. However, if you wish to hire a lawyer and win the case, the fees will start at $1 million. $1 million. Zhu Yu felt a pang of despair. To hell with the will. To hell with the inheritance. Nevertheless, reflecting on the advancement of his abilities and his uncle's wishes, he deemed it necessary to proceed. Optimistically, if he secured the will, he could reach out to Elson to see if a peaceful resolution was possible. However, the likelihood of that seemed slim. What will it be? How do you decide? Robert asked with an all-knowing smile. Let us secure the will first. Zhu Yu gritted his teeth, realizing that in the blink of an eye, a significant portion of his funds had vanished. He would have to work tirelessly to replenish his finances. Otherwise, the lawyer's fees could be financially crippling. All right. Robert extended his hand. Let us see the money. Within a week, the actual will would be in your possession. Zhu Yu truly believed in Robert and the capabilities of those behind him. As he handed over the bag containing $500,000, Zhu Yu felt a pang in his heart. Although this money had come quickly, it was hard-earned. In the end, it would only yield a piece of paper. Well, perhaps it could also bring tenfold or even 100-fold returns. It's a gamble. Robert accepted the bag, glanced inside, then turned to Zhu Yu, saying, Zhu, I greatly admire your ability to make money. However, I offer you a piece of advice. Until you can demonstrate sufficient strength, it would be prudent to remain low-key. Consider your appearance and the recent gazes directed at you from those around. Do not focus solely on wealth while neglecting the dangers that exist nearby. Zhu Yu sat in silence, contemplating Robert's words. Recently, in pursuit of that $500,000, he had indeed become somewhat reckless. Although he had prepared mentally and taken some precautions, hearing Robert's advice now made him realize that his preparations were far from adequate. Had he become complacent? Had he grown hasty? Or had he merely felt invincible after dealing with a couple of thugs? A cold sweat broke out on Zhu Yu's brow. This was a country plagued by daily gun violence, not his homeland. It was imperative to take this matter seriously. As he drove away, his speed was deliberately slow, his mind racing with thoughts on this issue. Initially, it felt like a tangled mess, but Zhu Yu gradually came to a realization. Stay vigilant. Face the challenges as they come, adapt and respond accordingly. Chapter 59, Turmoil in the Backyard. Your father's business is backed by Senator Schultz. This senator is a staunch opponent of China, and he was involved in the recent sanctions against several major enterprises from Huaxia. Joanna stated firmly, My father is my father, and I am my own person. I have no intention of working at my father's warehouse. Can Senator Schultz control me? He cannot control you. But he can influence your father, Angie replied seriously. I know this is uncomfortable for you to hear, but it is the truth. You are still in college and do not run your own business. You remain a member of the Don family. If your father Robert wishes for his business to continue growing, he will need Senator Schultz's support. And if you wish to maintain your current comfortable lifestyle, you cannot escape your family's influence. Whether you like it or not, you have already been labeled by the Don family. If Senator Schultz learns of this and expresses strong opposition, can you imagine the outcome? Either your father's business plummets, and our family loses everything we possess, or you must sever ties with that Hu 11 boy, regardless of his excellence. The harshness of such a reality left Angie herself feeling despondent. Joanna, unable to bear it any longer, shouted, Stop, before turning on her heel and retreating into her bedroom, slamming the door with a resounding bang. Angie shook her head, realizing that this matter could only be resolved by Joanna herself. At this moment, she found herself somewhat intrigued by Zhu Yu. What sort of boy could make Joanna face such a difficult decision? After a brief period of sorrow in her room, Joanna dialed Zhu Yu's number. Hearing her voice laced with tears, Zhu Yu felt a pang of panic and immediately pulled over to the side of the road, urgently asking, What is wrong, my dear? Has something unfortunate occurred? Tell me, perhaps I can help share your burden. Zhu Yu's concerned tone and demeanor lightened Joanna's spirits slightly, and she recounted her mother's words to him. Zhu, I am at a loss about what to do. Zhu Yu was momentarily overwhelmed. Although he had heard from old John that Joanna's father was staunchly anti-Hu 11, he had hoped that once he attained a similar level of wealth, the situation would change. It seemed he had been overly optimistic. Political matters always brought forth significant complications. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to comfort Joanna. My dear, do not worry. I will handle this. We shall endure for now. Joanna, looking forlorn, replied, I just want to be with you. Let us bide our time, Zhu Yu reassured her. During school, I can meet you discreetly, but it is best not to provoke your parents for the time being. Once I resolve this matter, we shall be able to be together openly. Although Joanna was uncertain of Zhu Yu's methods, a girl in love tends to trust her partner unconditionally. They conversed for a while longer before ending the call. Zhu Yu felt a weighty concern upon him. Robert's connections included a politician. Whether a city councilman or a state legislator, it was beyond Zhu Yu's current capacity to resolve. Or was it? Suddenly, he recalled that this Robert was indeed the one assisting him. What a coincidence that they shared the same name. Zhu Yu pondered that perhaps Robert could provide a solution. However, at present, the priority was to earn money. Without sufficient funds, even Robert's influence would be ineffectual. The very thought of dealing with a politician was daunting. Regaining his focus, Zhu Yu realized he must expeditiously earn money without drawing attention to himself. He could not fixate solely on the shipping containers. The environment was rife with danger and scrutiny. As he continued driving, Jason called. "Boss, dinner is ready here. When will you come to eat? What are we having?" Zhu Yu inquired as he drove. "Dumplings?" Jason's Mandarin had a peculiar accent, but Zhu Yu understood. How could he resist such a feast? "Wait for me." Zhu Yu excitedly headed towards Jason's container. Upon exiting the vehicle, he was greeted by a familiar aroma that made his heart ache. On the day he left home, his mother had prepared dumplings, tears streaming down her face as she smiled, and said the dumplings were a welcome for his departure. That meal had been a long time coming, spanning several months since. Upon Zhu Yu's arrival, Jason promptly approached him. Nearby, two young black men were setting the table while another peeled garlic. Freya was busily attending to the stove, her movements swift and efficient. She turned her head, smiled, and nodded at Zhu Yu, continuing to ladle soup over the boiling dumplings. Zhu Yu wished to lend a hand, but Jason interjected, "Boss, no need for you to help. They will finish soon. Rest assured, they have washed their hands several times and are very clean." Zhu Yu chuckled. Jason was quite particular. Or perhaps he simply valued his reputation. Freya brought 2 plates of dumplings, while Malavi set a bowl in front of Zhu Yu, along with vinegar, chopped garlic, and chili oil, quite authentic. "What filling is this?" Zhu Yu asked Freya. "This plate has chives and eggs, and the other pot contains beef and cabbage." "Excellent, excellent," Zhu Yu said joyfully as he prepared his dipping sauce, saliva involuntarily pooling in his mouth. How delicious. Zhu Yu consumed approximately 60 dumplings. Thankfully, Freya had anticipated this and had prepared extra. Otherwise, it might not have sufficed. Patting his round belly, Zhu Yu contentedly burped. Jason, having finished his meal, observed Zhu Yu's fullness and brought a bowl of dumpling soup to the table, sitting beside him. "Boss, I've been thinking we should consider relocating." "What? Have you heard something?" Zhu Yu was taken aback. Jason's statement was surely not without basis. Could it be that someone was watching him? "A friend informed me that someone thinks you've been earning quite a bit lately and is contemplating taking advantage of that," Jason stated directly. "Oh, can you find out who it is?" Zhu Yu, forewarned by Robert, was mentally prepared. Knowledge of oneself and of the enemy is a timeless adage. "I do not know yet," Jason replied sheepishly. "Our time here has been short. Gathering information is not easy." Zhu Yu nodded. This was to be expected. They would have to exercise caution. Perhaps old John could provide some insights? "You be careful too. If you learn anything more specific, please inform me promptly." Zhu Yu handed Jason $500, not hesitating to spend where necessary. Jason initially declined, but ultimately accepted. Money facilitates matters. This is universally understood. As Zhu Yu drove out of the cargo area, he remained blissfully unaware of the pickup truck trailing behind him. Chapter 60, A Reckless Assault. Upon entering the house, Zhu Yu instinctively locked the door behind him. Susan was watching television in the living room. Upon seeing Zhu Yu, she warmly inquired, "Zhu, have you eaten?" "I have already eaten," Zhu Yu replied with a smile. "Madam, I shall retire upstairs now." All right. Susan had intended to engage Zhu Yu in conversation, knowing that his girlfriend's father was opposed to Who 11 people, and she hoped to discuss it with him. In her eyes, Zhu Yu was diligent, capable of earning money, and devoid of bad habits, a commendable choice. Moreover, her daughter Linda seemed quite interested in Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu ascended the stairs, quickly washed up, and lay on his bed, planning how to strategize his earning endeavors for the next day and beyond. The pickup truck outside lingered for a while, and upon seeing the lights on the second floor, began making calls. Before long, another vehicle arrived, and 2 individuals disembarked. After exchanging a few hushed words with the previous duo, the 4 of them, armed, slowly approached the entrance of the yard. There was no back door. "Then let us go directly in." The leader, one hand gripping a handgun, approached and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" Susan called out from within. "Open the door quickly," came the rough response. "I need to see the Who 11 boy upstairs." Susan hesitated and walked to the staircase, calling out, "Zhu, someone is looking for you." Zhu Yu, somewhat confused, climbed down the stairs, intending to open the door, but Susan stopped him. "Ask who it is." Zhu Yu suddenly realized this was not his home country. He pulled Susan aside and called out, "Who is it? Open the door quickly. We are here on urgent business, sent by Jason," the visitors exclaimed with excitement. However, Zhu Yu understood that they could not possibly be sent by Jason. If Jason had business, a phone call would have been the most straightforward method. "You need to leave. It is too late, and you are not welcome here." Open the door quickly. We have urgent matters. The intruders insisted, trying to deceive Zhu Yu, which only heightened his suspicion. Madam Susan, do you have a firearm here? Whispered Zhu Yu, who had surmised that these individuals were likely after his earnings. You mean they are robbers? Aunt Susan immediately flared up, turning to retrieve a hunting rifle from behind the sofa. Zhu Yu also drew his handgun, keeping a vigilant watch on the door. Zhu, I've heard that many of your Huaxia people believe in spending money for peace of mind, and I somewhat look down upon it. However, it seems you are indeed a real man. Zhu Yu, though equally anxious, managed a stiff smile in response to Susan's words. Suddenly remembering something, he hurriedly crouched down and extinguished the light. The people outside, realizing they could not trick their way in, smashed the door's glass and reached in to turn the lock. Bang! Aunt Susan raised her hand and fired a shot. The double-barreled shotgun's power was immense. The person attempting to unlock the door was blasted away before he could succeed. However, the door was also destroyed in the process. The assailants outside immediately took cover and began firing into the house through the door and windows. Bullets flew chaotically, and Zhu Yu, disregarding his image, crouched down in a panic. Damn it, this is bullying. There are many of them, huh? I have extraordinary abilities. Zhu Yu activated his celestial eye, spotting 4 individuals outside, one injured, another dragging the wounded one away, while the remaining 2 shot from the window and door. Zhu Yu aimed at the shooter by the window. A scream echoed from outside as the individual was evidently hit. Aunt Susan, reloading, shouted, Zhu, your marksmanship is impressive. Shoot again. It became apparent that shooting in a gunfight was entirely different from target practice. The erratic bullets certainly affected accuracy. The flimsy wooden walls could not withstand the gunfire, with splinters and glass flying about. Seizing the opportunity, one of the uninjured men made it to the door and opened it. Zhu Yu raised his gun, but the cautious assailant rolled aside to evade the shot. The man wielding an automatic rifle seemed to have pinpointed Zhu Yu's location, firing several rounds in close proximity. You son of a dog. Aunt Susan finished reloading and fired 2 shots through the broken window. The barrage of iron shot forced the assailants outside to scramble for cover. Zhu Yu took advantage of the moment, rolling to the other side of the door, activating his celestial eye, and firing 2 shots at the man with the rifle. The man was instantly hit, crying out in pain as he dropped his weapon and desperately crawled away, clutching his wound. Only one remained. Zhu Yu, using his celestial eye to locate the target, was astonished to see that the last man had already leaped over the courtyard wall and was heading towards a vehicle. He must not escape. Zhu Yu sprang to his feet and dashed outside. Zhu, you cannot be so reckless. Aunt Susan shouted urgently. Zhu Yu, however, had no time to explain. As he burst from the courtyard, the uninjured man had already begun starting the vehicle. Bang, bang, bang. Zhu Yu fired several shots, expending his ammunition. The vehicle veered off the road just a few meters out, stalling and becoming immobile. Aunt Susan stood at the door with her hunting rifle, relieved to see Zhu Yu unharmed, and smiled. Zhu, I am so glad you are safe. You were too reckless just now. Thank you, Zhu Yu sincerely replied. I have brought trouble upon you. It is not your fault. These individuals are simply wicked. Aunt Susan was clear on right and wrong. We need to call the police. After making the call, a few minutes later, the police arrived. At this moment, Zhu Yu and Aunt Susan had put their firearms away, observing the cautious officers. Zhu Yu understood the importance of remaining calm. Who called the police? The officer shouted. I did. Aunt Susan called back. We were resting when they broke in, fired shots, and attempted to rob us. We fought back, and that is the situation. The police examined the 4 assailants, searching for shell casings and evidence on the ground, which largely corroborated Aunt Susan's account. Once the identities of the 4 were confirmed and statements taken, the matter was essentially settled. The 4 had come to rob Zhu Yu, but they had not anticipated their downfall here. In their minds, Huaxiao people were timid and weak, easily frightened into paying for peace. They had also gathered intelligence on the courtyard, believing it to be merely the domain of an elderly woman. They never expected that a seemingly weak Huaxiao man and an elderly woman together could overpower them. Chapter 61, The Warehouse Dragon. Busy until midnight, the incident finally settled down. Lying in bed, Zhu Yu felt a lingering fear. Had those 4 men intercepted his vehicle and opened fire directly, even with his abilities, the likelihood of injury or death would have been substantial. He had heard that in the beautiful country, more than 90 people die from gun violence each day, and now it seemed that statistic was not exaggerated. Zhu Yu had once seen videos of people breaking into the homes of those of Huaxia descent to rob and shoot. He never imagined it would happen to him. He dozed off, only to be awakened by a phone call from old John at dawn. Zhu, were you attacked? Are you injured? I injured 3 in self-defense. The one in the car died from a combination of gunshot and impact. Even the police remarked on Zhu Yu's extraordinary luck in being able to shoot through wooden walls and hit several targets. Zhu Yu shook his head, saying no. I am short on cash lately. I plan to try my luck at the warehouse. And if there are any unclaimed luggage available at the airport, I would like to check that out as well. That sounds good. Old John acknowledged Zhu Yu's determination. I will send you the information. You can decide for yourself. At this point, Old John added humorously, Zhu, did you know? In less than a month, you have helped me earn commissions that others would take 2 years to accumulate. So if you need anything, let me know promptly. After hanging up, Zhu Yu chuckled and shook his head. His relationship with Old John was far beyond mere cooperation. Old John was his benefactor, and no amount of money could measure such kindness. Descending the stairs, Zhu Yu found Aunt Susan tidying up the living room. He pulled out $2,000 and handed it to her. Madam, this incident was my fault, so I will bear the losses. Please use this money to hire workers to repair and tidy up. This was not only a compensation for damages, but also an expression of his apology and gratitude towards Aunt Susan. Aunt Susan initially declined, but ultimately accepted the money. Zhu Yu went outside to his car and contacted Jason. I plan to go to the warehouse today. What about you? Will you accompany me? Or will you gamble on the containers alone? Boss, of course. I will follow you, Jason replied without hesitation. Surprised by Jason's eagerness, Zhu Yu felt a wave of comfort. With a benefactor supporting him and a little brother by his side, plus his extraordinary abilities, what was there to fear? Picking up Jason, Zhu Yu recounted the previous night's events while driving, reminding him to be cautious. Jason was startled by the story, but, upon confirming Zhu Yu was unharmed, immediately expressed his intention to find out the truth behind the incident. Zhu Yu did not stop him. After experiencing Jason's influence before, he felt that sometimes it was beneficial to let Jason stir the pot. The warehouse this time was on the outskirts of New York City, in an area resembling a suburban enclave. The warehouses here were all indoors, somewhat akin to concentrated commercial buildings in Huaxia. However, unlike the shops in Huaxia, these spaces were converted entirely into warehouses. Upon registering at the management office, they learned that 6 warehouses were up for auction, and there were already a dozen treasure hunters eager to snag a bargain, with more arriving steadily. After Zhu Yu and Jason registered, they waited a while until the announcement time arrived, following the auctioneer and security personnel inside. Upon reaching the first auction warehouse, the auctioneer glanced at his paperwork and began to speak. According to regulations, once the warehouse is opened, there is a 1-minute observation period before the auction begins. During this observation time, individuals are not permitted to cross the threshold of the warehouse. It is essential for everyone to adhere to these rules. After the auction concludes, the winning bidder is required to pay in cash immediately. Following this announcement, the security guard uses pliers to cut the iron lock and opens the rolling door. A musty odor wafts out. Considering that these abandoned warehouses have not had rent paid for at least 6 months, such a smell is to be expected. What comes into view is a heap of old furniture, brimming to capacity. Zhu Yu activates his keen perception amidst the crowd, feigning to observe alongside everyone else. Although the furniture is antiquated, it remains largely intact. Against the inner wall lie several boxes, including a wooden chest filled with clothes, a metal box for repairing furniture, and, to Zhu Yu's astonishment, a suitcase containing a small collection of jewelry. This treasure trove includes diamond-studded gold rings, gold necklaces, gold bracelets, and various gemstone ornaments. Sold. Jason whispers to Zhu Yu. Boss, why does this warehouse seem less valuable than those containers? Zhu Yu chuckles softly, replying, in truth, they are quite comparable. After all, one cannot ascertain what other treasures may lie hidden within. As the auction commences, the auctioneer's clarity stands in stark contrast to those at the container port. His speech articulate and punctuated appropriately. Having grown accustomed to the hurried rhetoric of port auctioneers, Zhu Yu finds himself somewhat disoriented here. The bidding starts at $200, with increments of no less than $10. Let the auction begin. Typically, warehouse auctions command lower prices, and the bidding increments are modest. Zhu Yu has previously studied this, noting that the items auctioned are usually deemed by tenants to be worth less than the rent owed, prompting their abandonment. Of course, some tenants may have disappeared, encountered unforeseen events, or simply forgotten about their warehouses. $220, $230, $250. Listening to the escalating bids, Zhu Yu feels a sense of unfamiliarity. He is accustomed to competing fiercely with the likes of Lao Ma, the Joy brothers, and Diana, where bids easily soar into the tens of thousands. Perhaps there is a hint of frugality in the air? Suddenly, Zhu Yu raises the bid to $300. The others recognize him as a newcomer, exchanging glances filled with curiosity. Who is this daring player? Yet Zhu Yu remains unfazed, as others continue to raise their bids. He occasionally joins in. With Zhu Yu's participation, the bids rise swiftly, surpassing $1,000, leaving only Zhu Yu and a bearded man in contention. The bearded man, clearly reluctant, only increases his bid by $10 each time. Zhu Yu remains composed, opting to raise the bid by $20 instead. With many demands for money, one must be prudent. Even the smallest gains should not be squandered. Ultimately, Zhu Yu secures the warehouse for $1,280. The security guard then hands him a lock with a key. Zhu Yu is momentarily bewildered. What does this signify? Chapter 62. Meeting a newcomer. Noticing Zhu Yu's confusion, the guard simply hands him the lock before following the auctioneer out. A kind soul from the crowd advises Zhu Yu, if you wish to continue bidding, lock this door now and proceed forward. You have a full day to sort through this warehouse. It is yours for that duration. Zhu Yu's understanding dawns, and he turns to express gratitude to a slender girl who had offered the advice. The freckled Caucasian girl smiles, saying, "It's nothing. I'm also a newcomer, having only been here twice without successfully bidding on a warehouse yet." Zhu Yu locks the warehouse and walks alongside her. The girl, curious, inquires, "Are you from Huaxia?" It's rare for individuals from Huaxia to attend warehouse auctions. Indeed, I am from Huaxia. I appreciate that you did not mistake me for someone from Japan or Korea. Zhu Yu replies sincerely, "Oh, I had a classmate from Huaxia during my university days." The girl responds with a smile, her gratitude genuine. Zhu Yu senses a stark contrast between her sincerity and the overly courteous nature of individuals from Japan and Korea, a sentiment he struggles to articulate but can distinctly feel. In the midst of their conversation, they arrive at the second warehouse. The guard has already cut the lock, and potential bidders are examining the contents. However, due to the warehouse being filled with old chairs, worn furniture, and several boxes of worthless odds and ends, many seem disinclined to bid. Zhu Yu activates his keen perception and notes that none of the individuals are armed. The items within the warehouse are largely apparent, bearing heavy signs of wear and offering little in terms of future utility. The only items that catch Zhu Yu's eye are two Gothic chairs, meticulously wrapped in plastic, suggesting they are in excellent condition. If genuine, they could fetch a handsome sum. "Are you bidding on this warehouse?" The girl asks Zhu Yu. "Let's see how it goes." "Are you bidding?" Zhu Yu inquires. "I don't have much money," she admits. Zhu Yu chuckles, recognizing her intention. If the final competitors were to be her and him, he would concede without contention. However, should she falter against others, he might still join the fray. The girl beams with delight. As the observation minute concludes, the auctioneer begins at a leisurely pace. Starting price is $10, with increments of no less than $5. Let the bidding commence. The girl is the first to raise her hand. $20. However, aside from Zhu Yu, no one else is willing to concede to her, even with the apparent lack of value in the items. The bidding quickly escalates to $80, prompting the girl to withdraw. At $100, the previously mentioned bearded man and a heavy-set Caucasian man also step back, leaving only a single African-American still bidding. Zhu Yu raises his hand. $120. The tall African-American, seeing Zhu Yu's bid, approaches him in an attempt to assert dominance. Yet, as he nears Zhu Yu, Jason intervenes. "What are you doing? Hey man, what business is it of yours?" The African-American retorts, visibly displeased. "This is my boss," Jason proudly asserts, challenging the other man. The African-American hesitates, but does not advance further, his bravado faltering. Ultimately, Zhu Yu secures the warehouse for $120. The security guard once again provides him with a lock. After surveying the remaining 4 warehouses, Zhu Yu raises his bid twice, but refrains from further participation, having found nothing of substantial value. The girl, too, fails to acquire the final warehouse, revealing her limit to be $80. However, each warehouse ends up selling for over $100. Notably, the African-American bids on every warehouse, regardless of its value, consistently placing bids below $150. Returning to the second warehouse, Zhu Yu unlocks the door, preparing to sort through the items when the girl approaches him. She glances at the contents and asks, "Are you taking all of this?" "Yes," Zhu Yu nods. He believes he can sell these pieces for a decent profit. The girl's expression dims slightly. Zhu Yu, smiling, offers, "If the price is right, I can sell you some of the furniture at a discount." "Really?" The girl's face lights up with surprise, though she quickly adds, "I don't have much money." "How about this?" Zhu Yu suggests, pointing to 2 old sofas and 2 chairs. $80 for these 4 items. What do you think?" "Okay, that sounds great." The girl enthusiastically nods, hurriedly pulling out cash to hand to Zhu Yu before rushing off, likely to find assistance in transporting the old furniture. These items could be valued at around $100 to $130, allowing the girl to earn a tidy profit, serving as Zhu Yu's token of gratitude for her earlier guidance. He and Jason moved the 4 items outside and set them aside, then began to unwrap the packaging of the Gothic chairs inside. "My truck is right outside. Could you assist me in transporting these items?" Zhu Yu asked Jason to help load the girl's belongings. As the girl was about to leave, she noticed the 2 chairs. Gothic chairs? She had initially intended to depart, but lingered, approaching the chairs for a closer inspection. "Do you recognize these chairs?" Zhu Yu inquired, somewhat surprised. "Yes, I do." The girl replied while meticulously examining the chairs, ultimately declaring, "These 2 chairs must be antiques from the 18th century. I have seen a similar one at my teacher's place. He is a collector of antique furniture, and he owns a chair like this, though not as well preserved. Could you help me get in touch with him? Zhu Yu chuckled. If we can sell them at a reasonable price, I will pay you a commission. Really? The girl exclaimed with delight, immediately pulling out her phone and dialing with one hand while reaching towards Zhu Yu with the other. Hello, my name is Amy, and you? I am Zhu Yu. The call connected swiftly, and a middle-aged voice came through. Amy, what a surprise to receive your call. Teacher James, I am treasure hunting at the warehouse. A friend here has discovered 2 well-preserved Gothic chairs. I wonder if you might be interested? Is that true? How wonderful. Oh, could you send me photos or a video for me to take a look? The interlocutor first exclaimed loudly, then regained composure. Zhu Yu surmised that James was contemplating the authenticity of the items. Amy glanced at Zhu Yu, who gestured for her to take photos freely. Amy promptly addressed her phone. Teacher, I am recording a video for you now. After hanging up, she expertly circled the 2 chairs to snap photos. Meanwhile, Jason had begun loading some usable items onto the truck, while the unusable ones were set aside, ready to be discarded later. Chapter 63. The sensation of earning money felt slower. Zhu Yu locked the door and carried the 2 chairs toward warehouse number 1. Amy hurriedly followed suit. Upon reaching warehouse number 1, Zhu Yu placed the chairs aside and unlocked the door. Amy curiously asked, Is this your first time doing this? You seem quite adept. Yet this is the first time I have seen you here. I've done this before, just not in this area, Zhu Yu replied vaguely. Oh, Amy exclaimed, dawning realization sweeping over her. There are not many from Huaxiao involved in this line of work. As Zhu Yu continued moving items out, he remarked, Indeed. The population of Huaxia is not large, and many are from affluent backgrounds, unlikely to engage in this profession. The 2 exchanged casual banter until Amy's phone rang. Amy, those 2 chairs are quite remarkable. From the video you sent, they appear to be authentic. Secure them for me. James sounded thrilled on the other end. I will transfer the money to you now. As long as the price does not exceed $1,500 each, you can make the decision. After ending the call, Amy felt a surge of excitement and raised her fist, asking Zhu Yu, Zhu, what price do you intend to set for these chairs? I believe $1,400 each is a fair price, Zhu Yu thought to himself, amused, as he could clearly hear James's voice through Amy's phone. Amy's face flushed slightly. She had intended to negotiate but felt uncertain, given that Zhu Yu had previously assisted her and that the price fell within James's stipulated range. The phone buzzed again. Amy glanced down to see that James's transfer had arrived. Gritting her teeth, she declared, Then it's a deal. The volume of her voice surprised even herself. However, exclaiming like that felt exhilarating. After transferring the money to Zhu Yu, Amy carefully repackaged the chairs, and Jason helped her carry them into the truck as Amy joyfully drove away. Boss, it feels like making money here is slower than over at the port. Jason scratched his head and remarked. Indeed, Zhu Yu acknowledged. Although he planned to lay low for a while, he did not intend to retreat entirely. This matter was far from over. After clearing out some old furniture, Jason cheerfully commented, these items could still fetch a few $100s. Zhu Yu instructed him to load those items onto the truck. Once the furniture was moved, only a few boxes and trash remained. Zhu Yu asked Jason to tidy up the garbage and bag it in the black trash bags they had brought. He then opened the suitcase containing jewelry, took a photo of the jewelry box, and sent it to Old John. Old John quickly called back, Zhu, your luck is truly incredible. Did you find this in the warehouse? Yes, Zhu Yu replied. I hope to find a suitable buyer for these treasures. The last time, that angel was quite good. Old John noted. She manages a mall that houses a jewelry store. These second-hand pieces would be quite valuable to her. Old John advised Zhu Yu to call Angel. After some contemplation, Zhu Yu made the call. Angel answered promptly. Zhu, have you missed me? Oh, Zhu Yu was taken aback by Angel's openness, feeling a bit embarrassed. He simply said, I have a batch of second-hand jewelry. I wonder if you might be interested? Absolutely. Angel's voice rose. Are they authentic? Is the source legitimate? Do you have photos? They are from the warehouse, completely legal. I have photos, I will send them to you now. I have a jewelry expert here. Could you come by so we can discuss pricing? Angel sent over an address, which Zhu Yu glanced at, uncertain of its location. Fortunately, his phone had navigation. Jason, you are in charge of selling this furniture. We'll split the profits 50-50. Jason chuckled in agreement. Under Jason's direction, Eli and Malawi swiftly unloaded the truck. Freya had prepared a meal, and Zhu Yu quickly devoured a bowl of rice before driving away, still craving more. Upon arriving, Angel was waiting impatiently outside the mall's entrance. Zhu, why did you take so long? She complained as Zhu Yu stepped out of the car. The warehouse is quite far from here. Zhu Yu replied with an awkward smile, explaining that he needed to clean up the trash from inside before leaving. All right, hurry up, Angel urged. Noticing Zhu Yu carrying the jewelry box and pulling him inside, the mall featured a jewelry counter, and Angel led Zhu Yu to it, saying to a middle-aged man, Pierre, could you please help us examine this jewelry? Zhu Yu placed the jewelry box down and opened it. Pierre picked up a gold bracelet, inspecting it closely before confidently stating, "Cartier jewelry, an older model, likely from about 10 years ago. It is genuine and in fairly good condition." He then examined a diamond ring with a magnifying glass. Measuring it before commenting, "The diamond quality is decent, though it's slightly small, weighing 7 points." One by one, he assessed the items before providing an appraisal. In total, there were 17 pieces of jewelry, most of which were gold. The gold weighed approximately 200 grams, equating to over $10,000, and with the gemstones included. Pierre ultimately quoted Zhu Yu $21,000. Zhu Yu accepted the offer with delight. Who says warehouses aren't profitable? This is quite a sum. After receiving the money, Zhu Yu waved goodbye to Angel as he departed. Angel called out to his retreating figure, "Zhu, would you like to grab a drink tonight?" "No, I have plans." However, those plans were anything but imminent. At that moment, Zhu Yu's mind was solely occupied with the pursuit of wealth. The lawyer's fees were one concern. But the issue with Joanna was the more pressing matter. Having slept with the girl, he certainly needed to provide an explanation, did he not? Zhu Yu is not the type of person who shirks responsibility after making a promise. After connecting with Jason, he swiftly made his way to another warehouse. Today, 3 warehouses are up for auction, and Zhu Yu hopes to secure at least one of them. Upon arrival and registering with the administrator, Zhu Yu spotted fellow treasure hunters approaching, which brought him amusement. The bearded man and the overweight Caucasian were present. It seems these two are seasoned veterans in the realm of warehouse treasure hunting. Chapter 64. This spider is quite impressive. In urban areas, or those close to the city, the warehouses are typically indoor spaces. They are multi-storied with numerous small rooms and roll-up doors. The first auction warehouse is situated deeper within the premises. Once the auctioneer and security staff reached the location, they reiterated the rules, prompting the eager crowd to urge the auctioneer to commence. The auctioneer, unfazed, merely chuckled at their banter and signaled for the security to unlock the door. The security cut the lock, raised the roll-up door, and stationed himself by the entrance. The crowd immediately surged forward, prompting the security to shout, "No pushing, no pushing. Anyone who crosses the line will be disqualified." This declaration caused the front of the crowd to retreat, stabilizing the throng. Zhu Yu began to assess the contents within. This warehouse had some intriguing items. Numerous boxes of varying sizes were neatly arranged against the walls. In the center, a cloth covered an object that resembled a shelf. Zhu Yu's keen eye revealed that the boxes primarily contained books, along with some personal belongings. As for the object beneath the cloth, it turned out to be a desk. It appeared somewhat historical, though its value remained uncertain. "Now, let the auction begin, starting at $50, with increments of no less than $10. 60, shouted the bearded man. The overweight man raised his hand. 70. Zhu Yu noticed an interesting phenomenon. Unlike the seasoned bidders at the container auctions, who would drive the prices sky high immediately, the participants here gradually increased their bids step by step. He raised his hand. 100. His call immediately drew the attention of others. However, Zhu Yu was unconcerned. All bids are valuable, and he was not picky. As long as he could secure it within a reasonable price range, profit was guaranteed. Zhu Yu's bid did not intimidate the others, and soon the price soared to $170. A green-clad beauty, whom he had seen in the morning, bid 180. Just as the bearded man was about to raise his hand, the overweight youth jumped in with a bid of 190. Casting a sidelong glance at the bearded man, Zhu Yu found this amusing. It seemed there was an unspoken rivalry whenever profit was at stake. The bidding gradually climbed to $550, after which Zhu Yu refrained from further bidding. He could not ascertain the value of the old books, and he found it tedious. Ultimately, the container was won by the overweight man, leaving the bearded man frustrated, while the green-clad beauty ceased her bidding at 600. There was no argument or discussion, which was quite atypical. Proceeding to the second warehouse, Zhu Yu opened it for inspection as usual and found it similarly cluttered with boxes. The disarray made it difficult to even place a foot inside. The boxes were open, revealing old clothes, small tools, used car parts, newspapers, and magazines strewn across the floor. At the back, 2 tall easels were draped with cloth. Using his keen vision, Zhu Yu discerned that they were indeed easels, albeit without any paintings. The items on the ground were limited, and the bearded man, the overweight youth, and the green-clad beauty all focused their attention on the 2 easels. The question lingered, was it worth the gamble beneath the cloth? The auctioneer did not grant much time for contemplation and began. The auction starts now, with a base price of $20, and each bid must increase by no less than $5. Let the bidding commence. $25, called the overweight man, clearly not intending to stop at just one warehouse. $50, followed the green-clad beauty. $60, Zhu Yu continued. $70, the bids continued to rise. And when the price reached $220, Zhu Yu opted to withdraw. The green-clad beauty cast him a puzzled glance before declaring, $230. The overweight man shook his head, acknowledging that he had exceeded his budget for the day. Ultimately, the bearded man and the green-clad beauty engaged in a back-and-forth bidding war, with the bearded man emerging victorious at $480. The third warehouse made Zhu Yu a bit anxious. If this warehouse yielded nothing, his afternoon would have been in vain. Before the warehouse was opened, Zhu Yu activated his keen vision to inspect it. Compared to the previous warehouses, this one appeared more refined. On a table sat a box containing several pairs of jeans. Against the wall was a clothing rack with several outfits hanging. Next to the rack, a chair held another outfit. Further inside was a metal box, somewhat akin to a safe, with its door ajar and seemingly empty. On top of the box was a small wooden chest, which held a shoebox with its lid open, revealing a pair of women's leather shoes. Overall, it seemed that someone had once inhabited this space, or at least frequented it. However, the dust covering the items indicated they had not been touched in quite some time. To Zhu Yu's excitement, there was a mystery box. Inside the wooden chest were 4 boxes, 2 of which were empty, while the other 2 contained Cartier watches. At the very back of the metal box lay a black jewelry box, which held a spider the size of a baby's hand. This spider was crafted from a precious metal, adorned with a large emerald on its back, ruby eyes, and each of its claw tips set with a purple gem. It was further embellished with numerous diamonds. This was undoubtedly a treasure. Zhu Yu was determined to acquire this warehouse solely for this item. However, he anticipated stiff competition, as this warehouse clearly held a higher caliber of goods than the previous 2. As the security cut open the warehouse, the bearded man and the overweight man's eyes lit up. Other treasure hunters, who had previously been passive observers, became animated. This warehouse must be secured. The auctioneer, clearly aware of the situation, promptly opened the bidding at a base price of $500. Within a minute, the price surged above $1,000. Zhu Yu remained calm until the bid reached $1,800, at which point only a few prominent bidders remained. He raised his hand, $2,000. This bid effectively deterred the overweight man. However, the bearded man persisted, continuing to raise the stakes, $2,100, $2,200, $2,500. The green-clad beauty seemed equally determined, pushing the price higher, leading the bearded man to reluctantly withdraw. Zhu Yu did not give up either, declaring, $2,600. The green-clad beauty shook her head in defeat. Zhu Yu was puzzled. It seemed the green-clad beauty had not withdrawn due to his bidding, but rather to help him intimidate the bearded man into retreating. He smiled at the girl and proceeded to settle the payment. The warehouse was now his, and he and Jason began to inventory the contents. Others departed as well, for witnessing another profit made by someone else would be even more disheartening. Zhu Yu relished the solitude, at least if he struck it rich. Not many would be aware of it. The denim garments on the table were high-end, and Zhu Yu tossed them to Jason. Are they really worth this much? Jason, somewhat incredulous, made a phone call. Meanwhile, Zhu Yu attended to the black jewelry box. Chapter 65. This relationship must be cultivated. Zhu Yu retrieved the Cartier watch from the box, examined it, and realized he was not particularly knowledgeable about such items. He decided to have it assessed by an expert later. Here, take care of this, and once sold, we'll split the profits, he instructed Jason. Gesturing to the other items in the warehouse, Jason happily set about organizing the contents. Outside the warehouse was a large dumpster, but it could hardly accommodate all these items. There were some pieces of furniture, shelves, and clothing that Jason directly loaded into the car. After clearing out the warehouse and reporting to the administrator, just as he was about to leave, Zhu Yu was stopped by the earlier encountered beauty in green. Do you often come to auction this warehouse? The green-clad beauty inquired. Yes, Zhu Yu replied amicably to the girl, considering she had indeed assisted him earlier. My name is Selena. Here is my business card. May I have your phone number? I believe we have potential for collaboration. I am Zhu. Zhu Yu had no objection to gaining an additional partner and provided her with his contact information. After acquiring his number, the green beauty departed. Jason, with a hint of concern, asked, Boss, do you think this woman is up to something? Zhu Yu chuckled. What could she possibly scheme? It's just a phone number. She can't possibly steal my money through the phone line, can she? Jason laughed too, then clicked his tongue. But boss, that girl is quite a stunner. He revealed an expression that men are well aware of. It seemed this fellow had a different side to him. Zhu Yu had always thought Jason was a simple, honest lad. Perhaps he had underestimated him. They headed to Jason's friend's place to dispose of the entire load and earned $3,300. Jason insisted on taking $1,000, claiming it exceeded his expectations. Zhu Yu was quite pleased with Jason's attitude. Selena's call took Zhu Yu by surprise. Was she seeking to arrange a meeting? This thought quickly dissipated as he recalled Selena's aloof demeanor at the warehouse. You see, my boss is the deputy governor of New York State, and I am his personal assistant, specifically tasked with one matter. Zhu Yu found it peculiar that Selina mentioned the deputy governor. Was she attempting to intimidate him or had some other intention? She explained that if he found an ancient piece of jewelry in the auction warehouse, he should notify her promptly, and she would offer a substantial reward. Zhu Yu grew more curious. What kind of jewelry? What makes it special? How much is the reward? The reward exceeds $100,000, enough to offset your losses from the warehouse auction. The jewelry itself may not be worth that much, but its sentimental significance is considerable. Selina felt she had conveyed sufficient information, yet Zhu Yu still sought clarity. What type of jewelry? It is a rather peculiar brooch. A relic from the Russian royal family dating back 2 centuries. It belonged to a relative of my client, who unexpectedly had it taken by a relative that once rented a room in this warehouse. The item is likely still housed there. Zhu Yu began to comprehend. Since she mentioned the deputy governor's commission, the matter was likely genuine. Very well, please send me an image of the brooch. If I find it, I will inform you immediately. I look forward to your good news. Have you shared this phone number with anyone else? Yes. I cannot ascertain who the fortunate one will be. I hope it will be me. I hope so too. Goodbye. After hanging up, Zhu Yu quickly received the photograph Selina sent. What the hell? Zhu Yu exclaimed involuntarily. Wasn't that a spider the size of half a fist? Who would craft such a frightening thing as a brooch? The taste was indeed peculiar. Zhu Yu had always believed it to be a decorative piece, which was why he had not considered it in that context. However, this was a substantial profit. Just as he was about to call Selina, Joanna called. Zhu, my parents are pressuring me to break up with you. As soon as the call connected, Joanna presented Zhu Yu with a dilemma. Zhu Yu quickly reassured her, dear, don't worry, I am currently finding a solution. Joanna's voice wavered with tears. Don't cry, don't cry. Zhu Yu felt a bit numb. This situation was truly difficult to resolve. Was he really contemplating eliminating that Congressman Robert? Such actions should be avoided. He reminded himself that once one becomes accustomed to resolving issues with violence, death could be a mere step away. After calming her down for a while, Zhu Yu hung up, feeling distressed. He thought of calling Selina to discuss the spider situation, but suddenly realized Selina's employer was the deputy governor. Could this be leveraged for some advantage? His mind began to race with possibilities. Connecting with the deputy governor was paramount. If that proved impossible, he could still utilize the deputy governor's name. He promptly called Selina. Miss Selina, may I inquire as to the name of the deputy governor? He harbors no prejudice against the Chinese, does he? Deputy Governor Edward is a moderate individual and harbors no biases against the Huaxia people, Selina replied. Why do you ask, Zhu? Because if I am not mistaken, the jewelry you seek should be in my possession. What? Selina, who had maintained her cool demeanor, momentarily faltered. Are you serious? Then please, hurry. Right now? A minute later, Selina called back, excitedly stating, Zhu, yes, it is indeed the brooch. Where are you? I will come to you immediately. Let us transact now. Zhu Yu, however, remained composed. Miss Selina, I agree to the transaction, but I would like to modify the terms. What do you propose? Selina regretted having revealed so much earlier. Now there was a complication. I wish to meet with Deputy Governor Edward to discuss the transaction and perhaps take a photo together, as well as explore potential future collaborations. That is impossible. Selina flatly refused. Mr. Edward is extremely busy and cannot spare time for this matter. Then I am afraid I cannot proceed. Zhu Yu was skeptical that the other party could not spare even a moment to converse. In fact, he could reduce the reward to $50,000. Selina found herself in a dilemma. Should she agree or not? Chapter 66, Mutual Needs. Selina hung up, and Zhu Yu felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back. If Edward insisted on payment without a meeting, he would indeed find himself at a loss. This item, in his possession, could merely fetch some cash. He hoped it truly held significance for that individual. 5 minutes later, Selina called again, and Zhu Yu focused on calming his breath, responding with an indifferent tone. Miss Selina, how have you considered the matter? Mr. Edward has agreed to give you 10 minutes tomorrow at 10 in the morning. After that, he will not wait. Is that so? This is splendid news. Zhu Yu felt a surge of joy, suppressing his excitement as he smiled. Rest assured, I will arrive on time. I would appreciate it if you could take a photo for me. Selina huffed in dissatisfaction. Zhu Yu understood she was likely displeased, yet to garner her sympathy, he adopted a somber tone. Miss Selina, as you know, our Huaxia people do not find it easy to survive here. Many harbor animosity towards us. Though we cherish peace and wish to contribute to the construction of New York, in the eyes of some, our yellow skin is original sin. If I wish to survive and thrive here, I must possess something that instills fear in those ill-intentioned individuals. Before he could finish, Selina comprehended his intent. Zhu Yu sought to converse with Edward, take a photo, to deter those with malicious intent. This was entirely reasonable. Although Selina had not personally experienced such a situation, it did not prevent her from acknowledging the truth in Zhu Yu's words. Her tone softened. I will relay this situation to Mr. Edward. However, Mr. Edward is merely a deputy governor and wields limited power, and many congressmen hold varying attitudes towards the Huaxia community. Zhu Yu quickly interjected. Miss Selina, I am aware that changing this situation is but a wishful thought. Therefore, I merely hope to acquire a photograph that I can present at a crucial moment to serve its purpose. I assure you it will not be utilized for any illicit intentions. After ending the call, Zhu Yu clenched his fist triumphantly. Success. He contemplated calling Joanna to share this delightful news, but ultimately decided against it. He resolved to wait until he obtained the photograph tomorrow before relaying the information. Jason approached Zhu Yu and announced, Boss, dinner is ready. Seeing Zhu Yu's elation, Jason felt equally pleased. The day's earnings surpassed that of many salaried workers over an entire week. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could move to a better place. Zhu, you have indeed had a busy day. Zhu Yu handed a bag of buns, procured from Philia, to Susan, saying, Madam, these are traditional Huaxia buns made by one of my employees' sisters. I invite you to try them. Certainly, I shall. Susan replied, her joy evident. You know, I have a rather low resistance to delectable food. Zhu Yu thought to himself, of course, I am aware. Your waistline nearly rivals mine, after all. The following day, he went to the port to pick up Jason and then proceeded to the address provided by Selina, where they first met her. Selina inspected the spider brooch and, upon confirming its authenticity, escorted Zhu Yu and Jason to Edward's office. To be frank, the place was modest, resembling a typical administrative establishment. Upon entering, they waited until Selina instructed them to proceed. I hope you do not take too long. Mr. Edward's time is quite precious, Selina cautioned. Zhu Yu was dressed formally in a suit, tie, and leather shoes, and Selina examined him several times, noting how different he appeared from when he managed the warehouse. One must admit, Zhu Yu's current appearance indeed resembled that of a successful individual. Once inside, Selina led Zhu Yu to a reception room, and shortly thereafter summoned him in. Zhu Yu hurriedly handed his phone to Selina, gesturing for her to take a photograph. Selina glanced at Zhu Yu's phone, wrinkled her nose, and indicated she preferred to use her new model. Zhu Yu found this acceptable and entered the office as directed by Selina. Having searched for Edward's photograph the previous day, he feared Selina might have ulterior motives since he was unfamiliar with Edward. Fortunately, upon assessing the man seated at the desk, he confirmed it was indeed the same Edward from the photo. Zhu Yu approached and greeted, Hello, Mr. Edward. Hello, young man, Edward replied, standing and shaking Zhu Yu's hand with a smile. I understand you wish to discuss a potential collaboration. I am quite curious. Zhu Yu felt a bead of sweat trickle down. The notion of collaboration was merely a guise. He simply needed a photograph. Nevertheless, he had prepared himself and promptly stated, I have been contemplating this. Currently, Huaxia and Meili are the largest trading partners. Daily, a plethora of containers arrive from Huaxia, with significant quantities of goods departing Meili. In New York, one of the world's largest ports, I aspire to establish a dedicated freight yard for Huaxia products, enabling centralized management for ease of transportation and administrative procedures. Zhu Yu elaborated extensively, while Edward listened with a smile. Whether the information penetrated Edward's mind remained uncertain. After 7 or 8 minutes, Zhu Yu concluded, and Edward responded with a smile. Indeed, that is a commendable idea. However, young man, how do you intend to execute it? I plan to first secure a freight yard and start from the ground up, Zhu Yu said, his mind racing. After all, every endeavor begins with a challenge. Oh, that is an excellent sentiment. Edward stood, acknowledging the young man's ambition. Should you encounter any difficulties, you may reach out to me through Selina. I hope we can avoid any unpleasant occurrences. Zhu Yu recognized this as an indication that their meeting was drawing to a close. Thank you for your support, Mr. Edward. Zhu Yu offered a slight bow before turning to leave. Once outside, Zhu Yu suddenly remembered he had not checked whether Selina had taken the photograph. If she hadn't, he would have to awkwardly venture out for another shot. Selina held up her phone, displaying several photographs she had captured, reassuring Zhu Yu that all was well. Zhu Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Next came the sale of the spider brooch, valued at $50,000. Selina handed a check to Zhu Yu, stating, in truth, you have assisted Mr. Edward as well. It would be wise not to inquire further. Selina shot him a playful glare, though it lacked malice, instead possessing an alluring charm. Could this involve political donations? Zhu Yu inquired suddenly. Selina gasped, how did you know? Zhu Yu chuckled, adopting an enigmatic demeanor. How did I know? Naturally, I gleaned it from the internet. Unexplained sources of income and expenditures will undoubtedly attract scrutiny from his adversaries. When Selina requested Zhu Yu to sign a receipt for $100,000, he instantly recognized his guess had been correct. However, this matter was of no concern to him. Selina forwarded the photograph to Zhu Yu, and both parties had fulfilled their respective needs quite satisfactorily. Chapter 67, A Delay Tactic. Zhu Yu promptly called Joanna. After several rings, she finally answered, her voice low, Darling, I am in class. Oh, my apologies. Zhu Yu quickly replied, I have a photograph to send you. You may show it to your parents. I believe once they see it, they will refrain from pressuring you to break up with me for the time being. I will continue to seek solutions. Really? Joanna exclaimed with delight. Please send it over. By the way, whose photograph is it? The deputy governor, Mr. Edward. Is that true? Joanna, not naive, understood the significance of the photograph. I will send it to you now. You should return to your class. Zhu Yu dispatched the photograph, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. A crisis had been temporarily averted. While this was not a definitive solution, it would certainly buy him some time. Noting that Zhu Yu seemed untroubled, Jason inquired, Boss, are we heading to the warehouse today? Zhu Yu pondered for a moment before asking, By the way, have you made any progress on that matter? Although he did not specify which matter, Jason immediately understood and shook his head. I have not located those individuals involved. They are unaware of the situation. Aside from those arrested by the police or currently hospitalized, no one else knows. Zhu Yu sighed. There is an auction for a warehouse this morning, but it is quite distant, and given the time, it should already be underway. All right, boss. Do you truly intend to secure a freight yard? Zhu Yu was somewhat taken aback and asked, What makes you ask that? Jason grinned sheepishly. I think it is a splendid idea. I have a group of young brothers who have yet to find a means of income. If we could secure a freight yard, I believe it would be easier to organize them. Zhu Yu did not respond immediately. That had merely been a pretext at the time, yet upon reflection, it did indeed seem like a promising idea. However, renting a freight yard was not a trivial expense. I will consider it, Zhu Yu replied noncommittally. Driving into the port, they arrived at a yard where an auction for containers was about to commence. For unclaimed or unpaid containers were slated for bidding. Zhu Yu and Jason's arrival surprised many. Old Ma exclaimed, Zhu, you made it. I heard you were attacked. I offer my condolences. No worries, Zhu Yu smiled. I was unharmed. In fact, the assailants suffered significantly. Those ruffians thought I was easy prey, and now they have learned the hard way. The only downside is that my landlord's property was damaged, and I must cover the repair costs. Zhu Yu's words ignited whispers among the crowd. To many Americans, Huaxiao individuals were often perceived as soft and timid, and even when wronged, they typically chose to avoid confrontation. This is also the reason why delinquents often target the Chinese community during significant instances of $0 purchases. While many Asian individuals from other countries began arming themselves for self-defense, some Chinese were still embroiled in internal conflicts. Of course, this does not apply to everyone. But when certain events are disseminated, they tend to represent the whole in the eyes of some white individuals. Thus, when the incident involving Zhu Yu surfaced, these people were quite astonished. If it were a solitary occurrence, it might be dismissed, but this was not Zhu Yu's first encounter. Previously, he had already assaulted Todd and others, leading to their detention at the police station. This time, he retaliated powerfully, injuring and even killing several individuals, which was truly remarkable. Consequently, the way people regarded Zhu Yu began to shift. Some even raised their hands and shouted, Zhu, well done. Others, however, cast furtive glances, seemingly lost in thought. The auctioneer also looked at Zhu Yu in surprise before loudly announcing, Now, let the auction commence. Let us see what treasures lie within the first container. Zhu Yu chuckled and remarked, It has been a while since I've heard the auctioneer's distinctive cadence. I find myself missing it. Although only a day or two had passed, hearing the familiar sounds of the auction from the warehouse made Zhu Yu acknowledge his fondness for this auctioneer's performance. Zhu Yu scanned the 4 containers one by one. The first container was filled with packaging boxes, all of which were empty. Zhu Yu speculated mischievously that the owner of this container had likely removed all the contents, leaving behind only the empty boxes, and had subsequently defaulted on the rent. In contrast, the second container at least contained goods, albeit of an unpleasant nature, boxes of bananas that had spoiled significantly due to prolonged storage. However, one box held green bananas, wrapped securely and remaining relatively intact. The contents of the third container caught Zhu Yu's eye. It housed dozens of packaging boxes, crammed tightly. The boxes near the container door contained ordinary toilet seats, while those inside were smart toilet seats. The label was inscribed in Japanese, yet upon closer inspection, the markings on the toilet seats indicated they were produced in Huaxia. These items appeared to hold substantial value. Zhu Yu immediately began searching online. In America, a smart toilet seat bearing the same brand ranged from $1,200 to $1,400. Suppressing his excitement, Zhu Yu moved on to the fourth container. Within, he found some fixed racks and wooden boxes, housing animal specimens. Zhu Yu glanced and decided to forego this container. He could not ascertain the legality of these items and preferred to avoid unnecessary risks. At this moment, the auction for the first container had commenced. Listening to the auctioneer's rapid-fire cadence, Zhu Yu felt inexplicably uplifted. $800. This was his first bid of the day. Since the contents were blind boxes, and no one knew what lay within, many were eager to bid. Upon hearing Zhu Yu's offer, some took notice, while others continued to raise their bids. As the price climbed to $2,000, Zhu Yu bid again. $2,100. Old Maiden, displeased with the slow bidding pace, interjected with $5,000. Zhu Yu raised his hand, a resigned expression on his face, indicating his withdrawal. However, Diana was not willing to let this opportunity slip away. She cheerfully raised her hand. $6,000. Betting on blind boxes was thrilling, as the competitive atmosphere often led to emotional and irrational decisions. Zhu Yu simply smiled and observed, waiting for his chance. Soon, the first container was acquired by Old Maiden, and attention shifted to the second container, where Old Maiden began to unveil the blind boxes. Zhu Yu faintly heard Old Maiden's exclamations. Damn it! Damn it! The second container emitted an unpleasant odor. Yet due to the presence of blind boxes, the competition remained fierce. This time, Zhu Yu exhibited more enthusiasm and impatience. Starting from an opening bid of $500, he persevered until it reached $7,000. However, the increments changed from $500 to $100. $8,100. Zhu Yu bid once more. Diana, noticing Zhu Yu's apparent financial strain, generously raised her hand. $10,000. Unable to contain his frustration, Zhu Yu exclaimed, "Damn it, F," and relinquished his bid. Observing his vexation, others could not help but chuckle. It appeared that even a Huaxiao lad could face setbacks. Big Joey remarked sarcastically. Clearly, Zhu Yu's previous string of good fortune had irked them considerably. Zhu Yu shot Big Joey a glare and warned, "You'd best pray for good luck in the future. Otherwise, you might find yourself in a worse predicament than mine." Next came the third container. As the assistant cut the lock and opened the container door, the treasure seekers outside gasped in unison. Today's containers were brimming with sincerity. This container undoubtedly held valuable items. Once again, everyone showcased their talents. Old Maiden suddenly emerged, pulling out binoculars to scrutinize the numerous boxes and gaps. Diana, the voluptuous woman, surprisingly did not tend to her recently acquired container, but instead rushed over to observe the situation here. The assistant vigilantly monitored the treasure hunters, repeatedly shouting, "Do not cross the line. Do not cross the line. Crossing the line will disqualify you from the auction." Big and Little Joey, having learned from the earlier mishap, teamed up, with Little Joey climbing onto Big Joey's shoulders to peer inside. They instantly obstructed the view of many, prompting several to grumble and shove them aside. Yet Big and Little Joey remained unfazed. Zhu Yu stood by the container door, appearing to observe diligently. "There are indeed good items," Diana asserted. "Look at this box. A toilet seat is peeking out. If it's ordinary, that's one thing. But if it's smart, this container could be worth tens of thousands." Diana spoke close to Zhu Yu, glancing at him to gauge his opinion. "I share your sentiment." Zhu Yu smiled, yet internally, he reassessed his view of Diana. Previously, he had regarded her as inexperienced and overly eager, attending every auction. Now, it seemed this woman had the potential to be a leader among treasure hunters, possessing remarkable observational skills. As the auctioneer noted the time, he announced loudly, "Now, let the auction begin." Starting bid, $800, with increments of no less than $100. $1,000 for Maiden, $1,000, $1,000. Huaxiao Lad Zhu bids $1,100. The familiar cadence and continuous repetition of the auction price instantly enlivened the atmosphere. Many noticed the ordinary toilet seat peeking out. Yet no one dared speculate on the contents within, causing the price to rise slowly. Even Old Maiden, known for his sudden high bids, only made increments of $300 to $500 this time. By the time the price reached $3,800, only Zhu Yu, Old Maiden, Black Fat, and an unfamiliar treasure seeker remained in the bidding. This individual was a tall, slender young white man who smiled back at Zhu Yu when their eyes met. Zhu Yu suspected he was a novice. Nevertheless, this time, he was determined to win. As Old Maiden departed, he remarked to Zhu Yu, "Zhu, with the price raised so high, it will be difficult to turn a profit." The young white man raised his bid again, bringing it to $4,800. And Zhu Yu immediately raised his hand to $5,000. The young white man conceded, but Big Joey suddenly raised his hand and called out, $6,000. As soon as he spoke, Little Joey yanked his arm down, chastising, "Have you lost your mind? If they are all ordinary toilet seats, you will incur losses, understand? What if there is something valuable? Why not take the gamble?" Big Joey pointed at Zhu Yu. "He gambling. I can too. With your funds? Don't count me in." Little Joey retorted, turning away in frustration. Big Joey felt awkward yet persisted in addressing Zhu Yu. "Zhu, will you raise your bid?" $6,500, Zhu Yu nodded. Having received $50,000 from Selingna, his assets have once again risen above 100,000. A wager of under 10,000 is still manageable. De Xiao Yi made an effort and placed another bid. $6,600. 7,000. Zhu Yu did not retract his hand, offering yet again. De Xiao Yi conceded defeat. The auctioneer congratulated Zhu Yu on acquiring the container before swiftly moving on to the fourth one. As the fourth container was opened, treasure seekers erupted in astonished cries, drawing the attention of Lama Deng, Diana, and Zhu Yu. Jason shook his head at the sight of so many animals, such splendid items. De Xiao Yi urged Xiao Yi, we must secure it. I suspect there are even more treasures inside. Displayed outside were lions, deer, leopards, and more. Surely there are better treasures within. Lama Deng crouched down to peer inside. Once Zhu Yu stood up, he inquired, Ma Deng, what treasures did you uncover in your container? Treasures? Nonsense. Just some empty boxes. Damn, the owner of this container should be punished. That scammer. Even Lama Deng, known for his good temper, could not suppress his expletives. What about yours? I haven't opened it yet. Wanted to see if these items were worth bidding on. But it seems I need not bother. Why? Lama Deng asked. I'm unsure about this side, but in our country, the management of protected animals is quite strict. I fear if I uncover any specimens of protected species, not only would I receive no compensation, but I would also face penalties. After saying this, Zhu Yu turned to leave, with Jason quickly following. Lama Deng hesitated for a moment, ultimately deciding to stay. Having already incurred significant losses, he felt he must take a gamble. Otherwise, how could he recover the lost funds? Zhu Yu and Jason began to move the cardboard boxes outside. Nearby, Diana had found a helper and was struggling to lift a box of bananas. A foul odor wafted over, prompting Zhu Yu to halt his actions and ask, Diana, what is that peculiar smell? Rotting bananas. Diana replied irritably, several boxes of rotten bananas. However, there is something wrapped inside. I'll check to see if there are any treasures. Of course, Zhu Yu knew she was being overly optimistic. Pulling out the large rolls of items and opening them outside, Diana exclaimed, damn, who is so bored as to pack these things in a box and bring them here? Zhu Yu, upon seeing, was amused. It turned out those rolls were simply thin slicing knives for bananas. He paid no further heed to Diana and continued assisting Jason in moving the toilet seats. Zhu Yu had previously searched and found that ordinary toilet seats here cost around $10 each. With 10 in a box, that amounts to about $150. There appeared to be around 50 or 60 boxes, and if they were all alike, then there would be little profit to be made. From the nearby fourth container, screams erupted, likely indicating the auction had concluded. Treasure seekers gradually dispersed, some leaving while others drifted towards the containers of interest to observe the commotion. A few individuals approached Zhu Yu, but upon seeing the opened boxes filled with ordinary toilet seats, they chuckled and departed. Jason, indignant, remarked, just wait until we find the treasures inside. You'll be green with envy. Zhu Yu chuckled, surprised by Jason's strong sense of vanity. Chapter 69, Holding Steady. After class, Joanna hurriedly dashed outside, clutching her books, when her classmate Kardashian pulled her aside and asked, where are you going? Upon arriving home, she found her parents preparing to eat and quickly washed her hands before sitting at the dining table. No, I want to show you a photo. Joanna, suppressing her excitement, pulled out her phone and enlarged the picture for her parents to see. Is this Vice Governor Edward? Robert was very familiar with the political figures of New York State. Yes, that is him. Who is that young man? Mother Angie speculated but directly inquired. That is my boyfriend, Zhu. Joanna, disregarding her shyness, continued. He and Mr. Edward are discussing some matters regarding the port. They are friends. Joanna paused there, but her implication was clear. Zhu Yu was not without connections. He was capable of conversing and collaborating with high-ranking officials of New York State. Robert furrowed his brow. This photo doesn't prove anything. It could also be fabricated. No, absolutely not. Joanna had complete trust in Zhu Yu and immediately interrupted her father. Zhu would never do such a thing. By the way, he said the collaboration began with Ms. Selingna, who is Governor Edward's personal assistant. If you don't believe me, you can check. Joanna spoke with conviction. Robert sighed. All right, I will verify it. Joanna, I am not trying to undermine your pursuit of happiness. I just think that people from Huaxia are often unreliable. Dad, that is prejudice. Joanna retorted confidently. Zhu is not that kind of person. All right. Robert softened his tone. If Zhu Yu truly has the ear of Edward, it could present an opportunity for him. After all, the one supporting him was merely a city councillor. Some matters require contingency planning. Joanna was temporarily satisfied with the outcome, joyfully finishing her lunch before heading back to school. On the way, she eagerly called Zhu Yu. Zhu, I want to come over tonight. Great. Zhu Yu exclaimed, thrilled. Have you persuaded your parents? Yes. Joanna recounted that they hadn't even considered that you knew Vice Governor Edward, but my dad said he needs to verify it. Don't worry, let him verify. I'll come pick you up tonight. Okay. After hanging up, Zhu Yu soon heard the sound of police sirens. The owner of the yard dared not engage in illegal activities. Once the specimen container was auctioned off, he promptly called the police. The Joey brothers, who had acquired it for $8,100, grumbled about the container owner while moving the specimens. Yet, they understood this was unavoidable. Even they would need to verify if the items obtained included any prohibited game. Zhu Yu peered over and saw the police loading an antelope specimen into their patrol car while issuing a citation to Xiao Qiaoyi, allowing him to pass through. Zhu Yu asked, "How did it go? Did they take one?" Xiao Qiaoyi shrugged, responding helplessly, "One protected species. Who would have guessed that such a cute little lamb would be illegal? Thankfully, I wasn't the one who killed it. Well, the remaining ones should still earn you a tidy sum. Not too shabby." Xiao Qiaoyi chuckled, glancing at the ordinary toilet seats beneath Zhu Yu's feet. "What about those in there?" "Almost all ordinary toilet seats should be enough to break even," Zhu Yu sighed. "Better than Lama Dang." Xiao Qiaoyi laughed. His container had nothing in it, and he suffered a significant loss this time. The two exchanged knowing smiles and began to clean up. Zhu Yu called Old John, who, upon learning about the toilet seats, advised him to contact Angel. The marketplace at Angel's place was considered a regular civilian market, accepting a variety of items without being picky. Zhu Yu dialed Angel's number, and she quickly answered, "Zhu, have you missed me?" "Haha, woman." Zhu Yu knew she was feigning affection to obtain goods at a discount from him, thinking of Joanna for that evening. He felt his ability to resist temptation was exceptionally strong. "I have a batch of toilet seats. Would you like them?" "Sure, but these things aren't worth much. What if half are smart models?" Zhu Yu lowered his voice, mentioning brand goods from Japan. "Send me a photo." Angel immediately replied, "Are they brand new?" "Yes, unopened." "You can come check them out." "Send the photos first," Angel urged. Zhu Yu stepped into the container, ripped open a packing box, pulled out a smart toilet seat, and took photos from various angles to send her. Soon, Angel called back. "How many do you have?" "I'll take them all." Zhu Yu counted the items, noting that there were 35 intelligent ones and 200 ordinary ones. "If you want them, take them all," he said. After a moment of contemplation, Angier replied, $35,000. "No way, at least 40,000. Zhu Yu was taken aback by Angier's audacity. $36,000 is a very reasonable price. Angier pleaded softly. Zhu Yu was not easily swayed, but in the spirit of negotiation, he countered, $39,500. "You know, I have to support quite a few people, and the shipping cost alone is over $20,000. You can't expect me to incur a loss." Jason, who was nearby, rolled his eyes at the blatant dishonesty of his boss. "All right, $37,000. After some back and forth, they finally settled on $38,600. Zhu Yu estimated that Angier would make around $5,000 in profit from the intelligent toilets, though it might take some time. Angier drove over to pick him up, while Zhu Yu began to slowly move the ordinary toilet lids outside the shipping container. Gradually, the treasure seekers had left, leaving only Zhu Yu and Jason behind. Moments later, Angier arrived in a large box truck. As soon as she stepped out, she meticulously checked the toilet lids, especially the 35 intelligent ones, inspecting each one with great care. Afterward, she gave the ordinary lids a cursory glance and said to Zhu Yu, "Zhu, I think you are exceptionally lucky." "Perhaps," Zhu Yu replied noncommittally. "Let's settle the payment." Angier reluctantly handed over the money, and Zhu Yu gestured toward the shipping container, saying, "There's no trash in there. Once you've cleared it out, please inform the administrator at the entrance. I'll take my leave now." Jason hurried to catch up with him. Watching their retreating figures, Angier stomped her foot in frustration. How could this man be so unyielding? Did he truly not wish to exchange a few words with her? Or was it merely that she did not meet his aesthetic standards? Zhu Yu was eager to head to Jason's home for a meal, having worked tirelessly throughout the morning and feeling famished. Just then, his phone buzzed. Glancing down, he saw it was a call from Meng Xiaofan. "What is going on?" Chapter 70. Invitations and Serious Matters. Upon answering the call, Zhu Yu greeted, "Hello, Miss Meng. It's me," came the voice of Song Yen on the other end, causing Zhu Yu to furrow his brow slightly. Though his relationship with Song Yen had improved somewhat after their previous meal together, her sharp tongue still put him off. "Hello, Miss Song." The term Miss felt too harsh, but she continued, "By the way, Zhu Yu, Xiaofan, and I bought a lot of ingredients today. Could you join us for dinner tonight, like last time?" Zhu Yu immediately shook his head. "Sorry, I have an engagement tonight." Song Yan's disappointment was palpable. "Xiaofan, stop messing around. I have serious business to discuss," she said, passing the phone back to Meng Xiaofan. "Zhu Yu, I apologize." Yan tends to act playfully with those she considers close. "The matter is this. I have a business opportunity 1D like to introduce to you." Curiosity piqued. Zhu Yu asked, "What kind of business?" "A friend of my father's has a manor in the suburbs of New York. He is looking to sell it, and there are some items that need to be dealt with, as well as a large safe left behind by the previous owner. He hopes to find a reliable person for this task, and I recommended you." After a brief pause, Meng Xiaofan added, somewhat bashfully, "You don't think this is beneath you, do you? There are indeed some valuable items inside. I know you have the channels to handle them. Not at all, Zhu Yu replied with a smile. Thank you for considering my feelings and for introducing me to this opportunity. When and where shall we meet? Anytime this week works. I'll send you the address shortly. However, the clearing fee is only $1,000. That's fine. I believe this will satisfy my treasure hunting interests. If all goes well, I plan to go there tomorrow. After hanging up, Song Yin pouted. What about all the ingredients we bought? Meng Xiaofan felt a tinge of disappointment as well, but since Zhu Yu had a prior engagement, there was little to be done. She rallied, saying, then we'll cook ourselves. There are plenty of tutorials online. I refuse to believe we can't manage it. Zhu Yu held little hope for profit from this venture. The last time Meng Xiaofan had introduced him to a jade purchase, it had been quite beneficial. Even if this time yielded no profit, it would still serve to repay a favor. He turned to Jason and asked, tomorrow. I plan to visit the manor and clear out the items inside. Is it all right for you and your brother to join? Jason promptly replied, no problem. If you need, I can bring both of them along. Sounds good, Zhu Yu nodded. He thought it wise to have extra hands, not knowing how many items might be inside the manor. Arriving at Jason's container home, Zhu Yu found Eli and Malavi busy sorting through some old goods. Upon seeing Zhu Yu, they stood up straight and smiled. Freya was bustling about in the kitchen, and Zhu Yu could smell the aroma of stir-fried dishes. Once the dining table was set, Zhu Yu was pleasantly surprised to find they were having noodles for lunch, a style reminiscent of cold-tossed noodles. Freya emerged with the noodles, apologizing. I'm so sorry. I could only find macaroni, so no worries, Zhu Yu reassured her. He was not too particular, having often improvised with various stir-fried dishes in the past. This novel way of serving noodles was evidently new to Jason and his brothers, who found it quite intriguing. However, aside from Jason, Eli and Malavi struggled with chopsticks, finding it quite a task to twirl the noodles with forks, which made Zhu Yu stifle a laugh. After devouring 2 large plates of noodles, Zhu Yu reclined in a second-hand folding chair, feeling quite content with the day. The afternoon held an auction for shipping containers. And after dozing off for nearly half an hour, he was roused by Jason's reminder to head to the auction site with renewed energy. This auction featured a small venue with 3 containers for bidding. Zhu Yu glanced around and was somewhat surprised. The only familiar face was a stout man named Lao Ma, while Diana and the Joys were absent. This was, in fact, a favorable turn of events for Zhu Yu. He proceeded to open his eyes and scan the containers as usual. The first container startled him. It was filled entirely with vibrant green plants, all still alive. The leaves appeared to be from a tropical origin, broadening Zhu Yu's horizons. He had no intention of gambling on such items. The second container was even more extravagant. Upon entry, he was met with a complex instrument panel adorned with numerous buttons and dials. Behind the vast control panel rested 2 spacesuits and 2 large spherical tanks. The words printed on them indicated they were nitrogen tanks, or perhaps nitrogen balloons. Additionally, there was an unfamiliar instrument that Zhu Yu surmised resembled a small engine, albeit diminutive compared to those typically used in aircraft. This one is a must-have. His curiosity was piqued. The third container was covered with waterproof tarps, revealing a collection of second-hand machinery. However, they were all small tools like cutters, grinders, and chainsaws, which did not interest Zhu Yu. The auctioneer and assistant were already in place, waiting for the bidding to commence. As the auctioneer noted the absence of any new arrivals, he announced the start of the auction. The assistant cut open the container, revealing the plants, which caught the treasure seekers by surprise. Zhu Yu gave them a cursory glance before shaking his head. A minute later, the auctioneer called out, starting bid at $100, with minimum increments of $10. The auction is now open. This particular auctioneer was new, but whether trained at the same location was uncertain, as he employed a rapid-fire, punctuated style of calling bids. Zhu Yu placed a bid at $200 before relinquishing his interest. Few people understood the value of these plants, resulting in a slow increase in the bidding price. Ultimately, they were sold for $1,300 to an unfamiliar Latino treasure seeker. Observing his beaming expression, one could surmise he had garnered a substantial profit. As the second shipping container was sliced open, all eyes were immediately drawn to its contents. Such an item was a rarity, indeed, one that could be deemed almost unseen. Whispers filled the air. Could this be contraband? Someone murmured, having noticed the emblem of NASA. Indeed, upon closer inspection of the panel, the NASA insignia was confirmed. Official. Without a doubt. However, given that it was being auctioned here, it must be above board, especially since it was second-hand, and the signs of prior use were evident. The auctioneer himself had not anticipated such items within this container. After conferring with his assistant and verifying the details in hand, the auctioneer proclaimed, this container was indeed abandoned here by a NASA contractor. There are no confidentiality stipulations, thus the auction is entirely legitimate. Please rest assured. Zhu Yu chuckled, initially believing the auctioneer's manner of speaking to be incessant, only to realize it was a style reserved for the auction itself. After everyone had taken a good look, the auctioneer resumed in his familiar tone. The starting bid is $800, with minimum increments of $100. Let the bidding commence. Zhu Yu raised his hand. $2,000. This bold bid startled several participants. Chapter 71. Taxes must be paid. The high bid of $2,000 deterred many, leaving Zhu Yu to contend primarily with two groups. One was a trio of brothers from Central Asia, whose exact origins Zhu Yu could not discern until Jason quietly informed him they were Jewish. The second competitor was a solitary woman, approximately in her 30s. Her physique not as ample as Diana's, with an average appearance and short hair, exuding a competent air as she occasionally cast glances at Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu speculated she was a novice. The woman cautiously raised the bid, $2,300. The Jewish brothers were far more audacious, immediately raising their hands, $3,000. Zhu Yu remained unhurried as he raised his bid, $3,500. The woman was reluctant to concede, $3,600. With the auctioneer's rhythmic repetition, the price escalated swiftly to $6,800, at which point the woman withdrew. The Jewish brothers persisted, though their increments had diminished considerably, $7,000. Zhu Yu continued to bid at a leisurely pace, convinced that even if the bids surpassed $20,000, there would still be profit to be made. Before long, the bidding war escalated to $12,000, with the Jewish brothers making one final bid, $12,500. Zhu Yu promptly followed suit, $13,000. The auctioneer was filled with excitement. Although only two participants were bidding, the current price exceeded expectations, indicating a significant increase in his commission. Thus, the auctioneer's gaze towards Zhu Yu became increasingly fervent. Regrettably, upon witnessing Zhu Yu's unwavering determination, the Jewish brothers ceased their bids, with the eldest raising his hands in surrender, signaling their withdrawal from the auction. $13,000. $13,000. This renowned treasure seeker from Huaxia has bid $13,000. Is there any further bidding? Going once, going twice, going thrice. All right. Congratulations to Zhu for successfully acquiring this container. With the auctioneer's lengthy proclamation concluded, the container was officially Zhu Yu's. As other treasure seekers observed Zhu Yu proceeding to settle the payment, they experienced a mixture of envy, jealousy, and speculation that Zhu Yu would certainly face a significant downfall this time. The eldest of the Jewish brothers approached Zhu Yu, extending his hand. Zhu, hello, I am Ralph. It is a pleasure to meet you. We have just joined the ranks of treasure seekers, and we aspire to become distinguished in this field, much like you. Zhu Yu smiled as he shook hands with the trio, responding, it is evident you possess keen insight. You will undoubtedly succeed. The brothers, elated, departed to inspect the third container. Jason whispered, these three individuals are quite impressive. Zhu Yu shared the sentiment, though it bore little impact on him. He and Jason maneuvered the vast control panel that obstructed their view, revealing the items and boxes behind it. Onlookers gasped in astonishment as two nitrogen balloons captivated everyone's attention. After moving the boxes and nitrogen balloons, the remaining machine was too heavy to relocate, so they left it in place. As Zhu Yu opened the box, he remained composed, while Jason could not suppress his exclamation, oh wow, how could this possibly be here? Is it truly safe? Inside the box lay two seemingly complete spacesuits, at least 80% intact. This was undeniably a set of space equipment. It could very well be from a space shuttle, spacecraft, or even a space station. Zhu Yu feigned surprise for a moment before starting to take photographs. None among the individuals he knew could possibly acquire such items. Old John, upon viewing the photographs, called Zhu Yu. Zhu, you have truly opened my eyes this time. I have spent decades at the port, and though I have encountered countless corpses emerging from containers, I have never seen space equipment come to light. The astonishment of Old John validated Zhu Yu's efforts, and he chuckled. So, John, do you have contacts who procure such items? I invested over $10,000 in this pile of junk, and I certainly do not wish for it to end up in a garbage bin. No. This cannot be considered junk. Old John laughed. These are treasures. At least in the eyes of many. Wait a moment, I will make a call, and someone will get in touch with you. Shortly thereafter, a phone call came in. The voice on the other end urgent yet formal. Zhu, hello, my name is Martin. John informed me you have a batch of space equipment, correct? Where are you currently located? Zhu Yu provided the name of the freight yard. Hold on, Martin replied before hanging up. Zhu Yu sensed that Martin possessed a military demeanor. With no superfluous words or attempts at camaraderie, this transaction appeared to be straightforward. Half an hour later, a large van entered the freight yard. At this moment, only Zhu Yu and Jason remained, the others having tidied up and departed. A middle-aged Caucasian man, slightly balding yet quite sprightly, emerged from the passenger seat and extended his hand toward Zhu Yu. Zhu, hello, I am Martin. Is this the equipment from Jiangxi? Indeed. These are the instrument panels from the space shuttle, and yes, They are the standard spacesuits from the early part of this century, although they are still usable. Martin exhibited remarkable professionalism as he meticulously examined everything, including the engine-like apparatus that appeared somewhat obsolete. I wish to procure these items. The specific offer is as follows. The Space Shuttle Instrument Panel for $7,000, each spacesuit for $6,000, each nitrogen cylinder for $6,500, and the somewhat faulty propulsion equipment for $15,000, totaling $47,000. What do you think? Zhu Yu smiled. I find this price quite fair. It's a deal. With an investment of $13,000, the transaction price of $47,000 yielded a net profit of $34,000. This was indeed a lucrative business. Assisting Martin in loading the items onto the truck, Jason inquired of Zhu Yu, "Boss, are we continuing today?" Jason hesitated. "Boss, that is more than enough. The remainder is your wages for today." Zhu Yu chuckled. "Save a bit more. Eventually, we should rent a larger place to stay. It must be inconvenient for you four to squeeze into a single container." Jason grinned as he accepted the money. Zhu Yu drove away. That morning, he earned $32,000. And in the afternoon, $34,000. With a few more such opportunities, his cash reserves would soon exceed $200,000. However, Zhu Yu recalled that it was nearly time to file taxes. With time still on his side, he called Paul for advice and then proceeded to pay his taxes. After settling the taxes, Zhu Yu could only lament the rapidity with which one could lose tens of thousands. Truly, the American tax system was astonishing. There was no way to evade it. A significant portion of his hard-earned income had to be surrendered. Chapter 72. Exploring the old American estate. As Zhu Yu stood outside the university, holding a bouquet of flowers and leaning against his car while waiting for Chow Anna, he noticed a man beside him in a luxury vehicle snicker derisively. Zhu Yu glanced at him, but chose to remain silent. It seemed the man found Zhu Yu's vehicle and attire to be quite unimpressive, prompting his laughter. Zhu Yu dismissed such superficiality. He had just spoken with Chow Anna and knew she would soon emerge. Before long, Chow Anna appeared, accompanied by two other girls, and rushed excitedly towards Zhu Yu upon spotting him. Zhu Yu caught a glimpse of another girl approaching the man in the luxury car, smiling. In Zhu Yu's aesthetic judgment, the girl paled in comparison to Chow Anna. Chow Anna was stunning, earning at least a 9 in his eyes, with only Meng Xiaofan being her equal. Joyfully accepting the roses, Chow Anna embraced Zhu Yu, and together they entered the car. Zhu Yu noticed the glimmer of jealousy and confusion in the eyes of the man with the luxury car. As they drove off, Chow Anna inquired, "Darling, where are we headed?" Zhu Yu replied, "I would like to stop by the mall to buy a few things, then have dinner, and afterward, we can go to the hotel." Upon hearing this, Chow Anna's cheeks flushed slightly, and she nodded vigorously. They arrived at a nearby shopping mall, where Zhu Yu attempted to buy clothes for Chow Anna, but she outright refused. Instead, she insisted on purchasing a suit and shoes for him. After changing into the new attire, Zhu Yu's demeanor transformed, and Chow Anna gazed at him with sparkling eyes, overflowing with affection. The couple proceeded to a nearby upscale hotel, planning to book a room before dining. Upon entering the room, Zhu Yu sheepishly produced a small box, saying, "This is a gift for you. I'm not very good at choosing, so I hope you like it." Chow Anna opened the box in surprise, revealing a platinum and sapphire necklace, and exclaimed, "I love it. I adore it." Zhu Yu clumsily helped her put it on, and as she admired herself in the mirror, she couldn't contain her joy and spontaneously embraced Zhu Yu, kissing him passionately. As their fervor waned, they shared a knowing smile, readying themselves to venture out for dinner. Although Zhu Yu was not particularly fond of Western cuisine, he acquiesced to Chow Anna's preferences, at least ensuring they would be satiated. Chow Anna lay languidly on the bed, utterly unmotivated to move. She found it perplexing that, in the eyes of her classmates, Asian men were often dismissed. The next day, the two descended the stairs with renewed vigor for breakfast. Zhu Yu dropped Chow Anna off at the school entrance, where he once again encountered the man in the luxury car. Witnessing the radiant Chow Anna and the invigorated Zhu Yu, the man, sporting dark circles under his eyes, felt a wave of despair wash over him. Zhu Yu then met up with Jason, loading some tools into the car, and the four of them set off towards the address provided by Meng Xiaofan. The destination was a sprawling estate, several hundred acres in size, featuring pastures, farmland, and a lush residential area dotted with ancient trees. Upon entering the estate, Zhu Yu was surprised to find Meng Xiaofan and Song Yin already there. Song Yin winked at him, clearly pleased. The estate's owner was an elderly white gentleman with graying hair. As Zhu Yu entered, he was engaged in jovial conversation with Meng Xiaofan. Meng Xiaofan introduced them, revealing that the gentleman's name was George Thomas. "I hear you are a treasure hunter." "We are somewhat akin in our pursuits," George remarked, his demeanor friendly. "In my youth, I too sought treasures, dreaming of uncovering a pirate's bounty." "You must have found something," Zhu Yu replied with a smile. "How do you know?" George retorted playfully. I surmise that this estate was purchased with the treasure you discovered. George shook his head, saying, No, I did not find any treasure. To be honest, I bought this estate because it was rumored to contain a treasure left behind by a general during the Civil War. Zhu Yu raised an eyebrow. The Civil War George referred to was likely the American Civil War he had read about in history books. Regrettably, I spent 30 years searching and found nothing. Now, I must sell it to reunite with my son in Los Angeles. George's tone grew wistful, but he quickly regained his cheerfulness, adding, I hope you can uncover something today. Even if it is not my treasure, I will find solace in that. Zhu Yu was intrigued and asked, If we do find treasure, how shall we divide it? George chuckled. If you truly discover something, I would take 20% as rent. Of course, I would like the actual treasure as a keepsake. Afterward, George informed Zhu Yu which items needed to be sorted and which ones could remain untouched, then bade farewell before driving away. Zhu Yu and his companions were granted a day to organize. After George departed, Zhu Yu turned to Meng Xiaofan, puzzled. Aren't you leaving? Meng Xiaofan nodded. Both Yin Yin and I are quite curious to see how you work. Very well, you might find it disappointing, Zhu Yu chuckled, before signaling Jason and the others to commence their tasks. The estate included not only the main two-story building, but also storage sheds, grain silos, tractor barns, and cattle pens. Within the main building, only a few rooms required clearing on the first floor. According to George, all his personal belongings had already been removed, and the original furniture was left for the buyer, while any clutter was to be discarded. Zhu Yu led Jason to the main building's storage area, where the door stood ajar. Inside, they discovered mostly old tables, chairs, damaged furniture, and antiquated cabinets. None of this is worth anything. Let us take it away, Zhu Yu declared, adding, but let us carefully inspect for any overlooked items before we dispose of them. After removing several old chairs, the space in the storage area opened up, and Zhu Yu began clearing away the old tables. The first two tables yielded nothing of value aside from useless clutter. The last table appeared extremely antiquated, with one leg broken and on the verge of collapse. Upon opening the drawer, he found it empty, which was not surprising. He pulled the drawer out entirely, bending down to peer inside, only to find it devoid of contents. Song Yan, observing nearby, stifled a laugh. The next drawer yielded similar results. Curious, Zhu Yu delicately retrieved a photograph, wondering if it might hold some unexpected surprise. Chapter 73, The Combined Treasure Map. The photograph depicted a stretch of farmland, with 3 circles drawn in ink. Nothing else accompanied it. What is this? Meng Xiaofan asked, intrigued. Not sure. Perhaps it's a treasure map? Zhu Yu joked, passing the photograph to her. Meng Xiaofan examined the image while Song Yan leaned in for a closer look, disdainfully remarking, This can be considered a treasure map? Are you joking? Of course, I'm joking, Zhu Yu replied, reclaiming the photograph from Meng Xiaofan, carefully placing it inside a notebook before resuming his work. After clearing the storage area, aside from the photograph, he also discovered several beautiful coins minted in America around the time of World War II. Although of little value, it was still a pleasant surprise. They loaded the items onto the truck for Jason to dispose of, while Zhu Yu led his team to continue clearing the other 2 warehouses. Song Yan found the task exceedingly dull and tugged Meng Xiaofan along to observe the cattle. The other warehouse was filled with old items, and after rummaging through, they found nothing of use. Zhu Yu felt somewhat disheartened. He wiped the sweat from his brow and pulled out a notebook to examine the photograph once more. He sensed there was a mystery within that image, yet he had no clues at present. With lunchtime approaching, fatigue set in among the group. Song Yan came over to Zhu Yu and said, Zhu Yu, we're all hungry. Could you prepare lunch? Zhu Yu replied, somewhat irately. We've exhausted ourselves moving things and have no energy left for cooking. You've done nothing. Why don't you cook? At the mention of cooking, Song Yan blushed. It wasn't just her. Meng Xiaofan's face turned crimson as well. Apparently, the previous night, they had confidently vowed to learn cooking via video. What they managed to create was barely presentable. At least it wasn't burnt to a crisp, but the taste was another matter entirely. In short, it was a disaster. Which was why they now requested Zhu Yu to cook. Unaware of this backstory, Zhu Yu dismissed their pleas and strode toward the pickup truck parked in the yard. On the back seat lay a bag, which Zhu Yu retrieved and placed on a small table in the yard. Come over. He beckoned to the others. Jason and the others washed their hands and approached with smiles, but did not sit down. The small table had only 4 seats, so Jason and his siblings stood. Zhu Yu took a seat, opened the bag, and retrieved thermal food containers. Here, each of you take one, he said, distributing the food. Fortunately, Freya had prepared enough. It was not that Zhu Yu was asserting himself. Rather, Jason and the others were quite conscientious, concerned that anything they took might not be clean enough for Zhu Yu to eat. In their eyes, Zhu Yu was the boss, deserving of ample respect. Meng Xiaofan and Song Yan curiously accepted a meat sandwich each, taking dainty bites. The filling consisted of shredded beef, green peppers, and onions. prepared in the traditional huaxia style, seasoned with pepper and cumin, offering an exceptionally authentic flavor. Observing the gleam of delight in the girl's eyes, Zhu Yu smiled. Besides Meng Xiaofan and Song Yan, who each took 2, the others consumed 3, as they were engaged in labor-intensive tasks and needed sufficient energy. Freya's cooking was soon devoured entirely. The food containers also held strong tea, which was a delightful way to cleanse the palate and quench thirst after the meat sandwiches. After a half-hour break, they resumed their work. The main building had been cleared, and the afternoon's task focused on the cluttered warehouse. Upon opening the warehouse door, a flurry of pigeons took flight, stirring up a cloud of dust. Zhu Yu sneezed several times, waving his hand to disperse the dust as he peered inside. The sight caused him to frown. The warehouse was spacious, filled with an abundance of items, but the surfaces were coated in a layer of pigeon droppings, and an unpleasant odor wafted through the air. Upon catching the scent, Meng Xiaofan and Song Yan immediately covered their noses and retreated. Zhu Yu glanced around and noted that the items stored were primarily agricultural tools and some discarded or worn-out equipment for farming and cattle raising. Nothing appeared problematic at first glance. Instinctively scanning with his supernatural vision, he quickly discerned something unusual at the back of the warehouse. There, obscured by a multitude of items, was a large, square cabinet, its color indistinguishable, with its door ajar, revealing a small concealed space containing a stack of letters and documents. This was undoubtedly of value. Zhu Yu's interest was piqued, and he called out, "Come on, let us clear this out." Jason and the others had no qualms about the environment and promptly began to assist Zhu Yu in clearing the area. Not all items were without worth. Some may have seemed old, but with cleaning and organization, they could be resold as second-hand goods. As Zhu Yu worked, he estimated that just these second-hand tools could fetch several $100s. After more than an hour, the clutter was cleared, leaving only the cabinet. Zhu Yu approached it and was astonished to discover it was a large iron safe. Using tools, they cleared the debris from its surface and found that, despite significant rust, it resembled a very old safe. Inside, several small baskets held items that had long since dried up and decayed. Zhu Yu did not recognize them and instructed Eli to dispose of them. He retrieved a flashlight, switched it on, and cautiously peered inside the safe. Indeed, while it appeared ordinary, a closer inspection revealed that the iron cabinet's sides were not the same width. Lightly tapping the left side with the flashlight revealed a dull but hollow sound. Jason inquired, "Boss, is there something inside that cabinet?" "Yes." Zhu Yu replied as he stepped back and said, "Go get the cutting machine from the truck. Let us move the cabinet outside first." The iron cabinet was exceedingly heavy. But fortunately, Jason, Eli, and Malavi were all robust, and with Zhu Yu's enhanced strength, the 4 of them slowly lifted the cabinet outside. Once outside, Zhu Yu and Jason began to work on it, while Eli and Malavi took the initiative to clean up the remaining debris in the warehouse. Zhu Yu then fetched the cutting machine, and Jason brought out the power cord. Zhu Yu cautiously began to cut into the iron cabinet. As he worked, Song Yan and Meng Xiaofan, filled with curiosity, gathered to watch. Zhu Yu cautioned, "Stand back, don't let the sparks hit you." Meng Xiaofan and Song Yan quickly retreated. The cutting revealed a square piece of iron, exposing an interior space. Zhu Yu reached in carefully and pulled out a stack of documents. "Well, there's indeed something." Song Yan and Meng Xiaofan exchanged astonished glances. Chapter 74, A True Treasure. Zhu Yu wiped his hands clean and began to examine the documents with care. An old book, devoid of its cover, revealed no title. Inside the book were several photographs featuring a military man, including images of him in formal attire and others depicting him inspecting the front lines with a sword in hand. Zhu Yu pulled out his phone to research and, based on the uniform, estimated the photographs were from before World War I, likely from the early 1900s or even earlier, from the late 19th century. If these photographs could lead to the descendants of this soldier, they could yield a monetary reward. Next, Zhu Yu found a hand-drawn map within the book, marking 3 locations with the words, weapons, gold coins, supplies. This seemed familiar to him, and he quickly retrieved the black and white photograph for comparison. Soon, using the terrain depicted in the photograph and the layout of the manor, Zhu Yu pinpointed 3 significant locations. Not far from the front of the yard, currently within the farmland. Observing Zhu Yu's actions, Meng Xiaofan and Song Yan exchanged shocked looks, both realizing the significance. Had Zhu Yu truly discovered a treasure? Zhu Yu tucked away the book and photographs, reaching back into the cabinet, but finding nothing else. He instructed Jason, "Let us keep this cabinet. You all should take the trash from the truck and dispose of it." Then he turned to Meng Xiaofan and said, "I will search for a bit. If I truly find the treasure, please call Mr. George to let him know. It would be best if he could come and take a look, as 2 portions will belong to him." Meng Xiaofan nodded, still in shock and at a loss for words. She introduced this job to Zhu Yu primarily after inquiring. As it turned out that most treasure hunters were not as fortunate as one might imagine. Earning money was often a rarity, and losses were the norm. Indeed, those who could amass significant wealth were an absolute minority. Therefore, earning $1,000 a day was considered quite commendable. She truly did not anticipate that Zhu Yu would actually discover the treasure map. This was indeed a delightful surprise amid unexpected circumstances. Holding the photograph in one hand and the paper in the other, Zhu Yu traversed the woods and made his way to the farmland, comparing the details as he began to search for the 3 points. Of course, on the surface, he was merely comparing, but in reality, he had already begun to use his Tianyan to search underground. This was Zhu Yu's first experience using Tianyan to view subterranean objects. Based on his estimations, this direct observation could penetrate approximately 10 meters deep into the soil, and if it were rock, perhaps 3 to 5 meters. Nevertheless, that was already sufficient. The farmland was expansive, and the estate and surrounding woods had undergone significant changes. Zhu Yu compared the details for quite some time, but had yet to ascertain the exact location. Meng Xiaofan and Song Yan had been following closely behind him. And at that moment, noticing Zhu Yu's serious expression, Meng Xiaofan could not help but inquire, "Are you unable to find it? Do you need to summon Uncle George for assistance?" "That won't be necessary." Zhu Yu shook his head. "I can approximately determine the location, but I need to excavate here, which requires Mr. George's consent." The scanning capability of Tianyan was quite convenient. He had already pinpointed one treasure location. Beneath a depth of over 1 meter lay 2 large iron barrels, securely wrapped in oilcloth, containing 8 Winchester 1887 shotguns, as well as 2 tightly packed boxes of ammunition. Having established the location of one treasure point, deducing the positions of the other 2 points based on the treasure map became significantly easier. Zhu Yu first sought the location containing gold coins, for after all, the allure of gold coins was undeniably greater than that of supplies. Besides, after a century, who could determine if the supplies were still usable? The treasure did not disappoint Zhu Yu. The location of the gold coins also revealed 2 iron barrels. Yet within one nearly 1 meter tall barrel was merely a box measuring approximately 20 centimeters on each side. Inside the box were about 100 gold coins and over 200 silver coins, a considerable sum of wealth. Zhu Yu felt a surge of joy within. Though he maintained a composed exterior, he found a stick to mark the spot, deliberately placing it about half a meter away from the iron barrel, and then proceeded to search for the 3rd point. The 3rd point contained 2 iron barrels, which surprisingly housed early iron-boxed canned goods that, according to Tianyan's visual assessment, appeared to be intact. Zhu Yu was unsure of their condition, but given that the barrels were essentially sealed, they may very well be preserved. Meng Xiaofan quickly approached, saying, "Then let us dig." Zhu Yu fetched a shovel from the storage and began to excavate. The first items unearthed were the 2 iron barrels containing the Winchesters. By the time the barrels were cleared, George had already arrived. Meng Xiaofan and Song Yan, observing the barrels being unearthed, were filled with curiosity. George, upon seeing the barrels, was equally astonished and exclaimed, "Zhu, you are a true treasure hunter. I never expected you would uncover the treasures buried by the original owner of this estate." George appreciated the goodwill Zhu Yu had displayed and thought highly of the young man. Zhu Yu, seizing the moment, took several photographs as George pried open the iron barrel. "Zhu, you are quite perceptive," George remarked, not immediately inspecting the contents, but instead addressing Zhu Yu. "Please send me those photos later." Zhu Yu intended to preserve the memory for George. After all, he was entitled to a 20% share, was he not? After speaking, George began to extract items from the barrel. The 8 well-preserved Winchesters brought George immense joy as he unveiled them from the oilcloth. "I want 2 of them. These guns are truly exhilarating. It is rare to find Winchesters in such pristine condition. They are practically new." As the sun began to set, Zhu Yu informed George, then rejoined Jason and others to excavate the 2nd treasure point. Meng Xiaofan and Song Yan promptly followed suit. Their interest in firearms was minimal. Rather, their primary fascination lay with the glittering gold coins. Like dragons drawn to sparkling treasures, they could not resist. Jason and Malavi dug down approximately 1 meter in the direction Zhu Yu had indicated, but found nothing. Zhu Yu, who was clearing soil alongside Eli, suggested, "Use the shovel to probe the sides." He expressed a hint of regret, saying, "If only I had brought a metal detector." Jason complied, shoveling soil from the bottom of the pit, while Malavi lent a hand. Soon, Malavi's shovel struck something hard. The sound sent a jolt of excitement through those above. "We have something." Jason, hearing the noise, immediately turned and, along with Malavi, began to excavate in that area. Before long, the corner of an iron barrel emerged. Excitement swept across the faces of those above. The presence of an iron barrel indicated that treasure lay within. The pace of their digging accelerated significantly, and within 20 minutes, the entire iron barrel was unearthed. Zhu Yu and the others collaborated to hoist the barrel to the surface. George laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Now comes the moment of witnessing a miracle." In Chapter 75, Robert's report was noted. Jason continued to dig in the pit several more times, but found nothing further, prompting him to anxiously leap up. He too was eager to see what treasures lay within the barrel. Observing Zhu Yu remain still, George continued to pry open the iron barrel. Regardless of what treasures resided within, he knew he was entitled to only 20%. But the opportunity to personally open a treasure chest was indeed rare. As he pried open the lid of the barrel and poured out its contents, George's eyes sparkled upon seeing the iron box inside. There must be good things in here. Without seeking Zhu Yu's opinion, George exercised great caution as he pried open the box this time. Jason, perceptively, stepped forward to support the box from below. Together, they managed to open the rusted box. Golden coins gleamed forth. "Wow, this is truly a treasure," Song Yin exclaimed excitedly. Meng Xiaofan also felt a surge of excitement, but managed to restrain herself. Zhu Yu smiled. Indifferent to their reactions, George was the most elated. He initially gasped, then burst into laughter. "At last, I see the treasure. This fulfills a long-held wish of mine." The fleeting glimmer of greed in his eyes quickly receded, for he understood that he could not claim all these riches. "Come, let's count." George stood, addressing Zhu Yu. "Most of this is yours. Zhu, I must say, your treasure hunting skills are truly remarkable." Zhu Yu, not one to be modest, stepped forward to spread out the gold coins, beginning to count alongside George. In total, there were 118 gold coins and 257 silver coins. Zhu Yu separated the gold from the silver, stating, "Mr. George, you may choose. Since I have 20%, that means you can take 24 gold coins and 52 silver coins." Zhu Yu offered his conclusion. Good. Thank you, young man," George nodded, beginning to tally the gold coins. He had already observed that these coins and silver pieces were of uniform quality, with no special additions. Thus he could take them at will. This was indeed a substantial fortune. There remained another treasure point. According to the treasure map, it should contain supplies. Zhu Yu suggested to George, "Let us expedite the excavation." George waved his hand dismissively, wrapping the coins in his coat and joyfully departing with the 2 antique Winchesters in his arms. Old fox. Zhu Yu recognized that George likely deemed the supplies to be of little value. Possessing these gold coins was sufficient to boast for a while. "Come, Jason. Let us hurry and dig, so we can finish before nightfall." Zhu Yu instructed Eli and Malavi, "You two go fill in those 2 pits." Meng Xiaofan and Song Yan, intrigued, followed Zhu Yu and Jason to inspect the 3rd pit. Although weary, the 2 individuals excavated swiftly. This time, Zhu Yu did not engage in any tricks and directly unearthed an iron barrel, which they quickly retrieved. Upon prying it open, they discovered canned goods alongside rotting grains, eliciting expressions of disappointment from the others. However, Zhu Yu cheerfully remarked, "Do not be disheartened. This batch of canned food is over a century old. Listing it on a second-hand website could easily fetch over $1,000. Jason's eyes sparkled at the prospect of such valuable items. "Miss Meng, thank you for connecting me with this treasure hunting task. Consider these coins as your commission." While Meng Xiaofan attempted to decline, Song Yin seized the coins and thrust them into her hands, saying, "Why be polite with him?" She then turned her gaze towards Zhu Yu, who seemed oblivious to her glance, and called out to AI and Malavi, who had just finished their tasks, "Let's prepare to leave." Song Yin, dissatisfied, pulled him back and demanded, "Zhu Yu, stop pretending. What about mine?" Zhu Yu, feigning ignorance, replied, "What do you mean? My gold and silver coins. Why should I give them to you? What have you done?" His retort left Song Yin momentarily speechless. "All right, just a jest," Zhu Yu said, producing a silver coin and handing it to her as a keepsake before turning to leave. He believed that those in committed relationships should maintain a respectful distance from other young women, adhering to traditional values. As they entered the car, Zhu Yu noticed Meng Xiaofan comforting the rather displeased Song Yan. He leaned out of the window and asked, "Aren't you two leaving? It's unsafe after dark." Both Meng Xiaofan and Song Yan were well aware of the local security issues. Disregarding her earlier displeasure, Song Yan promptly climbed into Meng Xiaofan's Volkswagen Beetle, following Zhu Yu's vehicle. Upon arriving at Fulia's place, the aroma of a meal wafted through the air as Zhu Yu and the 3 brothers disembarked. A group of young men was conversing at the entrance when Fulia's displeased voice rang out. "What do you want?" Jason's loud voice startled the young men, causing them to flee. Malavi and AI, having exited the car, picked up stones and bricks, hurling them at the fleeing figures while cursing. Fulia emerged from inside, her expression still somewhat tense. Zhu Yu apologized. "I truly regret that I brought everyone away. Otherwise, this situation would not have arisen." "Boss, this is not your concern." Jason shook his head. "Living here inevitably leads to such encounters." Zhu Yu contemplated and suggested, "Jason, I believe it would be wise for you to move out. You earn a decent amount following me, and unless unforeseen circumstances arise, your earnings will only increase. Renting a place nearby would at least ensure a more orderly and secure environment. Jason had long contemplated this, and today's events solidified his decision. Zhu Yu handed him $3,000, saying, "This is your payment for today. You should rent a place tomorrow." This transaction was conservatively estimated to have earned Zhu Yu around $100,000, making the $3,000 a reasonable sum for Jason and his companions. He carried the box containing the ancient coins into his bedroom, leaving the Winchester in the car. He intended to call Judy the next day to see if she would be interested in it. Since this deal was introduced by Meng Xiaofan, he decided not to involve Old John. Although Old John had hinted at wanting him to connect directly with the merchants, Zhu Yu felt it was essential to adhere to the rules, ensuring Old John received his commission. Calculating the past month's earnings, Zhu Yu estimated Old John had earned about $50,000 from him, but he considered this amount trivial compared to the value of saving his own life. At that moment, his phone rang. Zhu Yu quickly checked and saw it was Robert calling. He felt a surge of anxiety. Zhu Yu hastily answered, and Robert inquired, "Zhu? It's me." Taking a deep breath to maintain his composure, Zhu Yu asked, "Have you completed the task?" "Halfway through." Zhu Yu's heart raced as he pressed for clarification. "What do you mean by halfway?" "I have obtained the items." Hearing this, Zhu Yu felt a sense of relief, but was puzzled. How could the task be only half complete if the items were secured? However, after acquiring the will, we were discovered by the other party. Elson's bodyguard injured one of our men. For now, we cannot reveal ourselves. I suspect Elson has connected this situation to you. Zhu Yu felt the urge to curse. This was utterly absurd. He had always believed Robert and his group to be reliable, yet they had faltered at a critical moment. What about the will? Send me a photo. Given the preceding events, Zhu Yu felt uneasy about Robert. All right. Soon, a photo arrived, and Zhu Yu compared it to his copy, confirming its authenticity. That's good. Please ensure your safety. I will assist as best as I can if needed. Zhu, could you lend us some money? Robert was surprisingly forward. How much? Not much, $50,000. Robert's request was not excessively greedy. I don't have that much. I can only lend you $30,000. Although Zhu Yu had $50,000, he did not intend to be taken advantage of. That works. Once we are safe, we will repay you with the highest interest rate. After transferring the funds, Zhu Yu felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. With the eye of heaven, acquiring a manor should be feasible within a year. The following morning, Zhu Yu first had breakfast with Jason before heading to the Seven Axes Tavern. The tavern was quiet that morning, and upon spotting Zhu Yu, Old John greeted him with a smile. "Did you go somewhere else yesterday?" "Indeed." Zhu Yu replied as he received a beer from Old John. "A friend referred me to assist with relocating to a manor, and I ended up finding these." He placed a gold coin and a silver coin on the bar. Old John was somewhat surprised, not expecting Zhu Yu to quickly develop his own connections and discover treasure. He examined the gold coin closely, then the silver coin, nodding and shaking his head. "This gold coin is clearly privately minted. It likely originated from a gold bar. The silver coin, however, is indeed a circulating currency." He then inquired, "Do you intend to sell them?" "Yes." "How many do you have?" "About 80 gold coins and nearly 200 silver coins." Old John was taken aback. "So many? That means you stand to earn quite a bit." Zhu Yu smiled. "Wait for me to make a phone call." As Old John searched for a business card, he remarked, "The silver coins you found last time were purchased by a collector. I believe he would be interested in these gold and silver coins as well." After making the call, Old John explained the situation, and the collector, named Schubert, expressed great interest and soon drove over. After a thorough appraisal, Schubert valued Zhu Yu's coins at $510,000. Zhu Yu was astonished. He had not anticipated such a high valuation for the coins. Schubert clarified, "These gold coins are privately minted, hence the lower price. If they were circulating currency from that era, their value would be several times higher." Zhu Yu felt fortunate not to be part of the collector's circle, otherwise, he would have incurred significant losses. Schubert issued Zhu Yu a check, handing Old John another check before happily departing with the coins. Zhu Yu lamented, "I will have to pay a hefty tax again." Old John chuckled, "Taxes are inevitable. However, at least you can rest easy with this sum, can't you?" Zhu Yu wholeheartedly agreed. After all, failing to pay taxes could lead to discovery, and once found out, the consequences would be severe. After leaving the bar, Zhu Yu called Zhu Di and then proceeded to the cargo yard. Today, 3 cargo containers were up for auction at the port, and Zhu Yu drove to the nearest one. Since the last incident where he was robbed by thugs, Zhu Yu had become cautious. He preferred to drive rather than walk. Upon arriving at the cargo yard, he discovered that the auction had already commenced. 3 containers were being auctioned, and the first one had concluded, apparently acquired by a certain De Xiao. As Zhu Yu approached, others looked at him with some surprise, for he was usually among the first to arrive. But this time he was later than usual. Old Ma greeted him. "Zhu, why so late today? Found another path to riches?" Zhu Yu shook his head, slept in. Black Fat, known for his crude humor, interjected, "That Joanna girl must be quite something." Zhu Yu ignored him. They were not close enough for such jokes, and besides, Joanna was his girlfriend, and he had no desire for others to speak of her in that manner. The assistant at the cargo yard had already cut the lock on the second container, and treasure seekers rushed forward to inspect it. Black Fat approached Zhu Yu, attempting to push him aside. Didn't you hear me speaking to you, Huaxia kid? Zhu Yu, already harboring a grudge against Black Fat, was taken aback by his aggression. However, he reacted swiftly, seizing Black Fat's pulse point and twisting, causing Black Fat's arm to be forced behind his back. Black Fat let out a cry, drawing the attention of others. Zhu Yu was secretly alarmed. Black Fat had incredible strength in his arms. Were it not for his enhanced physique from the energy within the jade, he might not have subdued Black Fat so easily. Remember, Joanna is my girlfriend, and I will not tolerate such disrespect. Zhu Yu reprimanded Black Fat loudly, pushing him away. Stumbling forward, Black Fat regained his balance after several steps. Unable to withstand the humiliation, he turned and charged at Zhu Yu in anger. Zhu Yu nimbly sidestepped, tripping Black Fat, who fell to the ground in an undignified heap. Onlookers, unfamiliar with Zhu Yu, were left speechless. As Black Fat rose again, spitting out dirt, he prepared to confront Zhu Yu once more, but was restrained by others. It was evident that he was no match for Zhu Yu, and after a few warnings, the crowd recognized that Zhu Yu had shown restraint. Continuing to fight could lead to dire consequences for Black Fat. The assistant and the auctioneer reprimanded Black Fat, identifying him as the instigator of the trouble. The auctioneer then advised Zhu Yu to temper his temper, as this was not a place for brawls. Although Black Fat remained defiant, he understood he was outmatched and ultimately retreated, muttering threats under his breath. Zhu Yu had no regrets about his actions. In this line of work, one must be a lone wolf, and if he did not assert himself, he would inevitably be bullied. After calming down, Zhu Yu scanned the remaining containers, only to feel disappointment as he realized that there was nothing worthy of bidding in the last two. The contents of the two containers combined were worth no more than $2,000, while the first container had already reached a bid of $1,800. Though there were tightly packaged blind boxes inside, under Zhu Yu's keen perception, they merely contained a non-functional computer. Just as he contemplated an excuse to leave, Zhu Di's call came through. Elated, Zhu Yu answered and stepped outside the cargo yard. After sending his coordinates to Zhu Di, he waited by his car, spinning a bronze pen in his hand, emitting a green glow. Zhu Di arrived promptly, accompanied by a young white male assistant. The assistant's fleeting hostility towards Zhu Yu did not escape his notice, leaving Zhu Yu puzzled. Why would this stranger harbor animosity towards him? Was he perhaps a little puppy? Zhu Di extended her hand towards Zhu Yu. Zhu, your luck is remarkable. Indeed, my luck is quite extraordinary, Zhu Yu replied, feeling vexed by the unprovoked hostility. Let's examine the goods. He retrieved an old Winchester from the car, intending to sell all 6 he possessed. Donnie, take a look, Zhu Di instructed the young man, likely hoping to mentor him. As Donnie inspected the Winchester, Zhu Yu paid little attention until a loud bang startled him. Donnie had accidentally struck the rifle against the pickup truck. A noticeable dent marred the Winchester's surface. Zhu Yu's expression darkened instantly. Zhu Di recognized trouble was brewing and immediately reprimanded Donnie. Donnie, how could you mishandle a firearm? Donnie, feeling embarrassed, replied, the oil on the gun is too slippery. He then shot Zhu Yu a glare, as if blaming him for the incident. Zhu Yu disregarded him. Turning to Zhu Di, what do you have to say? If Zhu Di favored Donnie, Zhu Yu resolved to sever all future dealings with her. Sensing Zhu Yu's determination, Zhu Di quickly responded, Zhu, please don't be angry. This is on us. She turned sharply to Donnie, apologized to Zhu, without addressing the issue of the oil. She emphasized that the gun was in Donnie's possession, and any mishap was his responsibility. Donnie, clearly reluctant to apologize, remained silent, his pride at stake. Zhu Yu remarked with a smirk, Ms. Zhu Di, it seems your colleague possesses quite the personality. Realizing Zhu Yu was genuinely upset, Zhu Di, eager to maintain the business relationship, pointed sternly at Donnie. Donnie, you're fired. She stepped forward to reclaim the gun from his hands. Donnie, taken aback by Zhu Di's decisiveness, protested, you can't do this. I haven't done anything wrong. Zhu Di's tone was unprecedentedly stern. You'd best leave now. I do not wish to see you in court. Are you satisfied now? Zhu Di asked Zhu Yu, exasperated. I am indeed satisfied, Zhu Yu replied, though he feigned concern. Ms. Zhu Di, you must recognize that Donnie never intended to heed your instructions. Such an employee, unless exceptionally skilled, will eventually undermine you. Letting him go is the wisest course. Zhu Di acknowledged Zhu Yu's insight. Donnie's behavior was not a one-time occurrence, but today his animosity towards Zhu Yu was too blatant. And Zhu Yu was not one to back down like other Huaren. It was a direct confrontation. However, profit remained paramount. What did a little puppy matter when money was at stake? Zhu Di meticulously examined the Winchester. The gun was in excellent condition, rendering the dent even more conspicuous. She could not help but feel anger towards Donnie, questioning the appropriateness of his actions at such a time. After inspecting all 6 guns, Zhu Di smiled at Zhu Yu. These 6 firearms are exceptionally well preserved. I would be delighted to find them a suitable home. How does $1,500 each sound? Zhu Yu, now somewhat of an expert, recognized the fairness of the price and nodded, no problem. Zhu Di rejoiced, carefully securing the guns while inquiring, cash or check? Cash, please. Zhu Yu preferred the tangible. After the transaction, Zhu Di remarked, don't forget to contact me if you come across more treasures like these. With that, she hurriedly departed, clearly having found a buyer for the Winchesters. Zhu Yu concealed $9,000 in cash and prepared to depart when a group of Latin American individuals approached him. Instantly, Zhu Yu felt a surge of anxiety. He vividly recalled that these individuals had caused him losses, both directly and indirectly, amounting to no less than a double-digit figure. The grudge he held against them was substantial. Noticing Zhu Yu's hand instinctively resting on his waist, their leader quickly raised his hands in a gesture of reassurance. Don't be alarmed, Zhu. We come to discuss a business proposal with you. Discuss business? Zhu Yu remained wary, retorting, I don't perceive any business opportunity between us. The other party, sensing Zhu Yu's reluctance to leave, eagerly responded, oh, but there is indeed an opportunity. We should find a place where we can enjoy coffee and a meal to discuss this properly. Let's talk right here. Zhu Yu was reluctant to fall into their trap, even if the possibility was minuscule. Very well, the other party conceded, understanding Zhu Yu's caution. We control more than one warehouse. Each day, we encounter containers that are abandoned or whose owners cannot be located, ultimately leading to their auction. However, we believe this method does not maximize our potential. Recently, we've noticed your luck has been favorable, which is why we wish to collaborate with you. You could help us identify the containers of higher value, and we will handle the shipments. The profits will be split, with you receiving 20%. Do not underestimate this percentage. Within several warehouses, there are numerous unclaimed containers. This could yield you tens of thousands of dollars each month. What do you say? Consider it. Despite the offer being framed as a request for consideration, the individual appeared utterly confident, as if convinced Zhu Yu would not refuse. After all, a few $100,000 a year is a temptation not easily ignored. Chapter 78. This is not feasible. Zhu Yu gazed at the individual with a mohawk hairstyle and shook his head, stating, no, I cannot engage in this. Why not? The inquirer had done considerable research prior. This young man from Huaxia had been traveling to multiple warehouses daily for profit, and it was rumored he had even scavenged in warehouses and collected furniture from suburban farms. With such a generous profit on the table, how could he possibly refuse? For no particular reason, other than I simply do not wish to, Zhu Yu replied, turning to his vehicle to leave. Kid, don't be ungrateful. Another individual, already displeased with Zhu Yu, could not contain his frustration at the refusal of their leader's offer. He pointed at Zhu Yu, saying, you'd better agree today, or else. Or else what? Zhu Yu retorted coldly. Or else you won't be leaving. The man reached through the car window to grab Zhu Yu by the collar. Zhu Yu swiftly grasped his wrist and executed a maneuver that sent the man yelping in pain as Zhu Yu delivered a punch to his face, causing him to collapse. Find someone else, Zhu Yu declared, intimidating the others as he drove away. The mohawk-haired leader watched the departing pickup with a grave expression, his mind racing with thoughts. Boss, what should we do? Another asked, should we teach him a lesson? Yes, gather some people and look for an opportunity to confront him, the leader replied slowly. This Huaxia lad could disrupt their future plans. If they could not bring him under their control, he must not be allowed to appear at the warehouse again. After leaving the warehouse, Zhu Yu arrived at Jason's location, where several individuals were packing their belongings. Upon seeing Zhu Yu's vehicle, they hurried over. Zhu Yu waved his hand dismissively, saying, do not mind me. Continue your packing. With that, he took out his phone and called Robert. Hello, Robert. I need your assistance with another matter, and I am willing to pay. Upon hearing that Zhu Yu was ready to compensate him, Robert's voice brightened considerably. What can I do for you? Robert Elite Company is at your service. Zhu Yu recounted the earlier encounter with the individuals who threatened him and inquired how Robert could assist in resolving this predicament. He wished to avoid any entanglements with the mohawk-haired leader, steering clear of illicit activities. Given that he could earn substantial amounts through legitimate means, why would he engage in dubious dealings? Using force is not advisable. Robert pondered for a moment before replying. I will need some time to understand the full context of the situation. Additionally, what budget do you intend to allocate to resolve this issue? Zhu Yu cautiously suggested. How does $50,000 sound? Excellent. I assure you that I will resolve this issue within a week. It appeared Robert was in dire need of funds, as he quickly affirmed. However, I recommend you exercise caution in the coming days. These individuals often resort to threats when negotiations falter. I understand, Zhu Yu thought. recalling that the firearm he purchased was not merely for show. After hanging up with Robert, Zhu Yu felt a twinge of unease and called Paul to discuss the matter. Paul joked, "Zhu, you've become quite the celebrity lately. Even our police department has inquiries about you. It's only natural that some people are envious of your success." Zhu Yu sighed, acknowledging, "The more I earn, the more I spend. These individuals are truly something. Rest assured, I will remind those people to refrain from foolish actions. If they provoke you, the ones currently in the hospital will serve as a cautionary tale. Call me if anything arises." After ending the call, Zhu Yu exhaled deeply. Fame often invites trouble. Yet, he was reluctant to depart from his current lifestyle, where he could earn substantial sums through legitimate auctions of containers. However, Zhu Yu was acutely aware that this could not be a sustainable path. As the economy declined and envy from others grew, his appearances at the warehouse had to be minimized. Even if he needed to collect containers, he must do so discreetly, avoiding any confrontations. Zhu Yu initially planned to visit the warehouse in search of fortune, but George's call disrupted his plans. "What? Treasure hunting?" "Indeed, treasure hunting," George exclaimed with enthusiasm on the other end of the line. "Do you know? Today, when I revealed those little treasures, my friends were absolutely captivated." "Your friends?" Zhu Yu inquired curiously, "What kind of friends?" George chuckled. "You see, I am an avid treasure enthusiast. However, my most significant investment was in this estate. Hoping to unearth treasures, but it ultimately ended in failure. I have studied this estate for over 20 years. At this point, George's tone turned slightly indignant. "And yet you, in just a single day, effortlessly discovered the treasure. Such is life in the beautiful country. Interactions are often very pragmatic, and they expect mutual understanding. What exactly do you intend to do, George?" Fortunately, George soon articulated his intentions. "My friends possess various clues regarding treasures, though most have yielded no results. Those that did have already been excavated. I would like to present these leads for your examination, and any findings can be shared proportionally. What do you think?" Zhu Yu felt a spark of interest. A single deal could equate to 2 to 3 weeks of his earnings, and if he could secure a few more such opportunities, his legal fees would be comfortably covered. This avenue seemed far more lucrative than auctioning containers or rummaging through warehouses. Yet, Zhu Yu remained cautious, asking, "Is this truly such a promising opportunity? These leads have gone unexamined for so many years. Could they not be fabricated?" Caught up in his excitement, George hesitated momentarily. He knew better than to deceive Zhu Yu, as Zhu Yu's capabilities were well recognized. If Zhu Yu were to uncover the truth, his lie would haunt him. After a moment of reflection, George replied, "That is a possibility. However, treasure hunting is inherently risky, isn't it? Consider the fact that something real must exist. For example, I have held on to this treasure for many years without giving up, and now you will verify its authenticity." This argument held considerable weight. Zhu Yu felt his interest piqued. "However, due to your singular treasure hunting record, my friends wish to put you to the test." George, discerning Zhu Yu's tone, remarked, "If you succeed in this trial, such opportunities will abound in the future." "What does the test entail?" Zhu Yu inquired. "We shall provide you with a clue, and if you uncover the treasure using this clue, it will signify your success." "Very well," Zhu Yu replied, feeling agreeable to the proposition. Chapter 79. Internship in Treasure Hunting. George designated a restaurant in New York City as the meeting point. As he sliced into his steak, he addressed Zhu Yu. "The beef here comes from my ranch, so be sure to savor it. The quality is exceptional." Zhu Yu was already adept at dining with knife and fork. While cutting into the beef, he asked about the treasure hunt. George chewed a piece of meat, swallowed, and then chuckled. "Ah, the youth is so eager." He produced a piece of paper from his pocket and slid it across the table to Zhu Yu. "All the clues are on this paper. However, I must clarify that all expenses related to the treasure search will be your responsibility. Upon finding the treasure, you shall allocate 2/10 to the provider of the clue." Zhu Yu nodded, saying, "Then let us sign this." George wiped his mouth with his napkin and retrieved another sheet of paper. "This contains the contract." Zhu Yu scrutinized it. The terms were straightforward. First, George would provide a treasure clue to Zhu Yu. Second, Zhu Yu would search for the treasure based on this clue, and if successful, he would give 2/10 to the clue provider. Sensing no trap, Zhu Yu signed. George stood, declaring, "All done. The rest lies in your hands, young man. I believe in your capabilities. Best of luck." With that, he turned to leave. Zhu Yu then had the opportunity to examine the clue, which was quite simple, consisting of just a few sentences. Some speculated that Joseph had concealed it, but due to an accident, he had not informed his family. The knowledge of this treasure clue was limited, but there were a few aware of it. Joseph's descendants had scoured the entire estate without success, subsequently hiring treasure hunters. Over the decades, 6 treasure hunters had sought this treasure, with only one individual, towards the end of the last century, discovering a small box of gold in an abandoned cellar on the estate. Now, the clue had come into Zhu Yu's possession. The note also indicated that if Zhu Yu located the treasure on the estate, 4/10 would belong to Joseph's family, while of the remaining 6/10, 2/10 would go to George, leaving Zhu Yu with the final 4/10. It appeared that destiny awaited him. Zhu Yu felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Nevertheless, he considered it fair. After all, someone had provided the clue, and it would be unreasonable not to reward them if he truly found the treasure. According to information from Old John, there were several containers retrieved from the sea ready for auction at the port today. Upon arriving at the port with Jason, they found the auction had already commenced. The auctioneer was introducing the origins of the containers. These 2 containers have arrived from a wealthy oil nation in the Middle East. They were discarded into the sea when their ship encountered pirates, and after being retrieved, the owner no longer wanted them. This information was evidently disclosed by the auctioneer to entice higher bids. The auction assistant used a pair of pliers to cut the locks and open the container doors, releasing a wave of briny odors. Inside, several large pieces of furniture were entangled with seaweed and other unidentified marine plants. Although these furnishings must have been valuable in their prime, they were now worthless. Due to the volume of furniture obstructing the view, many attendees were adopting various stances to peer inside. Fortunately, decorum was maintained. Zhu Yu also feigned a glance, feeling a rush of excitement. However, he outwardly pretended to find nothing of interest and stepped back. Big Joey leaned in close and exclaimed, "Zhu, I've heard that the Latin American crew has been causing you trouble. You ought to be cautious." Zhu Yu found this individual irksome but chose not to express his irritation at the moment, responding nonchalantly, "They should be the ones cautious. Do they think I fear them? If they dare provoke me, they shall experience the prowess of Huaxia martial arts." Zhu Yu was not merely speaking for effect. Others even deemed his words accurate. Having engaged in multiple confrontations, whether through hearsay or first-hand observation, it was clear that his combat prowess was not something an ordinary person could withstand. The auctioneer announced, "This container from the land of wealth will now be auctioned, starting at $500, with minimum increments of $100. Let the bidding begin. Mr. Martin offers $5,000. $5,000. Anyone willing to raise the bid?" Starting at 500, old Martin employed his usual strategy, instantly raising the bid by 5,000, which incensed Big Joey, who pushed him roughly. Unfazed, Martin remained fixated on the container, as if it were already his. Zhu Yu raised his hand, $6,000. Diana raised hers, $6,500. The Ralph brothers also bid, $8,000. The price rapidly escalated to $11,000, with Martin, the Ralph brothers, and Zhu Yu still in contention. Martin raised his hand again, $15,000. The Ralph brothers followed suit, $16,000. Zhu Yu raised his hand, $20,000. This bid startled the other 2 competitors into retreat. Martin shrugged. "There's one left. This one is yours, Zhu. You truly have audacity." Zhu Yu smiled. "I simply find this one more appealing." After settling the payment, the auctioneer turned to prepare for the sale of the second container. Some attendees followed him, but a few remained behind. The Ralph brothers approached Zhu Yu and Jason as they began clearing out their container. Zhu Yu, somewhat puzzled, asked, "Aren't you bidding anymore?" "We are," Ralph replied, sending his 2 brothers to inspect the other container while he leaned close to Zhu Yu and whispered, "Zhu, can we collaborate in the future? I believe whatever you have your eye on contains valuable items." Zhu Yu shook his head, stating, "I have other matters to attend to, and there isn't much time left for the auctions. Let's forego the collaboration." Ralph, somewhat disappointed, turned to leave. After he departed, the voluptuous Diana also approached, bumping her shoulder against Zhu Yu. "Zhu, how about we team up? I will fully support your bids for the containers you fancy, and we can split the good finds." Today was peculiar, and Zhu Yu felt confused. However, he declined, offering the same reasoning he had given Ralph. Diana, still hopeful, attempted to persuade him. But Zhu Yu and Jason swiftly extracted a spoiled mattress from the container, unleashing a wave of foul odor that caused Diana to hastily cover her nose and retreat. The mattress was clearly beyond salvage. Next, they pulled out a wooden cabinet, the wood having rotted from exposure. Zhu Yu rummaged through it, finding some clothes of little value. The remaining spectators realized that the cabinet contained only old furniture, losing interest and heading over to the other auctioning containers. With only 2 containers, one now claimed, the competitive spirit shifted entirely to the remaining one. Soon, the price of the other container soared to $18,000 and continued to rise. Zhu Yu yanked out a large mass of seaweed from the container, taking the opportunity to glance over at the other side. Through the container door, he could see that there was furniture inside, but through the gaps, he discerned several suitcases. It was no wonder that these suitcases were enticing bidders to offer high prices. However, only Zhu Yu understood that the suitcases contained merely clothes and books, now in a state of disarray. Unlike here, there is indeed a significant presence. Chapter 80, Abundant Gains. Ultimately, the container next door was successfully bid on by the Ralph brothers, costing a total of $28,500. Zhu Yu clicked his tongue. This price far exceeded his own. Old Maiden approached, observing Zhu Yu as he organized his belongings, and remarked, "Zhu, you are wise indeed. Securing that container for $20,000 is quite the feat. I had already raised my bid to $26,000, yet I could not secure it." Zhu Yu smiled, continuing to sort through his items. "That still depends on whether there are valuable items inside. I noticed a few suitcases over there. They should be worth the gamble, don't you think?" Old Maiden was taken aback by Zhu Yu's keen observation and smiled without further comment. Yet, he pondered how Zhu Yu could amass wealth so swiftly, consistently landing valuable containers. It seemed not merely luck, but skill was involved. Although the auction for the container had concluded, most people lingered, watching the two sides handle their goods. Over there, the Ralph brothers were clearing out, and Big Joey expressed his displeasure at the sight of their discarded furniture. Ralph, irked, tossed a handful of seaweed in their direction, prompting the treasure seekers to laugh and retreat, with some departing entirely. There were other containers to be auctioned. One could not remain fixed in one spot. As Old Maiden observed Zhu Yu and Jason extracting another small cabinet, he lost his last shred of patience upon discovering that it contained nothing of value, bade them farewell, and departed. Zhu Yu secretly sighed in relief, hastening his pace. Suddenly, the Ralph brothers erupted in a torrent of curses, exclaiming foul language as Zhu Yu emerged with a broken chair, witnessing their frustration as they hurled their worthless items. At their feet lay several open suitcases, devoid of any valuable contents. What a significant loss. Zhu Yu paid them no heed and offered no consolation, turning his attention back to organizing his own belongings. One must accept the risks inherent in gambling. No one could be blamed. Ralph glanced over at Zhu Yu's cleanup process, then shrugged, handing $100 to the onlookers still sorting through the refuse, as the brothers grumbled and departed. Zhu Yu and Jason began clearing the last of their items. Had the Ralph brothers not left, they would have seen a stunning bronze statue of a woman standing prominently at the back of the container. The woman's features were distinct and exceedingly beautiful. The statue was life-sized, with a pronounced green patina, although it lacked the centuries-old history typical of Huaxiao artifacts, in Zhu Yu's estimation. This bronze statue must be several hundred years old. Zhu Yu sent a photograph of the statue to Old John, knowing that only he could find a buyer for such a piece. The statue remained untouched for the time being, as it was too heavy to move. As Zhu Yu finished sending the photo, Jason approached with an aluminum case, saying, "Boss, take a look at this. It's locked." Zhu Yu accepted it, feeling its weight, and inquired, "Where did you find this?" Jason pointed to a small wooden cabinet nestled within the container, stating, "Right beneath that." Zhu Yu inspected the cabinet and noted that it seemed custom-made for the aluminum case, fitting it perfectly. Inside, the upper compartment was empty. Zhu Yu took out his bronze pen and carefully pried open the aluminum case. The pen's tip was remarkably sharp, easily damaging the lock. Lifting the lid of the case, Zhu Yu's eyes widened. Within lay four neatly arranged gold bars, securely nestled in foam. He picked one up and discovered it bore no markings, indicating it was likely privately minted gold. Each bar weighed approximately half a kilogram, totaling around 2 kilograms. With the current market price for gold hovering around $50,000 to $60,000 per kilogram, the value of these 2 kilograms alone would amount to $100,000. Coupled with the bronze statue, Zhu Yu felt he need not pursue treasure hunting any further. Simply opening containers was proving quite lucrative. His phone rang. It was Old John on the other end, exclaiming, "Zhu, you never fail to surprise me. This bronze statue will attract many admirers. Let us find a reliable buyer." Zhu Yu chuckled, remarking, "It's too heavy for me to move." He chose not to mention the 4 gold bars, planning to keep them for emergencies. After clearing out the remaining junk from the container, around 40 minutes later, someone contacted Zhu Yu. To his surprise, a well-dressed lady in her 50s arrived, accompanied by 2 bodyguards. Upon seeing Zhu Yu, she politely said, "John mentioned a young man discovered a remarkable bronze statue. That must be you?" Zhu Yu nodded, "Indeed. It is quite impressive." The woman scrutinized him, causing Zhu Yu to feel somewhat pressured, as if undergoing the scrutiny of a potential mother-in-law. "The statue is in the container. Shall we take a look now?" Zhu Yu pivoted the conversation. "Very well," she replied, gesturing for one of her bodyguards to communicate via radio. Moments later, 7 or 8 workers arrived, equipped with tools, and swiftly extracted the statue. The woman, wearing gloves, circled the statue, examining it closely. After her inspection, she removed her gloves, which a bodyguard promptly collected. "This statue is exceptionally well preserved. I quite like it." Zhu Yu smiled. "As for the price, I believe it is worth $40,000. The woman referred to the statue in such a manner, which surprised Zhu Yu. Nevertheless, he was content with the $40,000. A bodyguard handed him a check, and after a brief conversation, the woman departed, satisfied. Zhu Yu completed the paperwork and left with Jason. Although the location was somewhat distant from the port, it ensured Freya's safety and comfort. Today's total earnings exceeded $130,000. Zhu Yu handed Jason $500, saying, "Take this. We won't be at the port tomorrow. I'll pick you up in the morning, and we'll head to a new treasure hunting location." Jason happily accepted the money. Zhu Yu noticed that Jason did not appear displeased with the modest amount he was given relative to Zhu Yu's significant earnings. Rather, he seemed genuinely pleased. That was all that mattered. If he were to harbor an ungrateful person, Zhu Yu would not hesitate to seek someone else. After a silent night, the next morning, Zhu Yu and Jason had breakfast. Jason arranged for Eric and Malavi to handle the moving tasks while he accompanied Zhu Yu to the suburban estate. The estate was not too far from New York City, but Zhu Yu was unfamiliar with the route and drove cautiously. Upon arrival, an hour and a half had passed. However, upon seeing the estate, Zhu Yu cursed, "These guys lack integrity." Chapter 81, Deceived. The estate offered a broad view, with several cars parked at the entrance. In every visible area, numerous people were scouring the grounds for something. It was evident these individuals were treasure hunters. Enraged, Zhu Yu cursed loudly and called George, saying, "Mr. George, I have arrived at Joseph's estate." "Very good, Zhu. Your efficiency is commendable. I should suggest that all those treasure hunters learn from you. But this is a scam." Zhu Yu retorted angrily. "Did you not say this treasure information was scarcely known? I arrive only to find treasure seekers everywhere." George chuckled awkwardly. "No way, Zhu. The leads I received were credible. There must be some misunderstanding." "There is no misunderstanding." Zhu Yu could almost discern the truth from George's side. "I have inquired and discovered that this is almost a semi-public treasure lead. You merely exploited the information gap to deceive me." "No, no, no," George exclaimed, agitated by Zhu Yu's accusation. "Zhu, you must trust me. I would never deceive you, would I? The commission from the manor cannot be altered. My earnings have been reduced to a mere 10%. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yu realized that the truth aligned perfectly with his suspicions. This was not a friend of George, it was George himself, misleading him with this information. "George, you have lost my trust." Zhu Yu, filled with anger, hung up the phone. Jason cautiously inquired, "Boss, shall we still proceed inside?" Of course, Zhu Yu's expression returned to normal. Since they had come to seek treasure, they must enter. However, with so many people present, Jason pointed at the cars and the throngs of individuals. He hesitated. The presence of numerous vehicles and people indicated that the treasures had not yet been taken. As Zhu Yu walked inside, he explained, "Given the circumstances, we still have a chance." Jason retained his faith in Zhu Yu and followed him in with the necessary tools. Upon entering, they were met with a man who blocked their way. "Did someone refer you here, or did you come seeking the treasure on your own?" The man, a middle-aged individual with a disheveled beard and a prominent belly, asked, "Are you familiar with the rules of treasure hunting?" "I was introduced by George," Zhu Yu replied honestly. "Old George? I heard that fellow finally struck gold a few days ago." The middle-aged man indeed knew George. "He hasn't left?" Zhu Yu remained composed, refraining from mentioning that he was the one who had unearthed the treasure. "Very well. Since you were referred by old George, the process will be simple." The man produced a piece of paper and a pen, instructing Zhu Yu to review it and sign. "You have 8 hours to search for treasure before sunset. If you find it, the Joseph family retains 40% ownership. If not, you leave empty-handed. Since you were referred by old George, the $500 deposit is waived." "There's a deposit?" Zhu Yu mused aloud. Old George still holds some weight. "If those individuals fail to find treasure, will the deposit be refunded?" Zhu Yu inquired. "Of course not," the man replied incredulously. "The deposit is merely to provide you with a chance to participate. If the treasure is indeed found, the Joseph family incurs a loss." Zhu Yu found this rationale understandable. He examined the paper, which stated that they could search anywhere on the manor grounds. And once they identified a digging site, they could apply to excavate. The manor also rented out various tools, including excavators. After signing, Zhu Yu and Jason ventured further inside. Now equipped with a map, the manor spanned approximately 50 acres, with the main structure being a 2-story building. Although a Caucasian man had indicated earlier that the main building had been thoroughly searched by the Joseph family and treasure hunters, Zhu Yu and Jason decided to investigate the main building first. The main structure appeared quite old, suggesting inadequate maintenance. The Joseph family did not reside there. Only 2 hired hands were present to guard it. Zhu Yu and Jason were escorted by them to inspect the interior. As Zhu Yu wandered about, he learned that several groups of treasure hunters visited weekly. This initiative had been conceived 3 years ago by Harry Joseph, the grandson of the Joseph family. It was undeniably a brilliant idea, yielding substantial revenue for the family over the years. As they explored, Zhu Yu discovered no hidden rooms, compartments, or treasures in the main building. In front of the main structure lay a grove of trees, with farmland extending beyond. The small manor was purely agricultural, devoid of livestock. Disappointed, Zhu Yu exited the main building, rubbing his eyes. He had utilized his Tianyin for quite some time. Although it was now the 20th version, it could not withstand prolonged use. Just then, Zhu Yu instinctively activated his Tianyin and noticed a glimmer of gold before him. Curious. He had not yet investigated further when he overheard voices in the courtyard. This area holds the greatest potential. Let us begin our search here. Zhu Yu looked up to see a man and a woman approaching. Both were dressed like cowboys, though it was evident that their attire was merely a fade. Upon noticing Zhu Yu and Jason, the pair exchanged glances, revealing a hint of derision. Zhu Yu found their expressions puzzling. Did they think his failure to find anything was amusing? The two individuals remained silent as they called over the laborers and proceeded into the main building, showcasing their expertise as they walked. This building has several decades of history. Such structures often conceal hidden basements. We shall start our search on the first floor. Zhu Yu chuckled, massaging his brow, and scanned the surroundings, ensuring no one was watching before leading Jason to a large tree, where they swiftly began to dig with a shovel. In less than 3 minutes, they unearthed a pit half a meter deep, from which Zhu Yu quickly retrieved a box. Opening it, he found 2 irregular gold bars and a notebook wrapped in oilcloth. Leaping out, he urged the astounded Jason, "Quick, fill in this hole." Jason snapped back to reality and, in a flurry of activity, they filled the pit and compacted the earth. Zhu Yu had stowed the 2 gold bars, each weighing approximately 1 kilogram, in his backpack and began to peruse the notebook as they exited. After a few glances, Zhu Yu's face lit up with sheer joy. It was worth it. Chapter 82, Patterns to Follow. Upon exiting the courtyard, Jason dared to ask Zhu Yu, "Boss, how did you know there was treasure there?" Zhu Yu replied with feigned seriousness, "When burying treasures, one typically chooses a conspicuous location. Wouldn't you agree?" Jason nodded thoughtfully. "Look at those trees in the courtyard. The 5 large ones in front are over 60 or 70 years old, right?" Indeed, Jason recalled those trees that required 2 or 3 people to encircle with their arms. Nodding in agreement with Zhu Yu's reasoning, only such venerable trees could have been chosen by old Joseph as markers for his hidden treasure. The newly planted saplings could never be candidates. That's why I selected the middle tree among the 5. If I were the one hiding the treasure, I would place it in a conspicuous location, and that central large tree was my choice. After his explanation, admiration spread across Jason's face. "Boss, you are truly a gifted treasure hunter. I never even considered such things." Zhu Yu chuckled. "It's easy to deduce causes from the results." Jason looked around and remarked, "Boss, since we have already secured the treasure, we should leave quickly." "Leave?" Zhu Yu smiled, waving the notebook in his hand. "It is impossible to depart now. How could the treasure be limited to just this?" The notebook was pinned by Joseph, and though it appeared to be a diary, Zhu Yu believed it contained vital information regarding other treasures. Naturally, this was his assumption. The spoils included gold, jade, jewelry, and antiques. However, Joseph had traded the antiques for gold with the locals. In the diary, Joseph referred to a fellow townsman who had fought on the European battlefield. Amusingly, Joseph dismissed the matter as a joke in his notes, stating that the person in question was actually a mine owner, residing in a villa in New York, a relatively low-profile wealthy individual. The diary detailed the location of the mine and the estate of the mine owner. Joseph humorously noted that his comrade insisted that the mine owner was a facade, a mere false identity. Zhu Yu skimmed past these details, deciding to sketch a map for a more profound recollection. Zhu Yu immediately flipped to the last page of the diary, only to discover an abstract pencil drawing composed of simple lines, dots, and small squares. Looking around, he realized he had no concept of the surroundings. Considering the changes over the decades, it was indeed remarkable for the estate to remain in its original state. Zhu Yu and Jason began to measure the estate on foot. At that moment, a group of treasure hunters, cursing, prepared to leave, exclaiming, "There is absolutely no treasure here. Liars, all liars." Curiously observing them, Zhu Yu noticed they were wielding metal detectors. He thought it prudent to acquire such equipment himself, at least to appear more professional when intimidating others. Upon seeing Zhu Yu and Jason, a tall, thin white man with a metal detector paused, then scoffed. "Is the threshold for treasure hunters so low these days? It seems anyone desperate for money will show up, even without proper gear, thinking treasures can be casually picked up." Jason was about to get angry, but Zhu Yu held him back, ignoring the white man and continuing to observe the estate's shape and features. Mistaking Zhu Yu's silence for cowardice, the white man loudly declared, "Yellow-skinned monkeys are all cowards." Zhu Yu glared at him, and the man arrogantly taunted, "What's wrong? I'm talking about you. What are you looking at? Come and hit me if you dare." As he spoke, he prodded Zhu Yu with the metal detector. Jason stepped forward to help, but Zhu Yu was quicker, deflecting the metal rod with one hand and delivering a heavy slap to the white man's face with the other. The sound echoed as 5 red welts appeared on the man's cheek. He covered his face, looking at Zhu Yu in disbelief, his expression asking, "Did you dare hit me?" Not only was he taken aback, but so were his two companions. Zhu Yu fixated on the man's face and said slowly, "Remember, the one who struck you is a Huaxiao person. Do not call me a yellow-skinned monkey in my presence, or I will strike you so hard that even your mother won't recognize you." After this, he disregarded the white man and continued to survey the terrain with Jason. The white man, regaining his senses, yelled in anger and rushed to confront Zhu Yu, who swiftly turned and delivered a side kick, sending the man tumbling to the ground. Clutching his stomach and rolling in agony, Zhu Yu cast a disdainful glance at him before turning to leave. The white man's companions didn't even dare to intervene. Although Jason had witnessed Zhu Yu fight more than once, he was still exhilarated, exclaiming, "Boss, your skills are truly impressive." Zhu Yu smiled, not dwelling on the incident, as he continued to compare the estate's geography with the map forming in his mind. Eventually, the outline in his mind began to align with the actual terrain. The map indicated 4 points. 1 point was at the main building, and 3 others were dispersed irregularly. Zhu Yu first headed to the point closest to him, located by the edge of a water channel. This channel irrigated the estate's farmland, drawing water from a small river outside the estate. Within the estate, the channel had 3 branches, each supplying different areas of farmland. The point Zhu Yu chose was at the first branch of the channel, where there was a cement sluice gate. Upon reaching the location, Zhu Yu activated his heavenly eye to examine the area closely. Indeed, to the north of the cement sluice's base, there was a hidden small box. Inside the box were 4 neatly arranged pieces of gold and 2 irregularly shaped jade pieces, already cut. He speculated that, since this was a sluice gate with reinforced components inside, even if someone scanned it with a metal detector, no one would suspect anything. The jade pieces were of excellent quality, ice variety, and vibrant green. Zhu Yu instinctively leaned closer, pressing his head against the cement base. Chapter 83. No One Loses Out? As Zhu Yu pleasantly lifted his head and stood up, he found himself staring into Jason's astonished eyes. What happened? Zhu Yu jumped back instinctively, nearly falling into the water channel. "Boss, what were you doing just now?" It was only then that Zhu Yu realized he had just engaged in an act that must have appeared utterly absurd to outsiders. How to explain? It felt awkward, and he decided to fabricate a story instead. "This is an ancient skill from our East, called feng shui," Zhu Yu explained solemnly. "Feng shui?" Jason looked utterly bewildered at the term Zhu Yu had just uttered. "Yes, feng shui," Zhu Yu replied seriously. "Do you know why I found the treasure so quickly at old George's place last time? It's because I learned feng shui." Jason's expression transformed into one of sudden understanding and admiration, which made Zhu Yu feel slightly out of character. "I believe there is treasure hidden beneath," Zhu Yu said, glancing down. As his heavenly eye scanned, it revealed that the gold in the box was intact, while the jade had morphed into grayish-white stones. Yet, his spirit felt unprecedentedly invigorated. Could it be that the heavenly eye had developed its own consciousness? Zhu Yu pondered this with increasing dread. Meanwhile, Jason rubbed his hands and gripped the shovel tightly. Zhu Yu glanced at the shovel in his hands, and then at the sturdy cement base, shaking his head as he said, "Let us go get the tools from the car." At the entrance, he spoke briefly with the stout middle-aged white man before retrieving tools, which consisted of a hammer and cutting machine, among other items. Zhu Yu also decided to leave the gold from his backpack behind to avoid misunderstandings. The 2 men then re-entered, feigning a casual inspection. To Zhu Yu's astonishment, the remaining 2 points contained one buried with 10 irregularly shaped pieces of gold and a small amount of jewelry. The other point held dozens of raw gemstones of various colors and a small quantity of finished jewelry. Each of these treasure troves was valued at no less than $200,000, and possibly much more. Moreover, the locations of these points were quite clever. The gold was buried near an old utility pole, which was conspicuous enough to draw attention, but the actual treasure lay about 10 meters away, easily overlooked in the shadows. The raw gemstones were located right in the center of an empty field. If it weren't for Zhu Yu's notes indicating the simple lines representing the intersection of the diagonal lines of the farmland, he would have never believed it possible to find hidden treasures here after so many years. "Let us go talk to that stout man," Zhu Yu decided, thinking it wise to first discuss matters with the white man before unearthing any treasure. "What? You found treasure?" the stout white man asked incredulously while in charge of registration, then burst into laughter. "Where is it?" "It hasn't been excavated yet," Zhu Yu replied, raising his hands. "Moreover, to dig, we require your authorization." "What authorization?" The stout man found Zhu Yu and Jason somewhat amusing. "The area I need to excavate is beneath the cement base of a sluice gate." Good grief. How could there possibly be treasure in such a place? The stout man thought Zhu Yu was talking nonsense. Why not? It can't hurt to try. If there's treasure, that's another story. If not, I'll compensate for any losses. Zhu Yu didn't want to get entangled in arguments. All right then. The stout man relented. After all, The agreement stipulated that the estate had an obligation to assist treasure hunters in their search. The stout middle-aged man called over a hired worker via radio, who followed Zhu Yu and the others to the cement base. With a sledgehammer and steel chisel, Jason and Zhu Yu took turns smashing away for over half an hour before finally breaking through the cement to reveal a wooden box inside. Their hammering drew the attention of two groups of treasure hunters, including the man and woman Zhu Yu had encountered at the main building. Upon seeing them smashing the cement base, the couple laughed and left. However, another group of 3 women curiously lingered, drinking water while watching the spectacle unfold. Zhu Yu speculated that they intended to pause here and soak in the lively atmosphere. However, when the wooden chest emerged, the youngest of the 3 women let out a startled scream. This cry immediately drew the attention of treasure seekers nearby, who rushed toward the scene. Zhu Yu, undeterred, focused intently on the wooden chest. The chest was already in ruins, and Zhu Yu bent down to clear away the cement debris, extracting the gold within, along with 2 grayish stones. The stones were devoid of any value, so he cast them aside. Initially, the hired workers regarded Jason and Zhu Yu with bemusement, but now their faces were filled with envy. For pieces of gold, such substantial chunks, each weighing at least a kilogram, for kilograms combined would easily amount to over $20,000. Even after giving 40% to Joseph, they would still have over $100,000. He distinctly remembered that these 2 were here for the first time. How could newcomers be so fortunate? As other treasure hunters arrived and beheld the gold bars in Zhu Yu's hands, their eyes widened in astonishment. One frustrated individual exclaimed, "I've been here before. I swept the area with a metal detector and surely would have found the gold, but I thought it was just rebar. What incredible luck for that Huaxiao lad." Another voiced, "I initially thought there was no treasure here. I can't believe it's actually been found. But now that the treasure is discovered, do we still need to search?" Of course, the fortunate Huaxiao lad. "Let us depart." Some left, while others lingered to witness the commotion. A stout, middle-aged man arrived, calling out loudly to those planning to depart, "Do not leave. There are multiple treasure spots in this estate. You still have a chance." "Nonsense. This is impossible." "Bullshit. You must be lying." While some were skeptical, others believed. "Is that true? Then I need to try harder. I feel lucky. I hope to find more." The stout man, reaching the gate, observed the gold in Zhu Yu's hands and inwardly lamented the good fortune of this Huaxiao lad. Yet, he still smiled at Zhu Yu, saying, "Congratulations. Huaxiao person, let us discuss how to handle this gold. You take 40% and I will keep 60. Zhu Yu remained unmoved, retrieving a plastic bag and a spring scale from his backpack. He placed the gold into the bag and suspended it for weighing. The total is 2,424 grams. Your 40% is approximately 970 grams. Based on the current gold price. No. The stout man shook his head. "We cannot calculate it that way. You also damaged our gate. So our 60% is your 4. Zhu Yu looked up, astonished, and inquired, "Are you serious?" The stout man, grinning, replied, "Of course. This gate has great historical significance. Yet you have destroyed it. Ideally, you should compensate for the entirety of your gold share. However, considering our partnership, I shall only take an additional 20%. Gazing at the stout man's grin, Zhu Yu paused for a moment before breaking into a brilliant smile. Chapter 84, Loss in the Pit, Compensation Outside. "What if I refuse?" Zhu Yu coldly retorted. "We have an agreement. You are entitled to only 40%. The stout man hesitated, then produced the signed paper, laughing heartily as he tore it into shreds. "Is this what you mean? Look, it is no more." With that, he tossed the fragments into the air. Zhu Yu sneered, realizing that these individuals would do anything for money. The golden glimmer truly reflects human nature, devoid of racial distinctions. He weighed the gold in his hand and tossed 2 pieces at the stout man's feet. "Let us compromise. These 2 pieces are yours, and the rest belong to me." After speaking, Zhu Yu stowed the gold in his pocket, gathered his tools, and prepared to leave. The stout man picked up the gold, his gaze filled with greed. He took 2 steps to block Zhu Yu's path, but was preempted by Zhu Yu's voice. "If you do not wish to be harmed, it is best to cease your actions now. Otherwise, I will show you what true skill entails." With that, he kicked a tree trunk as thick as an arm, snapping it effortlessly. The stout man was taken aback, watching as Zhu Yu and Jason departed, his lips moving but refraining from uttering another word. Upon reaching the entrance, Jason voiced his lingering frustration. Zhu Yu glanced back at the stout man, who was still on the phone, and coldly remarked, "Rest assured, we will not incur losses." He originally intended to use the first treasure site to test Joseph's family. Little did he know that a few pieces of gold would reveal the depths of human nature. Now, we need not involve them any further. Outside the gate, 2 vehicles had arrived, from which several young individuals emerged, eagerly brandishing tools, fully prepared for a treasure hunt. Zhu Yu, with a sly turn of his eye, intentionally shouted, "Damn it! The Joseph family is utterly despicable." They clearly signed an agreement, allowing them 40%. Yet, upon our discovery of treasure, they reneged. Truly outrageous. With that, he brandished the gold, tossing it lightly in his hand before stowing it in his backpack and entering the vehicle. Jason, in perfect sync, raised his middle finger at the approaching stout man, cursing, "Damn it. Bullshit." The cursed Joseph family. He then climbed into the vehicle. After settling in, he rolled down the window and flashed the middle finger once more at the stout man, who had reached the entrance. The nearby youths exchanged glances, and one, not as dark-skinned, approached the window, inquiring of Jason, "Hey man, what were you just saying?" "What?" Jason, upon being questioned, immediately grew animated. "We were discussing the treasure. They agreed to take 40%, but we dug up 2.5 kilograms of gold, and they want 60. Damn them. What? You've already unearthed gold?" A surprised white youth among them asked. Indeed, Jason performed splendidly, retrieving a piece of gold from Zhu Yu's backpack and waving it before the group. Then continued with his tirade. "Unfortunately, those cursed Josephs took most of it. Let us go, let us go." Zhu Yu, feeling impatient, started the engine and drove away. Jason leaned out from the passenger seat, calling to the group, "Guys, don't be fooled. Their signed agreement is a sham. They can tear it up at any moment." The words echoed as the pickup truck sped away, leaving the stout man wanting to counter, but unable to as the vehicle disappeared into the distance. Inside the car, Jason smiled at Zhu Yu. "Boss, how did I do? Did I act well?" "Indeed, very convincingly. You could make it in Hollywood." Jason beamed with joy, though soon sighed. "But it truly is frustrating." Zhu Yu hesitated but chose to remain silent. The tasks ahead were rather clandestine. It was best not to share with Jason. "We have already secured the gold, so we are not concerned about this," Zhu Yu reassured him. Reflecting on this, Jason brightened again. Zhu Yu mused that the young man's mood shifted remarkably quickly. He was rather emotionally volatile. After dropping Jason off at his lodging and sharing a meal, Zhu Yu handed him $500 before departing. He then procured a set of black clothing, a pair of slightly larger shoes, a powerful flashlight, and some pepper powder. Driving out of the city, a few kilometers from the Joseph estate, Zhu Yu veered off the road, delving into the woods, and rested in his vehicle. The sky gradually darkened, and the moon rose, though its light was dim. It was not until the late hours of the night that Zhu Yu was disturbed by the ringing of his mobile phone. He wiped his face, regained his composure, and then started the car, slowly driving up the driveway before stopping about a kilometer away from USF's residence. Concealing the vehicle by the roadside, ZHY, carrying his backpack filled with tools and a flashlight, stealthily made his way toward USF's estate. He located the main path and thus discerned his direction, quietly arriving at the location of the golden treasure. After securing the gold, he leveled the excavation and proceeded to the second treasure site. The second site was deeper, and by this time, ZHY was feeling somewhat fatigued. He retrieved some chocolate he had prepared earlier, consumed it, and resumed digging. Uncovering a box containing gemstones, he examined it in the pit, confirming it was indeed what he sought, then placed it into his backpack, filled the pit, and swiftly departed. Driving into the city, ZHY felt an overwhelming fatigue. He simply parked in a lot, locked the car, and fell into a deep sleep. His slumber was interrupted by a phone call from Chiaz. Upon answering, Chiaz expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "We have an agreement. You have unearthed the treasure. Why did you not inform me? Do you intend to keep the gold for yourself?" It was evident that Chiaz had learned of ZHY's discovery from USF. Already sleep-deprived, ZHY felt his anger boiling as he retorted, "Mr. Chiaz, I do not know how you acquired this information, but I cannot fathom why you would think I wish to hoard the gold for myself. Given this, I believe there is no longer a need for us to collaborate." With that, he hung up the phone. Chiaz, left listening to the dead air on the line, was taken aback. How had this Hu-11 individual become so assertive? He possessed ample treasure information, and yet, upon merely questioning why ZHY had not shared his discovery, ZHY had responded with such ire. Why was he so incensed? Chiaz was aware of USF's demand for 60% of the gold, and that seemed reasonable, considering the treasure belonged to the USF family. Moreover, was it not customary for Hu-11 individuals to acquiesce when presented with a stronger stance? Why was ZHY different? ZHY could discern the condescending superiority in Chiaz's tone, as if to say, "This opportunity was granted by me. How dare you be so ungrateful?" Perhaps Chiaz was oblivious to this attitude, or it was unintentional. Nonetheless, such inherent arrogance only fueled ZHY's indignation. Wake up, Western gentlemen. It is no longer the era of the 8-nation alliance. Do you still consider yourself superior, dividing people into hierarchies akin to ancient Hu-11? Hu-11 people at the lowest echelon. I shall not serve. ZHY might have been extreme or overly sensitive, but this perception lingered. Not everyone exhibited such behavior. Chiaz, Louhn, SSHN, and even KDN at the docks did not display such an attitude towards HY, which intensified his fury. Transferring $20,000 to Chi-Oz, ZHY left a message. "We are square now." When Chi-Oz called again, ZHY ignored it. He headed to the residence of GSN. Upon his arrival, GSN's family greeted him warmly, with MLWI quickly offering his seat, while FLI brought forth delicious porridge and side dishes. Relishing the familiar cuisine, ZHY felt a surge of joy. This was more like it. Why fret over trivial matters? Enjoying good food and drink was essential before attending to serious business. "Boss, are we going to the port later?" GSN inquired between bites. He had become quite adept at using chopsticks to pick up side dishes. "Yes, to the port." ZHY thought there was nothing else to attend to and decided to check on the cargo containers first. His initial capital had stemmed from the cargo containers, a task he was quite familiar with. Just as he finished his meal, a phone call disrupted his plans. It was from Lou BT. "What? It's done?" ZHY was pleasantly surprised by Lou BT's efficiency. "Can you elaborate on the situation?" The group is not associated with the previous Latin American individuals. They are a separate faction. They have established several cargo sites intending to profit illicitly. We investigated their documentation and discovered that some had entered illegally. We intimidated them and brought in some officials for inspection, resulting in the majority fleeing. ZHY was somewhat speechless. Such audacious tactics. He had anticipated that Lou BT might resort to beating up the ringleader or concocting some assassination scheme. However, it appeared that the conspiracy was indeed a conspiracy, albeit with a rather theatrical twist. Those individuals no longer pose a threat to you. Occasionally, one or two may slip through the cracks, but they are unlikely to seek trouble with you. Lou BT glanced at GSN and suddenly remembered something, asking, "What is the current status of those cargo sites?" "Most of the sites are essentially empty and have yet to commence operations, so they will be liquidated. Only one has proper documentation. I want that one." ZHY interjected suddenly. "You want it?" Lou BT was taken aback by ZHY's ambition. "Can you manage it?" "It requires a significant workforce, and nearby sites may clash over resources." Implicit in his words was the notion that ZHY lacked the means and influence to succeed. ZHY chuckled, glancing at GSN, and responded, "I believe I can manage. What I want to know is, if I were to acquire a cargo site, what would be the cost? Do you truly wish for it?" Lou BT sensed ZHY's sincerity, though he remained skeptical. He knew ZHY's background. This Hu-11 lad was not yet entirely secure, yet he was already stirring the pot. Was he perhaps spurred on by his girlfriend's family? "For your request, another $30,000 would suffice." However, establishing a cargo site requires more than just manpower. Substantial funding is needed, with initial investments likely exceeding hundreds of thousands of dollars. "Rest assured, funds will materialize." ZHY replied confidently. "Very well, let's meet when convenient. By the way, the will can now be handed over to you." At the mention of this, ZHY grew excited. After toiling in this unfamiliar place for so long, was this not the very reason for his efforts? He was now one step closer to his goal. After hanging up, ZHY told GSN, "The matter you mentioned last time is now settled. I have secured the cargo site. As for the personnel, I leave that to you. I will retrieve the site's documentation. And this afternoon we shall go inspect how to operate the site." Without waiting for GSN to respond, he stood and left. GSN appeared momentarily stunned. After a while, he exclaimed, "Boss, is this true?" MLWI replied, "The boss has already left. However, I believe it to be true. He spoke clearly with that mysterious individual, and the cargo site belongs to him now." GSN felt a mix of panic and excitement. MLWI, go find BNGD and have him gather everyone. This afternoon, we are heading to the cargo site. Inform him that we have our own cargo site. He then turned to IL, instructing, "Illinois, tell MKL to assemble his crew too. They should be on standby. Hasn't he always complained about us getting rich without caring for them? Now the opportunity has arrived. We shall see if he can seize it." After MLWI and IL departed, GSN gave FLI a few cooking instructions before stepping out. Although uncertain of where to go, GSN felt no desire to remain at home. He believed the opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived. ZHY met Lou BT at a K-Ifing cuisine restaurant. Robert was devouring a large hamburger when he spotted Zhu Yu. He nodded, inviting Zhu Yu to take a seat, and graciously offered him some of the food on his plate. Zhu Yu shook his head in disdain. Having just finished a hearty meal from his hometown, he had absolutely no appetite for fast food. He ordered a cup of coffee and sipped it slowly, appearing calm and collected on the surface despite the urgency he felt inside. Time was not of the essence at that moment. Once Robert finished his meal, he wiped his mouth and hands with a napkin, tossed it aside, and exhaled deeply. He remarked, "Zhu, you are the most extraordinary boy I have ever met. I am a man, you understand?" Zhu Yu felt displeased. Fine, a man. Robert chuckled and pulled out a large envelope from his pocket, pushing it towards Zhu Yu. This contains the paperwork for the cargo yard. You have management rights for 10 years. The rent for this year has been settled, but for the following years, you will need to pay in advance at the port management office. Zhu Yu took the envelope and was about to open it when Robert added, "The will is also inside." Zhu Yu's curiosity piqued. Upon opening it, he first extracted the will, glancing at it, finding it nearly identical to the copy he had. Unlike the disappointment of having both Chinese and English versions, the cargo yard documents were entirely in English and rather convoluted. Zhu Yu skimmed through it, confirming its authenticity, primarily due to his trust in Robert's credibility. "This is $30,000, Zhu Yu stated, producing another envelope to hand over. "I still hope you can recommend a lawyer for me." Zhu Yu gazed into Robert's eyes, expressing his preference for Robert over those who served only for monetary gain. "I also serve money," Robert quipped self-deprecatingly, "but your credibility is far superior." "All right, I will await your news," Robert concluded, rising to depart. Zhu Yu felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had taken another step closer to his goal. Chapter 86. The Grievance of the Joseph Family. Harry Joseph's obsession was to uncover the treasure left behind by his grandfather. However, this endeavor had spanned 2 generations with little to show for it. His grandfather had departed too suddenly, leaving no time to inform the family about the hidden riches. Fortunately, the elder Joseph had managed to convert part of the treasure into tangible assets, ensuring that the remaining family members had jobs and were not in want. Gradually, most had forgotten the treasures, except for Harry, who, having listened to his grandfather's tales as a child, remained fixated on the matter. After enduring numerous disappointments, he began to explore alternative methods, advertising to attract treasure hunters. Yet, the whereabouts of the treasures remained a mystery. After persuading the family, Harry initiated this plan and continually refined his treasure map. In the first year, the plan generated over $100,000 for the family, prompting admiration from other members for Harry's cleverness. Nevertheless, Harry remained fixated on the true treasure. He believed that the riches left by his grandfather far exceeded what they had earned thus far. One day, when ceoromance, a distant relative responsible for guarding the estate, called to inform Harry that someone had discovered the treasure, Harry was overjoyed. Even though ceoromance vividly described how he had secured additional benefits for the family, Harry did not endorse his actions. However, upon learning that the individual was a Huaxia person, Harry's concern dissipated. With the confirmation that treasure indeed existed within the estate, Harry turned his attention to verifying the accuracy of his treasure map. This map was compiled from his grandfather's conversations and notes, including a point near the sluice. There were numerous points marked on the map, and having previously investigated several without success, Harry had given up. Now, he felt a renewed sense of hope. He decided to excavate the treasure himself. However, when he shared this plan with other family members, they did not support him. One uncle advised, "If you unearth the treasure, treasure hunters will stop coming to the estate, and we will lose a stable source of income. We prefer a consistent revenue stream, even if it's not substantial, to that uncertain treasure." The rest of the family shared this sentiment, leaving Harry feeling helpless. Yet, recent developments firmed his resolve. The words Zhu Yu spoke at the estate were validated by the younger generation and quickly spread among treasure hunters. The next day, fewer treasure hunters arrived at the Joseph estate. Many believed that since the treasure had already been unearthed, their presence was unnecessary. After all, New York had other locations to excavate. Furthermore, this incident tarnished the Joseph family's reputation. No one wanted their hard-earned treasures to be seized by others outside of their agreements. Ceoromance's short-sightedness inflicted significant damage on the Joseph family. In the following days, the number of treasure hunters dwindled, sometimes down to one or none at all. George, after quarreling with Zhu Yu, felt a pang of regret. He initially planned to seek reconciliation, but found Zhu Yu unresponsive to his calls. The news circulating in their circle reached George's ears, and he quickly attributed Zhu Yu's anger to the Joseph family's breach of trust. While George may not have been adept at treasure hunting, he was a veteran in the community and sternly condemned the Joseph family, causing the news to spread rapidly. Consequently, no treasure hunters visited the Joseph estate thereafter. Harry felt that this was a sufficient response to the Huaxia individual, especially since he had already been dismissed. However, he underestimated the significance of trust among treasure hunters. The community's boycott of the Joseph family was not in defense of Zhu Yu, but rather a rejection of such conduct. They did not wish for similar situations to arise in their own dealings. Thus, the remedial measures taken by the Joseph family yielded negligible results. With no visitors, the estate lost its income. Given that no one wanted to reside there, Harry made a bold decision to initiate his excavation plan. Deep down, he felt that the treasure rightfully belonged to his family. Ceoromance had not erred in giving half of the gold to that Huaxia individual. It was already a fair compensation. Therefore, he called upon CL Mint to assist him in the excavation as a form of recompense. Harry promised CL Mint that he would receive 10% of whatever treasure was unearthed. Naturally, CL Mint was delighted. He eagerly exclaimed, "Harry, I believe we will surely find the treasure." Harry, accompanied by CL Mint, began to excavate point by point on the estate. The first 3 points yielded nothing, and while Harry remained unfazed, CL Mint began to feel disheartened. As they approached the 4th point, just as Harry was about to start digging, CL Mint halted him. "Harry, this spot has already been excavated." CL Mint, having guarded the area daily, possessed a more discerning eye for previously dug sites than Harry. Upon closer examination, Harry indeed spotted signs of excavation. Feeling discouraged, he angrily thrust the shovel into the ground, only to have his expression change drastically. There was something hard beneath the surface. It did not resemble a stone. Harry hastily dug a few more times and unearthed a decayed wooden box. The box was damaged, and its contents were long gone. However, Harry knew that it had once contained treasure, yet it had been taken away. Damn it, it was stolen. Harry fumed. CL Mint, equally bewildered, wondered when such an event had transpired without his notice. If someone has excavated something, at least they can observe it themselves, considering the manor is not particularly large. After venting his frustrations, Harry composed himself and asked, "CL Mint, can you determine when this excavation occurred? It is imperative that we investigate this matter thoroughly." "Approximately 1 or 2 days ago," CL Mint replied, as he sifted through the dirt with a shovel. "It should not exceed 3 days." CL Mint was equally incensed, as he had a stake in this situation as well. "I will fetch the agreement book. It contains pertinent information." CL Mint quickly retrieved a stack of agreements and handed them to Harry. "These are the individuals who signed agreements within the past 2 days. We will examine each one." Chapter 87. Obtaining a green card? Hosting a container auction? Zhu Yu was unaware of the events transpiring within the Joseph family. After parting ways with Robert, he took 6 gold bars to old John. 2 bars were acquired from Joseph, while 4 came from a container shipped from Dubai. As for the remaining gold, jewelry, and gemstones, Zhu Yu decided to hold off for the moment, as the methods of acquisition were not entirely legitimate. He needed to wait for the right opportunity to act. Upon seeing the gold bars Zhu Yu brought, old John whistled cheerfully to express his delight. "Zhu, you never cease to amaze me. I heard you stirred up the treasure hunter's nest. Many have been inquiring about you." Zhu Yu feigned indignation as he recounted the unjust treatment he received from the Joseph family, pointing to the 4 bars and stating, "These 4 were originally extracted from the shipping container at the dock. They were meant for emergencies, but it appears they are no longer needed." Old John weighed one of the gold bars in his hand before setting it down and said to Zhu Yu, "You need not concern yourself with the Joseph family any longer. They have broken the rules, and the treasure hunters have begun to boycott them. No one is willing to excavate at their manor anymore. Let them face the consequences." Zhu Yu chuckled. "This is truly excellent news for me." He added, "I need to have these 6 gold bars weighed by a professional before assessing their value, as their purity may differ from current standards." Zhu Yu nodded, feeling reassured by old John's expertise. "By the way, I have acquired a warehouse," Zhu Yu revealed, pulling out the paperwork. "Could you verify its authenticity?" Old John was not surprised. He examined the documents and returned them to Zhu Yu, confirming their legitimacy. "That's good to hear," Zhu Yu thought to himself, as he was merely updating John on his newfound status as a property owner. "May I offer you a piece of advice?" Old John said earnestly. "With this paperwork, if you intend to transfer the warehouse to your name, it would be prudent to seize this opportunity to apply for a green card or even U.S. citizenship." "Let's not discuss citizenship," Zhu Yu interjected, "but a green card is indeed essential." John continued, "If you wish to operate the warehouse, your status must be appropriate. Without a green card, you will encounter numerous difficulties." Zhu Yu's visa was valid for 6 months, and if he intended to remain in the U.S., securing a green card was imperative. After some contemplation, Zhu Yu inquired, "Do you have a solution?" Of course, John indicated the paperwork in Zhu Yu's possession. "Once the transfer agreement is finalized, and you confirm the personnel employed at the warehouse and prepare the necessary documents, it can be arranged swiftly. Then I shall proceed with the green card application," Zhu Yu resolved, wishing to avoid future complications. Thus, the matter was settled. After departing from old John's, Zhu Yu followed the designated location on the paperwork and arrived at his designated warehouse number 77. The warehouse was not particularly large, capable of accommodating dozens of containers. If stacked, it could hold even more. However, it was currently quite empty, with only a few containers scattered about, though there was a gantry crane. It appeared to be second-hand and rather old. Nevertheless, Zhu Yu primarily established the warehouse to provide a cover for his operations. It would also serve to house the small operatives he had recruited from Jason and his associates, who could prove to be quite valuable when utilized effectively. Zhu Yu understood he had offended quite a few people, as he was well aware that one person could hardly contend against many. These small operatives were straightforward. They would follow whoever was perceived as the boss. At times, such companions could prove to be quite useful. Upon arriving at the port authority to complete the transfer paperwork, the warehouse was quickly registered under Zhu's name. Zhu Yu called Jason to bring his team over. Jason asked, "Boss, the team is assembled. Where should we meet?" "Warehouse 77. I am already here." "Great, we will be there shortly." Jason replied excitedly, "I have gathered dozens of people. Is that sufficient?" "That will be ample," Zhu Yu noted, surprised at Jason's impressive ability to rally people. Half an hour later, the small operatives began to arrive at the warehouse. Jason arrived with two individuals. "Boss, this is Makra. And this is Bondi. They are part of the team I brought." He then addressed Bondi and Makra. "This is our boss. This warehouse has been purchased for us." He added, "I am not one to neglect your prospects for profit. Of course, working under the boss means you will earn money, but it is imperative to follow the boss's directives. Should anyone be lazy, disobedient, or fail to work diligently, do not expect leniency." Zhu Yu secretly delighted in Jason's thorough introduction, allowing him to take on the role of the good cop. He produced a stack of prepared cash and handed it to Jason. "Since everyone is here, you are in charge of registering the personnel. The primary tasks will be divided among the three of you. Jason will be responsible for sourcing goods and printing promotional materials to advertise our warehouse. Bondi, your team will manage container transportation. Makra, your group will handle security, maintain cleanliness, assist clients in and out, and coordinate with truck drivers. Your positions are not fixed. If adjustments are necessary, I will inform you." Zhu Yu entrusted Jason with the cash, deciding to step back from further involvement. Unfamiliar with the intricacies of the operation, he left it to the small operatives to navigate, as he did not expect to generate significant profit from this venture. While distributing the cash, Jason proclaimed, "Let me clarify the rules. Do not tamper with the client's containers. There must always be someone on patrol, and those who patrol will receive additional compensation." He believed it would be best to hire a professional for management. Zhu Yu handed Jason the keys, instructing him to make duplicates and emphasizing the need for someone educated, detail-oriented, and capable of recording entries and exits at the entrance. Jason confidently assured him it would be handled. Zhu Yu then pulled him aside and whispered, "You might consider acquiring containers that have been abandoned for over 6 months. Our warehouse could specialize in container auctions." Jason's eyes lit up at the suggestion, recognizing it as a brilliant idea. Having witnessed Zhu Yu generate significant profits from containers worth only a few $100s, he realized that if they could acquire a batch of such containers at a low cost and host a specialized auction, it could yield substantial profits. Whether treasure seekers would benefit was irrelevant. As long as the auction price exceeded their purchase price, the business would thrive. Zhu Yu shared this sentiment. With the rise of short videos, more individuals were becoming aware of the container auction business, and many were editing videos showcasing treasure seekers making profits, which would likely attract newcomers. Why not take a piece of this burgeoning market? Chapter 88. Truly a delight. After organizing the warehouse affairs, Zhu Yu called old John to discuss warehouse management. John mentioned he would keep an eye out, although finding suitable talent could be challenging, advising Zhu Yu to remain patient. Realizing that impatience would not serve him, Zhu Yu ended the call and headed out to lunch with Jason. Along the way, he discussed the necessary documentation with Jason, who readily agreed. "BNGD is a cultured individual, adept in such matters. I shall prepare the necessary materials promptly. BS, once you obtain your green card, we will be able to expand our business at the cargo yard significantly." GSN was exhilarated, while ZHY felt rather indifferent. ZHY even suspected that the jade pendant contained not only the cultivation methods for T New York N, but possibly other secrets as well. After enjoying a meal prepared by FLI, GSN hurriedly took his brother to the cargo yard. They intended to scout how many containers were overdue on rent and slated for auction in the nearby cargo yard. ZHY was reluctant to visit the cargo yard, as there was little of value there and he would not be able to contribute. After some contemplation, he decided to head to New York City. From information obtained from UHN, he learned that an auction of several warehouses was scheduled for the afternoon. ZHY hoped to seize an opportunity. To his surprise, the chubby young man and the bearded one were present. The green-clad Sell-in, of course, was absent. However, another strikingly tall Caucasian woman, clad in a jacket and cowboy hat, caught his eye. The others appeared to be mere onlookers. After registering, ZHY waited alongside the others. As the time approached, the administrator and the security personnel proceeded towards the warehouse. The others immediately followed suit. The bearded man and the white male recognized ZHY and whispered amongst themselves as they walked. ZHY's keen ears detected that they seemed to be plotting to suppress him. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed. In the presence of potential profit, collaboration among them would prove challenging, akin to tossing a bone to two dogs. After the ordeal at the USF Manor, ZHY had lowered his estimation of the moral character of these individuals in MIL GU even further. Warehouse 17. Upon reaching the designated spot, the administrator addressed the prospective bidders, announcing that the warehouse would be opened for inspection, allowing them 1 minute to observe before the auction commenced. With that, the security personnel unlatched the ground lock of the rolling door. To everyone's surprise, behind the door was a wall constructed of iron plates, with a small door in the center. The iron wall sealed the interior tightly, rendering it invisible. What a load of crap, someone shouted. Others speculated about what treasures might be hidden within. Activating New York N. ZHY scanned the interior and was astonished to discover that the warehouse had been transformed into a complete doomsday bunker. Inside the iron walls lay a fully equipped survival shelter. Oval in shape, resembling an oil tank, ZHY even suspected it might have been repurposed from one. A bed, a table, and neatly arranged shelves stocked with numerous canned goods adorned the space. Beneath the bed, a wooden box brimmed with various firearms. Under the table sat a small generator and several interconnected batteries. Upon the table rested a telescope and several expensive survival knives. Several barrels of water occupied the empty space beside the bed, and beneath one of the barrels was a hidden compartment containing a gun and some ammunition. The bottom shelf held various instruments, such as gas masks and Geiger counters. The sheer value of the firearms and ammunition alone was impressive. The knives were also exceptional. This was a must-bid. As the minute concluded, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of debate. The bearded man posited that this must have been a place for personal belongings, hence the added lock. The chubby man asserted it was a doomsday survival house. ZHY couldn't help but regard the chubby man with newfound respect. He had indeed guessed correctly. As the minute elapsed, the administrator raised his hand and proclaimed, "The starting bid is $300, with each subsequent bid increasing by no less than $50. The auction begins." ZHY was the first to speak up, $1,000. His bold offer startled those nearby. Damn, how does this 11 person dare to bid so high? Is he merely flaunting his wealth? Others murmured. Seriously, does one warehouse warrant such an extravagant expenditure? ZHY's bid extinguished the aspirations of many bidders. Yet, despite this realization, he remained steadfast in his strategy. $1,050. The bearded man raised his hand, smiling at ZHY as if to indicate he was not short of cash. The chubby man hesitated but refrained from bidding. ZHY raised his hand again, $1,500. The administrator promptly pointed at ZHY. This gentleman bids $1,500. Is there anyone willing to outbid him at $1,000? The administrator was visibly excited. $1,500. Such a price was quite rare in warehouse auctions. After all, most of the warehouses contained little more than useless second-hand goods. A bid exceeding $1,000 was considered substantial. The bearded man shrugged, surrendering. The chubby man, feeling anxious, immediately raised his hand, $1,600. Before the administrator could respond, ZHY raised his hand once more, $1,800. The chubby man conceded. The auction concluded. The entire process lasted no more than a minute. The administrator grinned and congratulated ZHY. This has been the quickest warehouse auction I have ever witnessed. The others were not oblivious to the possibility of treasures hidden behind the iron door. However, the risk of it being worthless was equally daunting. After all, it was merely an iron door. They were unwilling to gamble. $1,800 represented 2 to 3 weeks' salary for an average worker. Quite substantial. The security guard handed ZHY a lock with a key, and ZHY promptly secured the door before following the administrator forward. Those who had hoped to see what ZHY would unveil soon displayed expressions of disappointment. It was clear he had no intention of revealing anything. The administrator arrived at the entrance of another warehouse, announcing loudly, "Warehouse 39, the auction is now underway. You have 1 minute to observe." With that, he signaled the security personnel to unlock it. ZHY began scanning the new warehouse. To his dismay, it was cluttered with junk. Rather than a warehouse, it resembled a homeless person's abode. On either side of the entrance lay piles of discarded cardboard boxes filled with tattered plush toys, bowls, cups, and old magazines. Further inside, obscured by the boxes, was a rolled-up bedding set, revealing frayed edges, and a pillow surrounded by large bundles of toilet paper. At the very back, an old chair, its color long faded, supported a frying pan with a broken handle, filled with an unidentifiable black mass that appeared to be crawling with flies. Initially, ZHY intended to abandon his inspection, but as he scanned the bedding with New York N, his eyes suddenly lit up. How could such an item be found here? Chapter 89, Unexpected Gains. The observation period concluded. The starting bid for this warehouse was set at $10, with each subsequent bid increasing by no less than $5. The auction commenced. However, after a lengthy pause, no one spoke up. Everyone recognized that this warehouse held little value. What lay within were merely second-hand goods discarded by others. some of which ought to have been in a trash bin. Hence, the administrator had set an exceptionally low opening price of $10. The administrator then turned his gaze towards Zhy. This newcomer from Who 11 seemed to be affluent. Would he be willing to bid on this warehouse? $10. Just $10. You might uncover hidden treasures left behind by the previous owner. They often conceal valuable items in inconspicuous corners to avoid detection. The administrator began to promote the auction, arguing that even if the warehouse sold for $10, it would save on cleaning expenses, as hiring someone to clear out the rubbish would cost at least several dozen dollars. All right, $10. Zhy could no longer contain himself and raised his hand. Oh, did you see that? This Huaxiao individual bid $10. Is there anyone willing to increase the bid? $10. $10. Is there anyone? No one. No one. The burly man, growing impatient, exclaimed, "Hurry up and conclude the auction. We have the next warehouse to inspect." The administrator, helpless, turned to Zhu Yu and said, "Very well, $10. Congratulations. Please pay and sign. You now possess the rights to clear this warehouse." There were still 2 more warehouses to auction, but Zhu Yu chose not to follow. He felt that his luck had been nearly exhausted for the day. Even if he were to attend, he doubted he would uncover anything of value. When the others departed, the burly man cast a disdainful glance at Zhu Yu, clearly believing that Zhu Yu's purchase of the warehouse for $10 was merely an exercise in futility. Zhu Yu paid no heed to such overt provocation. His focus was solely on the contents beneath the covering. Once the area was clear, he stepped inside the warehouse. The items within were so dilapidated that even onlookers had dispersed. Zhu Yu walked deeper inside, pinching his nose as he lifted the covering, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Beneath the covering lay 4 neat stacks of U.S. dollars, each $100 denomination. They appeared somewhat worn, but were impeccably clean and orderly. Zhu Yu merely glanced at them before immediately bending down to pocket the bills. After a moment's thought, he withdrew 1 bill, expressing his disdain, and hurriedly exited. It seemed that even a second longer in that place would soil him in numerous ways. Despite this, once outside the warehouse, Zhu Yu began to feel an itch. He wondered if there were parasites like lice lurking within. It was evident that, as Zhu Yu had surmised, this place had served as a refuge for a transient. Yet, why had this wanderer left behind such a substantial sum of money? Where had the wanderer gone? The remnants of food in the pot and the tangled blankets indicated that the occupant had departed in haste, leaving even the food uneaten. Had they met with an unfortunate incident? Zhu Yu speculated aimlessly. At that moment, someone approached from a distance. Zhu Yu recognized him as one of the bidders from earlier. Though he had not raised a single paddle throughout the auction, the young man, with brown skin, appeared neither wealthy nor particularly vibrant, dressed in somewhat worn clothing. Zhu Yu called out to him, "Hey, buddy, has the auction over there concluded? By the way, I have a job for you. Are you interested?" He gestured towards the warehouse behind him. The young man looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" Zhu Yu clarified. "You clean it up, dispose of the garbage properly, and you'll earn $100. What do you say?" Since his encounter with that white girl, Zhu Yu had realized that not all participants in the warehouse auctions were affluent. Some might not even have $100 to their name. Upon hearing the offer of $100, the young man hesitated. Should he take the job? Footsteps echoed behind him. The young man quickly nodded. "I agree." Zhu Yu replied. "All right, I'll keep the $100. You clean up, and then come find me at warehouse 17. He had no intention of paying up front. In this scenario, if he handed the money to the young man, there was a high probability that upon his return, the warehouse contents would remain intact, but the young man would be nowhere to be seen. The so-called spirit of contract espoused by capitalists and intellectuals applied only under strict legal frameworks and severe penalties. Here, it was ineffective. Inside was a sealed doomsday bunker akin to an oil tank, with a locked door. Zhu Yu had seen during his inspection that this oval space was reinforced with steel plates over a centimeter thick, impervious to ordinary bullets. He opened the door and slipped inside. As he entered, the lights flickered on. The cans on the shelves were still within their expiration dates, and regarding the firearms, Zhu Yu noted several models, 24, 16, and Glock 17, all with compatible ammunition. The concealed box contained a large caliber Desert Eagle, typically not used by the average person. He picked up a pair of binoculars and discovered they were night vision capable. Such equipment was not inexpensive. After testing a knife, Zhu Yu decided to keep the one that felt most comfortable. He believed this doomsday bunker alone could fetch several tens of thousands of dollars. Exiting, he locked the door and called Old John. "What did you say? A doomsday bunker? Where have you been?" Old John was astonished by Zhu Yu's endeavors. He had just managed a cargo yard and was now delving into warehouses, even uncovering a doomsday bunker. Yet, recalling the extraordinary items Zhu Yu had previously unearthed, Old John mused that if Zhu Yu were to find a missile next, he wouldn't be surprised. Inside were 4 firearms, several hundred rounds of ammunition, a generator, a night vision device, and a set of batteries, all assembled from steel plates over a centimeter thick. After detailing the specifications of the doomsday bunker, Old John pondered for a few seconds before responding. All right, I do have individuals interested in such a thing here. With something this good, I'm certain that Oakleyan won't be dismissive of it. Await my call. After hanging up, Zhu Yu noticed the young man with brown skin running towards him. Hello, I've finished tidying the warehouse. Can you come take a look? Zhu Yu had not expected him to be so swift. He nodded and walked over. Indeed, the warehouse was impeccably clean, and it was unclear where all the items had been discarded. You didn't throw things haphazardly, did you? Zhu Yu inquired. No? No. The young man pointed outside. I called 2 friends to help, and we disposed of everything in the large dumpster across the street. There are just a few items left that the wanderer intended to take. All right, I trust you. Zhu Yu locked the door and handed the young man $100, saying, You have a bright future ahead. Keep it up, young man. The young man paused momentarily, but after receiving the $100, he excitedly replied, Thank you, and dashed away. Zhu Yu returned to the administrator to return the key for Warehouse 17, only to receive a call from an unfamiliar number. As he answered, he wondered how much Oakleyan would be willing to pay. Chapter 90. Warehouse Treasure Hunters and Their Hierarchies. Before Oakleyan arrived, the burly man was already whistling as he approached. Visibly pleased, he had just secured a warehouse containing a complete set of solid wood furniture in excellent condition for $1,300, which he quickly resold for $5,000. In less than an hour, he had made a profit of $3,700. Such luck was rare. Observing Zhu Yu loitering idly at the warehouse entrance, the burly man couldn't help but whistle and mock. Hey, buddy, there isn't nothing behind that iron plate, is there? Auctioning off warehouses is a skill. It's not merely about having money. In this line of work, you still have much to learn. As a seasoned treasure hunter, the burly man felt compelled to impart some wisdom to this Huaxiao individual regarding the trade's rules. Zhu Yu cast a glance at the burly man and chose to ignore him. It seemed that the desire to play the role of a teacher was not solely a trait of many Huaxiao individuals. There were also those among Americans who enjoyed doing so. There was no need to indulge such individuals. Ignoring them sufficed. Noticing Zhu Yu's indifference, the burly man grew irritated and stepped closer, raising his voice. Hey, Huaxia kid, I'm talking to you. Do you understand my point? I'm trying to be helpful. You should know. Zhu Yu impatiently interrupted him. Do you know why my neighbor's grandmother lived to be 105 years old? Was abruptly interrupted by Zhu Yu, leaving him somewhat bewildered. He inquired why? What does this have to do with what I said? She has lived so long precisely because she never meddles in others' affairs. After pondering for a moment, he realized that Zhu Yu was implying he was being overly inquisitive. Enraged, he was about to confront Zhu Yu when a tall, elderly Caucasian man strode towards them. Upon seeing Zhu Yu, the old man's eyes lit up, and he extended his hand with a smile, saying, You must be Zhu, as mentioned by old John. Are you Mr. Oakley? Zhu Yu dismissed the matter with, as business took precedence. Yes, Oakley replied enthusiastically, and after a handshake, he asked, Zhu, where is the Doomsday Fortress you mentioned? Hearing the term, felt a jolt in his mind. Could this iron plate be hiding the Doomsday Fortress? Unable to resist, he yearned to sneak a peek. Zhu Yu opened the door, inviting Oakley inside. Upon seeing the oil tank-like fortress, Oakley exclaimed, Impressive. This is a mobile fortress, or a doomsday safe house. It's evident that its previous owner was an expert. When Zhu Yu opened the oil tank's door, revealing the lights and furnishings within, Oakley nodded and stepped inside. Zhu Yu followed, but was blocked at the entrance. Although displeased, he refrained from pushing further upon seeing Zhu Yu's warning glare. Oakley had already known there were weapons inside. He began searching for the gun cases, inspecting the firearms, then glanced at the generator, night vision goggles, and the remaining 2 knives, as well as the canned food displayed on the shelves. Very good. An expert indeed. After completing his inspection, Oakley generously praised the items, asserting that although simple, each was incredibly useful. I'll take this fortress. What's the price? Zhu Yu inquired, as he was not well versed in the market value of these items. Outside, perked up his ears. Oakley contemplated for a moment before stating, How about $35,000? I have a truck, and if you find the price agreeable, I can pay you right now and haul it away. All right, that works. Zhu Yu found the price fair. After all, it was nearly 20 times what he had invested, which seemed quite favorable, did it not? Outside, was filled with jealousy. He had earned $3,000 to $4,000 and was ecstatic, but here was someone making 10 times that amount. Lucky kid from Huaxia. What a load of nonsense. Frustrated, turned and left, unwilling to witness Zhu Yu's smug expression. Had it been his fortune, he would have undoubtedly uttered some rather unpleasant remarks. After Oakley paid, Zhu Yu handed him the keys. This warehouse contained nothing but the Doomsday Fortress. The only extra item was the iron door outside. For Oakley to take the Doomsday Fortress, he would need to dismantle the iron door. Thus, Zhu Yu needn't concern himself further and proceeded to the management office to report his departure. The two warehouses had netted him over $70,000. Quite commendable. Driving his Raptor pickup truck, Zhu Yu whistled with joy. Halfway through, old John called. The 6 gold bars have been sold. The total weight is about 3 kilograms, and since they are not particularly pure, the price is slightly lower, at $18,000. Would you prefer to collect the cash, or shall I transfer it to you? Please transfer it, Zhu Yu replied. Although he desired cash, he already had over $70,000 on him. Carrying such a substantial amount felt rather unsafe. He recognized the need for a secure residence to store valuable items that required discretion. Quite the hassle. Shortly thereafter, he received the transfer notification and hesitated about whether to sell the remaining gold and gemstone roughs, ultimately deciding against it. After dining with Jason, Zhu Yu noticed the meal was considerably more lavish. He thought better of it and refrained from further complications. Reflecting on his thoughts, Zhu Yu retrieved the diary left by Joseph and began to peruse its contents. He had a sense that Joseph had embedded significant insights within its pages. Previously, he had only skimmed through it, but now he delved deeper, hoping to uncover something of value. After all, as they say, everyone understands. This reading extended well into the night, and indeed, Zhu Yu discerned some intriguing information. If he had become wealthy in New York, it was certain he had brought something significant along. He had pillaged treasures from numerous countries in Europe. What he later discovered was merely a fraction of what was taken. Much of it had either been lost to the public or hidden away in certain locales. So what was utilized? It was evident. Chapter 91. Elson is anxious. Mark is anxious. In a lavish villa adorned with Chinese decor, a young man of Chinese descent was angrily shouting at a Caucasian man. What is going on? Wasn't he previously stated that a serious injury meant certain death? Now the will is missing, and besides him, who else could it be? The white lawyer Mark displayed a remorseful expression. At that time, he was shot multiple times, and under normal circumstances, he could not possibly survive. The gunfire attracted the police, and my people had to leave. Mark realized that his explanation was futile. The theft of the will could only imply that Zhu Yu was still alive. Mr. Elson, I believe the most pressing issue now is not to assign blame, but to figure out how to respond. Am I unaware of what is truly important? Elson retorted. However, since you made a mistake, you must take responsibility for the consequences. Mark silently lamented. Following the previous attack on Zhu Yu, he had indeed dispatched individuals to investigate Zhu Yu's status. Yet, the locals had no information regarding Zhu Yu. There were no reports of a Chinese individual being rescued, nor any hospital records indicating Zhu Yu was treated for injuries. Thus, Mark had assumed Zhu Yu had perished. After all, the area where Zhu Yu was ambushed was chaotic, with multiple incidents of fighting and robbery occurring daily. It would have been abnormal if there weren't at least 3 to 5 such events. Hence, Mark did not pursue further inquiries. This time, however, with the will stolen, despite injuries on the opposing side, Mark had immediately investigated upon receiving news. Yet the nearby hospitals similarly reported no injured patients. Mark even invested a considerable sum to cross-reference the blood types and fingerprints of trauma patients admitted to various hospitals in New York during that time frame. Yet, there were no results. Thus, he had to report back to Elson, as this matter could not be concealed. As expected, Elson placed the blame squarely on him. I hope you handle this matter more decisively this time. After all, my nominal adoptive father has had extraordinary experiences. Elson warned Mark. He once suffered severe injuries. And when everyone believed he was doomed, he miraculously recovered. And since then, his luck has been remarkably good. I still cannot determine the reason. Mark thought to himself that Elson was likely not referring to his adoptive father's fortunate circumstances, but rather to the antiques and treasures he had acquired. In his lifetime, Zhu Dajiang had been exceptionally fortunate, having made several noteworthy investments in collectibles. However, after Zhu Dajiang's passing, Elson had failed to locate these items. Thus, upon seeing the will, he surmised that Zhu Dajiang might have bequeathed these treasures to Zhu Yu. Consequently, Elson had attacked Zhu Yu, hoping to claim the inheritance for himself. Yet, even in Zhu Yu's rightful estate, Elson had failed to find those collectibles. Moreover, he never anticipated that Zhu Yu might not be dead and had arranged for someone to steal the will. You better resolve this matter quickly, or when the other party comes to confront me with the will, I trust you understand the consequences you will face. Elson threatened Mark before waving him away. Elson knew there was no need for courtesy with such individuals. As long as there is profit to be made, even if you berate them to the point of exhaustion, they will still spit in your face. Of course, if you lack financial resources, do not even think about hurling insults. It would be impossible to elicit a polite word from the other party. Nevertheless, Erickson was quite anxious. Although Zhu Dajiang had left him a considerable fortune, converting it into a substantial amount of cash proved to be a challenge. If he could locate those collectibles, he could quickly liquidate them. However, Hastily selling the manor and villa would not only incur significant losses, but also tarnish his reputation in high society, which was far from ideal. Mark did not merely serve Eriksson alone. As a lawyer, he engaged in legitimate legal business while also moonlighting as a broker, partaking in some less than reputable dealings. With the will gone, Mark sensed that he and Eriksson were likely facing considerable trouble. Reporting the matter to Eriksson was one aspect. The other was to let Eriksson bear some of the brunt while he distanced himself from the situation. If necessary, he would shift the blame. Zhu Yu was unaware that his two adversaries were secretly calculating their next moves. He thought that if he had time to gather information about the suspicious merchant, he might uncover something valuable. In old Joseph's diary, his comrade had not found any pertinent items in the merchant's estate. However, the investigation revealed that this merchant had indeed arrived from Europe after the conclusion of World War II. Was it mere coincidence? It was hard to say. Zhu Yu felt a surge of excitement. This could be a treasure. If it were true, the gains would surely exceed the trivialities he had encountered thus far. Surely, it would start at several $1 million. Lost in daydreams, Zhu Yu slept late into the morning. Upon leaving his residence, he purchased a sandwich and made his way to the port cargo area. Jason, Bondi, and others were already at work. Several containers had been delivered, and a young black man was registering them at the entrance. Zhu Yu took a glance and realized that shipments had indeed arrived from South America. It appeared Jason and his team had successfully advertised their services. The prospects looked promising. After exchanging greetings with a few individuals, Zhu Yu proceeded to the Seven Axes bar. Upon seeing Zhu Yu, old John greeted him with a smile. "Thank you, John." Zhu Yu expressed his sincere gratitude. "No need for formality," old John replied while polishing a glass. "Just the commission from yesterday's deal amounts to my entire month's bar income. I should be thanking you. Investing in you has been the wisest decision of my life." Zhu Yu felt a bit helpless regarding old John's tendency to view their mutual assistance as a mere transaction. Changing the subject, Zhu Yu inquired, "Are there any noteworthy auction items at the cargo area today?" "None." Old John shook his head, explaining that suitable containers for auction were not available every day. Recently, due to the economic downturn, there had not been many containers arriving at the port, and those that did arrive were quickly taken away. After a moment of thought, he continued, "By the way, I have some news that I think you might find interesting. In the suburbs of the West District, there's an old fellow who enjoys collecting junk and is planning to sell off his collection to raise some funds for retirement in the city. You might find some good items there." Zhu Yu pondered for a moment. Since he had nothing pressing to attend to, it would be worthwhile to take a look. He asked old John for the address and drove off in that direction. Following the address, he found himself venturing further away, eventually exiting the city and arriving at a desolate area devoid of even a small town. At this point, Zhu Yu's heart raced with apprehension. Could this be the lair of a rural collector? Is there anything of value here? Chapter 92, A Tang Dao? Unthinkable. The destination was a modest farm. The yard was quite spacious, lacking any fence, with a single bungalow, a garage, and storage facilities. Upon hearing the sound of a vehicle, two dogs came bounding out, barking furiously at the pickup truck. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man with graying hair and a frail frame emerged from the yard. As Zhu Yu exited the vehicle, one of the dogs lunged at him, and he instinctively raised his foot to kick it, but the old man shouted, "Wait." Zhu Yu stepped forward, smiling as he extended his hand. "Are you Mr. Tang? I was sent by old John. My name is Zhu Yu." "Hello, young man, Mr. Tang said while calming the dog. "You must be here to see my treasures, right?" "Indeed," Zhu Yu replied. "Come, follow me." Mr. Tang, having encountered many visitors interested in his collectibles, led Zhu Yu to a warehouse at the side of the yard. The warehouse, likely converted from the original garage, had a large iron door secured with a hefty lock. Mr. Tang retrieved a large keyring from his belt, selected a substantial key, and unlocked the door while saying, "I have been collecting these treasures for decades. It is hard to part with them, but my son is not fond of them, and since he is not here, I would rather not throw them away. Please, choose what you like." Zhu Yu assisted Mr. Tang in opening the iron door, revealing a space brimming with items. The warehouse was approximately 20 square meters, with shelves lining 3 walls, all laden with various objects. The center floor was cluttered with collectibles, or rather, assorted bric-a-brac. It was truly a treasure trove. Zhu Yu scanned the area and noticed a range of items, including a vintage motorcycle from the 1960s or 1970s in the center. Next to it sat a wooden table adorned with an exquisitely crafted saddle, alongside a rolled-up carpet. On the left shelf, there were wooden carvings, an old phonograph, and records. To the right, Zhu Yu's eyes were immediately drawn to a bundle of samurai swords. He approached and carefully lifted the bundle, placing it on the small table beside the saddle. The bundle contained 8 swords, 7 of which were approximately 1 meter long, while one was shorter, measuring about 50 centimeters. Habitually employing his keen eye, Zhu Yu was momentarily stunned. Among the 7 swords, 6 were quite ordinary, lacking any distinctive features. However, one bore the inscription Luiying Fengzhua on the hilt. Could this be a work of a renowned master? At the very least, it appeared to be a custom piece rather than a mass-produced item. This blade must be worth a significant sum. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The focus was on the shorter sword, whose scabbard was rusted to the point where the blade was nearly indistinguishable. However, within the wooden hilt, he could faintly make out 6 golden characters, Tianbao Banzai Qianwen. Tianbao, was that not the era name of Emperor Xuanzong of Tang? Could this be a Tang Dao? Zhu Yu felt his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. Steady yourself, regardless of its authenticity. The evident rust on this blade suggested it had been around for quite some time. One might imagine that those specialized in the art of rusting in his homeland would not have reached Mr. Tang's collection, right? But to be cautious, Zhu Yu casually drew one of the samurai swords while asking, Mr. Tang, where did these swords come from, and how much do you want for them? I was once a World War II veteran, Mr. Tang said, gazing at the swords with a reminiscent expression. We captured a few officers in Ryukyu, and some of these were taken from their residences, while others were picked up from the battlefield. Zhu Yu surmised that these items were likely genuine. He could tell that Mr. Tang was not lying, nor did he have any reason to do so. As for the price, Mr. Tang assessed the rusted swords and stated, I suppose $100 each will suffice. I do have a fondness for these swords, but they no longer serve any purpose. Deal. Zhu Yu was ecstatic. Though he concealed his excitement, he extracted a stack of cash, counted out $800, and handed it over. He then cradled the swords and made his way out to place them in the back seat of the pickup truck. Mr. Tang, I would like to see more. Of course. Mr. Tang, initially believing Zhu Yu was only interested in the swords, felt a tinge of disappointment. Although $800 is not an insignificant sum, the sheer volume of my collectibles has garnered little interest from prospective buyers in recent days. When will they sell? Am I truly destined to discard them as scrap? It would benefit Zhu Yu greatly if he could acquire more. As Zhu Yu entered the warehouse, his gaze fell upon a saddle. The craftsmanship was not particularly intricate, yet it possessed a certain primitive beauty, likely due to a lack of maintenance, as the edges of the cowhide had begun to curl. As he reached out to examine it, the signs of wear were markedly evident, the surface polished to a smooth sheen. The saddle was composed of wood, cowhide, and brass components. A cursory inspection revealed exquisite patterns branded onto the wooden frame inside, accompanied by an ornate script beneath, which he was unable to decipher. How much for this saddle? Zhu Yu inquired. $200, came the reply from Donald. I'll take it, Zhu Yu decided, believing that with some care, it could fetch over $1,000. His attention then shifted to an old motorcycle. Although it was no longer operational, with a bit of repair, it would surely attract a buyer. What is the price for this contraption? He asked again. Donald, surprised by Zhu Yu's enthusiastic purchases, responded, $150. He had lowered the price voluntarily, feeling a twinge of embarrassment since Zhu Yu had not haggled despite acquiring numerous items. All right, I'll take it, Zhu Yu concluded, and after scanning the area for any other appealing items, he decided to stop there. He paid for the saddle and motorcycle, securing them in the bed of his pickup truck before bidding farewell to Donald. Young man, care for a cup of tea before you leave? Donald warmly invited him. Zhu Yu accepted graciously and followed Donald into the yard, which was cluttered with various pieces of furniture, tools, and wooden racks. As they walked, Donald explained, we plan to clear this out for sale, hence the disarray. Zhu Yu nodded in understanding. As he departed, Max and another dog wagged their tails at him. Even after driving a considerable distance, Zhu Yu could still see Donald's figure alongside the 2 dogs darting about. Does this count as loneliness? It matters little now. What truly holds significance is that knife. Chapter 93. Is this a solid confirmation? Upon entering New York City, Zhu Yu parked the vehicle and carefully retrieved the short-handled knife. Suspected to be a Tang Dao, he gently attempted to draw it but found it stuck, likely due to rust. However, it felt movable. After exerting some effort, he successfully extracted the blade. It was relatively straight, with only the tip exhibiting a bevel. Overall, it resembled an iron knife, yet the edge retained areas devoid of rust, suggesting it might be steel. The handle was wooden, made of an unknown type of wood, enclosing an iron strip that fused with the blade. The inscription Tian Bao Ba Nian Qian Wen was etched into the handle, each character no larger than a soybean. Zhu Yu sheathed the knife slowly and began searching online. He found the phrase Tian Bao Ba Nian somewhat awkward. Typically, one would use a specific year, not yen. However, upon researching, he discovered that, indeed, the term yen was used historically. Could this be considered a solid confirmation? Further searches for Tang Dao revealed that only a handful existed, with most in private collections. The knife he possessed was not in pristine condition compared to those documented, yet Zhu Yu felt immense satisfaction. If this truly was a Tang Dao, even if it wasn't classified as a national treasure, it would still be a remarkable find. Delighted, he placed the knife in the passenger seat and drew out the inscribed samurai sword. This blade was relatively well preserved, with minimal rust on the blade. The cord wrapped around the handle had decayed, exposing the copper beneath. The blood groove on the blade still bore dark stains, possibly remnants of blood. The iron sheath showed some rust, though it was not severe. The other blades exhibited varying degrees of rust, but overall, they remained in reasonable condition. Zhu Yu called Old John to discuss the saddle, samurai sword, and motorcycle. After a moment of contemplation, Old John responded, "I recall a collector from Huaxia who specializes in such items, though I'm not well acquainted with him. Here is his contact information. You may reach out to him directly. Regarding the motorcycle, I'll provide you with a shop that deals in second-hand goods. You might be able to sell the saddle there as well." Upon receiving the contact information, Zhu Yu dialed the number. The person on the other end introduced himself as Tang Haoyang, a private collector. "Hello," a gentle voice greeted him in English. "Hello, Mr. Tang, my name is Zhu Yu. I have a few samurai swords, and was wondering if you might be interested." "A Chinese?" Tang Haoyang's tone brightened slightly. "Yes," Zhu Yu replied in Mandarin this time. "Ha. I am certainly interested. What time are you available, Mr. Zhu?" "Now," Zhu Yu grinned, "if you have the time." "I certainly do." The address was exchanged, and Zhu Yu drove to Tang Haoyang's location, discovering it to be a private museum. Tang Haoyang, tall and imposing, was half a head taller than Zhu Yu, who stood at 1.78 meters. Upon seeing Zhu Yu alight from his vehicle, Tang Haoyang greeted him with a warm smile. Holding the 7 samurai swords, Zhu Yu found it difficult to shake hands, opting instead to nod in acknowledgement. As they entered the museum, Zhu Yu noted that it was devoid of visitors at that moment. "Place them here." Tang Haoyang gestured towards an empty table in the center. "Let me take a look." Zhu Yu set down the swords and glanced around, noticing a considerable collection of samurai swords, rifles, canteens, and other vintage military items displayed throughout the museum. As Tang Haoyang donned gloves, he explained, "My museum primarily collects artifacts from the Second World War. While I can find many items here in New York, acquiring similar pieces from the homeland is quite challenging." Zhu Yu nodded in understanding. Tang Haoyang examined the swords closely. Of the 7, 6 were standard models with limited collectible value, which he quickly set aside. However, he picked out the sword with the inscription, scrutinizing it intently. After a while, he fetched some tools and said to Zhu Yu, "Mr. Zhu, I intend to disassemble the handle to examine the inscription more closely, if you don't mind. Rest assured, I definitely want to acquire this sword. Those with inscriptions are truly rare." Zhu Yu smiled. "Feel free, you are the expert. Let us agree on a price based on the inscription," Tang Haoyang proposed. "For the ordinary swords, I'll offer $300 each. As for this one," he indicated the inscribed sword, "it appears to be custom-made. The craftsman was a notable figure of the time, so the price will be higher, $1,000 per character. And I'll offer you $4,000 for this piece. How does that sound?" Zhu Yu nodded in agreement. The samurai swords were merely an additional gain, already yielding several times their worth, which was satisfactory. Tang Haoyang, surprised by Zhu Yu's decisiveness, said nothing further, paid him, and began disassembling the sword's handle. Observing Tang Haoyang at work, Zhu Yu remarked, "Mr. Tang, you carry on. I must take my leave. I have other items to sell. Allow me to see you off." Tang Haoyang offered, setting aside his task. As they walked, he inquired, "Do you have anything else I might see?" "An old saddle and a vintage motorcycle." Zhu Yu gestured towards his vehicle, assuming Tang Haoyang would not be interested. Indeed, Tang Haoyang showed no interest. However, as he escorted Zhu Yu, his gaze flicked to the passenger seat and brightened. "Mr. Zhu, what about that knife?" "That knife is not for sale." Zhu Yu shook his head and said, "I have yet to determine the age, so I plan to conduct some research." Tang Haoyang wore a look of regret, but he did not give up. "May I take a look?" Zhu Yu hesitated for a moment before carefully handing the sword to Tang Haoyang. Tang Haoyang examined it closely and remarked, "The hilt has been replaced." Then, he gently tugged at it, but could not pull it free. Zhu Yu encouraged, "Apply a bit more force." Tang Haoyang had intended to do so, but was concerned about Zhu Yu's reaction. Now that Zhu Yu had consented, he exerted a bit more effort and successfully extracted the sword. As he held the blade, Tang Haoyang's eyes fixated on it, overwhelmed by an unshakable feeling. Could this be a Tang Dao? His hand trembled as he gripped the sword. He looked up at Zhu Yu, seemingly seeking confirmation. Zhu Yu smiled and responded, "In this regard, Mr. Tang, you are the expert. I too have my suspicions, as it bears a resemblance." "This is not merely a resemblance. It is identical in form," Tang Haoyang exclaimed, gazing down at the blade, scrutinizing its edge, the tip, and the distinctive characteristics of the straight blade. Zhu Yu, observing Tang Haoyang's excitement, felt a twinge of concern that the sword might be crushed in his grip. Chapter 94. The saddle has history. "Mr. Zhu, is this sword for sale?" Although Tang Haoyang found the situation rather fantastical, the item was in his hands, and he could not possibly let it slip away. Even if it were a replica, Its craftsmanship was so exquisite that it warranted acquisition. $500,000. Tang Haoyang gritted his teeth and proposed a price. No, 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 Zhu Yu thought. This is absurd. 800,000, 1 million. Surely 1 million will suffice? The maximum amount Tang Haoyang could muster was 1 million, and he would need to sell off some of his own collection to raise it. No, 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 Zhu Yu shook his head, placing the sword back in the car, decisively refusing. I am uncertain whether this sword is genuine, and if it is, I would take it back to my country for auction. Zhu Yu did not collect such items primarily due to the inconvenience of doing so abroad. However, a Tang Dao, which could be regarded as a national treasure, would be more appropriately sold to collectors within the country. Abroad? Forget it. This item must remain in the homeland. After securing the Tang Dao, Zhu Yu drove to a second-hand goods shop, while Tang Haoyang looked on with a face full of regret as the pickup truck disappeared from view. The second-hand dealer, named Smith, had a shop within New York City, and upon Zhu Yu's arrival, he noted the bustling activity. Some patrons were entering to purchase items, while others brought goods in for appraisal and sale. Zhu Yu decided to follow suit and entered the shop cradling the saddle. Inside, there were rows of counters, resembling a marketplace, where individuals presented items for evaluation and others indicated their desire to purchase various goods. Zhu Yu placed the saddle on a chair in the center and dialed a number for Smith. A middle-aged man with a receding hairline answered the phone. As Zhu Yu spoke, he approached the counter. Hello, I was referred by Old John. I wish to sell this saddle and a motorcycle. Oh, so it was Old John who sent you. How is he doing? Smith asked with a smile as he stood up. After Zhu Yu hung up, he placed the saddle on the counter before Smith and replied, Old John is well. He enjoys chatting with old friends at the bar every day. I envy him. Smith gently patted the saddle. Are you intending to sell this? Yes, Zhu Yu affirmed. I believe this saddle has some age and historical significance. Smith examined the saddle meticulously before retrieving a magnifying glass to inspect the brass fittings. Finally, he lifted the leather cover to examine the lining. Upon observing the intricate patterns and calligraphy on the wooden components, Smith's previously cheerful demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He scrutinized the patterns through the magnifying glass, then set it down and examined the leather and wood again, exhaling deeply. This is quite a remarkable saddle, Smith stated, looking at Zhu Yu. Out of respect for Old John, I will be honest with you. This saddle likely originates from the Indian region, crafted by a renowned artist. Intended for use by distinguished individuals or those of high status, it is a fine piece of custom work. He contemplated for a moment before adding. The patterns on it require further research for confirmation, but that will take time. At present, you have two options. Sell it to me. Zhu Yu was not inclined to make a long trip just for a saddle. Ultimately, the saddle and motorcycle were sold for $7,500. Smith also spoke favorably of the motorcycle, stating that once repaired, it would be sold to collectors. In his bedroom, Zhu Yu recorded a comprehensive video of the suspected Tang Dao and took several photographs before making a phone call. In Shanghai City, at a certain single apartment, it was still nighttime, and the shrill sound of a mobile phone rang. Yi Shenghua, roused from slumber, mumbled a few words and reached for his phone, swiping it open. Who is it? It's me, Lao Si. Oh, ergo? Recognizing the voice, Yi Shenghua sprang up. Where are you? I see you're in America. What brings you there? Yi Shenghua was Zhu Yu's university roommate, and they had maintained a cordial relationship, although they had not been in touch since Zhu Yu's arrival in the United States. My situation is rather complex, and I have something to discuss with you. I heard your family has a relative who collects. Yes, my second uncle enjoys collecting and has invested quite a bit. What prompted you to inquire about that? I acquired something here in America. When you have a chance, could you show it to your second uncle? I will send over the video and photographs shortly. Sure, I'll take care of it. After hanging up, Zhu Yu felt a weight lifted off his mind. With some free time, he called Joanna. Having just finished her class, Joanna was delighted to receive Zhu Yu's call, and soon they met up for a delightful outing together. Meanwhile, after rising early, Yi Shenghua reviewed the video and photographs Zhu Yu had sent and felt somewhat taken aback. He hesitated to show such a rusty, shabby item to his second uncle. Yi Shenghua's second uncle had begun collecting antiques in the 1980s, initially earning his first fortune through buying and selling. He then sought assistance to acquire some quality items from antique shops, subsequently embarking on a professional path in antique dealing. Over the decades, the specifics of his wealth were unknown even to close family members like Yi Shenghua. However, his second uncle had not sold anything in nearly a decade, focusing solely on acquiring items. After some consideration, Yi Shenghua mustered the courage to call his second uncle and forwarded Zhu Yu's information. He did not dare visit in person, fearing a reprimand. Among the younger generation, Yi Shenghua had little interest in antiquities. Although others entrusted him with items for appraisal, he had never taken them seriously. However, with nothing else to occupy him and his business managed by trusted individuals, he figured there was no harm in looking. Yet, upon receiving the photographs and video, Yi Jianjia merely glanced at them, and his casual interest was swiftly replaced by intensity. He straightened his posture from a reclined position, exclaiming in disbelief, "How is this possible? Is it counterfeit?" Clicking on the video, he observed the unconventional techniques used. Although the item appeared quite worn, it seemed to grow increasingly appealing in his eyes. As he watched the person pull the sword with force, Yi Jianjia felt an urge to scold. Is this how one extracts a treasure? Upon seeing the inscription, he was nearly certain this was indeed a genuine artifact.